going over here. So what are some of the things that people can expect if they come over to the activity stage?
Yeah, we've got all sorts going on. So influencer meet and greets, like currently right now we have Sarah B. Joe up there. But then also the thing I'm most interested in are the artist meet and greets as well. Because we get to learn all about the illustrators who bring our Pokemon cards to life, hear about their day-to-day life, their journey as being an illustrator, and quite honestly, it's just content and information you can't get anywhere else.
No, I love that, and I know a lot of people are excited for that. There's already been people coming up to me like, how can I get more information? Yeah. And I heard, too, there's a cosplay contest that's going on soon?
Yeah, now that right there, the cosplay showcase, I'm so excited for that. I've seen the list. We've got about 20 people in the cosplay showcase all coming out, and that's going to be like a Pokemon fashion show. That's going to be top content. Cannot wait for that one.
And you're certainly already dressed the part for it, right?
Yeah, I am this weekend. I am Terra Burt's PTCG, so I'm dodging all the bench damage, and I'm hitting for all types Terra Stella.
Perfect. I love it. So if you're here at EUIC, definitely make sure to come by the activity stage. It's only one of the exciting things, but for now, back to the competition.
Around EUIC, and we're handing out some packs. That's a pack. Let's go. Excuse me, for a pack, is Pikachu too yellow?
Too yellow?
Yeah, too yellow. Is it too yellow?
I think it's the right amount of yellow.
Right amount? That's a pack. Excuse me, for a pack, do we need to get rid of Squirtle already?
No.
Okay, great. Here's a pack. Thank you. Hey, how's it going? For a pack, are you winning or losing today?
I am not playing today, unfortunately.
Okay, so winning, kinda.
Kinda, yeah.
There you go. Thank you. Hey guys, for a pack, does Gen 5 have too much water?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. How's it going? What are we talking about?
The Chaos Cup.
The AOS Cup?
Chaos Cup. The VG Chaos Cup.
Amazing. Here's a pack. Hey, for a pack, where are we going?
From Germany.
From Germany? Where are we going now?
Now I want to go to my friend and we go to the prize wall.
Great. Bring a pack for him.
Thank you.
Yep. Hey guys, for a pack, what are we up to right now?
We are playing a side event of we open some booster packs and then we draft a team.
Great. Here's one more.
That kid's reaction was good.
What's going on over here?
Right now, this is the GLC event. So they're playing the Switch series. So the winner of this event will end up taking a Nintendo Switch home after they played 7 rounds and a top 8.
Amazing. What are we going to do about Rayquaza already?
I think we set the access on him.
Okay.
Probably a good idea.
Here you go.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hey guys, for a pack, can we name a Pokemon we've just had enough of?
Iron Hands.
Iron Hands, easy, hands down.
There you go. Enjoy it. We're out of packs, everybody. Oh, we've got more packs, everybody. We're still going. Hey, for a pack, what's a Pokemon that should be a dog but's not?
Should be a dog.
Yeah, but it isn't a dog yet.
I'd say Eevee. I keep it as a fox.
Yeah.
Or I think it is a fox.
It's a fox then.
It's a fox.
But it should be a dog.
Be a dog.
Huge.
Yes.
There's a pack. Enjoy. Hey, for a pack, who are you on the phone with?
Oh, I'm on family with us in Australia.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Here's a pack, enjoy.
Thank you.
Yeah. Hey guys, for a pack, what's going on?
Not much.
Agreed. Take it. Enjoy. Hey, for a pack, what's a Pokemon that should be more pink?
Umbreon?
Agreed. Good call. Enjoy. Hey guys, for a pack, can you name a Pokemon that's in Pokemon Go?
Mewtwo.
I believe it. Here you go. How about a Pokemon in Unite?
Meowscarator.
That's right. Huge. Enjoy. Excuse me, for a pack, are we fed up with Arcanine?
Yeah?
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, bye. Hey, for a pack, is everything going as planned?
Everything's going wonderful, thank you. Yeah, the kids are having a blast time.
The kids are having a great time? What's your favorite Pokemon?
What's my favorite Pokemon? I'm gonna have to say. I'm gonna have to say between Fluttermane and Rotom.
Amazing. Here you go. And for my last pack, what's wrong with Fluttermane?
I don't know.
I don't know either. Probably nothing, right? Enjoy.
Fluttermane's a great Pokemon.
Okay, Fluttermane's a great Pokemon. And now we're out of packs. Goodbye.
Welcome to the 2025 European International Championships. These championships are a cornerstone in the competitive Pokemon season. We're bringing you the world's top trainers for a weekend of electrifying battles. Last season, Emmy Weedle mastered every strategy and dominated their battles to claim the crown. An unstoppable force in Pokemon Go history. Combining teamwork and flawless execution, Fusion turned each skirmish into a victory and claimed the champion title. Tord Reklev made precise plays and maintained an unshakable focus, outmaneuvering every opponent to become a TCG legend. Through flawless strategy and perfectly calculated moves, Niels Dunlop rose to the top and became the Pokemon VG champion.
This event is going to be one for the history books.
Oh, the energy! Brightbird is coming through! That is literally the example of 1 HP in a North American dream. Currently at the lead. Kovic secures the ring wisdom. Kovic earns the ring shield. See if it's there. It finds both the counter catcher and the dark energy.
It's been locked in. Benjamin Polster is your champion.
Absolutely incredible scenes here in London for the European International Championship.
Welcome to the European International Championships. Let the games begin!
Alô, Patrick, bom dia, como é que vocês estão? Começando aqui mais uma live. Nossa, cara, está muito alto, peraí.
Hello, and welcome everyone to Championship Sunday! Today is the day that trainers from around the world dream of, the pinnacle of competition.
Finalmente vamos pro Pokémon aqui pro último dia, a gente não tá aguentando mais. Ai, acordar às 5 da manhã não tá dando certo.
It all comes down to this. We want to take a moment to thank all the incredible trainers we've had here this weekend. Your skill, your passion, your dedication is what makes this event truly special. And to all of you watching from around the world, thank you for your excitement and cheering on your favorite trainers. Today we will be celebrating and crowning not one, not two, but 8 international champions across Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Go, the Pokemon trading card game, and kicking off the day is going to be the amazing AOS Cup finals on our Unite stage. It will be defending champs, Peru Unite, battling against
VGC eu voto,
two-time
gente.
world champions, Luminosity Gaming. A lot on the line, of course, that coveted EUIC trophy,
Ou
but
quando
also
vocês
our
falarem alguma
first
coisa aí, se
confirmed
vocês quiserem falar
spot
alguma
at the
coisa aí, é só
World
falar.
Championships.
Desde já, bom dia a todos e um bom domingo aí, tá?
Before we get into all that stuff, we do want to remind everyone that if the casual stream is going to be more your vibe, check out the official YouTube channel for a co-stream.
And now, without further ado, Dupes, Spraggles, it's time to crown some champions. Take it away!
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Championship Sunday. Here we are. Pokemon Unite's biggest event of the season so far is about to have its finale. Dupe Snacks. Hi, everybody. I'm Jake, your resident content cowboy. Yeehaw, joined by the one and only Dupe Snacks. Hello, Dupe Snacks.
I could not be more excited for this. I'm on the edge of my seat, both
Ooh, me too.
literally
Let's
and
do it.
figuratively, ready to go for this event. Again, Peru won this event last year. Luminosity Gaming won LAIC coming into this event. Also have 2 world championships under their belt. We are scrapping with Titans right now.
Yeah, we absolutely are. Let's take a look at how this all played out and the format for today.
I'm assuming there's a graphic.
Let's
see
do it.
Let's do the graphic.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Centre here in London, UK. Pokemon Unite trainers have travelled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. Plus, the winner of this event will automatically qualify for Worlds 2025. This tournament is a 3-day tug of war that got started with the group stage, where up to 64 teams entered into groups and fought until only the top team survived. Yesterday was the bracket stage, where our trainers were placed in a single
Caraca, 64 times. Dia final. Hoje pelo que eu entendi aqui vai ser o evento principal de Pokémon Unite, então deve ter a final do Pokémon Unite, a final do TCG, a final do Gol e a final do VGC, né, do VG no caso. Tem que ver quando que é a final do VG, porque aí eu deixo aqui aberto para, né? Vou deixar do Unite aberto.
Prizes this weekend, $50,000 up for grabs in our game alone. Over $500,000 between all the Pokemon titles this weekend. And of course, one of the biggest, I would say the biggest reason these teams are competing this weekend, of course, is the winner of this whole thing is going to get that first guaranteed spot to the World Championships in Anaheim, California this August.
Anaheim, California, home of the world's largest marble, and something that Peru earned last year, a ticket to the World Championships in the halfway point of the season. Let's take a look at our bracket from yesterday here. Peru coming all the way through, beating what is really the
agora que eu vi ali, ó, o time BR não perdeu, né, no top 8. É a Luminosity, né? Essa Luminosity parece ser bem forte, pelo visto, né? Ela teve um confronto contra a Komai, pelo visto. Vamos ver, né? É Peru Unite contra a Luminosity Game. Vamos ver como é que vai ser isso aqui. Top 12 bracket.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be incredible, Dupe Snacks. Peru Unite won this whole thing
eu acho que é um time BR, né? Foi o único BR que passou pro top 8, né?
First international event of the season, Luminosity Gaming. Not only have they won the first international event of the season, they've also won the World Championships two times in a row, in fact. So you couldn't have 2 better teams in our grand finals. If you've never watched Pokemon Unite before, these are some of the best to ever play the game.
Vamos ver, né, quem vai ganhar, se vai ser a Peru Unite ou a Luminosity Game. Então, será que a mais famosa cidade de Kalos vai ganhar? Ou assim, um país da América do Sul vai ganhar?
On the other side of the
Façam
coin, I
suas
can't remember a
apostas.
time.
You say on the other side of the corn? Coin? Okay, it sounded like corn to me. I'm hearing from production it was in fact corn.
Enfim, se for o Unite primeiro, gente, eu
On the other side
vou...
of the corn, there's luminosity.
Eu vou deixar a mensagenzinha pra quem estiver vendo o VOD, beleza? E aí depois eu volto,
I
ok?
don't recall grand finals where they haven't 3-0'd their opponent in the most vicious fashion
Então,
possible.
pra quem estiver chegando, é só olhar a mensagem que eu vou deixar ali entre o QR Code e o meu negócio ali, né?
We're taking a look at some of the top
Ó,
Pokemon by
pelo
win
visto é
rate in
Pokémon
this
Unite
event.
mesmo.
We have
Então, chat, eu vou fazer o
Urshifu,
seguinte.
Psyduck, Inteleon,
Eu
Zoroark,
vou de
Garchomp,
Miss.
and Mew.
E
It's
aí eu
interesting
volto,
because
tomara que eu
as
volte,
the event
eu
goes
acordo
on,
quando
you can see
for
which of these
o
Pokemon
VG.
have
Então,
been played by your top teams.
desde já bom dia a
Mew
todos
is
aí
a staple
que entrarem
supporter,
na
interestingly
live.
enough,
Quem estiver aí na
for
live
the
já, eu
side
já
of
volto,
Luminosity.
chat.
A lot of teams Urshifu, and if anyone can actually get Psyduck and it's not banned out, it has been a force in these matches.
Yeah,
Actually get Zoroark, right?
And a Husk.
And the Husk. And this is a Pokemon that makes it through near the end of some of our draft phases. And when it does, it's kind of strategically thrown in right at the bottom so your opponents can't counter it. And I think it's a big reason why you see such a high win rate on it. It's also one of the most skill-intensive Pokemon in the game. So you Pokemon in the game. So you see...
defenderse.
Más que nada creo que diría que es gracias a la confianza que tenemos los de mi equipo uno en el otro.
Time last night to prepare, you know, Fusion are very...
Dupe Snacks, and yes, I have the chance to be here on stage with the two of our competitors.
So they want to beat for the champion
All right.
prize. Yeah.
Just confidence, channeling this team. I like it a lot. Now, a question for Luminosity Gaming as a whole right now. Your team is aiming to be the best in the world. You've already started with LAIC. Do you view Peru Unite as one of those hurdles that you have to get over to prove that you are the best team in the world right now?
Yeah, I'd say definitely. I mean, I think they're widely considered by, you know, a lot of people to be, you know, at least a top, you know, contending team at World especially, at least one of the favorites to win. So, yeah, I think winning this matchup for us would definitely be huge.
All right, fantastic. And final question for you, Peru. Luminosity Gaming has this habit of 3-0 sweeps in grand finals. Are you going to stop that today?
Les preguntan que al haber ganado ellos 3-0 en el resto de partidas, que cómo les van a parar.
Tenemos un par de cosas nuevas para estrenar hoy día, así que vamos a darles un buen espectáculo a todos y también va a ser una sorpresa para ellos. Aunque sean muy buenos jugadores, vamos a ver qué sucede.
Okay, instead they are really good players. They have a few surprises for today.
Okay, so some surprises could potentially shift up our matchup. EUIC, please give it up one more time for Luminosity Gaming and Peru Unite. Spraggles, Dupe Snacks, take it away.
Amazing, and you wouldn't know it from listening to them on stage, but those two are absolute demons in Pokemon.
They are vicious.
They're very calm, cool, and collected up there. You know, my opponent's really great. It would be nice to beat them. They are some of the most monstrous players you will ever play against.
Yeah, if you tap into the comms, which probably can't based on some of the language that's fired around, there is tons of intensity between these two squads. Now let's talk about the stylistic matchup between these two squads. Luminosity Gaming plays a little bit unconventional this year. That's kind of been their bread and butter. You see Overlord Slash, Curios Trainer, and Otter. Otter playing a lot of support for this team, but playing attackers in that role, giving unique looks. You'll sometimes see Slash actually pick up the support Pokemon on this team as well. Curios will play melee to range and everything in between, and then Overlord and Trainer, whatever's left, give them what they asked for.
Yeah, you really are just trying to give them the strongest carries that you possibly can. I remember hearing Slash say that they're kind of looking at this game in a different way right now. It's not just about finding the Pokemon that's good in that role. They want to broaden their horizons a little bit and just look at what is a great Pokemon in general and how do we fit it into this composition.
On the other hand, you have Peru Unite, which plays what I'll call a little bit more of a classic Unite, right? A true healing support, a tank, 2 attackers, and then a ranged attacker as well, right? So when I say attackers, I mean maybe all-rounder and a speedster, 2 speedsters, something like that. So Zainu's usually on range. Draken and Kea make that support core, so support and tank. Anemo and Tempo really look to take over the game with the support of the other 3. So long-range shots to put in some pepper and some early damage, and then Draken and Kea to make sure that when Tempo and Anemo go off the rails, that they are there to put them right back on track.
Yeah, we talk about this a lot, and you mentioned this a ton, is how you'll see Tempo and Anemo really get out there, and they have this amazing support crew behind them, making sure that they can go in for these huge plays. It feels like every single game they are limit testing, and they've done this so much that now their opponents have to deal with the fact that they are playing at the height of every single character they throw at them. Even bringing out Pokemon that traditionally aren't huge winners like Scyther or something like that, and absolutely dominating games with it because they have reached the max potential that this has out there on Thea Sky Runes.
Now, again, stylistic matchup-wise, we have the unconventional approach that Luminosity takes and the more traditional approach that Peru takes. Now, over this last season so far, internationally, LG performed stronger against teams outside of their region than inside of their region. And the other thing there is LG has also found themselves victorious against teams that play a traditional style of Unite.
Yeah.
So, how is Peru going to contend with that? We heard up there on the stage in those interviews that they've got a couple curveballs to throw at LG to keep them guessing. And hopefully, maybe they learned something from that best of 5 we watched between LG and Komai last night, because Komai was doing very, very unconventional things themselves, and LG, to be quite honest, looked a little lost.
Here we're taking a look at some of the top Pokemon that have been picked over the weekend. So if you're playing at home and you want to know what the pros are using, here it is. Eldegoss is kind of that #1 support now. I think Blissey would be in this spot if Blissey wasn't banned out so often. It was just so incredibly powerful. Umbreon is that incredible defender, followed by Miraidon, probably the premier attacker. It's Miraidon and Inteleon battling it out. The big standout this weekend, not banned a ton, picked so much and winning a lot, Aegislash has been amazing.
Yeah, it's absolutely terrific. There's something I want to point out about the first 3 Pokemon we see on that list. Eldegoss is there by proxy because when so many good supports are being banned out, it naturally rises to the top. Umbreon can also be played in the support role using Wish, which has a healing factor to it, even though it's tagged as a defender. And lastly, Miraidon, great attacker in the game, but also fits into that ranged role while also being able to jump into the fray with the Electro Drift moveset. So something that you want to keep in mind is picks that are powerful but also have malleability and can fit a certain thing depending on what your opponent is doing.
Yeah, that's right. Miraidon has that really interesting kit, right, where you're able to have the long range, but also almost a sort of speedster dive style of gameplay. You have Electro Drift, you have Charge Beam, and I think because of that, it's just found so much success. It can fit into so many compositions, and you really do have to wonder how a grand finals like this is going to shake out. Luminosity does very well at an international event. Again, they have won the World Championships twice. They have won LAIC, and now they are here at EUIC. And then, of course, you have a team like Peru here. Formerly last year, you may have known them as Fusion. They came here and they beat the entire world. Well, we are heading in to our first draft right now. Luminosity Gaming is going to be on your purple side. Peru Unite is going to be on your orange side. We can see our bands up here. We have Inteleon banned out, Blissey. We were talking about this earlier. We also have Mew and Urshifu. Now, Mew, that's a targeted ban. You're not going to see a lot of teams ban out Mew, but they do not want to deal with Otter on this Pokemon. It's one of his best.
It really is. Grabbing Zacian early, also good. We've seen a lot of quality Zacian players here. Draken grabbing Snorlax, and that's another favorite of SlashCan, so that's kind of banning by proxy, right? You put it on your team so they can't have it. Trainer gonna look and hover this Leafeon, and we are definitely getting a different look out of these teams than what we were watching yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like they're adapting to their opponents already. They know what they want. So Curios on this Mewtwo. Why? I think a huge reason for that, of course, is we've seen Zinus play this quite a bit on the side of Peru. Mewtwo Y is just incredibly powerful, right? In general, Psystrike is amazing, able to do absurd damage at range, also making you unstoppable while also knocking your opponents up in an area. Incredibly strong with a global Unite move. That's its strongest move in the game, able to hit everyone on the map no matter where they are.
Yeah, Zainu's locking in Alolan Ninetales, so the ranged attacker there, but also Alolan Ninetales is specifically strong into Zacian. So you're grabbing that so that the other team can't happen and cut off your first pick. Good look by Zainu. Let's see where Luminosity decides to round this thing out. And honestly, Overlord grabbing Blaziken, and of course, in the last spot, Mimikyu, which is something Trainer has been on ad nauseum.
Yeah, Trainer has really made Mimikyu shine. But if we want to talk briefly about the Blaziken pick, last night, final game of the night, final match between Komai and Luminosity. We saw one of the most incredible Rayquaza steals of all time with Overlord. Overheat from Blaziken is one of the best secure tools in the game. He had to quickly dive into the Rayquaza pit and just tap it briefly to take Ray. Otherwise, Komai would actually be here right now. It was one of the craziest steals we've seen in the Championship Series.
It's going to go down in the history books as one of the best Unite plays ever done, but we said great players make great plays, and Overlord is certainly a great player. Rounding this thing out is that Aegislash that we mentioned. Not quite good enough to earn itself a ban all the time, but definitely good enough to find itself in the lobby quite often.
Yeah, this Pokemon is just so good right now. The ability to dive into a fight to engage, then quickly wide guard, bring that shield form up with a massive shield, able to push your opponents around, knock them up, give you incredible defenses. It's a really, really strong choice. And again, yeah, it really hasn't hit anyone's radar as a ban just yet, as our teams are locked in, getting ready right here. heading down to the Thea Sky Ruins. This is when it was debuted, wasn't it? I remember this. This is beautiful.
Good. I mean, you used to think there are the ruins now, but it's because of all the battling we've been doing in here over the last 3 years, you know? Eventually, the structural integrity begins to crumble a little bit, and what you're left with is our battleground for today.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be seeing here today. Our team's battling it out on the ruins, of course. The match is 10 minutes long. They're looking to score as many points as possible in those goal zones. And on the other side is a team of 5 looking to stop them from doing that. Here we go. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. These are the AOS Cup Grand Finals.
Going straight into path, Overlord and Otter have been working together all season long, and right now is no exception. Anemo going to work through the central areas. We saw the Snorlax take the jump pad and almost feign an invade as they peel back up top to the top. Now we're seeing Kea and Tempo working through, trying to limit the ability of SlashCan to become Umbreon, because they are one of the best Umbreons in the world.
Yeah, I think probably the best Umbreon I've ever seen right there. And this is some unconventional pathing here from these two teams, right? You don't often see the Alolan Ninetales in the top path, the Zacian in the bottom path. So Tempo and, Peru Unite, they definitely have some tricks up their sleeve with some of these choices.
Yeah, nice quick secure by Draken. Snorlax is great for that early game. Great rotation by Trainer, cut off by the Alolan Ninetales and Zainus with a heads-up play.
And now we see Kea and Slash, getting a look at each other right here, just getting some information as to exactly where these two teams are. If Kea notices that Slash moves up, they can move up to counter, as we have 3 members of Luminosity pressuring this Tier 1 goal zone here from Peru.
Now Otter is coming up to support. Nice little surf into a Nemo to cut them off. The double A going back in. They're low on HP, and now they're gone. The K opener to LG and Trainer specifically.
Yeah, that's massive, especially taking that central area Pokemon, right? The higher the level, the more experience you're getting. Overlord in some trouble right now, needing to run away from this engagement. It looks like Peru has actually done pretty well in this top path as far as making sure that Overlord could not evolve. But of course, losing that dual blade early is rough.
Something that LG has been doing yesterday and now, we just saw it, is giving up or making it look like you're ready to give up a premium target, right? Overlord kind of looking like they overextended, but if you saw, waiting was Trainer to pounce on anybody that tried to pursue. Peru, sensing that, didn't quite take the bait.
You can see we have the 8-minute mark right here, meaning there is a fight happening in the center, but it looks like Tempo actually tried to put some pressure on Slash right here. Zainus making it down to the center, but just a little late. They would love to stop this Blaziken from evolving if they could.
Yeah, Overlord taking a look at Zainus, forcing out the eject button, going over the wall. Here we go. They're going to take everything in the middle. SlashCan putting good pressure on Tempo, allowing Kyrios to follow up. The side strike actually eaten by Kea, and that's what I'm talking about. The support core from Peru always stepping up, protecting Anemo and Tempo. Tempo is working in their flux zone. SlashCan caught there as well, but it's allowing 30 points to go in, and Overlord evolves to Blaziken. The overheat is charged up. Nobody willing to step into the tall grass and eat that thing in the chin, and now they're going to have to peel back. Anemo's on the chase. Overlord is low. They're going straight for them. They get the knockout they want.
Beautiful plays there by Peru. I mean, they were on the back foot. Luminosity with a really great push onto that goal zone. But after they catch them there with that Avalanche Blizzard, look at them just absolutely cooking here on this Tier 1. Throwing some points in the goal zone. Slash trying to stop them. Otter is now here. The side strike knocks up 3 as they push them back from this goal zone. LG is back, and somehow barely any points go in.
Holding on, the 4v2 was miraculous. The side strike for 2 players to get popped up helps a ton, enough to make Peru bail.
Look at that right there, though. Quickly taking that bottom objective. We didn't even get to see the Regice hit the board. That's how fast Peru Unite ripped it off. As soon as Luminosity was back, they just peeled back towards the objective. Zacian rips so fast. Aegislash with incredible secure. And now this top objective, Regieleki, is walking towards this Tier 1 goal zone. Peru moving in to try to pick up a KO right away. Huge block. Trainer's in a lot of trouble.
Side strike is going to come in. Tempo takes a ton of damage. They're on the verge of going down. They do. They grab the Mimikyu with them on their way out. Tempo's still standing, actually. Overlord sorting that out. Draken dodges and tries to get the heavy slam up over Blaziken, but unsuccessful. Dainu's getting credit back the other way, and these teams are ripping through each other. Wide Guard is there, pinning Otter against the wall. Working through it is Kyrios. They just came out of Mega Form. Now they're trying. On the Psyduck sorts them out, and that is just like Anemo to do that in that moment.
These players are playing for their highlight reels right now. Every single moment trying to outplay their opponents. Moving in with the eject button, picking up that KO. Zainus takes it, and then we bring in the Aegislash with the Kudo de gras. I mean, we are really looking to outplay our opponents and prove something at the start of this match. 50-26. That's how close this game is. So back and forth the entire way.
Peru didn't care about that Reggielecki at all. Secured by LG, they let it hit their goal zone, and that's the only 20 points that thing has away from it. And LG was unable to scramble up and score. Now they're putting pressure on Tempo very quickly. Tempo grabbing both berries to get their HP. There's a Mimikyu Unite, and now they need to get the KO to make sure that thing was worthwhile, and they are successful. Can this 34 points go in? They don't even try it. Otter caught out. They try to surf back, and the Mimikyu gets out of there with a Shadow Sneak on the wild Pokemon. Otter giving themselves up, the sacrificial duck here for Peru.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you want one of your Pokemon to go down, of course it is either your supporter or defender, right? You're trying to not give up these high-level KOs that some of your carries have right here. So when Psyduck goes down instead of the Blaziken, instead of the Mimikyu, that is a really smart heads-up play by Luminosity. If you're going to give something, that's what you're trying to give here as we get ready for Regice.
Slashcan is playing up forward. They're trying to suss out where this team is, and they found them all in spades. Otter with the backline surf to see where they can go. Kirio stepping up as well. There's the Snow Globe out of the Alolan Ninetales. Tons of damage put in. Slash still standing, and so is Otter. They're peeling back towards Regice. Half HP shrinking quickly. Overheat is there. Overheat secures. That's why you picked that Pokemon. Overlord proved that yesterday. Game 5 against Komai, and now they're looking at Draken. That should be easy fodder on the... Oh no, the block back the other way, pinned against the wall. The Overheat does sort out that KO, and now they need to get out of dodge. The wide guard is there. The Zacian steps up. Coup de Gras doesn't quite find it. Smart, but we've got KOs going back the other way as we're slashing through, and finally the sword is broken.
This is absolutely relentless. These teams will not let the other breathe. Luminosity moving towards this goal zone, but Zinus is there. Draken moving back down. They're trying to stop them from scoring with another Mimikyu Unite move, and it looks like Luminosity is finally going to need to peel back so everyone can take a breath. In the top path, we have Blaziken scoring. They've been waiting for this for a while here. It looks like they are stacking up one of their stacking items, most likely their attack weight, possibly both an attack weight and Eos Cookie. This is something a Pokemon can use every time they score. They are able to generate more permanent stats for them throughout the match.
Real quick, you saw Otter go in, break that goal zone with a very small overdunk, and the reason they did that is because Peru would have been able to take a great fight against them if that was still there. Because your goal zone provides a little bit of healing and some shields, it's very beneficial for your team to fight on top of it.
Now, I know it doesn't feel like it, Dupes Next, but we are already at the 3-minute mark here because it's just non-stop fighting between these two squads. 111-82, incredibly close. We have a Tier 1 goal zone on the top for Luminosity, a Tier 1 goal zone on the bottom for Peru. LG is up on the scoreboard, but it is insanely close. You do not feel comfortable with a lead like this, but in 1 minute, Rayquaza is going to hit the map, and if the rest of the match is any indication as to how this is going to go, these two teams are going to be brawling for it right away.
Slashcan stepping up, getting vision. Of course, Peru with the advantage here, with that Tier 1 goal zone in the bottom pass still up, they can make a stronger play on this basement Reggie than LG can. We'll see how they decide to play it, because this might actually materialize into our Ray fight.
Yeah, and here we go. They're actually pushing forward. Massive Blaze Kick. They pull them back right here. They're in a lot of trouble. Tempo actually able to peel away. Huge heavy slam block, and Peru Unite is going to pull away from this fight.
Overlord just enough to test the waters, goes forward to keep Peru honest. We've got 10 seconds until the first Rayquaza of the grand final.
That's right. Our teams are getting set up here. Overlord with extremely aggressive positioning right here. If he could, he would love to grab one of these players right there. There was the Blaze Kick, which would have dragged Snorlax back towards their team. Now, it's not the target you're looking for. You would love for it to be that squishy Alola Ninetales, of course. Now we have Snorlax heading back to base. Luminosity getting ready for this fight, and Peru setting up in the tall grass right here. This is a big moment for these two teams. The winner of this game is going to create some huge momentum. Ray is on the board. Snorlax moving in. We have the Side Strike here from Mewtwo, and here comes the Zacian, but it doesn't look like anyone wants to engage just yet.
Cotton Cloud Crash going up to this guy. Eldegoss is going to land right in the middle. Rayquaza is getting ripped up. You got to charge the overheat. You got to get in there. Snow Globe is out, taken by the Mewtwo Mega right there. Cure Luminosity Gaming putting them forward. 3 players down. Zinus is trying to hang tough, but they ain't new kids on the block. They can't. Now we're going to scramble and get some points in.
Amazing stuff from Luminosity. It really feels like Peru was moving in there, and I think maybe unexpectedly they did start ripping through that objective. LG able to take it out from under them, and they are going to be taking game number 1 here. 601 points to 82. Extremely aggressive play from Peru, and I'm honestly a little shocked that they went for it so fast.
trainer moving around, and so is the rest of LG as they're trying to get their feet back under them after taking a commanding lead. This is what we call the break point in Unite. If you are up by over 500 points, it is nigh impossible for the other team to come back. Why? Because under 2 minutes, with 50 points, the most you can hold in Unite, you score. Under 2 minutes, it's double. And with 5 players on a team, everybody scoring 500, you can't quite eclipse what the other team has. And we're seeing that bear out here, 727 to 82.
Now, something I want to talk to you about here, Doob Snacks, as the moments tick down here from game number 1. If you're Peru and you're running into a team with, you know, a Blaziken on it, ready around a Rayquaza pit, the only reason I can assume that you would even start hitting Ray there is you think you're going to catch your opponents by surprise, because they have one of the best secure tools in the entire game.
Yeah, that's incredibly true as we tick down here and we're in garbage time. These teams farming up their numbers for the post-game statistics. Luminosity taking game 1. I'm very surprised for 2 teams that were fighting incredibly well and often all game. To have that Ray fight not really materialize that way was a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, it really was, right? It felt like every objective they were actually extremely careful how they were engaging. They were spending more time fighting their opponents than dealing with the objective at all. It could be that neither team really wanted to even fight there. They both thought they had a way better potential for secure, and they just went for it. We're going to take a look at a few big moments here from game number 1. Again, a game that I feel like you could just play any moment in the match and you would find both of these teams scrapping.
Without a doubt. I mean, right here we saw a great 4-player push, and all of that was really so Overlord could score and evolve into Blaziken. However, Peru makes them pay for that with a nice KO. They push back the other way, and Luminosity has a great defensive stand here for V2 to make sure that this goal zone doesn't have a ton of points put into it.
Yeah, and here we're taking a look at our 2 squads up on the big stage. These are 2 teams that are very used to competing in this environment. At Worlds, at EUIC, at LAIC, they've been up on this stage many times, and I know some teams make it to the big stage and it seems like they shrink. Other teams, you know, they get bigger, and these are 2 of the biggest titans in the game right now.
Yeah, really elevated by playing in this environment. Again, the LAN environment on 0 ping. They are showing their skills off here, and we saw it over and over and over again. Believe it or not, we were actually talking about this last night. The Aegis Slash Unite move, the coup de grace, looks like it's incredibly massive, but the hitbox on it is very, very narrow.
Yeah.
And being able to hit that as consistently as Peru was in that game 4 knockouts is very impressive in and of itself. And again, showing that these players are truly on a different level.
Now, this is interesting because it's a position, you know, I think you would hate to be in as Peru, right? Down 1 game already. All the momentum with Luminosity. A team that regularly will come to a situation like this. Worlds, LAIC, and they will win in dramatic fashion. They will beat you 3-0 in a best-of-5 grand final. So you definitely don't want to be down 1 game. But if you look at LG from yesterday, I mean, they went 3-2 against Komai, and that match was razor thin. So this is maybe not the Luminosity Gaming that is going to beat you 3-0. Peru could still be in this thing, but that is a tough way to finish off your first game.
Yeah, I tried to mention at the early parts of the show, stylistically, Luminosity Gaming loves to play against the type of team that Peru is. Again, traditional frontlining with the Eldegoss, with the Snorlax, right? 2 attackers, and then a little bit of ranged mix in with that Alolan Ninetales. Luminosity has seen that for the last 4 years. They know how to play against that cookie-cutter strategy, and we just see them win another game 1 here because that's how Peru Unite is playing. I'd love to see one of the mix-ups, one of the change-ups that they were talking about in that on-stage interview here in game 2 to try and snag back some of that momentum.
Now, the draft screen that we saw earlier, obviously, that's that in-game draft screen that you're probably pretty familiar with. What you're seeing right here is the Unite Championship Series draft screen. Gives us a little more information about these 2 squads as we're going through it. We can see our bans here once again. Blissey, no shock. Slash on the side of Luminosity has won Worlds with this Pokemon. Mew, of course, that's a targeted ban, making sure that Otter can't get their favorite Pokemon. On the other side, they're worried about a couple attackers here, so they're making sure that Inteleon and Miraidon are not picked. Peru taking that Psyduck. It did really feel like Otter was pretty quacked on that thing, so I'm not surprised they did take it. Sorry,
yeah.
pretty corned on that thing.
Pretty corned. Just like that joke, corny. Kea, great on Psyduck as well. Targeted ban is the Inteleon for Zainus. Cut them off from that. They're phenomenal on that Pokemon as well. Mewtwo selected early, and Urshifu. Now, this has two options for Luminosity Gaming. It can be in the hands of Trainer with Wicked Blow, or it can be in the hands of Overlord with that Rapid Strike, that Blue Bear style, ready to schmoove and groove through the opposing squad.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how they want to finish out the rest of their picks here. I don't know if I've seen Otter on Hoopa this weekend. It's interesting because one of Hoopa's movesets, Hyperspace Hole, is not available for competition, but Trick has been played by many teams, and it's been pretty phenomenal. It allows you to make some really interesting plays where you give an ally a shield. They also have increased stats while they're going at it. They have, you know, better move speed, and you have the ability to pull them out of an encounter in some really interesting ways with Phantom Force.
Yeah, and you get a heal when you go back through that Hoopa portal, so it does offer a healing factor in that sense. Slash, grabbing Aegislash, I doubt they'll be the person on that. We'll see how Peru rounds this thing out. One of the few teams that does play Candle, Chandelure locked in, and you see that pick rate, only 2%.
And now we're looking for our final pick here. Overlord is going to be selecting it, but of course it might not be the Pokemon Overlord is playing. After the teams select their Pokemon, they're able to swap them amongst each other so that you can pick the Pokemon in the order you would like. However, it is a Cinderace. So we have two attackers, two kind of more stereotypical auto attack Pokemon. You've got Mewtwo and Cinderace, and it looks like Slash is going to be playing sort of a support defender-ish Mewtwo, and then we have Otter on Hoopa. This is what we were talking about earlier. Luminosity Gaming is playing this game on another level. The only question is that level above or behind Peru? Are they the final boss, or is Peru going to take them out here?
Well, you can literally see stylistically the differences between these two teams that we've been harping on. A support, a tank, two melee attackers, range. On the other side of Luminosity Gaming, absolute chaos.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see some of these picks. You know, we saw Luminosity win the North America tournament last month, I believe it was, with Charizard, a Pokemon that you don't see that much anymore. Now they are bringing out Cinderace, another Pokemon that you just do not see played that often. In fact, the entire sort of category of these auto attack Pokemon has not been super popular here on the Thea Sky Ruins for a while. I'm talking things like Decidueye, Cinderace, Greninja, Dragapult. Well, we are seeing one of them here today as we are getting ready for game number 2. Luminosity Gaming up 1 right now in our grand finals. This is a best of 5 Doob Snacks. The winner of that best of 5 will win the entire thing, and they will be our first team guaranteed to be heading to Worlds in Anaheim.
Here we go, heading into game 2 quickly. Peru, unite your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. Game 2 underway.
That's right. Overlord heading to the top path right here, while Urshifu, the Kubfu, heading into this central area. Now, this is a Pokemon that needs a lot of experience, that Kubfu, because as a little Kubfu, it might just be one of the worst things on Thea Sky Ruins. But once it becomes Urshifu, it's an absolute force. Overlord going to be up here in this top path.
All right. Quickly trying to get and actually splitting the central area from Luminosity Gaming, because Cinderace is pretty experience hungry in and of itself. Tempo taking a ton of damage. Hoopa, no slouch on the A presses early. Draken kind of seeing, taking inventory of what's going on here on the orange side of the map. Slashcan stepping up again as this kind of tank-ish Mew.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how exactly this all plays out. If this works out, I mean, solo queue players, don't take note of this. This is the best of the best. I don't know if we need to have Cinderace and EXP share Mewtwo Y. Maybe Luminosity can handle that.
Yeah, maybe they can. You and I certainly cannot.
Nope, 0-5 this weekend, you and me, buddy.
Yeah, not great. We haven't touched the game since because it was so sad. Wicked Blow charged up, bang, straight through Mimikyu, tons of damage. That's a knockout. Hey, press him down. We already have a reboot. Overlord, the Pirate Bunny, moving forward here, trying to just kick the soccer balls of fire right into Tempo's grill, and they are very successful. Tempo can't even step up. Now they might be able to with a berry. Kea, level 4, might be able to surf forward and open up an opportunity, but no, all those birds that materialize go to Luminosity Gaming and another stack for Overlord.
Now here comes Zainus up to the top path right here. Trainer in some trouble, trying to get away from this situation. The Wicked Blow charged up. The trick from Hoopa, pulling them out of this fight. Actually, I can't believe they made it out, but of course, the incredible support right there from the Hoopa.
I mean, Wicked Blow, bang,
Wow.
right into the Gabite, and that's an easy combination to get a knockout here. Slashcan with the early rotation, helping them put pressure on the top path. Doublade downstairs, Curios left to their own devices. We'll see how Peru adjusts.
And here we have Overlord, as you mentioned, the Pirate Bunny, sounds like a One Piece character, taking some of this experience here in the central area. They are now evolved into Cinderace.
Going to have to A-press the opposing team down, and they're certainly looking forward to that. Nice little wide guard to keep Draken from attacking and able to get their 10 points in. Mimikyu, meanwhile, taking out Slashcan upstairs. KO Streak of 2, taking out Otter as well.
Yeah, here we go. They're pushing towards this goal zone. Overlord in some trouble right here. If they get caught by this Shadow Sneak, this is going to be a difficult fight for them. They are caught. They're pushing forward, and of course, they go down. I mean, I'm sure Overlord knew that was a possibility. It's really hard. They don't want to give up this goal zone, but at the same time, that Shadow Sneak is coming.
Nice side strike, putting tons of damage on tempo, really limiting the ability of Peru to push forward. They were retreating a hair there. Slashcan going to try and go for some secures as K is putting some great pressure. Hits him with the Psychic and the Surf. Here comes the Chandelure. We actually have that Disable kind of coming out, and that's going to be able to help shut down key abilities on the side of Luminosity.
That's right. When you're in that zone, you are not able to use any of your moves, and it's pretty devastating. While at the same time, you know, they have a lot of Pokemon that just want to press that A button over there on the side of Luminosity. So Cinderace in there, maybe not too stressed out, but some others could be devastating to not be able to use your Wicked Blow on Urshifu.
I don't know if you just saw that, but Curios accidentally used their coup de grace on a Bunnelby and was unsuccessful in securing it, and now they have to fight from pad without it. So Curios, a little bit of misstep. Wide guard, they can see if they can at least get a KO. They do. Mimikyu goes down. Quality knockout there for them. Regieleki getting caught up by the Sword and Hoopa in tandem. Luminosity rotating downstairs.
Yeah, Luminosity going to head towards the bottom path right here. They did secure that bottom objective, but they're behind on our scoreboard right now, 118 to 80. Not a terrible position to be in. You know, when your tier 1 goal zone breaks on the top or bottom Doob Snacks, it gives you access to a lot of experience in those paths, and that can actually bring you back in a game that you're behind.
Oh, going straight forward is Slashcan, identifying where Draken is. The Chandelure throwing in some fireballs, but they are not finding their mark as there's 4 players from Luminosity Gaming looking to make a move. Nice! Unite into the backline, bang, Wicked Blow, KO, and now they have a real opportunity. They're trying to get on top of a Nemo who's just throwing all the claws forward that they can. We've got a Mega Mewtwo here, A-pressing everybody down, tempo low on HP, A-press through with Overlord as well. 2 quality KOs, side strike, no, can't quite pop them up, but Curios is there to cut down the trash.
I want to call out an amazing play. When Garchomp went into that Unite move right there, Overlord had the trick Phantom Force on them, popped back into the tall grass away from where Garchomp was, blaze kicked over its head as it moved in with its Unite move, absolutely breaking the ankles of the Land Shark right there. That was incredible. Luminosity having an amazing fight here in this bottom path. But again, look at the scoreboard, 118-80. That's how well Peru is playing this. They didn't give them an inch score-wise.
Incredibly close this game is. Again, you mentioned that Land Shark looking like a shark on land right there, and they're going to have to materialize back into this. Typically, nice, this is an easy catch right here. What you want to do is convert it into a KO to double teleport Slashcan. They're wasting a lot of time on the clock. That took way more effort than it should have out of Peru. Now, Luminosity Gaming using the Rings Unbound, that big Hoopa Unite move, and Otter just running right at him, going for the stun. Coup de grace secure, Cinderace secure. Coup de grace secure on Chandelure knockout as they're sitting on this goal zone, and they're looking for more action. They didn't want to put points in.
We need to get some better coup de grace secures, right? It didn't get the Bunnelby here. It still doesn't got the objective. I think Curios can make it happen right here. Kea in some trouble as they are going down. But this objective in the top path, ripped down by Peru, that's that Regieleki. It's going to be walking towards that tier 2 goal zone. Massive Shadow Sneak, and it looks like Mimikyu's going in right into Unite move. They're looking for the KO Dragon Claw combo, and Overlord goes down.
A-press victory here. Shadow Sneak does hit Otter. Stepping up is Trainer. Nice Wicked Blow using their Unite move back the other way. Garchomp Unite is down, but we saw another escape, I believe, through the Phantom Force, and now stepping forward is Trainer. Dragon Rush goes right through. They can't quite nail their target. Now they're on the chase. Springboard, boing, trying to get after Tempo, who's working through the birds, and because they slow down just a little bit, the Wicked Blow sorts them out.
Beautiful stuff there from Luminosity, really punishing them for making their way into their central area. And I got to say, incredible sound effects, my friend. As always, 10 out of 10.
10 out of 10 sound effects. I'll be doing no more and retiring on top.
Huge. Wow, this is last day doing sound effects, everybody. Give it up for Doomstacks, everyone. His last sound effect of the broadcast.
Okay. All right, thanks, guys. Appreciate all the support. Here we go. It looks like I am going home after this. Perfect. Can't wait. 3 minutes left on the clock. The scoreboard is now in favor of Luminosity Gaming. The levels are as well. So they're in the position that they would like to be. They just got to tactfully maneuver the back end of this game and find themselves a Game 2 win.
Yeah, here we are, 168-218, and some of these fights have been going really well for Luminosity. We talked earlier about this Trick Phantom Force combination that Hoopa is able to provide their team, and they have made some amazing outplays because of it, right? Just some incredible stuff here from LG as we are walking towards this bottom objective. And look at Peru. They're all making their way towards this Tier 2 goal zone, which is going to give them a possible score advantage, and it does. 288-218, 30 seconds left. They are up, and in the top path, Reggie Alecki is spawning, which means if they take this, they unlock another win condition, Doob Snacks. It would walk towards their home goal zone. However, they all peel back away from it and get ready for Rayquaza because they know how fast Luminosity could rip this off the map with Cinderace.
A 70-point advantage, and Peru Unite and Luminosity Gaming are looking at each other. This might be an early engage. Straight into the action with the surf and bound to the slow beam. Mewtwo Unite comes back the other way. Into the back line is Trainer. They find a KO on the candle. Now we're moving forward. We're pushing back through. Surf gets 2 players down on Luminosity. Otter goes Rings Unbound, and they're going to have to try and stun down this team. We've already got Tempo working on Rayquaza. The Garchomp is great at shredding. We have the Cinderace on the backside still staying back in their Unite move. And if there's anything we learned from Solo Q is they got an opportunity to steal. Side Strike hits the Psyduck right there. Overlord is getting chased. They try to get into the mix. They can't. They do find a KO on Draken, though. Rayquaza's getting low. Still standing is the Mewtwo. Why? No. They are down as well. And now the Aegislash can't make it in time. And Peru Unite grabs a Rayquaza.
And it looks like Peru is evening up the score right here as they are heading towards Luminosity's side. Now, of course, Urshifu able to do some damage through these Rayquaza shields, but Urshifu is not at that main goal zone as 100 points reigns in. No, 200 points for Peru. It's going to be tough for LG, but there's still a minute left in this game, Doob Snacks.
Yeah, I mean, 2 players down with huge timers. They got to move. This is the opportunity to go. Psyduck peeling back. They're trying to sit on that goal zone. Everybody's trying to nab back as many Unite moves as they can for this push.
Yeah, and here they go. They're making their way across the map right here. As you talked about, big timers on the other side. Chandelure back in 10 seconds. Mimikyu back in 20. This is going to be a 5v3 at this goal zone. They have to take this fight, and they need to win. They need to KO every single member of Peru, or they're going to keep landing on their heads. Garchomp waiting to go in, and now they land. Big-time Dragon Claw combo as they are moving forward.
There's the Garchomp Unite, finds a bunch of targets. Everybody's low on HP. Eject button, getting a knockout there. Moving forward, finally. Trainer used their Unite move back to try and get the Garchomp. No, they're dispatched of. Rings Unbound is way too late. And despite being the big space monster that Hoopa is, it is not enough to change the tides of this game.
They tried, they pushed towards that tier 2, but it was over for them. Peru with a massive defense. I have to give it up to them. The patience to let Garchomp sit on the jump pad for as long as it did until it was the perfect time to land, stop those scores from happening, and then move in with the Unite move. Peru tying it up here 1-1 in our grand finals. This is not going to be a blowout. This is a brawl, my friend.
Well, it looks like Luminosity Gaming may have flown a little too close to the sun with those wax wings that they built for themselves in that draft. Was it unconventional? Yes. Did they deliver on the result they were looking for? No. Does that scare them away from trying it again?
Yeah, that is the question. What will they throw at them next game here? And it does feel like they're playing very well throughout this match. I loved a lot of the counterpunch choices that were made there by Peru. That was the moment I was talking about when Cinderace just absolutely, broke the ankles there of the Garchomp, making sure that it couldn't hit any of that Unite move thanks to the Hoopa, Phantom Force, and Trick combination.
Tons of work was put in by both these teams all game long. I tried to call it out as we were heading to that 3-minute mark. Luminosity Gaming up on levels, they're up on score, but all of a sudden Peru with the big flank top path, getting the lead into their hands, forcing Luminosity Gaming to make a preemptive move here. Early Rayquaza fight this time, despite last time we didn't see one. They took the battle to them. Peru surprising LG maybe with that aggression and able to turn it into a W.
You can also see a Nemo right there just catching them over, and I'm not surprised the player of the game. You saw it, that Shadow Sneak over and over and over again at Rayquaza. They catch, they hit them with the fear, they close the gap right there, move in with the Shadow Claw, and pick up massive KOs, winning them the game. That slow beam starting it off, grabbing the Aegislash, moving in for the fight, and it looked like Mimikyu also got a really nice big chunk of damage onto Urshifu. Unite move onto it right after that. Amazing combination there from Peru. They were extremely aggressive at Ray. This time, not dealing with Rayquaza at all, dealing only with LG.
No, and dealt with them they did. Always looking for a good fight is Peru, it feels like. We saw it all weekend long right there, no exception. And again, Nemo, great game here. 10 KOs on this Mimikyu. Very well facilitated by the support players on Peru. Kea and, of course, Draken in that defender role. Kea on the duck was a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, we saw Psyduck game 1. Obviously, LG won, and now we see Psyduck game 2. This could be a Pokemon that you need to ban out. One thing is for sure, Luminosity is playing in a style where you can't ban out enough to stop them, right? They have a lot of options, but that game, it did not look amazing. So we're going to have to see how they want to play this next game right here. And they're showing them a text from me. I just say, keep it up, boys. You're doing great.
Keep it up, boys.
I text both teams between the matches.
Let me ask you a question. What do you think the thought process was behind that Cinderace?
Well, it rips fast. It's unconventional. It does have decent secure. They don't expect it, and it plays pretty well with Trick Hoopa, right? The additional mobility that they're able to give it, as well as the plus version, I believe, giving it a solid amount of, it's either attack speed or lifesteal. I feel like it works really well with a Pokemon like that. And I also do think after you're up a game, you probably can throw a curveball at your opponents, do something odd, knock them off balance, do something they wouldn't expect, and then hopefully take a surprise game too.
You know, maybe I'm a little less creative than you, but I would have rather seen that first pick Urshifu that they had drop down to the hands of Overlord, and then Gutter pick the Leafeon, put that in the hands of Trainer. Because they obviously didn't have access to Mimikyu. And maybe that's just because I've seen them run that before, and they have been incredibly successful with it, so it's an easy thing for me to point out and call out.
Yeah.
But, you know, there's something that they saw that made them shy away from that, and I don't know if they're going to go back to that well now because, you know, all things considered, the script went pretty well until the final stages of the game. But if you can't take a team fight against a team fighting team, that's going to be an issue.
You know, one thing that they ran into, that they always run into, and it's honestly, it's a kind of Luminosity's kryptonite, is Slow Beam on Slowbro. They ban it out against certain teams.
Correct.
It really is just a shutdown factor, locking down one of the best players on their team for a moment so that they can, you know, have, so that their opponents could have an advantage in that Rayquaza fight. And they have banned it out a lot. I wonder if they want to ban it against Peru, because the slow beam on Aegislash there was a difference maker. It changed the dynamic of Rayquaza. It let them start to snowball and KO over and over again in that fight. As we could see, the shaky cam up to the big stage. I love it. It's becoming a reality show up there.
Oh, it absolutely is. The intensity cam. Blissey and Teleon banned on the side of LG. We'll see where Peru goes. Again, targeting down Otter right here with both picks, Mew and Psyduck, saying your Hoopa was not that impressive. You got to beat us with something else. However, Otter, I'm sure, not going to shy away from this opportunity.
Yeah, I guess what are they going to start with here as a first pick for Luminosity? They would love to take something away, but no, they actually want Urshifu right away. It has been a very powerful Pokemon for them. We saw an amazing goal zone defense yesterday from Trainer, fighting off multiple Pokemon with Rayquaza shields at their tier 2. So this doesn't surprise me here. On the other side, Zynos would really like to play that Mewtwo Y.
All right, well now the Slowbro, yeah, I mean the Slowbro's there, Draken's great on it, and again the Slow Beam seems to be LG's, as you mentioned, kryptonite. How will they react here? Umbreon still available, quality pick. However, would Peru even go into that well? Maybe, because you can actually slot Umbreon into more of that support role. So it's something that they actually have to grab now, and Miraidon, a solid pick for Curios, who's most likely going to be on that.
Yeah, oftentimes when you see Miraidon, it is going to be playing in that sort of typical attacker bot path role, trying to get a ton of experience. Miraidon has a lot of different options. Anemo on that Mimikyu was brutal last game, and here we go, looking at game number 2 with it.
We really need to find a solution here for Luminosity Gaming, because they're facing down 2 Pokemon that just iced them out last game. Mamoswine quickly hovered and Wigglytuff as well. Curios going for a quick switch up. I mean, all bets are off right now. I'm not too sure where we end up.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see how they finish up. Curios on the Charizard. Slash on the Mamoswine, obviously. I mean, Mamoswine did really well at Worlds, and they've been playing it this weekend, so I'm not surprised. We do have Overlord possibly hanging out here on the Umbreon as more of the carry Umbreon. It would be that double stacking play with Umbreon, and now Tempo grabbing the Buzzwole. Buzzwole also a Pokemon that I feel like Luminosity has a lot of trouble with.
Yeah, really. Yesterday they had to pick Blissey and go Safeguard just to help mitigate some of the impact that Buzzwole has. That's not an option for them today. Curios grabbing the Umbreon. Slash on the Mamoswine. Otter going to stick as an attacker. That's a support Miraidon. We've got 3 EXP shares queued up right now. We better see some held items switch.
And it looks like, I mean, Curious is talking to the staff behind them. I can't tell if he's saying how do 3 EXP shares work, but I don't think that's what he's trying to figure. Yeah, not exactly how you would want.
Terrific.
But we're going to see what exactly they would like to do right here. This is an odd setup here from Luminosity after an odd setup last game. Overlord, though, once again on that Charizard again. We saw them win last month with it.
Yeah, if the jokes out there are true, Overlord didn't actually want to play Charizard. Trainer just kind of zoned out in the pick phase, and it was selected for him, and they ended up making a little chicken salad out of chicken scratch with that opportunity here. But it looks like LG is going to have to lie in the bed that they've made with these 3 experience share Pokemon.
Yeah, this is really interesting. If this is what we're running into this match with, I mean, I cannot wait to find out how this is going to go. Luminosity Gaming won. Peru won. These are your grand finals. It is a best of 5 Doob Snacks. Again, the winner of this whole thing, the first team qualified for Worlds. Last year, it was Peru Unite. They are back here up on the big stage to try to figure it out right now. And we're getting word that our game is paused here. It's possible that we had an issue picking one of the Pokemon in draft. And given how their draft looked, that sounds right.
Yeah, that is unsurprising. And you know what? If it was intentional, I'd try to get a game pause too. Try to see if we can get that sorted out, because that is not the best look going into Game 3 of a Grand Finals. We'll see how this gets shaken out and resolved as you and I get to talk a little more.
Yeah, we get to talk a little more about what we've gone through here this weekend. I mean, some of the best teams from all over the world converged here at EUIC to try to fight over this coveted Worlds spot. It was huge for Peru. Last season, they made it deep into day 2 of Worlds with that invite. So the team that leaves here really does start to look like one of the best in the world. They're absolutely in the conversation. Now, here's something interesting. Coming up, ACL, the Asia Champions League, will be happening. Luminosity Gaming, by winning LAIC, is the only Western team qualified for that event.
Exactly, and they're going to be just a shark amongst sharks over there, as I was able to catch some of the ACL action leading up to the finalization of who qualified for that happened this weekend as well. Tons of phenomenal teams over there, and really as the only representative of the West, you'd love to win this and go into the ACL with gargantuan international momentum.
Yeah, that would absolutely be huge. Right now, of course, Peru is looking to two-peat right here, get themselves a two-peater, win this thing, head to Worlds again. They're already crushing it in their region, but having that spot locked in, I feel like it really opens you up to expand your gameplay, figure out exactly what kind of team you're going to be this season, and, you know, set your eyes on sort of that bigger prize, playing not only against your competition around you, which, you know, for like North America can be very, very stiff. It feels like NA is really tough into NA, but you have to figure out how to play against the world somehow.
Yeah, credit to Peru last year. Won this event, did not rest on their laurels, kind of went in to dumpster everything else that they played in. I mean, they were absolutely dominant throughout the region for the rest of the year, Cowboy. And a lot of times, you know, you think this, you qualify early, like I said, you rest on your laurels. Maybe you, like you said, test a bunch of stuff. Maybe you set the game down for a bit to give yourself a break. Not these kids. We played against them after they won last year, where they had just a side setup where they were just taking on any 5 players that would step up. Not us, close. but there was a team that they beat 1,300 to like 4.
Yeah.
It was the most vicious. They don't care who is sitting across from them. They will play you to maximum effort. They're not going to play goofy picks or troll picks. They're going to absolutely rinse you. This team wants to win. This team loves this game, and they love proving how good they are.
Yeah, they are incredible at it, and you're right. They're playing a side event here as if they're playing in the grand finals. Just absolutely. I mean, keeping the pressure on, continuing to score, running up that scoreboard. I do think we also did play them, and I can't remember who won that.
It was not us.
Oh, it was not us?
No.
We need to get a story where we won a game.
We do.
We got to win one first.
Yeah, we've got to win one. Again, 0-5 here is the Snacks Spraggles combination when duo queuing in EU. Is that our fault?
No.
No,
well,
there's no.
I mean,
it is not
not our fault. We're part of the squad.
we are responsible for the loss, but not the cause of the loss.
There you go. I like that.
Yeah,
we'll take responsibility for it, but let's face it, it's not us.
but it wasn't us. Like, we're like a coach.
Yeah.
You know, we didn't really execute our game plan today. We weren't able to deliver the result we wanted. But it's really the people on the field that are making a lot of mistakes out here. Like, we were calling the right things. They weren't just executed correctly.
I love that attitude.
There you go. We did it.
Here we are getting ready for this huge game. Tying it up, Peru having an amazing game too. You know, they had that opportunity to go for the Reggie Alecki right there at the end, but instead they just took the insanely aggressive positioning at Ray, really went in for the fight. As soon as Luminosity even kind of poked their head out, boom, slow beam, caught him right away, moved in and took the fight.
And that might have been part of their strategy, right? The assumption would be rip that, take down the goal zone, go rip the objective, and cause that kind of double-edged victory path, right? Either through the home goal zone with your Reggie Alecki hitting or the Rayquaza. However, because of that kind of wonky situation, they were able to put Luminosity Gaming in, weren't quite sure where they're going to be. They were able to jump on them, take the initiative, take a great fight, get early catches, and ultimately win in spectacular fashion and taking this thing to even games.
Yeah, you know, something that's interesting that we just saw on stage there, one of our players' mobile devices, obviously, they had Dodrio, the three-headed bird, my absolute favorite in the game, as their favorite of Pokemon. One thing that I get asked a lot is it better to play on mobile? Is it better to play on Switch? You have both options here for Pokemon Unite. I find it fascinating that World Championship teams have players that run both mobile and Switch. There's clearly no distinct advantage. Like, your play style matters so much more.
What's insane to me is the players that play with Joy-Cons.
Yeah.
That's legendary. That is like playing in hardcore mode. That is wild to me. But hey, whatever suits your style, whatever gets your team wins. And we were seeing players on the World Championship stage playing in all different sorts of setups. So, you know, play however feels comfortable. Just play.
You know, as we're taking a look at some of our audience here, I know that the guy who's playing 5 different Game Boys is in the audience right now, still shiny hunting for that Charmander. I just met him before broadcast, so if we get the opportunity, we got to find him again because it's very impressive, dude. Thanks.
Yeah, with the cross
with
hands,
the cross hands,
the fancy piano hands going across 5 Game Boys, hard resetting across. I hope they are successful before the weekend is out, while we are trying to be successful in getting this game remade. Now, Spraggles, when we go back into this draft, it'll follow the texture of what it had until we had the issue, right? So you can't just go back, starting over, switch up, or it's going to go through until the issue needs to be resolved, wherever that happened in the process, correct it, move on from there, and then we'll get ourselves into Game 3.
That's right. It's possible that every pick will stand, right? It's also possible it was a final pick, someone lagged out, they weren't able to actually, you know, hit that final pick the way they wanted. So we will see. It could be that they were trying to move their items around, not have 3 EXP shares on one team. I don't know.
Not have 3 EXP shares.
Boys, I think we made a mistake. So we'll see. We'll see exactly where this match is going to be remade from, because if a player does disconnect, we want to make sure that the match is brought back, again, right to where it was. They're not able to remake any of their decisions, change some of their minds about what happened in draft,
of course.
But that issue is where we're going to start from.
Okay. Peru unite with a great game too, right? Despite being, again, behind on scoring levels, they found themselves in an opportunity to win. They took it and delivered on it. Luminosity Gaming, okay, momentum that they had from game one is now brought back to parity, and we'll see how they have to adjust. They were cooking a little hard in game two.
Sure they
and,
were.
we're cooking a little bit there in game three.
Yeah, a little overcooked. It looks like, especially if we've got the 3 EXP shares. I mean, they really are cooking at this point, throwing a lot of different looks at Peru. And I think Peru would be fine with that. Yeah, yeah! There he is! Let's go! Now, obviously,
as we catch them in mid-reset, they really are desperately finding that shiny, and nobody wants them to be more successful than the 2 guys here casting this game of Pokemon Unite. The 5 Game Boy cross hands legendary approach. Can't undersell it. I'm a big fan.
Huge.
I'm a big fan.
It is amazing. I do feel like I don't know if I could even handle 2 at once. I got to be honest. The second 2 are coming up. I think I'll miss the shiny. You give me 5 at once, there's no way I notice the shiny Charmander coming. As we get ready here for our game, we are heading into game number 3. Luminosity Gaming, your purple team. Peru Unite, your orange team. I see an EXP share up there on the Mamoswine.
Yep, I saw Otter as well. So really it was the players switching between characters. Kyrios is on the Miraidon, not Otter here. Tons of damage in. Tempo is getting very low. Overlord as well. Who's going to come out ahead? Overlord on the chopping block. Bang! Whoa! And look at the little fuzzy Roomba getting it done. 2 players down.
Beautiful stuff right there. That is the official name until they changed it. Made no sense to me. I think they should have kept it. And now we can see Kyrios in that bottom path. Yes, they do not have the 3rd EXP share.
And really what was most important to me is that they were getting onto the right Pokemon, right?
Yeah, of course.
Like 3 EXP shares, not optimal, but you can deal with it. Having your players playing the Pokemon they want to play may be a bit more important.
Yeah, absolutely, right? This is the strategy that they are looking to deliver here. I don't think they're ready to start playing each other's picks right away. Draken making their way to this bottom path. 8 minutes, 50 seconds here, so the Swablu Altaria are spawning between these 2 paths. Charge Beam looking to try to take some of this, while up in the top path, we have KO already.
Okay, moving forward, we do have the Wicked Blow Urshifu. That's Trainer Ice Fang reposition, and now that Mimikyu's in a lot of trouble, having to get to the berry low on HP. Charmeleon sorting him out.
Beautiful stuff right here from Luminosity. Mewtwo coming up to the top path, but in some trouble right now. Huge bean look into a Wicked Blow, and another KO for LG.
I mean, that's the thing between these 2 teams. You know, like sharks, they smell a little blood in the water. They want to try and find that target without realizing that it's a trap. And there was more players, or more sharks in this case, waiting for them to counter the shark attack. Sharks counter shark attacks in a game with no sharks.
That's right. Just as diamond sharpens diamond, iron sharpens iron, sharks counter sharks.
Diamonds sharpen diamonds.
Of course they do. Yeah, of course they do. What are you going to sharpen them with? Not a diamond? Get out of here.
Get out of here. Maybe that's true. I don't know. I'm not really seasoned on any rock or diamond.
No, you're the shark guy.
Little did you know that also shark guys, Luminosity Gaming, as they attack that goal zone.
Now here we go. KO, really nice sneaky goal right here. Now, of course, they're probably going down for it, but it's a low-level KO. And they got a ton of points, wasting a little bit of time here from LG. 7 minutes, 20 seconds, almost on the board. We've got objective spawning top and bottom here in just a moment, Doob Snacks. And we've seen extremely aggressive plays from LG. Feels like they're taking a lot of amazing fights.
Yeah, Slash specifically has been incredibly impressive. KO Streak, a 2 upstairs as the Charizard and the Umbreon both go down as Otter and Overlord. And now points going in, 100 to 109. This game is a razor-thin margin.
Yeah, it is. As we head down towards Reggie Steele, we have great secure on the side of Luminosity. It's going to be very difficult for Peru to do anything about. Wicked Blow, one of the best in the game. Nice big move there from Slash. They pull it back. Easy secure for LG.
Draken able to eject button, get back to pad, and put some pressure back on Slash. Slash, again, very aggressive, getting straight up front, grabbing the berry, and now eject buttoning out, making it back, and has an opportunity to put a couple points in if they want to iframe out of some damage. Nope, they're going to waste all the time in the world, so that 32 points goes in. Trainer, gonna get it.
Beautiful stuff right here. 147 for Luminosity. We can see in the top path, Peru was able to secure Reggie Alecki, pick up a couple of big KOs. And Nemo already level 10. Tempo about to hit their Unite move at level 9 on this Buzzwole. Charizard on the other side, level 10. That means they also have their Unite available. Looks like they already used it a little earlier. They're going to need to charge that back up.
Well, now Buzzwole getting sussed out here, trying to pick up Otter, put them down, forcing out the big slam. Mewtwo Unite is there, and their chase is on. They do get Overlord. Tempo going down and getting out of dodge. Otter buckled as well by Anemo as they're going to keep moving forward.
Yeah, beautiful combination there by Peru, right? Like using their Unites in kind of perfect harmony.
Oh, nice.
Another Shadow Sneak grabs a KO there, and Anemo is just moving through LG, picking up multiple KOs one after another.
Otter going to try and protect this goal zone. There's 3 players from Peru here. How Luminosity is going to play around this is going to be important. They are up on the scoreboard, but really the team fights have felt to be all Peru.
Yeah, it felt like LG had a lot of really strong team fights early. We're going to see how that changes once Charizard makes it to a battle with a Unite move, though. It's a devastating Unite, picking up one of their opponents, slamming them down with that Seismic Slam, and then taking to the skies. But, Charizard takes to the skies in a few different ways if Buzzwole picks you up.
I mean, Charizard dispatched of quickly. Trainer's going to go down as well, just A-pressing through this entire Luminosity Gaming squad. 3 players blinked out of existence quickly, and now it's just a boosted up charge beam by Curios and Otter that have to defend this thing in the face of 4 players. Draken just circling around looking for an opportunity. Here comes Overlord. They need a Nemo down here. They get them. Charizard getting that knockout is important. That experience is needed. Tempo is low too. Chaos should get 2 for Overlord. Rotating up. Tempo tries to hang tough, but they cannot. Now we're on top of the goal zone here is Luminosity Gaming. They have the player advantage all of a sudden, and they shatter themselves another goal zone. I believe that was an 8 over, so they still have the score lead, now working on Lecky.
Yeah, now they're going to take this Reggie Alecki down. Really nice fight for Luminosity. You saw that Miraidon Unite move, raining the meteors from the sky, doing insane damage, while Overlord finally gets their Unite off against the opponents.
Slash always playing forward. Look at the time they've bought for Overlord to get some experience and get out of there. A nice Ice Fang on Draken, or excuse me, on Tempo, and then an Earthquake onto the birds to help secure them. They go down, yes, but a worthy exchange as they are only level 10.
Now you can take a look here. Anemo having to deal with this Reggie Alecki means they are not at this fight. That's something Luminosity knows. They could take this aggressively, but 2 of their members are away from the action as well. We see Mamoswine and Charizard not here to fight. So 4 members of Peru, they actually have the advantage down here at Reg Ice.
Now Otter is trying and getting spaced out. Mewtwo Unite is there from Zainuz. The pressure is forward. Tempo is going forward, and Charizard getting a knockout on Draken. Okay, Slash can Ice Fang on Kea, and now they're looking to push. Overlord using the Unite move, slamming down the Mewtwo, and chasing them down is what they're going to try and do. Anemo in the front line, they're gone. Now the push can happen. They've taken down 2 damage dealers. Are they going to push? No, just a casual reset, taking a deep breath, get ready for the next one.
Spinning around a little bit right here. One thing about Sharks Dupes next, they can't stop moving or they die. I've heard that. You tell me that every morning. That's the text I get from you every morning about Sharks. And Overlord right there cannot stop moving. Level 14 needs their Unite move. One combination I want to point out that I thought was really interesting, when they went for their Unite move against Mewtwo, a lot of Pokemon can't close the gap when Mewtwo uses its double teleport and then Psy Strikes, so it would slow them, knock them up. When Char's in its Unite move, it doesn't have to worry about that. It can chase it down pretty well, and then there's no knockup because it's already in the air. So this could be a really great counter into Mewtwo.
Otter taking a ton of damage. The charge beam there, enough to let Otter retreat. Peru closing out that tier 1 goal zone, 185, 139. We only have 30 seconds till Rayquaza. Will Peru look upstairs to make a play for the Reggie Alecki? Will LG look upstairs to make a play here? It looks like both teams are content just positioning for Rayquaza.
Yeah, you know what I think has been happening is the team with the more aggressive positioning right here is taking an early fight, surprising their opponents and winning. I don't think Luminosity wants to walk into this Rayquaza pit late, so they are taking an extremely aggressive position in the tall grass, looking to catch someone. Overlord kind of all alone at the top of the Ray pit right here. They know that on the side of Peru.
Good Thunder cover. Slashcan actually separating KO from the rest of the team. They have to cut and Cloud Crash take to the skies. Now we're forcing out the Mammoth Swan Unite move. They're going straight to the choke point. They actually catch Tempo in the Ice Fang. Thunder is there. The engagement follows. Buzzwell has to run away. The charge beam doesn't have the range to get it. I just saw a leaf tornado out of KO right there as they're going to move back forward. Anemo going for a huge flank. They're kind of lost in the sauce here, and I'm not sure LG knows where they are. Is the flank still available? That's the question. Shadow Sneak on Otter. They decide not to follow through.
Yeah, they don't want to follow through right here as we're kind of resetting in this moment. No great catch,
Ice
but
Fang.
once again a big Ice Fang.
Right into the Fire Blast, and now LG has the initiative. Tempo being down is huge. Not having a Buzzwall is their kryptonite, as we mentioned. They do have a lead. Are they going to start working on Rayquaza, looking for a team fight? Anemo has not hit a Shadow Sneak on the target they want. Fire Blast over the wall with the Earthquake is Slashcan. They're trying to get the time that they need. They are just peppering each other with hits, and finally Rayquaza is approaching the halfway mark. Charizard Unite on Mimikyu. They're going for the burn down. Mimikyu Unite counter back. The meteors are crashing to Earth. Mewtwo follows suit, and now we're putting damage. 2 players down instantly for Peru. KO Shrika 2 for Curios. Oh, we have the big Unite. The Wicked Blow doesn't hit its mark. The Mewtwo Mega stays standing, and now Tempo's getting low. They're gone. It's the Curios show here at the Rayquaza. Now Trainer's trying to close the gap on Zynus. Zynus is running away. Time is running thin, and Peru needs to make a move.
Yeah, 30 seconds left on the clock. There's not much they can do. Zynus has no points in their pocket. They cannot score right here. Multiple members of Luminosity making their way across the board. And of course, this is really their only shot. I don't even think they can get enough damage on it right here. I think, unfortunately for Peru, they were just completely shut down at Rayquaza. Multiple KO strings from Luminosity. All of them started by Slash with huge catches on the Buzzwole.
And now LG insulating their go zones, protecting that small lead that they have. They're going to be successful, Cowboy.
Amazing stuff here as Luminosity takes another game up 1 against Peru. I mean, this was quite a fight. I think Luminosity played this so well. They caught them, but they didn't let their opponents engage on them when they had any type of advantage. So they'd catch them, and they knew they had time, so they let the time continue to tick down. They would catch them again, and they knew the time could keep ticking down. They were already ahead. Peru had to be the team to make the play, and with, you know, one of their weapons gone, one of their tools, that Buzzwole, not available to them, they just couldn't engage on the full Luminosity crew right there. Beautiful picks by Slash.
Oh, yeah.
That Mammo Swine, the Ice Fang. I know Wazzy somewhere is pretty excited.
Yeah, I mean, the double Ice Fang getting Tempo twice and putting them in harm's way. That was a beautiful Unite move. Ice Fang bang. Look at that trap they sprung. Barely able to get out is Tempo, but unfazed. No longer having a Unite move. Bang does again straight into the Fire Blast that was already on the ground. Great positioning. And then from there it was actually Curios that totally took over.
Yeah, I mean, look at this right here. We have the Mimikyu Unite. We have the Slow Beam. They're just trying to stop this somehow, but they can't. Multiple members of Peru going down. And Luminosity correctly recognizing, like, we don't need Rayquaza here. We don't even want to get it low so that something crazy can happen and Peru can come in here and steal. We just need to play smart Pokemon Unite right now, go and defend. Trainer, player of the game right there. 6 big KOs, 41,000 damage on that Wicked Blow or Shifu build.
I really like the priority they've been putting on this Pokemon in their draft. Now, we saw it in Game 2. It didn't quite work out in the hands of Trainer. I thought maybe they should use it in the hand of Overlord, but that doesn't undersell the value of that pick first because you have 2 players on your team that can play each moveset to insane levels. And because of that, you keep your draft open, you can give the other team different looks, and it's harder for Peru to solve what you're trying to do.
Now, what we saw here was still, you know, some curveballs, I would say, from Luminosity, but it definitely felt like more of a Luminosity composition that we've recognized. This is a little stronger, it seemed like, than our Cinderace choice right here. Charizard actually with a few really nice counters to what they had on the side of Peru. I hadn't really thought of it as something that could really keep up with Mewtwo that well. A lot of attackers go down when Charizard, you know, takes to the sky. It's just really difficult for them to get away. But Mewtwo, one of the most mobile in the entire game, still really can't shake Char.
It really can't. Let's get into Game 4 here between these 2 teams. Luminosity up a game, and of course the Mew ban remains. LG with an option here. They could really go after that Slowbro if they'd like.
Yeah, here we go. The Mew, of course, they do not want to deal with this. Blissey, their next ban. Inteleon, something that a lot of teams have been banning out this weekend. And the final ban from Luminosity, what they do not want to see on the other side, it could be a Slowbro. I mean, let's face it.
I wouldn't be upset with that. from this standpoint here. And it looks like they're trying to negotiate. Maybe a couple players with a couple ideas decide on the Mewtwo Y, but there's a lot of powerful tools here at the disposal. If Kea goes Duck, now LG can grab the Slowbro for themselves if that's the direction they'd like to go.
Yeah, Psyduck, one of the newest additions to Pokemon Unite, has just been an absolute force. It is a supporter, and the way it supports is by destroying everything in its path. So it's just incredibly powerful. It has an incredible amount of disruption, right? The slows, the stuns, the knockups. It just does so much to the opposing squad. It also has its move Psychic, which will allow you to reposition your opponents briefly, which is incredible. Luminosity, their first 2 picks, the Urshifu, not surprised, and the Umbreon. Now, we saw it earlier on Otter, looking pretty good, but it also could be played by Slash, who I believe is probably the best Umbreon player in the world.
Okay, Draken is highlighting that Mamoswine here. Obviously, a great game from Slash last time on this Pokemon. However, if they go into this, now all of a sudden Slowbro kind of becomes a liability. So Luminosity maybe not banning it, not picking it, dodging one here as Otter quickly goes to Comfey. Curios, hovering Buzzwole, something that's kind of been, again, their main kryptonite, but not when you catch it early. Comfey lock here, and Overlord is going to get just the arsenal of weaponry available in Pokemon Unite to see how they close this thing out. Zacian is the pick for tempo, and Anemo going to have the opportunity to maybe, I was going to say, light it ablaze with a Charizard of their own. No, Mimikyu is where they go. Mimikyu is what they lock in, and why not?
Our final pick here over to Luminosity Gaming now. If history makes any sense, we would be seeing a Zoroark here for Overlord, right? But I'm not sure exactly what Pokemon they want to play with this.
I mean, they might switch Blue Bear to Overlord and go from there. Zoroark has pulled it, it's selected, and you can kind of hear the crowd coming alive because Overlord on this pick, Zoroark and Overlord are synonymous.
This is tough. I mean, because Peru did not grab the Slowbro, Luminosity knew that they could counterpick. I mean, they revealed their trap card here. This is the Comfey Zoroark. This is one of the most devastating combinations in all of Pokemon Unite, and the most famous player to run this in the World Championships, of course, Overlord. This could be really tough for Peru Unite. Now, if Peru can win right here, first off, they need to, so it tie up the series. But if they can win right here, they would be beating one of the strongest combinations that we have ever seen on a Pokemon Unite stage.
They do have a shutdown opportunity here in the Mimikyu, right? That Mimikyu Unite, throws the big Mimikyu blanket over their target, locks them in place, deals them some damage, and the whole team can focus fire down the target that you trap. But unfortunately for Anemo, there's a lot of other melee brawlers that are going to be in the mix, going to be in the way, that can be priority targets as well, and it's going to make it difficult for the Mimikyu to get to that Zoroark. One, because of their mobility, it's tougher to hit a Shadow Sneak to actually get in range, and two, if Zoroark does engage, it's usually going to be around other players on its team, which means it makes it not a sure thing to get that Mimikyu Unite on them. So Anemo's got the weight of the world right now. I mean, their tournament life is in his hands because they're going to need to hit that thing every single time.
Here we go. We're getting ready for our match right here. Quick pause. One of the players having an issue on the big stage. Peru, 1-game win. Luminosity, 2. Obviously, if LG takes this game, they win the entire thing right now. This is a best of 5 Dupe Stacks.
Best of 5, 1 game away is Luminosity Gaming. I'm not sure they're used to being in this position in grand finals, having lost a game. Usually it's just quick 3, let's get out of here, pack it up, go home. But we were talking about it earlier. This has not been a traditional LG run to the finals. Usually it's 2-0s, 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 grand finals, 3-0s, pack it up, let's go home. But they've had a lot of teams stepping up in this tournament to face them, taking games off them, and making this trek ever more difficult.
Yeah, this has been a pretty amazing series between these two squads. I'm so glad that it was these two running to the end. Now, of course, part of me would have loved to have seen Komai. I mean, an EU squad here. The audience obviously was absolutely in love with them yesterday, cheering for their, home region here. But these are two of the best in the world going at it right now. Luminosity looking to add another piece of hardware to the collection, looking to win their second live event of the season before they head over across another pond to Japan for ACL.
Yeah, as I mentioned, this is a great feather in the cap going into that event. Another big win on an international stage. They'll have been the only team that has collected those accolades this year, and certainly as the only Western representative in ACL, you want to show up with as much to brag about and show and prove that you should be there. Luminosity has earned it at LAIC, but this would make it a no-doubter.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, I mean, I think a lot of people are looking at Luminosity right now as sort of a return to form, maybe the best in the world back at it again. But right now, we could be looking at our last game here in our grand finals. Peru Unite, your purple team. Luminosity Gaming, your orange team. If LG wins this one, they will be your AOS Cup champions.
Overlord getting an escort here in the middle because Zorua, much like Cubfu, pretty weak early game. So making sure that if an invade occurs, they've got that support that they need to make sure they don't lose the levels. Overlord looks to be comfortably into that level 5 area to evolve and be able to jump into a path early.
Yeah, they're going to head through this central area right here, get all the experience that they need. You can see that they handed over that red buff to Otter. This is going to allow this Comfey to slow its opponents with its auto attacks right here. Kea in a little bit of trouble, going to have to back off. They're just trying to make sure that they can charge that headache gauge before a big fight.
Yeah, we saw the Cubfu hit the path. Zorark is in the bottom path, or they're looking to drop on top of the heads of Peru. They're coming in. Draken is very low, darting through, and now getting some points in successfully are all 3 players on LG. Anima with the rotation. Curios is going to be put on the chopping block, and they're going to be chopped up for certain as Overlord needs to grab these middle birds. Tons of pressure being put on. Are they going to get out of dodge just in time? Anima with the engage, and they're trying to get through. The surf is there as well. Support Kea really wants Overlord to go down. Now we're just shelling in a ton of damage. Draken barely making it out. We're still laying in surfs as Kea. Now we're picking up a Barryu, and Nemo is put back with the foul play and finally knocked out.
I mean, look at these two teams. Every time we cut to one of these paths, every time we see them, they are brawling non-stop. It really feels like they're just trying to show the other team how much better they are at this game.
One thing I want to point out, Peru expended a lot of time and resources to try and knock out Overlord. A 4-player rotation on 2, unsuccessful Spraggles, and actually Animo gets KO'd in that endeavor, which means Peru faltering early in this one. Down again, not out though.
Yeah, not out at all. However, the Comfey is on top of the Zorark right here as they start making their way to the bottom path. We see 3 members of Peru coming down here to deal with it, but before Silent can even get a headache, it gets knocked out.
Holy, okay, Overlord looking for a next target. Draken is low. That's an Electro Drift Maridon that stepped onto a landmine called Overlord. Comfey combo. Tempo running down. We see the Vine Whip come out. Doesn't really matter. Everybody's getting eviscerated on the side of Peru, and Luminosity Gaming is picking up steam. Overlord grabs the Comfey, and all of a sudden Kea is looking around saying, holy smokes, I thought I had more people on my team here. But no, their HP bar is at half, and they pop that headache. They go, and everybody backs up on LG.
Look at this here. Overlord almost level 9 already. They did tick over to it, so they have the first Unite move of the match. Massive level lead. Getting caught by the Ice Fang right here, but I don't know. I don't know if I would want to bring that towards my team. I'd be a little worried.
I mean, interestingly enough, Slash is actually playing the Wish Umbreon, so they're putting a lot of resources into Overlord here. Curio's hanging out while silently Trainer is up top trying to gain more levels, but Anemo is there as well. We're ripping through this Regirock. Is this going to be a surf play here by Kea? It is not. They don't decide not even to go in. The Psychic locks up the Comfey for just a moment. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, this is really tough for Peru so far. Obviously, a great start for Luminosity Gaming, and what looks like a great draft for them already. Regieleki in the hands of Trainer here as Luminosity sends the Zorark Comfey back to their central area. Multiple members of Peru heading to the top path right here. We're going to see if they're able to stop Trainer. It's hard to stop a Wicked Blower Shifu, and they do not.
And now going straight into the back line is Overlord, popping their Unite move, getting more sustained. Umbreon Unite as well, they're looking to push. Surf back through, get space. Draken engaged with the Earthquake, and now we're going forward. The push continues. Tempo is chasing. They want this knockout. They at least get Trainer on the hop, but Overlord makes it out, and they're going to put 70 points in downstairs.
Points right into the bottom goal zone, 15-124. While we do have the Mimikyu chasing down multiple members of LG, picking up another KO in the center there. On the tier 2, we have Zorark and Comfey continuing to score. Comfey putting 30 points into that bottom path here. Now Luminosity up 160.
I mean, this Electro Drift Miraidon is just taking so much damage every time it goes in. Yes, it's making it out most of the time, but so much so that it can't actually re-engage. We've got the Wicked Blow charged up, doesn't hit the broadside of a barn. Tempo, all the legs in the world to keep moving forward. They got that sword in that mouth, and they're looking to put it through the hearts of LG right now. We're moving through. Psychic is caught. Buzz will unite straight into the middle. Curios is going to try and help the team out. Zorak Unite is popped as well. Overlord is gone, which means Otter is next one lined up. It's Tempo taking over. Zacian saying, I'm still here too. I used to have that EX tag as well. Mimikyu Unite on Slashcan. They're looking to run and get back towards Pat.
Wow, look at that. Peru coming right back in this game, winning a massive fight, picking up huge KOs. Level-wise, they're ahead of LG right now. 11 for the Mimikyu, 11 for the Zacian, 10 right there for the Miraidon, only 111 on the side of Luminosity Gaming. They gave up so much in that engagement.
They really did. I mean, when you put all your resources into Overlord, if Overlord goes down, that is a massive experience swing into the hands of Peru. Now, slight score lead here for Luminosity Gaming, but it's even now. Couldn't even finish the sentence before it just got squared away.
Yeah, 162-162. Incredible stuff right here. Now, if there is a draw in Unite, it is the first team to hit that point threshold that would win the game, and this has happened on the big stage like this before. It's crazy, but it does happen.
Comfy Unite is out to make sure Overlord doesn't go down. We mentioned how big of a deal that is. Tempo dashing through, going back towards Pad, trying to score some points downstairs. Are Curios and Trainer. Shadow Sneak actually hits the wild Pokemon, but it puts them in range of Overlord anyways. They're looking to fight. We're sliding through. Slow Smoke is down. Anemo uses their Unite move. We're coming through. Zorak Unite back the other way. The Meteors from the Miraidon are hitting the map. Slashcan pushing forward. So are Otter and Overlord. K is low on HP. Trainer going to the back line. Electro Drift caught before it can be charged up and shot. And now we're putting in points, and all of LG's collapsing on this T1.
Yeah.
Oh, good math there, kiddos.
Beautiful stuff. 167-268 here for LG. 3 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock, which means in a minute and a half, Rayquaza hits the map. This could be the last Ray that Peru is going to see here at EUIC. They're down one game. They need to win this. Now, they've had some incredible team fights against Luminosity, but if they can't lock down that Zoroark, they will not be able to win.
Slashcan moving in, getting some vision, Ice Fang repositioned, and Slashcan in a tough spot. They make it out of this, that is truly something special, but that Shadow Sneak and another Ice Fang is going to deal with them quickly.
And here we have scores happening still in the bottom path. Luminosity just continuing to extend this point lead. This puts them in a nice position where if your opponents want to run away from Rayquaza to try to get some scores, they can't. And then also, if your opponents decide, you know, to take Ray, you still have an opportunity to defend. Overlord making it out of a very tricky situation right there.
Trainer in the face of Anemo. Anemo can't quite get the right amount of damage in to keep pursuing, and I like them peeling away. We've got under about 35 seconds until Rayquaza, and we've got a basement objective populating in that time. How is Peru going to play this? Are they going to go for a counter score?
It looks like Peru completely running away from that bottom objective. They recognize they can't fight at it just yet. Instead, they want to try to even up the scoreboard. As you mentioned, Doopsnacks, they're heading to the top path right now to put some points in, while Slash is also scoring the bottom path. 197-304 right here. Luminosity Gaming taking some really aggressive positioning around this Rayquaza pit, possibly looking for an early fight. You know, they have a game to give. Peru doesn't. So if LG gets aggressive, takes a couple of big KOs right away, they could win this entire thing. The tournament could come down to the next few moments right here. The team that could be heading to Worlds will be decided. Overlord looking for their moment, seeing if they can bait members of Peru toward their side. Peru knows how important this is and recognizes they are behind. They need to make a play. The Shadow Sneak catches Overlord, but they decide not to follow it up.
Overlord looking for Kea. Kea putting a surf down. Overlord putting damage in. Tempo with the engage. They put the slow smoke down. Overlord's going to need some help. No, they're looking to back. Slashcan's there for the cover, and that's a few resources expended right now.
It's a few resources expended, but Peru not able to make the catch they wanted. They are now getting pushed back towards their tier 2. Overlord pushing into them right now. Tempo following up.
Overlord's getting low. We have to use that Unite move. The Flowery Fields forever is down. Overlord remains standing. Everybody's pivoting back to the middle. Overlord saw that KO was isolated, and they want that KO bad. They keep chasing him down. They get it. Tempo now caught between two. Nice foul play reposition. The follow-up is there. Urshi for Unite goes in. It doesn't hit its mark. Foul play. Excuse me. Zoroark Unite comes back through to keep putting the pressure on. Finally, the meteors crash to Earth. Trainer uses the throat chop to get out of there. The birds are there. They eat a Unite. Trainer's low. Trainer's gone. Curios is looking, watching. My teammate fall. Electro Drift quickly plucked and put down by the Buzzwole on the backside. Slash Can's working through. They finally pop their Umbreon Unite. They're looking to get on top of a Nemo. Electro Drift is there. Mimikyu Unite is down on Slash. Curios is trying to come in and cover, but no, the Buzzwole Unite finally comes out, but it hits Draken. Curios gets put up, put down, and they're still fighting down here. Finally, the Buzzwole is dealt with, but Overlord and Comfy are back. Everybody's low on HP. This is Overlord's kitchen. They get them right on quickly. A Nemo tries to get them, but they put the slow smoke down. They're going to score.
There's only 20 seconds left. We have multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza. Mimikyu can rip this.
Goes in.
84 is in. Rayquaza's at half right now. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AO's Cup.
Holy smokes, that fight went on forever. That fight was all over the map.
Boa, Luminosity ganhou, campeã, mas primeiramente, bom dia, chat, como é que vocês estão? Oi. Opa, tudo bom, Marlon? Salve, como é que você tá? Bom dia e bom domingo pra você, cara. Bem?
25 season LG.
Luminosity Gaming, once again on the international stage. They've won Worlds, and they won Worlds again. Now here they are, winning LAIC, coming to EUIC, trying to make a name for themselves as the best to ever do it. Incredible stuff.
And across from them, a team that is also can be considered one of the best to ever do it. AO's Cup champions last year, here, grand finalists, again, falling just a hair shy.
Essa é nova. Ué, mas já tem, pô, muito tempo.
From LG in a grand finals set belongs to
Tanto que
this team is no slouch, this team has no quit, this team, I
tanto
guarantee
que a Luminosity acabou de ganhar.
One of the best to do it. I mean, they almost made it all the way last year. Peru is in the conversation as the best in the world. But now you are looking at maybe the best carry player to ever play Unite, playing their signature Pokemon.
80k de dano que ele cara deu de Zoroark. Aí, ó, isso daí tinha que ser pro Ru, ó. Ele tinha que estar vendo isso aí, ó. 81, 986 de Zoroark. Caraca.
I think Peru's going to be thinking about that draft for a long time.
Yeah.
Because Draken
Deu
has
pouquinho
been
dano, hein?
great slow bro.
Deu pouquinho dano, hein?
Looking at
Imagina
the
se
tournament as a
for.
whole, slow bro specifically has
Tô
not
nem aí.
been shut down.
Luminosity, quero ver o Wolf. Hoje é a final de todos os jogos, o Marlon. Esse primeiro foi o Knight, aí agora eu não faço ideia se vai ser VGC ou se ainda vai ser o TCG e o Gol, que ainda tem o Pokémon Go, né?
I think, we had some early, very confusing drafts from Luminosity, and they may have lulled their opponents into, a sense of safety where they forgot that they still had this incredible play up their sleeve. I think any team that has a Zoroark Comfey combination like that is just going to be able to. You always have to worry about it. You always have to sort out your draft into it. And when you forget to, that's when Luminosity can peel out and get a huge win like that. And of course, taking game 3, taking our grand finals like
Tu acha que tem esse evento? Tu acha que tem esse evento por quê? Olha o tamanho do palco. Tu não reparou nos 2 dias, não? Ou nos 2 outros dias, ô Marlon? Que tem literalmente uns 3 palcos, dá pra ter TCG, Pokémon Go e VGC. Literalmente dá pra ter os 3 ali. Acho que são 3 ou 4 palcos ali, ó, se você reparar. Cada partezinha roxa que você tá vendo no fundo dos caras é um palco. Só ali tá mostrando 3. E tem um ali no canto ali, o último ali do canto que não tá mostrando. Se pá deve ser o do Unite, ou seja, 4 palcos, sim. Por isso que haja estrutura para fazer todo esse evento. Não sabia? Pô, pois é.
Favorite events that Unite gets to do all year. Obviously, the crowd is amazing. Meeting everyone is so incredible, and it's a real honor to get to cast these games alongside you because they are just fantastic.
Inclusive, eles apagaram um dos negócios ali. Engraçado. Eu tô cheio de sono aí. Eu acordei uns 4 e pouca. Esperei pra 5 e alguma coisa fazer live. Aí eu fiz. Abri a live e falei. Aí começou com o Unite e falei. Já vou deixar a mensagenzinha aqui no chat. Inclusive. Você falou ali do Wolf. Uma mania do pessoal entrar em live e não ler, né? Eu escrevi bem ali, ó. Tá ali bem escrito. Fui dormir para esperar o final do VGC. Enquanto isso, deve rolar as finais do Unite, TCG e Gol. Bom dia e bom domingo a todos. Já acordo. Cadê meu mano, professor Girafales? Deve ter aparecido já e daqui a pouco deve aparecer de novo.
It absolutely is, and I know you and I tongue-in-cheek on OC quite a bit, but I mean they made day 2 of an international
Oi,
event.
mano. Tudo que eu quero ver é ver quem vai ganhar. E é isso.
Yeah, they took the Zora Comfy and just who's the most dominating? I don't know. 9 minutes. I think I've seen
against LG quite some
time. Maybe took their eye off the ball near the end there a little bit. We don't talk about that.
Só acordou pra ver o. Só acordou pra ver o jogo, né?
Showing that they've got it in them to step up in these situations on the stage, and you got to be excited. This is worldwide.
Eu também não cheguei a ver um jogo da Luminosity contra a Peru Game. Peru Unite contra a Luminosity Game. Não cheguei a ver um jogo. Só vi agora no finalzinho, a Luminosity ganhando.
Luminosity is probably the best team in the world, maybe better than they have looked as the world champions. You have a team like Peru, which you wonder, I mean, after their performance last season, are they still going to have it in the tank? They absolutely do. And then I think the EU has been a little bit of a question mark this season, but after seeing how Kamai performed, after seeing how competitive they were with Lelovers, and now
E sabe lá o que vai ser agora, porque não parece ser VGC agora não.
And I was not sure where they were as a region. Right now, I think they feel pretty strong. Really
Wolf disse que o Hunter é melhor que o Gengar. Se o homem disse, tá falado. E tu segue muito o que esse Wolf fala. Ou seja, se esse Wolf falar pra você passar de... ficar debaixo... Ficar ali literalmente deitado num trilho de ferro enquanto um trem tá passando, você vai fazer, né? Já dizia a nossa mãe, não somos todo mundo e não tem que ficar seguindo os outros assim não. Não faço o que eu digo e não faço o que eu faço.
I mean, obviously those grand finals were amazing, but watching, the home region fight there with so many fans.
2 horas de live já, cara, esse pá vai ser a mesma injeção de linguiça que foi.
So incredible because it can all come down to this just very small decision, just a mistake on timing by one of these squads. You decide to not hit Rayquaza a few times and instead chase one of the enemies around for a second. That gives your opponents enough time to come back.
Eu não sei se compensa. Acabou. Mostrou o campeão, finalizei. Não sei o que eu vou fazer. O Hunter tem Levitate. O Gengar tem defesa de body. Olha só, em defesa do Gengar, ele tinha Levitate, mas tiraram essa habilidade dele. Então. Tiraram essa habilidade do Gengar. Então não conta isso aí. Marlon, tu perdeu, tá? No começo Da live aqui, na transmissão vazou o microfone de alguém aqui. O pessoal tava falando, muito engraçado. O roteiro é mais maneiro que o Gengar. Eu gosto de toda a linha evolutiva, eu gosto do Fantasma, eu gosto do Gengar, então tá ótimo pra mim.
These are some big moments as Peru. Luminosity, this is that game number 2 right there with the Cinderace, the Hoopa, and it just didn't seem to go LG's way. Peru right back in this thing. Back to Zoinks. Nope, back to the game.
Back to the game as we are in our game 3. We have the Mewtwo Unite, Miraidon Unite, Luminosity Gaming circling around. Again, the big Charizard putting the pressure on, and one by one you see Peru falling, and it was really the relentless effort of Overlord.
Ó o meu Mamunzoine lá. Uma pena que foi pro time que... Ah, tá. Pera, Luminosity jogou com o meu Mamunzoine? Eba!
And now here they're just trying to take down the Rayquaza, but they are not able to in time. LG able to stop them right here.
Nice! Yeah! I got those! Come on, let's go!
A animação dos caras aqui da hora. O Zoroark roubou o Rayquaza, foi isso? Foi, né? Mano, esse coreano definitivamente definiu como seria se eu tivesse ganho o campeonato também, cara. O pessoal pode falar, ele foi ridículo, que não sei o que, mentira. Qualquer um na pele daquele moleque lá faria o mesmo num jogo desse. Mano, que bosta, alcance de bola. Charizard do Alexandre usou o Quake, acertou o Gengar, perdeu o Quake. Não, assim, o pior que o Cancel Body é um ataque, é uma habilidade boa. O problema é que a chance de pegar ela é muito 880. Ou ela vai pegar mesmo ou esquece. Pra ter noção, é mais fácil você pegar. É mais fácil você dar um Double Protect e conseguir desviar de um ataque e acertar o teu golpe do que o Cancel Body funcionar. Só pra ter noção. Não, mas a porcentagem é mais alta que não sei o que, não. Na prática é realmente isso. É mais fácil você dar um Double Protect, e você acertar o golpe depois do Double Protect. Acerta mais seu aliado no seu aliado do que nos outros. Não, e é muito baixo, cara. Não sei como é que... Assim, eles tinham que aumentar a porcentagem de acertar, porque é muito baixa, é ridículo, cara. É uma habilidade que deixa o Pokémon praticamente descartável, querendo ou não. Entendeu? Ó, se não for... Eu vou fazer uma coisinha rapidinho, gente, pegar água. Se não for a final do VGC, eu vou voltar aqui, vou voltar a dormir e vocês apreciam.
However, a team that's a little bit more structured, like a Peru, they have solved fairly well, and we've seen them be successful against those types of squads. And then there's the third side, which it exists, and then there's teams that play like that, and then they would beat the other ones.
I love that they finally brought us back on camera when they thought surely we were done with the triangles, but nope, you got it in there. Yeah, you're absolutely right, though. It's those different play styles, right? You know, some work against certain teams. Your run through the World Championships, through the AOS Cup here at EUIC, it really could change dramatically depending on what kind of team is thrown your way. The classic fire, water, grass typing thing really does feel like it runs into Pokemon Unite with the styles of these teams.
It really does. It really does. And again, a team that Luminosity faces a bunch are other NA squads, so they get the looks. They have more experience playing against LG, whereas when LG steps out...
Look at this little sneak back here. I just noticed.
You know what? Good adjustment.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome, production.
Stop clapping for me, production. This is so embarrassing. A standing ovation for moving. I guess it was the right call.
You know who never started clapping? The entire crowd. When you said give it up, or
Vamos ver. E detalhe, pelo que eu entendi, todas são indecisos.
Alright, I won't retire then. You'll see me back here again, maybe, if we're not fired.
Move it back, sure.
Eu acho que até o VGC vai ser indeciso.
We were going somewhere with that bit of conversation, but then you decided to touch the mimicry, and just like dogs chasing a car, we're off.
All right, and we're back. We're back to what we were talking about, which of course was the different styles of these teams clashing. It's my favorite part of the international competition. There's so much talk throughout the year, especially year one, because we didn't have this. Like, which region's best? Oh, North America, they play this way. Oh, I remember Korea. Korea is so wild. Their region is just like only caring about scoring. When these run into each other, who's going to win? It was really fascinating to see all of that collide at the first Worlds. And now, as Unite has continued to evolve, we have more and more international competitions as the years have gone on, and it is the best thing for the game. It's amazing.
It absolutely is. It's forcing these teams to evolve and innovate because there's so much information and video footage for teams to study that you can't stay stagnant for too long lest you be solved quickly. And that's what we're seeing here out of Luminosity with all the different looks we're seeing. Even a different draft strategy here by Peru that we've seen historically. You see Komai that was completely going in a different direction with things like Zero Aura and like Buzzwole Jungle, whether that was
Salve, bom dia, como é que você tá, cara? Bom domingo pra você. E aí? O U sabe que o porão... O U sabe o que é o porão do Marlon. Então ele sabe qual é o grande mistério do Marlon? Eita!
For us, the life cycle of a weekend.
Yeah, and thinking of this weekend, something that has to be, one of the standout things from the weekend, maybe the team of the weekend, was not here in the grand finals. It was Komai Esport. Coming really out of nowhere. Some of their players just becoming old enough, 16 years old, to compete in this tournament. And they showed up and almost made it to our grand finals. That is quite a story.
Ele não pode contar. Mas aí tu contou pra a pessoa que pode a qualquer momento contar, beleza, mano. Tô bem, mano. Tá vendo regional? Tô vendo regional, outra. Tô desde sexta-feira aqui acompanhando as lives de regional. Já não aguento mais acordar 5h45 da manhã pra assistir essa bodega. Ainda bem que é como em Londres, né? Então os horários não ajudam muito, mas ainda bem que o próximo é em Fortaleza. Pelo menos é aqui no Brasil, né? Chamou o Alexandre pro porão? Eita, coitado do Alexandre. Deve ser por isso que ele sumiu, né? E nunca mais ele apareceu. Mas ela tá explicando por que ele nunca mais apareceu. Acabou de... Mano Troy, acabou de ser a final do Unite entre Luminosity Game e Peru Unite. A Luminosity ganhou por 3-1. Então, tô esperando, na verdade, a final do VGC, né? Tava dormindo até agora, deixei a live aberta. Se tiver as finais do TCG e do Pokémon GO, eu vou tirar mais um cochilo e é isso. Até vir o jogo que eu quero. Eu lembro que joguei o regional lá em Curitiba, cheguei até as quartas. Por pouco eu não chego ao nacional. E tu lembra do teu time, Troy? Que da hora. Eu tenho vontade de jogar um regional. Quem sabe um dia. Alexandre vai saber o que tem no porão. E se duvidar, o Saturno também vai saber. Aí, só pessoa que tem um tempo que não entra na live. Marlon, tu tá... Você está fazendo
where LG will be. So not only do you
Você
have
está
a bunch
fazendo
of teams,
não
you have the
convite
best
das
teams from all
pessoas
those regions
a permanecerem num lugar contra a vontade delas, é isso?
even out the scales to see where the world sets. How can Komai, for example, compare itself to LG and then compare itself to these Eastern teams based on LG's results?
Tá, cerimônia de troféu pro Unite, pelo visto é o próximo. Então, eu vou fazer o seguinte, gente. Eu vou... É porque eu tentei falar que você pega pessoas contra a vontade delas e esconde no lugar sem que fique perigoso pro YouTube falar, opa, ele tá falando coisas estranhas, entendeu? Pra eu não falar a palavra. Ó, mas pelo visto vai ser a premiação, o próximo, né? A premiação do Unite. Então, eu vou fazer o seguinte, chat. Eu vou voltar ao meu cochilo e vejo vocês daqui a pouco. A live não vai acabar, tá? Eu só vou deixar a live montada, eu vou deixar vocês ouvindo aí a live. E até daqui a pouco, Marlon, até daqui a pouco, Troy. Quem aparecer aí, desde já, bom domingo a todos, bom dia a todos e muito obrigado aí por todo mundo que está assistindo. Então, eu volto daqui a pouco, chat.
Competing in the Unite Championship Series, which it looks like they are going to be making their way into it. We're going to see a merging of these, two ranked modes in some way, possibly at some point. I can't wait to find out what that will look like. We still don't know, but I know that the future of that is very exciting.
It absolutely is. Now, for Pokemon Unite specifically, what a weekend.
Yeah.
What a weekend. And I feel like EUIC always sets the bar incredibly high for the rest of the season. This was our first time at LAIC as well. The crowd there did not disappoint whatsoever. But this is continuing our path forward. Incredibly exciting time. And this is a great season of Unite. Longest season we've had as well.
That's right. And I want to give one more huge thank you to everybody from me and Doob Snacks, because we are going to throw it up to the big stage for the trophy ceremony. Goodbye, everybody, and enjoy.
Sunday is all about the best of the best going head to head to show off their incredible skill, their teamwork, and their determination, all while being watched by millions all around the world. Pokemon Unite has set an incredible standard for our championship Sunday with some thrilling, hard-fought battles in our grand finals. But before we move on, it is time to crown our champions. So let's crown our Pokemon Unite finalists and championship teams. Starting with our second place finalist, Peru Unite. With Zainus. And Draken. And Tempo. And Kea. Peru Unite. And another big round of applause for our Pokemon Unite International Champions, Luminosity Gaming. Otter. Trainer. Kyrios. Slash. And Overlord. Luminosity Gaming. Trainers, raise your trophies high in the air. Everyone, let's give one final thunderous round of applause for our 2025 Pokemon European International Champions. We can't thank you all enough for the overwhelming love and energy you've shown to Pokemon Unite this weekend. This community is what makes this game unforgettable. Don't forget to share your favorite moments from this weekend using hashtag PokemonEUIC or check out all of the videos on Pokemon.com/broadcast. With our Pokemon Unite International Champions crowned, the excitement doesn't stop here. Next up, it's going to be Pokemon Go. We've got the winners finals, losers finals, and champion match still to come. So let's send it over to the Pokemon Go casters to continue the action. Trainers, stay with us. There's plenty more on Championship Sunday.
Beyond honored to sit here on Championship Sunday for the EUIC 2025.
This day has always been amazing. Every single year, EUIC has the most intense battles in Pokemon Go, and this morning will not disappoint as we see Patoman and Zweilos up first. Amazing trainers battling their way through, not losing a single set yesterday. And Kaifu as well, the comeback king, is going to be fighting his way to try to get to the grand finals.
Yep, in fact, Zweilos didn't even lose a single game on day 1 and 2. But before we get deeper into that, we have a format video to explain how the EUIC works.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Center here in London, UK. Pokemon Go trainers have traveled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This epic tournament is a 3-day battle with trainers dueling in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format until only 3 remained at the end of day 2. Today, on Championship Sunday, the intensity hits a fever pitch as our remaining trainers face off in the final matches, where only one will emerge victorious as the European International Champion. The high-stakes winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals will each be a best-of-5 showdown. Every match follows the Bring 6 Pick 3 format, where trainers must craft a team of 6 Pokemon but can only bring 3 into each game, making every choice a game changer. All trainers playing today have already qualified for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, but it's all about bragging rights right now to see who will be crowned the European International Champion. Let's cheer on our competitors and get right into the action.
Thanks, me. Now that we've cleared this up, we're going to go deeper into the analysis of our winners finalists. Zweilos completely undefeated versus Patoman, and Patoman has had a phenomenal season here as well so far.
Yeah, Patoman having takedown inadequates. Kaifu and where is he? Fighting his way through yesterday, and is going to be getting into the finals here against Zweilos.
Yeah, the losers bracket is up next. Of course, we have Kaifu as well, who basically won the losers bracket on day 2, making it to Championship Sunday. Only one trainer can advance to this point from the losers finals, battling it out versus Inadequates, Nighttime Clasher, Arceus, Aurelius, and Tauntaun Batteuse.
Yeah, what a gauntlet Kaifu went through to come to this finals Championship Sunday, and I'm very excited to see what he's going to bring in his first set of battles.
Yep, and of course there's also prizes on the line. We can see what these trainers got for their battles. First place gets $5,000, second place $3,000, and third place $2,000.
Yeah, and even all the way down to 13th place. This is an amazing event if you're coming to compete and take home some cash.
Yep, covers all the costs, gets you some nice dinner afterwards with your friends, because this is what Pokemon Go is all about, the community, you know. So Who do you think is going to take it?
Ooh, if I had to take a guess, right, between all three, I loved what Kaifu did yesterday, going through Marto, going through Inadequence, fighting his way to Championship Sunday for the first time ever. And I would love to see him take the victory, but that doesn't mean I'm not supportive of Padoman and Zweilos. They are both top-class trainers in their own right. I'm just excited to see amazing battles today.
Yep, I mean, in the end, every trainer who makes it this far is going to be deserving of a victory. There you can see him, Zweilos, Padoman, and of course Köfje as well in the losers finals. So the player who loses the winners finals will be facing Köfje in the losers finals, and then the winner of the losers finals will advance to the grand finals against the winner of the winners finals.
And what's amazing as well is the unique Pokemon that they have brought. I want you guys to notice there is no Annihilate on any of their rosters. We are seeing the Primeape on Championship Sunday. Do we have a new king of the fighters?
Apparently, and it is the regular one and the shadow one. So we have seen all those trainers say, hey, there are merits and problems with both of these Pokemon, so you have to pick your poison. You have to choose which one is going to get you to Championship Sunday. And apparently, both are very, very capable of that.
Yeah, and some other unique Pokemon like Talonflame as well. We've seen dominant in this tournament, flown by Inadequence, and now with Zweilos running it as well. It's a very dominant flyer in this meta. And we also see the Shadow Walrein on Padoman, which was actually your pick.
Yeah, that is true. I went with regular Walrein. I regret that a lot. But this was a Pokemon that I thought was really, really good at countering Jumpluff. And Jumpluff is actually a Pokemon that if you are following the stream for a longer time, you can get with the Twitch drops. Because for each game, if you're following the stream, we have Twitch drops for you. For Pokemon Go, it is Jumpluff and an Elite TM. They are so rare, you really want them to get those legacy attacks on your Pokemon.
Yeah, Jumpluff is an amazing Pokemon. Signature Pokemon by Marto this season, dominating it well. Yesterday we saw him go a reverse 3-0 sweep with a Jumpluff, a 1v3. It was absolutely amazing to watch. Very strong Pokemon to have on your roster.
Yep, it won him the game versus Zephymastix in game 2, actually beating a Talonflame. That was crazy. Next up is TCG, so if you're watching from home and you're a TCG player, go get this EVEX full art. That is beautiful with the code EYC25 Rainbow DNA.
That is a beautiful card indeed.
Yep, definitely. Also the ability, I think, is called Rainbow DNA. And you can, of course, also get those Sylveon EX, Leafeon EX, and Glaceon. And for VG as well, we have Pokemon. I think this is a familiar face. Exactly. Marco Silva's winning Jumpluff from the LAIC 2025 with the code EU1C25 Sunny Day.
Yeah, Jumpluff, such a good Pokemon. So nice he can get it twice now, right?
It's the Johto Goat now, right? This Pokemon has dominated the competitive scene out of nowhere because I think in no game Jumpluff was this dominant ever before.
Yeah, it's such a good meta for a Jumpluff to be in, right? With all the Azumarill running around, all the fighters running around. But now Talonflame has risen its way to Championship Sunday. I'm excited to see Zweilos pilot that to perfection against Padoman in the first series.
Yep, Championship Sunday, big deal. If you always want to stay updated, go to Pokemon.com/broadcast. We have it here on the lower side of the screen. Also, you can follow our socials. Use hashtag PokemonEUIC, hashtag PlayPokemon. We will follow your posts as well. You might as well end up on the broadcast.
Yeah, and the experience on stage that we're going to be watching is amazing, but your experience at this event is valued as well. So be sure to share, be sure to use the hashtag PokemonEUIC, is because this event, it's the best in the world, I think.
Yep, I mean, there's also the World Championship.
There is the Worlds, but I'm going to be biased on the ICs because it is EUIC.
Yep, EUIC, phenomenal event. I've been here last year as well. It was an absolute fever dream. It was so much fun. And now, last year, we had NA versus EU in the grand finals with Emmy Weedle versus Doonberg. But now we have 3 European trainers from Germany, Spain, and Belgium.
Yeah, these trainers are at the top of their class. And as Padoman, I remember the first time winning a regional with that Alolan Ninetales, and I think that was a big momentum shift for him as a competitor, because when you finally get that win, you know what you are capable of, and he is in Championship Sunday on the biggest stage. I definitely see big promise in his games today.
You know what I just heard, Zionic? The players are ready. Championship Sunday for Pokemon Go can start. Let's go over to the stage. I love the noise that the viewers make here. You can see it, the Shadow Walrun on the side of Pataman. We've seen it so many times before used by him and Zizwilos with the Charger Bug, Primeape, and Talonflame.
That Charger Bug, I think, has a lot of utility here, right? You look at the Shadow Walrun, the Mandibuzz, and the Azumarill. There are great targets right there, along with a lot of neutral damage that you can do to the team. I wouldn't be surprised if Zizwilos brings it every single game.
Yeah, especially if you're looking at all three teams, there's so much neutral play. The Talonflame looks good as well into most of the Pokemon that Pataman can bring. The energy is never really walled. Nothing resists flying type on the side of Pataman.
Yeah, and the Primeape as well. You might notice it's not Shadow. And Zwilo said yesterday he likes the non-Shadow variant because of its ability to survive a lot better in more neutral matchups, because with the Karate Chop energy gain and the Rage Fist damage boost, you can still put on a lot of pressure without taking as much fast move damage.
And also the matchup versus Azumarill, if you have two shields, is much cleaner because you get out of it super boosted with a lot more HP. If you're playing the Shadow one, you could still win that one, but still those bubbles add up a little too much for your liking. And there we have Shadow Walrun. Also, the Air Slash Mandibuzz has incredible win through the tournament.
Yes, and Galarian Corsola as well has been pretty dominant in the matchups, but there is a Diggersby on Zwilos' side, and we have seen what can happen. Nighttime Clasher specifically yesterday walled so many Galarian Corsolas with that Diggersby that I wouldn't be surprised if Zwilos decides to bring that as well, as they are both locked in. We are getting into Game 1, best of 5 on Championship Sunday.
Let's make some noise! Zwilos versus Pataman, and the lead is going to be Diggersby versus Galarian Corsola.
That is what you want to see if you're Zwilos, but we see a quick pivot out from Pataman into the Shadow Drapion.
Oh, and that is going to be very, very interesting, because your best answer on your line for Zwilos against the Galarian Corsola is Diggersby, but also against the Shadow Drapion, it's Diggersby.
Yeah, the Aqua Tail does land some nice damage right there, looking to go for the Scorching Sands, as this will do a lot. Pataman likely going to give up the first Protect Shield, as a lot of utility can come from a Shadow Drapion with energy.
Quick attack damage does matter, though, and also there might be a chance for a debuff here. There is no debuff. Primeape is going to be switched in here.
This is the kind of matchup you want to see with the Primeape. 2-to-1 shields, but there is an Aqua Tail coming through. Will we see the first Protect Shield from Zwilos?
I think you might want to start shielding the second Aqua Tail, but you can also throw on Charge Attack priority here. Goes for the close combat here immediately. Will Pataman call this?
Does call it, giving up the Protect Shield. Now Primeape in a dangerous situation. Those Poison Stings are going to start adding up, as we can see the Aqua Tail now coming through. Zwilos opting to give up the first Protect Shield, wants to get some more utility out of the Primeape.
Pataman even no charging that Aqua Tail, wants to go for a farm down here on that Primeape. Tries to go for the swap, brings in the Azumarill. Azumarill can't catch the close combat, but Zwilos has to throw it.
At the last second throwing, and this is going to be some nice chip damage, even though it is going to be resisted because of that Fairy typing. He's able to swap out and save the Primeape. That is huge and might come in very crucial at the end of this match.
Yeah, and that is huge for Zwilos, because now he has the Diggersby in the back waiting for the Galarian Corsola. Azumarill is having a tough time withstanding those Volt Switches.
Zwilos maintaining positive switch advantage right here is huge. The Charger Bug aligned to the Azumarill with no shields. The Diggersby aligned to the Corsola with no shields. It's Charger Bug's time to knock out the Azumarill.
Yep, and now you have so much energy on that Charger Bug. No Protect Shields left remaining for Pataman in such a difficult spot for him, and now Zwilos will actually get to another discharge after this. This is so much damage. At which point do you want to bring in the Diggersby here?
I think if you're Zwilos, I think you just want the Charger Bug to safely go down and try to do as much chip damage as possible, because the last thing you want is to be switch locked into that Shadow Drapion. But even then, there's no Protect Shields remaining on Pataman's side, so Diggersby would be able to handle that effectively.
Yep, brings in the Diggersby. Now Drapion will have to go in there as well, is ready with an Aqua Tail. Zwilos is going to reach the Fire Punch before the second Aqua Tail still also has a Protect Shield remaining. Why wouldn't you use it here? There's only a Corsola in the back.
That's a great call on Zwilos' side, knowing that Fire Punch is going to be enough damage to take out the Shadow Drapion right here. Zwilos got the positive lead. Zwilos maintained positive switch advantage, and with it, the momentum to take Game 1 as we see the final matchup against the Corsola.
And now we have the slowest matchup in the Open Great League. It is Diggersby versus Astonish. Both Pokemon tickling each other at max with fast attacks, but Diggersby just has the advantage with the neutral coverage. Scorching Sands.
Game 1 going to Zwilos, but don't count Pataman out just yet, as this is going to be a best of 5 right there. But like we said, Charger Bug would have been crucial. The Diggersby would have been crucial, and that's exactly what happened in Game 1. We saw a very positive lead, and it was tough for Pataman to really recover from that.
Yeah, Pataman just swapped out into the Azumarill in the end, where he could have tried to go for a farm down on that Primate with the Shadow Drapion. I don't quite remember the situation in which he was in. If he would have reached another Rage Fist, try to get that Drapion into the back with a little bit of energy, waiting for the Diggersby to perhaps later on play out something. Also, I think he was very much hoping that there wasn't a Charger Bug in the back waiting for that Azumarill.
Yeah, and I like the composure from Zweilos, right? We saw that first Oggo Tail. A lot of times trainers will be going, oh, I have a very powerful glassy Pokemon. I don't want to get hit with any damage. But Zweilos knows I can just save my shields for my other Pokemon because I have that positive switch alignment. I can still dominate this matchup because of how much damage close combat can do. Yeah. And even at the last second, going for the close combat against the Azumarill to do that extra chip damage was amazing.
And here we see the accolades of these trainers, especially in this season, regional finalist in Birmingham and Gdansk. And he's in a final again. Dortmund regional top 8 as well as a good placing in Honolulu, Hawaii.
Very good placings from both trainers over the years, and that Gdansk win. I remember that the community cheered for him finally getting his first victory with the Alolan Ninetales.
He went into the regionals as Liverpool as his first tournament, got into the finals, then got into another finals at the special event in Barcelona, losing to Zweilos actually in that finals. And then he finally won in Gdansk with that charm Alolan Ninetales against his friend Tauntaun Butters.
Yeah, and the Psyduck there on stage. We love the plushies that are brought up there. Psyduck being a dominant Pokemon in Unite as well, which was fun to see in our championship series earlier on. But both trainers are locked in. We are getting into Game 2.
And Pataman just sticks to his strategy with the Corsola in the lead, and this time it's looking much better. Of course, it is not as catastrophic for Zweilos as if he was running the Annihilate in this matchup.
This is the exact situation Zweilos is wanting to have with the normal Primate. You don't take as much damage from those Astonishes while still being able to do so much damage back with the Rage Fist.
Yep, you can make this uncomfortable for Pataman in this situation. You have to give up a shield here to not take too much damage. Now we are already into those boosted Rage Fists here. You can farm up a little more energy, throw the next one.
Yeah, here comes the next Rage Fist. Ooh. The Corsola, I don't think is going to be knocked out right here. Pataman knows it, safely gives up a no protect shield, but this is going to come down to will Zweilos decide to give 2 shields? No, forcing the charge attack priority right there, putting the control in Pataman's side to give it the first protect shield.
Now the question is, can Pataman farm this down with 2 Astonishes, or will Zweilos get to the next charge attack? Nope, Pataman decides to throw the Astonish here.
Oh, does he give it the protect shield? He does. He wants to put all his faith in the Primate. Will we get a farm down? Yes, we do. That's a lot of energy now on Primate. Will we see a quick swap out to save the close combat for later?
Are you close combat everything that comes in here now? You're double boosted, maybe even triple boosted. Close combat here will surely take up a shield.
Yes, this is going to be getting the final protect shield. All shields are down. There is a Diggersby ready for that Shadow Drapion. Let's see how this plays out, as 1 Scorching Sands might just be enough.
Yep, 1 Scorching Sands is going to deal a lot of damage together with those quick attacks. Super effective damage. And in the back, Pataman has decided to this time around bring the Shadow Merak to counter a Charger Bug. But Zweilos kind of saw this coming, brings in a Azumarill.
Great composure there from Zweilos, maintaining the energy, ensuring that he has the Scorching Sands on the back end for the Shadow Drapion. Azumarill, a great counter option here into the Kanto Marowak, as that Ice Beam and Bubble damage is going to be devastating.
And now Zweilos tries to throw on charge attack priority. Pataman will try to get enough damage onto this to get a possible farm down with the Shadow Drapion. Zweilos will maybe go for an undercharge here so that the Shadow Drapion doesn't get too much in, or you just try to knock out the Marowak. Actually, this HP might be enough to get to another charge attack on the Azumarill. Even there's still plenty of time on that switch timer here.
Yeah, you do get the 1 bubble farm down right there, and the Shadow Drapion is going to have to throw a charge move here, as that Ice Beam or Play Rough is going to be thrown right away, and this is going to be chipping down the health. Zweilos now is only going to need the Fire Punch after, but the Scorching Sands is ready.
Play?
Yeah, we might
see a combo play. He swaps in. It's anticipated by Pataman. He goes for the Aqua Tail.
But this is not going to be enough damage. Diggersby is far too tanky, as Zweilos is going to be taking Game 2 as the Scorching Sands is locked and loaded. Shadow Drapion with no protect shields. Zweilos is taking Game 2. Pataman is going to have to fight for a reverse 3-0 sweep if he wants to maintain his way to Championship Sunday.
A bad lead in the front, but party in the back for Zizwailos, recognizing I need to try and farm down this Galarian Corsola with my karate chops there, so I can have the Diggersby aligned onto the Shadow Drapion, because the Shadow Drapion is one of the only Pokemon on Pataman's team that really conveniently answers the Talonflame that Zizwailos hasn't even brought yet.
Yeah, and Zizwailos, that first match, right, the Primate versus the Corsola, it was the exact situation where you don't take as much damage from fast moves because you are not that Shadow typing. And we saw, never have I ever seen the Karate Chop farm down a Ghost type Pokemon on the biggest stage here at EUIC, but Zizwailos, calm and composed, able to get game 2 as we take a look back at some of the replays.
I want to make this very, very clear. Zizwailos hasn't lost a game yet. He is 2-0 in the winners finals on Championship Sunday. He is still completely undefeated, very smartly going into the Marowak matchup for Azumarill very late, so he can have a Scorching Sands ready on that Diggersby in the back.
Yeah, and a very subtle play by the Diggersby in that mid game, making sure he loaded back up with energy before coming in with the Azumarill. The top trainers know that they need to have that energy ready, because otherwise, if you fall behind on energy against a Shadow Drapion, it is all over.
Exactly. Shadow Drapion has been the Pokemon of the tournament almost so far, of the last 10 tournaments, I want to say. In those 16 tournament winning teams we've had so far in this season, we have had 10 Shadow Drapions. And now the trainers are locked in. Maybe the decisive game 3. Zizwailos is leading 2-0 versus Pataman.
Zizwailos now faces off against the Azumarill on the lead, but I don't think he's too bothered. Send your ghosts, send your fairies. Primeape does not care.
Yep, Primeape has had the worst lead so far, and Zizwailos won the game with it. This is another typing disadvantage, but I think at this situation, Zizwailos just thinks, hey, I just won the last one, why can't I win this one?
Just Rage Fist your way through. You have 2 Protect Shields. The Azumarill's damage really is coming from that play rough. The bubbles will start adding up, but the Primeape's damage is starting to get out of control if you can't stop it.
Yep, easy shield here, you're double boosted already, and this is where the power of the Primeape just really shines. Oh, and a swap out from Pataman going into that Shadow Drapion, because he knows if Zizwailos wants to knock it out, he has to throw a close combat. But Zizwailos goes for the Rage Fist bait, and it gets shielded.
Gets the Protect Shield right there, but Shadow Drapion getting close to that the Aqua Tail, and a quick swap into Azumarill by Zizwailos, hoping to catch the charge move.
Yep, doesn't even go into the Diggersby here, because he knows Pataman has so much energy, and the energy is actually walled by Azumarill while it gets super effective on that Diggersby.
Yeah, that's a great call. Even though the Diggersby, right, has the Scorching Sands, it's gonna take so much damage from a Shadow Drapion, and the Azumarill is that bulky typing that can survive these crunches, but it needs to start firing off these charge moves and put the pressure back on.
Another defense debuff on that Azumarill, another shield used by Pataman on that Shadow Drapion, saying, you are maybe the best Pokemon in the Great League right now. I will use you to my advantage. Tries to go for an aggressive farm down. Oh! And catches the Ice Beam on his own Azumarill. Pataman is back in this.
This is a dangerous position to be in, as a Shadow Drapion in the back with loaded energy is probably the biggest sweeper of this tournament, and a beautiful catch by Pataman as we see the counter swap now into the Diggersby.
Yep, Zizwailos went for 2 more bubbles on his own Azumarill, doesn't reach another charge attack, and now the Ice Beam is immediately fired off into the Diggersby. Diggersby is facing so much damage, so many super effective charge attacks, but keep in mind, there is a Primeape. You can easily end games with 2 close combats.
Yes, the Scorching Sands now going to be coming through, knocking out the Azumarill. We will see the Shadow Kanto Marowak come in and load up on energy, but Zizwailos and his Diggersby does have 1 Protect Shield remaining. He's just got to be very careful about when he decides to use it.
Yep, and Pataman not trying to throw before the Scorching Sands here. Very smart, wants to load up on energy to unleash it onto the Primeape. The sweeping Pokemon for Zizwailos goes up to maximum energy, throws a Bone Club here.
All right, the Bone Club will be knocking out, and we'll have to see what Zizwailos decides to bring in. But remember, that Shadow Drapion has multiple charge moves. We will see the Primeape come in. Can all the weight be put on Primeape's shoulders to secure the 3rd victory of this match? Here we go.
Oh, the cross chop comes through. Shield will have to be used here. Doesn't go for a peekaboo patch by bringing in Primeape and go into the Azumarill immediately. Pataman is going to answer with the Drapion. Goes for the Aqua Tail. The Aqua Tail is going going to knock out these. Wireless is still in this.
What a beautiful catch right there, but the game is not over. Shadow Drapion has far too much energy. There's still one Protect Shield remaining from Zizwailos' side, but unfortunately Shadow Drapion is just way too strong. Pataman is going to be knocked, barely able to hang on, but there is not enough energy, and Pataman takes game 3.
The first trainer to even take a game off of Zizwailos at the EUIC 2025, and in what a dominating manner. Pataman bringing in this Shadow Drapion, saying, hey, this Pokemon is completely strong here. I will use this to win the game. Plays around with the energy. We've seen this time and time again from trainers over the weekend, that you are loading up on energy on the Shadow Drapion, swapping it out before your opponent can use his Pokemon to throw something. The Ice Beam catch on the Azumarill might have won him the game, but he was already looking so good in this situation.
Yeah, we've even seen Shadow Drapion's mirror leads halfway through at 50% HP, both swap out at the same time, because all the trainers know that if you can keep a Shadow Drapion to the very end with energy, the odds of winning go up exponentially.
That was Arceus Aurelius versus Crayfie actually yesterday.
Yeah.
Where both trainers swapped out at the same time. Now we're seeing Crunch on the Azumarill. Not too much damage, I want to say.
Yeah, and the Azumarill right here goes for the aggressive farm down, and the beautiful catch by Pataman. That was definitely a momentum shift on his side, and he knows it. And Zizwailos needs to secure game 3 quickly, because if Pataman gets game 4 and we go to a decisive game 5, Pataman might have the momentum there.
Yeah, Zizwailos just, he doesn't even know what's happening right here. Losing a game, what even is this? But the players are ready. We're going into game 4, and it is Diggersby versus Azumarill. Another positive lead picked up by Pataman.
Both trainers having similar Pokemon on their rosters. This quick swap out into Primeape against the Azumarill. This is very interesting, wanting to keep the Diggersby in the back just in case there is that Galarian Corsola.
And that was so good, doing one quick attack, taking 0.5 seconds to swap in the Primeape to conveniently throw on 4 Karate Chops again, to throw on good timing, get your damage boosted as fast as possible. And also your opponent can't really swap anything into the Primeape.
Man, I'm starting to be a Primeape believer, as we do see the Shadow Kanto Marowak swap in, but Primeape is loaded on energy. Primeape is boosted with the Rage Fist. Yeah, this is going to get out of control here, but Primeape is very low, and those Mud Slaps are going to start adding up.
Yep, I like how Pataman played this, knowing, hey, I need a little bit of damage with those bubbled on this, and then my Shadow Marowak can maybe try to farm down here. How much damage do the Karate Chops do, actually?
Not enough. Definitely not enough. Gonna have to swap out now into the Azumarill to start getting ahead on energy, but there's a lot of stored energy on that Primeape. Don't count it out just yet, but Shadow Kanto Marowak is ready to unleash. Double mud bombs ready to go.
Bone Club, actually. But time
or
is
Bone Club. Sorry, Bone Club. My bad.
Misaligned. Zizwailos gets an Ice Beam off, actually, so this might force a shield from Pataman, because there is still some energy. Lets it go, actually. Wants to bring in another Pokemon to ramp energy. Oh, look at this. It's Shadow Drapion. Wants to load up on energy versus Azumarill.
This is a great position to be in. The Shadow Drapion with 1-0 shields, even though there is the Diggersby in the back and the Primeape. It is in a prime position to potentially sweep, and a no shield now on the Play Rough.
Oh, that is so huge. Was hoping for an Ice Beam here. Gets very, very low. Puts everything HP-wise onto that Azumarill. Goes for an Aqua Tail. This might not knock out. You could bring in your Azumarill and bubble down the Azumarill of Zizwailos.
Let's find out the Aqua Tail. Not enough. We do see a counter swap now into the Diggersby, and the Aqua Tails are going to be flying.
I completely forgot that there was a full HP Diggersby in the back as well. This is, of course, super effective damage here from Pataman, but I don't even think you can get to 3 Aqua Tails here, because Quick Attack deals so much damage in that scenario, and now Zizwailos has the Primeape free of energy.
Yeah, Zizwailos needs as much energy as he can get. He really wants to get to the Scorching Sands against the Azumarill, so that close combat on his Primeape can win this game, and Pataman just hoping that he can protect shield. The right move right here. Is it going to be the fight? No, he decides to no shield, and it was the Scorching Sands.
Does Zizwailos need a debuff? He gets the debuff anyways. This means that Pataman might not be able to farm down in time. Another Scorching Sands is being reached. Quick attacks add up slowly, as well as the bubbles.
Oh, here we go. That's not going to be enough damage. Azumarill able to hang on. The counter swap, the Rage Fist. There's almost 2 ready to go, and the final Protect Shield is being given up.
Oh, the first, but it is not there yet. It is not at the second Rage Fist. Pataman is going for the Ice Beam immediately. This is about to take out the Primeape. Now it is Azumarill and Diggersby, the oh so well-known core in the back for Zizwailos. This is a battle about fast attacks and HP.
Here we go. Azumarill comes in. The Ice Beam is going to be thrown. Unfortunately, Paddleman has the energy, and there's only a Diggersby remaining to face off against a low health Azumarill and a Shadow Drapion.
How much HP does the Diggersby have? Not enough to withstand Bubbles. It's Azumarill versus the world.
Paddleman taking a decisive game 4 right there, tying up the series. We are going to a best of 5. This is going to be amazing.
We are back to see peak Patoman. He is such a phenomenal trainer. He has struggled a little bit in this season with getting a deep run finally, and now he is at the grand finals, or the winners finals of the EUIC. Don't want to take that away too early. He's at the winners finals of the EUIC, coming back from a 2-0 lead on the side of the reverse engineer.
Yeah, I wonder if we see the Charger Bug come back there in Game 5. It was so dominant in Game 1 for Zweilos, but the Primeape did incredibly well in swapping into the Azumarill, something you never really see.
Yep, this Primeape was so well played, but it was just one karate chop away from victory, because then it could have thrown a Rage Fist at the charge attack priority afterwards, but it just didn't have it. There we could see the quick attack into swap into the Primeape to throw after 4 karate chops a Rage Fist.
Yeah, Diggersby right here. Loving those Scorching Sands. So nice at doing it twice right here. Double loading.
So
getting the Azumarill low, but these games don't get any closer. And unfortunately, that Primeape was one fast move away from the double Rage Fist. And Ice Beam here going to be sealing the deal.
I am in love with how Patoman plays this weekend. He has been so ruthless, showing to the crowd, one more. I just need one more. Patoman is one of the trainers that are deserving to win an IC the most. One of the others, I would say, is Z Zweilos. Both trainers are locked in. They are ready. Game 5 of the winners finals of EUIC 2025. And it is Primeape versus Azumarill.
Z Zweilos very comfortable in this situation. If you're on the lead, then you can definitely Rage Fist your way to victory as the first charge move now coming through.
Yep, and the backline looks very, very interesting. There is Galarian Corsola on the side of Patoman again. There is a Diggersby that might be waiting for it. So this is very, very dangerous. He needs to play for alignment or to swap out at some point. But this time around, he doesn't have the Shadow Kanto Marowak that he can bring in to fast attack down the Primeape.
Yeah, he can. Fighting for switch advantage could be huge for that Diggersby against the Corsola. Even if he's down 1-0 shields in the Azumarill mirror, the energy that he can get from the Corsola would be great, as the Ice Beam now is coming through in the first Protect Shield given up.
Yep, and Patoman has now used the Ice Beam, swaps into the Shadow Drapion. Immediate close combat on the side of Zweilos. Do you call it? Patoman plays it safe. Shields this one up. Now what does Zweilos go into now? Does he bring in the Diggersby? The Corsola is free. The Diggersby is on Shadow Drapion.
Oh, that might be a decisive decision to bring in the Diggersby into this matchup, as unfortunately not knowing that the Corsola is in fact on the back line.
What a read by Patoman, bringing the Corsola, saying, hey, I acknowledge that you don't think I will bring it again. Another day, another Aqua Tail, Aqua Cola being thrown into the Diggersby.
Diggersby looking to load up, going for that hard-hitting Scorching Sands right here, as this will be knocking out, and Patoman giving up the second Protect Shield now.
Yep, that also just means that the Primeape that doesn't have energy anymore can hit the Corsola for super effective damage as well. But now we're just going to see yet another Aqua Tail overfarming a little bit of energy to potentially threaten a shield from the Primeape as well again.
Deciding to let the Diggersby go down, will we see that Primeape come back in and start ramping its damage, or will we see a safe Azumarill load up?
I think that we might see an Azumarill or Primeape that goes to farm up a little bit and then catch something on the Azumarill.
Yeah.
There we go! Aqua Tail being thrown into the Azumarill, resisting the Aqua Tail here, not taking too much damage. Zweilos saying, I need to take energy onto my Primeape.
That might have been the key to victory right there, as Primeape will need every bit of energy as we now see the Corsola onto the field against the Azumarill.
And this has to be frustrating for Zweilos to see. You could have had it so easy if you just brought in the Azumarill on to the Shadow Drapion. Now the first play rough connects. This is a pretty strong matchup for the Galarian Corsola, actually.
I think Zweilos would be very happy if he can get to this Corsola into a Rage Fist one-shot range. Even though it is super effective damage, it is not a one-shot. So if he can do double play roughs here, get the Corsola into a good position, the Primeape might just be able to sweep this game.
Yep, the question is how much damage can the Primeape withstand from fast attacks? It might actually, I think it has 3 karate chops.
Oh, the counter swap going right for...
Oh, he actually gets the Nightshade off onto the Primate. Zweilos just says, now I need to use my shield. I want to use the energy advantage that I have. I will win this game. Now, Aquatail on the side of Patoman. He's looking into the crowd. He can't believe it. He might have just reverse swept the German engineer. Throws the Aquatail here. And now it is just a low HP Azumarill with no energy whatsoever. No shield at all. And an Aquatail on the Shadow Drapion. Patoman advances to the Grand Finals.
Patoman, you give me one game, I'll take three. The reverse 3-0 sweep with Shadow Drapion.
What a match! Patoman going in here, looking at the crowd, just celebrating the moment. What a performance! What a tournament! You can see all of his Spanish friends there standing up, cheering for Pato.
Yeah, wow, what a comeback right there. And the key moment was that Primeape swap in not having the Rage Fist energy to throw.
Yeah.
Forced the shield because of the Nightshade. That was so unfortunate on Zweilos' side, and why these moments come down to one fast move.
But I think this was the foresight, the sheer future sight that Patoman had in that moment where he thought, hey, I think you might want to go into your Primeape here, get one Karate Chop in, and then try to Rage Fist my Corsola out of this so you still have an amount of HP on the Azumarill, have your advantages. No, I'm going to predict your fast attack and combo play and throw a Nightshade immediately. That was so well played by Patoman.
Yeah, and what we saw was Zweilos, right? Not able to overcome there the dominance of the energy Shadow Drapion swap-ins, and his next opponent, Kaifu. That's what he's known for.
Yeah, Shadow Primeape has been so good for him. Shadow Drapion has been so good for him. And now I'm very curious to see how these trainers play against each other. What I also want to say is that we have had such neutral matchups so far. So it's coming down to the biggest skills of those trainers, to team reading. That's what Patoman just did. He said, hey, I have lost all games so far against you where I brought my Galarian Corsola. You had the Diggersby on it. You will not think that I will bring it again. So every time I switch in my Drapion, it baits out the Diggersby. This is not the worst matchup. Yes, Scorching Sands will take my Shadow Drapion out. I do have shields, which is a cool thing in Pokemon Go. And I can have the Galarian Corsola on whatever you have in the back, which might be the Azumarill, because Diggersby Azumarill is so good.
Yeah, such a strong core in this meta, as we do see the bait out right there. That was the beautiful swap of bringing in the Shadow Drapion and baiting out the Diggersby, giving Corsola free reign on the back line, and a beautiful catch by Zweilos on the Aquatail.
These trainers don't give each other any room to breathe. Every single mistake is being so hard punished by these trainers. And there you can see the play rough. The Primeape was about to switch in. We skipped that step, but there was the expected combo play from Patoman, throwing the Nightshade, bringing in the Shadow Drapion with the Aquatail. That was so incredibly strong. A little bow, the kisses to the crowd go out, and now he has the moment to just chill for a little bit.
And our next battles, right? Zweilos is not out of it yet. He's going to be facing off against Kaifu in the losers finals, fighting his way to get back and face off against Patoman in the grand finals. But Kaifu has been fighting through the toughest trainers yesterday in the losers bracket, and the energy and momentum is on his side.
Yep, he's been also a troublemaker for our team in the coverage area, by the way, because the name is really hard to pronounce. I think it is Kaifje or Kaufje, or something along the lines of that. There's some different pronunciations that you can make, but I think that our players for the next matchup are already ready, if I've just heard that right, because we don't have an interview after this.
Yeah, we're just gonna keep it rolling. The battles are not gonna stop today, as we will see Kaifu versus Zweilos. Now, Kaifu's play with the Shadow Drapion has been incredible this weekend. He has been known for storing all that energy, as many trainers have in the past, but I have loved his execution because he has been catching opponents off guard, and just like we saw with Patoman against Zweilos, I imagine we will see it once again in this best of 5 series.
Speaking of catching, I think the best moment ever from yesterday was that Nighttime Clasher actually caught a charge attack from Kaifje. That was the close combat boosted from the Shadow Primeape on his Annihilate, said, hey, I double resist this. How much damage could it? Oh, 60%!
Yeah.
That was absolutely huge. The face that Nighttime Clasher made in that moment was hilarious. Shoutouts to Nighttime Clasher, of course, for making it this far in the tournament, top 6. And now our trainer, Zizwalos, has to recover quickly from losing that winner's finals here. He has another shot. He's still not out of the tournament.
Yeah, and we take a look at the teams right here. We got the Charjabug, Diggersby, Azumarill, Primeape, Galarian Corsola, and Talonflame. Something we mentioned, right? There is no Annihilate on Championship Sunday, which has been the dominant fighter this season, but instead we have a normal Primeape and a Shadow Primeape on the side of Kaifu.
That's gonna decide it, right? That's gonna decide which player, which Primeape is going to be the superior version to play. So everyone get your Primapes at home ready to build, because it is either going to be regular Primeape or Shadow Primeape. Here we're all having the decider now.
Yeah, I also love the Dugong there on Kaifu's side. It was a Pokemon of mine that I chose for this tournament that is so strong, as both of these trainers are ready to get into their first battle. I think we are getting locked in game 1 of the losers finals. The winner of this series will move on to the Grand Championship.
Oh, that is amazing. The leads are standing. It is Primeape, the regular one, versus the Shadow Drapion on Kaifu's side, which actually has more neutral play than you would think. A close combat, of course, would knock out the Shadow Drapion, but to reach that Aqua Tail first, you're outpacing.
Kaifu are looking to go for the Aqua Tail right here. Again, a no shield on the Zweilos with his Primeape, looking to maintain the energy and put the pressure and shield advantage on his side as he goes for the swap and the close combat into Azumarill. What a beautiful catch by Kaifu.
That's a massive catch, and of course the damage that has been done to the Primeape before is big for Kaifu, just because you can just throw bubbles and bubble it down before it ramps up with those attack boosts. Now Zizwalos just, he has that Charjabug. He didn't bring it in the last few games versus Patamon, but now he has Charjabug on an Azumarill once again.
Yeah, this is a dominant matchup right here, and if he maintains this switch advantage, the Diggersby would be aligned to the Galarian Corsola. But just something to note there, before the Primeape swapped out, he made sure to get to that close combat because he does not want to repeat the same mistake that he did in the previous battle, as a discharge now is coming through.
Zizwalos just wants to close combat everything, and now he exits this matchup with a full charge attack, a full discharge, and that is not something that a Shadow Drapion likes to take. But Kaifu brings in the Galarian Corsola, and now Zizwalos is maybe grinning a little bit inside of him because there is a Diggersby in the back.
Yeah, no Protect Shield as well. Kaifu is very concerned about the damage and energy that is on that Primeape. Needs to be very careful about how he chooses to use his final shields.
Yep, I think Kaifu just needs to swap out immediately once Zizwalos brings in a Diggersby in this matchup, try to farm down here, and later on possibly combo play the Primeape of Zizwalos with the Galarian Corsola. That could be a strategy. Brings to throw in the Nightshade here, hoping that Zizwalos goes for a Karate Chop here. I don't think you need to shield this.
No, you definitely don't need to shield that, as we do see the counter swap into the Shadow Drapion, but this is where Kaifu is at his most comfortable position because the Aqua Tails are going to be doing super effective damage. The shields might start going down here soon.
Yep, the thing is that the Shadow Drapion is already so low that a Fire Punch would put it in farm down range for either of his Pokemon. So Kaifu would need to have to invest shields so early here. Another swap into, oh, charge attack priority. The Rage Fist of Zizwalos is going to be enough to put it in farm down range as well. Kaifu lets it go, calls a Rage Fist, says, I can hang on to that. Gets the Aqua Tail off here, and this is such a huge spot for Zizwalos to be in. He can just let it go and put everything on the normal and ground type Diggersby.
Yeah, the Diggersby might just be able to take it home right now. 2-to-1 shield advantage. The only damage that the Shadow Drapion can do is with charge moves, as Zizwalos has 2 Protect Shields remaining.
Yeah, that's too many in this matchup here, especially when Drapion is deep in the red. Exits this matchup with 1 Protect Shield left remaining as well. Goes to throw a Scorching Sands into the Galarian Corsola.
Well, Zizwalos making a great comeback right here, going for the Scorching Sands and maintaining that switch advantage to take game 1. It's only a matter of time now till the Corsola goes down.
Yep, the Fire Punch is going to connect here. I don't think that Kaifi is going to want to shield this. Rather, focus on the next game. Zizwilos was 2-0 up against Patoman and then got reverse swept. So Kaifi is definitely still in this.
Now definitely don't count him out. The comeback king from yesterday fighting his way through the gauntlet of the losers bracket with his back against the wall every single time. That is where he shines. So I imagine we will see a great team brought into game 2 to try to not have such hard switch alignment dependency.
Yep, and now let's look at the teams a little bit more, because Kaifi brought this Galarian Corsola, which was a difficult bring for Patoman in the winners final so far. So let's look at the team of Zizwalos. He has the Charjabug, great target for Corsola, has the Primeape. We've seen that this is not the easiest matchup to handle for Corsola, but it is definitely still something I would consider positive. Azumarill is great. Against Talonflame you also have good play. You can force switch, I think, against that. And the Galarian Corsola mirror match is that's also a thing.
Yeah, it's kind of forcing Zwilos' hand to make sure that Diggersby is there every single game, and maybe Kaifu can play into that. Maybe we see that Shadow Primeape come out to show that, you know what, the Shadow variant is actually incredibly strong in this format.
Yeah, or you could bring in the Degong, because it also has more play against something like an Azumarill. It can soften up some other Pokemon, but it's so risky against the Primeape. But the players are ready, and it is the ultimate face-off. It is Primeape versus Shadow Primeape.
As we will see the fighter face off to determine who is king, as the Rage Fist Charge Attack Priority, and Kaifu wins it right there. That is good information to have, as this is a best-of-5 series and the first Protect Shield given up on Zizwilos.
I've seen the appraisal on Kaifi's Primeape. He wins that.
We will see a shield as well in return, as both trainers are opting to go for the Rage Fist, boosting their attack stat, making these Primeapes so powerful.
Yep, and there is a chance for Zizwilos to later on possibly catch a Rage Fist onto his Diggersby, which then wouldn't deal too much damage. And the Primeape is so low, it might not even get to a close combat afterwards.
Thing is, if you're Kaifu in this situation, knowing that Zizwilos is likely going to lose the next Charge Attack priority, he's likely going to swap, maybe you overload and then we see a close combat. I would love to see it on Championship Sundays. We're coming down to the last second. No, the throw by the charge move throw by Zizwilos, as Kaifu decides to let it go.
I like that. Kaifu decides, I don't have the Corsola on me, I don't need switch advantage, but I want to get 2 of those Poison Stings as an advantage here in the backline. There is Diggersby and there is Azumarill, but with energy advantage, Diggersby is so playable.
Yeah, there's an opportunity here to go for the Aqua Tail, as the Scorching Sands energy is not available just yet, and I don't imagine he'd want to go for Charge Attack priority right here, because then he would leave his Shadow Drapion vulnerable, so we might see a swap on the charge. No, decides to go for it.
I mean, he still has... Oh, he has no shields left.
Yeah.
True. That is very heads up that Zizwalos was predicting a catch here. Does he go out now?
Oh!
The Scorching Sands! Kaifi is in Zizwalos' head! Has this super strong charge attack that would have surely knocked out the Shadow Drapion, and gets it on the Azumarill. No attack debuff.
The mind games are at play today here in the losers finals, as we have the Azumarill mirror, one ahead on energy, the other ahead on HP. It's anyone's guess how this will finish, but ultimately these trainers are in each other's heads.
Yeah, but Zizwalos also has the Scorching Sands loaded. He farmed up more quick attacks, gave the Azumarill a little bit more energy on the side of Kaifi, but this could be crucial later on. Kaifi needs to try and find a way to bring his own Shadow Drapion back in to get an Aqua Tail ready before the Scorching Sands loaded Diggersby can swap in. The question is, can he even manage to do that?
He's gonna have to squeeze it in before the switch clock is up, and he's gonna swap right now, but the Play Rough is ready, but maybe that's what he wants. Maybe he wants the Azumarill to be throwing its energy, because his own Azumarill can survive the next Scorching Sands.
But do you live the Play Rough though? I don't think so. Gets knocked out here, and now... Oh, this is looking so dangerous.
Yeah.
I think the Azumarill is way too healthy on the side of Zizwalos.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Shadow Drapion wasn't able to get to the charge move in time or survive the Play Rough, so Kaifu gonna be giving up game 2 here, as the Scorching Sands is still available on the Diggersby, and Azumarill right here is gonna be throwing the Play Rough.
Nice attempt at a win condition for Kaifi as well here, throwing on charge attack priority. Saying, hey, maybe I win the 50-50, you know, and then I can take out your Pokemon with 1 bubble of energy stored more. But that did not happen. Also, the Diggersby, I'm pretty sure, could have knocked out the Azumarill with a Scorching Sands in that scenario.
Now, if you're Zizwilos' situation right here, right? You have gone up 2-0 in both series. you need to lock it in. You need to secure game 3 right here, because if you give Kaifu an inch, he will take a mile, as we take a look at the replay of the Primeape mirror fight.
Yep. There we can see it. And Kaifu won the lead because his Primeape had the higher attack to win charge attack priority, but couldn't convert that into winning the game later on. The Diggersby with shields down against a Shadow Drapion is just way too good.
Yeah. And right here, Xylos securing that victory with the play rough in the mirror fight. Kaifu tried to make some magic happen, but ultimately the play rough was way too much damage and no protect shields were remaining. Both trainers are locked in. We are getting into game 3. Can Kaifu be the comeback king, or will Xylos secure game 3 and move on to championship finals?
Oh, and we're now resisting the karate chops on the side of Xylos. Immediate swap out into the Shadow Drapion from Kaifu. You can still throw the crunch at 5. Doesn't even go for that. The X Scissor is going to be thrown here. Do you want to shield this? You have a Shadow Primeape in the back.
This is so tough, but something to note, there is no Diggersby on the side of Xylos, but there is the Corsola on the side of Kaifu.
Oh, the Corsola can actually do some heavy damage here, just like Patoman played it in the games before when Xylos least expects the Corsola. This can come in very handy. And now the Shadow Drapion is doing what Shadow Drapion does, Poison Sting against the Azumarill.
And Crunch spam, hoping to get those defense drops, but the Azumarill is so tanky, it can soak a few of these charge moves right here and looks to fire back with an Ice Beam.
And I like that he immediately went for the Ice Beam because the timer is almost up for Kaifu. He does want to shield this. 0 shields on his own. Shadow Primeape is looking tough. Now you can load up on energy. Go into the Corsola, hoping for no Diggersby into the back, because Corsola takes these charge attacks like a champ. Xylos is forced to throw. The timer wasn't up yet.
This is big information here for Kaifu. If he can't get the Diggersby out onto the field and we see a different Pokemon like the Primeape, he now knows he has a win opportunity.
Yep, but still there is one more Protect Shield after this left remaining for a Primeape that has shields up here. You can just go for Rage Fist after Rage Fist. The Play Rough also helps to take out the Galarian Corsola with 2 Rage Fists.
Oh man, Primeape now going for Rage Fist here. Not going to be enough damage to knock out the Corsola, but gonna be enough to start boosting the attack. But remember, his Shadow Drapion does have energy on the backside, so maybe watch for a quick swap after this charge move.
Shields are down, but Aqua Tail doesn't even do enough damage to take out the Primeape here. I'm pretty sure that Xylos Primeape is going to live this. However, there is still so few HP after this.
Oh, the Primeape is able to survive. Switch Clock is coming back up, but he's going to fire right back with the Rage Fist. Can the Shadow Drapion hang on?
Oh, that might be a possibility. It barely hangs on here. Gets farmed down, doesn't even get to throw the Aqua Tail anymore. That is one Karate Chop on your Shadow Primeape. Use it wisely, Kaifu. This is your last chance at getting into the grand finals of the EYC 2025. Immediate swap out into the Charger Bug, and this is not the scenario where you want to play the 0 shields in.
Oh, deciding to go for the close combat right away, knowing that he's not going to be able to survive the onslaught of Volt Switch and Discharge, as close combat does so much damage right there. An immediate swap! What a catch by Kaifu! The comeback king now soaking the Discharge, and Primeape still healthy and clearing the debuff.
Stalling out the timer here. So little HP on everything that Xylos has. Throws a Rages here. Says, I can farm you down. Don't you have energy on the Azumarill is the question though.
Oh man, Shadow Primeape now in a prime position here to win this game. Azumarill is low with no energy. A charge move is ready. The Primeape King is going to be winning here as Kaifu secures game 3. He is not out of it yet.
He is back, baby, throwing his fist up in the air, getting the Rage Fist on here, taking out the Primeape of Xylos, getting back into this game. And Xylos has to take very close attention to not losing another set where he leads 2-0.
Xylos needs to stay composed, right? He is a very calm and collected battler, barely showing much emotion, but that's because he is studying the moves of his opponent, and he knows that Kaifu here loves to make the swaps, loves to make the big plays, and he's got to capitalize on those moments, so do not count Xylos out. Top competitor right now, and Kaifu has been making amazing plays. It's so exciting to watch what he can do.
It just has to not be in his head. Both of these trainers, basically, they have to focus up now. And now you can see this play rough that was hitting the Galarian Corsola that had to be thrown because the timer wasn't up yet and Astonish would have farmed down.
Yeah, that was the moment there when Kaifu saw that there was no Diggersby that came in. He knew, oh my goodness, I have a chance at victory, because the last thing you want to see, that was the catch. That was a beautiful play by Kaifu. The switch clock was available, able to catch the discharge, and that was pivotal for this game.
I love the hype of these games because and then they have to dance around, they have to make catches. We're going into game 4 of the losers finals of EUIC 2025, and this is Shadow Primate on the Diggersby.
Oh, what a good lead here for Kaifu as we see a swap out into the Talonflame and an instant swap into the Shadow Drapion.
But Kaifu just did 2 karate chops, I think, versus the Talonflame, so that is a lot of energy advantage here.
Yeah, Aquatail now going to be coming through. Talonflame deciding to let it go, but Talonflame is in a beautiful position to unleash the flying type attack moves. I didn't see which one he clicked right there. Which one did you see?
I think it was the fly.
It was the fly? Yeah, it was the fly. Okay, and the first Protect Shield given up on Kaifu's side.
Very well played by Zizwalos, knowing that he can't be farmed down here. Kaifu needs to throw the Aquatail immediately. Only has 2 Poison Stings of energy left, and Zizwalos wants to go for another shield here. Wants to win switch.
Yeah, and I think Kaifu, knowing that he brought the Galarian Corsola, doesn't want to give that switch advantage up, because the last thing you need is a Diggersby matched up, but now he's able to unleash the Aquatails.
Yeah, but Kaifu is giving him so much energy here. There is already a shield advantage on the side of Zizwalos. Kaifu now going into the Shadow Primate. No, he doesn't. He wants to go for yet another Aquatail. Says, hey, my Shadow Primate might be able to live a Scorching Sands. I want to chip you down so I can chop you down.
As we see no, he's just letting it go down right here. Maybe there's a catch opportunity, but even then, if you were to catch the charge move, that wouldn't be a good situation either, because the Diggersby with this much health can still do so much damage against the Corsola.
Yep, Diggersby connecting the Scorching Sands. That does a solid 70%. Rage Fist is being thrown now. Kaifu really just wants more damage on the Karate Chops here. It's a little bit of chip from the charge attack. Barely does anything, but can he prevent him from going? Oh, he tries to go for an aggressive farm down with the Astonish here onto that Diggersby. That's the other way around.
Putting all his faith into the Corsola to try to win this game. There is a Diggersby, there is an Azumarill, there is a Talonflame yet to take down, and Kaifu doesn't have his signature Shadow Drapion, so let's see what this Corsola is made of.
Corsola has a good matchup versus Azumarill, but it has taken some damage already, and most importantly, there is a shield on the side of Zizwala, so he has a big advantage in this one. Now, this is going to be a slow matchup. Goes for the Ice Beam, recognizing at this range you can go for the cheaper fast attack, or charge attack rather, and it will knock out if you use it twice.
Oh, this is such a tough position to be in. The Shadow Primate is still available as a potential swap to soak some energy, but Kaifu just doesn't seem to have enough energy as the Azumarill is so tanky, and there's still 1 Protect Shield remaining.
Does he immediately go out? No, he stays in, tries to go for another Astonish. Ice Beam will take out the Galarian Corsola, and now all hope is on the Shadow Primate, but can it go 1v3?
Here we go, Karate Chop loading up. Is he gonna make it in time? He goes for the Rage Fist, but I don't think this is gonna be enough because the Protect Shield still remaining. Zizwalos is gonna be securing game 3 and moving on to the Grand Finals.
We have a rematch. Zizwalos beats Kaifu and moves on to the Grand Finals to have the grudge match versus Patuman.
Man, Kaifu, what an amazing set of battles there, but ultimately Zizwalos outpositioned him with his roster, and Zwylos gets a rematch against Patuman.
There was so much going on in all of those matches right here. That was absolutely crazy. Every little bit of energy came into play. Every little bit of HP came into play. Shields as well. Every single aspect of Pokemon Go was so important here.
Yes, and So much fun. And now, Zweilos versus Paddleman. If Paddleman loses this set, they have a rematch, right? But if Zweilos wins, or sorry, if Zweilos wins, we have a rematch. If Paddleman wins, Zweilos is out, and we will crown our champion.
Yep, and Zweilos has shown that he can win before. At some point, when he lost the game versus Koifje, I thought, hey, he was 14-0 before, but maybe he can only win 2 games against each trainer.
Yeah.
But no, he showed that he can actually win a set, the best of 5. So he went in, got the 3-1 versus Koifje, and now is ready to face Patamon again, who will be waiting for him on his throne with a comfortable lead, because if he gets beaten, you said it before, he can just try to play again.
And I think we might see that. Zweilos is determined to be the champion today. He is determined to get that revenge against Paddleman, while Paddleman is like, I just want to secure this one. I beat you in the best of 3 series right there, coming back down 2-0 in the series for a reverse sweep, and now he just wants to secure the 3-0 victory.
Yeah, and actually, you know, I thought that Zweilos has a small team comp advantage against Patamon because he has this talent frame that is so strong against everything that he can basically bring. And he has tools versus the Shadow Drapion. He has the Azumarill Diggersby core versus no grass type, and that is so huge.
Yeah, and for Zweilos, the Charger Bug was so pivotal. But let's go ahead and take a look back at some of the replays right here as we have the Corsola versus the Azumarill.
Yep, there we go for a Rage Fist in the end game there. Another bubble to glory for Azumarill, taking out Koifje's Primeape, and there we have it again.
Yeah. And Kaifu, great job in this tournament, taking 3rd place overall. Very impressed with his gameplay this weekend. And again, securing his Worlds invite by getting 3rd place this weekend.
Yeah, and he had quite the amount of points before that already as well, so he's super safe now. Also, Koifje, such a strong trainer. He has performed so well in this tournament. Shadow Primeape was crazy, and I think he might have won the most games out of all trainers in this tournament because he had such a loser's gauntlet to go through.
He did. He had to go through Marto. He had to go through Inadequance. I believe he had to go through Nighttime Clasher as well, as we can take a look at his journey. Kaifu, yeah, Nighttime Clasher, Arceus Aurelius, Tauntaun Batus. The list goes on and on.
And before that, he was also in the winner's bracket where he made it quite far. Because if you jump into losers round 4, you have been doing very well in the winner's side of the tournament as well. Because before that, Tauntaun Batus beat Howie to face up against Koifje. And there we can see he played his first round against against Snorek. And then he lost to Patamon eventually.
Yeah, and Patamon taking down Marto, taking down Kaifu, taking down Inadequance, taking down Zweilos. Patamon just seems unstoppable right now.
Yeah, Patamon, that was his tournament so far, but we've said the same thing about ZZ before, right? So both of these trainers, they are phenomenal right now, but they can be stopped. It can happen that they will lose the game. So Zweilos, he's trying to get this bracket reset in now. He has to focus up. He was 2-0 up. He already saw himself in the grand finals, already saw himself in the lunch break to wait for the losers finals to play out. But then Patamon just came back. He got the first game, was back in this with a phenomenal play. Then after he won the second one, he looked at the crowd and went, one more game, and he got it.
Yeah, and momentum is so huge in these sets, right? If you can start getting those wins, you start getting the confidence. That's the decision-making you need, right? That energy that you have, not on your Pokemon, but in yourself, to overcome those tough moments on the biggest stage in Pokemon Go.
But I'm gonna say that the confidence in the team picking of Zweilos was maybe his downfall in the last game, because he saw that the Corsola was so risky to bring for Patamon. It lost him the first 2 games, basically, because he got aligned on the Diggersby. And then he said, hey, he's surely not going to bring this again. With this confidence, Patamon knew that he's going to use the Diggersby to answer the Shadow Drapion later, which didn't help him, because then Azumarill was on the Galarian Corsola. Big problem.
Yeah, and that's why we see with these trainers the decision-making, right? From the, it's not necessarily in the battle, but it's before the battle. The Pokemon that you choose, the team reading that you have, the bench pressure that your Pokemon can apply, even if you don't bring it, is huge in these battles as these trainers are getting locked in very shortly. This is the grand finals for EUIC.
Yep, Zionic, what is your favorite Pokemon to use as bench pressure?
Ooh, bench pressure.
Shadow Palkia?
Shadow Palkia. Yesterday we saw inadequates, a fellow caster and top battler in his own right, the runner-up at Worlds last year, utilizing Giratina Origin then and now a Shadow Palkia in this tournament. He told me many times about how he was landing Draco Meteors off stage, and I was so excited to see it on the grand stage, but unfortunately he fell off yesterday, I believe getting 4th in this tournament.
But now stop avoiding my question, my friend. What's your favorite bench pressure Pokemon?
The Shadow Palkia! You set me up for the reason why.
Have you used it?
I haven't used it before, but my goodness, can you imagine the Draco Meteors landing? He told me a Jumpluff was just sitting there, no shields, full health, 0 or 100 to 0 from one charge. That is beautiful.
I honestly missed the times where people were running Bastiodon on bench pressure. And then when it came back into the meta, people were not only bringing it as bench pressure, they just brought it to tournaments. Tomahawk UK got to the regional finals of some tournament. With the Shadow Bastiodon even, it was so strong because you just didn't say, hey, you have to bring your strong Pokemon against my Bastiodon. I'm just going to bring it because you think it's just bench pressure, and then I'm going to rock throw or smackdown. It looks the same to me.
You're making Caleb so happy at home right now. Known for his Bastiodon play. Bastiodon is a fantastic Pokemon in the Go Battle League, but right now on the big stage, it's all about that Diggersby. It's all about the Azumarill. When it comes to the tanks that you bring, they need to be flexible in their coverage. They need to be bulky in their defenses, and they need to have the energy gain and damage output. That's why we see the bubble being so dominant in some of these matchups, where there's the Shadow Kanto Marowak or even the Shadow Primate. Those bubbles really start to add up.
Yep, Azumarill is so incredibly crazy. There's only one hard answer, that is basically the Toxapex, and I hear that the players are ready. So I think we're going to toss it to a little break or something, or an interview, because we are actually leaving the stage now and we're going to swap it out with Lundberger and Speediest Chief soon.
Soon?
Soon.
Okay, I thought we were tossing it right the way you were setting that up.
So we're going to leave the stage soon.
All right, well, we're getting into the battles. You know what? You know, this is what we're here for. We're here to see the battles. We're here to see the grand finals, final set. Shadow Walrein on Patoman's side, Charjabug on Zweilos' side, as we will now toss it over to our fellow casters.
See ya!
Bye!
This is like a tag team event here, coming in for the grand finals. We saw them play earlier on today. Patoman playing what we call a reverse sweep there.
Oh yeah.
And now Zweilos back up at the top.
Exactly right. This is going to be an incredible matchup between two of EU's best, Patoman and Zweilos, in our grand finals here at the European International Championships. And we're going to get this underway. Look at Patoman. He's nodding his head. He's ready. Zweilos looking out to the crowd for a little bit of support. So let's hear your support out here in the venue and in the chat. Hello, Zweilos.
Who's cheering for Zweilos? We want to hear you loud.
Woo! All right, and for Patoman, any Patoman fans in the stands? Let's go, let's go. I'm so excited for this grand finals. Our trainers are getting ready to lock in here. This is the rematch of a rematch of a rematch, Amanda. It all started back in Barcelona between these two trainers, where Zweilos got the better of Patoman, but no, not today. Patoman knocking Zweilos down to the loser's bracket with the reverse sweep. He is cooking, chat. He is cooking today, and these are the ingredients.
Not something that we haven't seen so often throughout the tournament, but really has been a wonderful play for Patoman throughout this whole event, is that Shadow Walrein. One thing I also want to point out about this team of 6 is there's no fighting type pressure on Patoman's team.
Exactly right. Zweilos with that Primate has been so effective, and the Charjabug also breaks up so many cores. He even threw the Talonflame at Kufia earlier on in that loser side bracket, so Patoman needs to be ready for anything. This is a best of 5. Patoman on the winner's side means that he's only 3 games away from becoming an international champion. Meanwhile, Zweilos has to sweep and then win again.
Zweilos up until today did not lose a single battle. He was doing great. Let's see if he can continue this streak here. We got that Diggersby up against a Shadow Dropian.
Yeah, Zweilos has been hammering this Diggersby time and time again, and Patoman has been running out of answers until late in this series, but can he steal away that momentum here against the trainer from Germany, Aquatail, coming in?
Going for that charge attack priority. Aquatail, super effective damage, but Diggersby takes it on the chin, going for a Fire Punch bait and getting that first shield off of Pataman.
I think the key here is that Pataman is able to keep his Galarian Corsola away from this Diggersby. That was a really tough matchup for him in the winter side finals, but let's see if he can play this out. Gonna throw another Aqua Tail into Diggersby. Neither trainer really batting an eye yet.
I like this play a lot, throwing right before the next Scorching Sands would be available, so he can do yet another tie if he would like to do it. But a quick pivot out, catching now onto the Galarian Corsola. I don't know if this is avoiding it at all, Will.
Whoa, what a reverse engineer play here from Pataman on the left side of your screen. Why would you send the Ghost type into the Diggersby? And then we see the swap into the Primeape. What's going on, Amanda?
This is astonishing, I would say. Normally, the Primeape doesn't like to be faced up against a Corsola, but at this low health, I think that it's going to be okay. He's going to start ramping up some of this energy. He's got shields to hide behind, and Nightshade coming through.
Yeah, this Primeape can be so dangerous, so lethal if it is behind those Protect Shields and it gathers energy, boosts up the Rage Fist, and starts to build momentum. So we see that first Protect Shield come up from Z-Swilas, and the pacing is definitely on his side.
Going ahead, just charging up a ton of energy, going yet again for that charge attack priority, and now we get a Protect Shield off of Pataman's side. He wants to try to keep a little bit of that energy. He wants to either force another shield or decide to let Swilas have that Primeape go down.
Exactly right. Galarian Corsola going to go for the Nightshade here. This would knock out, so Z-Swilas forced to use his final Protect Shield of the game. This is a huge pressure point, a very important inflection point, and we see the Rage Fist get fired off here again.
No Protect Shields remaining. This is going to hurt. This is enough to knock out that Corsola, and Primeape continues to just ramp up energy.
Primeape rolling, double, maybe even triple, boosted, and the swap into the Drapion to catch the Aqua Tail. Z-Swilas is fighting back.
There's so many swaps. There's so many dynamic plays between the two of them. Look at this, not very effective at all. Azumarill just starting to charge up energy. No Protect Shields remaining on either side. Pataman going for that crunch, hoping for a potential debuff.
All right, Amanda, let's talk win conditions. We've got a Shadow Drapion here for Pataman. Meanwhile, Z-Swilas with 3 Pokemon still, and that Mandibuzz has not even been revealed for Pataman. And the switch! Catching in the Ice Beam, though.
You're catching the Ice Beam. It's going to be doing a nice chunk of damage, but Mandibuzz is one of the bulkiest Pokemon. So many times throughout this matchup, we've seen some swap-ins to Pokemon that are actually one of their hardest counters. We saw the Galarian Corsola going into the Diggersby. We see a Mandibuzz coming into an Azumarill.
Yeah, this is really uncomfortable, though, for Pataman, because he's going to take a super effective play rough onto the Dark-type Mandibuzz. We did not see him play Mandibuzz at all in that Winter's Side Finals, and now he's bringing it out, but it might not be in the best position.
Going ahead, just charging up basically 100 energy, now throwing the Aerial Ace. Will it be enough at this side? There's no Protect Shields remaining. Azumarill is going to have to take it all. It's going to have to hang on.
Exactly right. Aerial Ace coming through. Azumarill does hang on. Oh, gets another charge attack. Pataman might have lost count there. The Ice Beam is going to come through now, and now he is down to just his Shadow Drapion. That's his final Pokemon, his final hope in this game number 1.
Coming up there is Aqua Tail already loaded. He throws it right away. He needs this Diggersby out of there. A complete undercharge.
Whoa.
Not even tapping the bubbles. He wants to get farm. He needs to get up to yet another attack.
But was it too much? No, I don't know if he can do it. Look at the poison sticks. He's a resistant to Diggersby. Gets the knockout regardless. Pataman maybe should have given it a little more energy, but Z-Swilas proves that he is not going away quietly.
Z-Swilas nodding to the crowd saying, I know that you saw me drop down, but I am back. I am ready to show what I can do.
Exactly right. This is going to be so fascinating to see these two trainers play out the remainder of our grand finals. Pataman taking some notes there. Z-Swilas kind of thinking to himself. He's always got that demeanor, very stoic, very calm, very calculated. We call him the reverse engineer in Europe because he always figures out ways to break the meta and surprise his opponents. Meanwhile, Pataman, I feel like he really rides the momentum of the crowd. Your cheers, he hears you, he feeds on that energy, and he needs your help, because he did go down in that game at number 1 of our grand finals.
He went down on game number 1 on the winners finals. You know what? He even went down game number 2 on the winners finals, coming back and saying, okay, I'm not out of this yet. He's sitting pretty on that winner's side of the bracket. He just needs a couple games to be able to call himself the 2025 European International Champion.
Amanda, you said a couple of games, right? I'm sure Z-Swilas was thinking the same exact thing about an hour ago. He said, if I just win one more, I just need one more game to get into the grand finals, and Pataman stole it away from him, a reverse sweep 3-0. So I'm sure that right now, all these trainers are thinking about is this next battle.
Sometimes it's not just a battle that's on the phone. It's a battle that's going on in the minds of these two trainers who have played multiple times, numerous times in the past throughout regional competitions. We had Zwiles taking the better of Patoman in Barcelona. But after that, Patoman ended up being a regional champion himself in Gdansk, Poland. So anything can happen, and anything will happen on this big stage.
We might be witnessing a chapter of one of the best rivalries in the EU region. Patoman from Spain and Zwiles from Germany. These two titans clashing on stage, and they're taking every single moment. But you don't have to wait any longer because we are locked in game number 2.
We got that Galarian Corsola up against a Primeape on the side of Zwiles. Now, we saw Zwiles actually swap in, but this is on even energy. It's going to be very interesting to see how they want to play this. Those Astonishes are starting to hurt the Primeape because it doesn't have a lot of bulk, but what it lacks in bulk, it makes up on quick pacing.
Again, Patoman is able to bring that Galarian Corsola and avoid that Diggersby matchup, which is so good for him. He finds so much utility with this Pokemon when it's in the right spot, and I think in the shields up scenario, this Primeape can put in a ton of work, and Patoman needs to be careful to rein it in before it gets out of control.
All of this rage unleashing from the cage here. Look, this super effective damage is getting super low. There's 2 Protect Shields late. A lot of times people like to protect up their Primeape. That's exactly what Zwiles is doing. Wants to keep it healthy, but he's still a little bit away from another one, and there's a lot of energy on the Corsola.
Exactly right. Perfect counting as we expect from Zwiles. Tries to throw in the Charge Attack priority, the alignment, but instead seeds an extra Astonish to Patoman, who predicted the play, throwing up that Protect Shield against the Rage Fist and looking for some fast attack damage. Gonna throw the Nightshade here.
Going to swap quick into the Azumarill, going to take that on the chin. I wonder at this stage if the Patoman wants to save a little bit of energy on the Corsola and immediately swap out. Looks like that's exactly what he's going to do. Swapping once again into a Mandibuzz, into an Azumarill. Walk me through this, Will.
I'm not even sure, right? We've got a Shadow Kanto Marowak in the back for Patoman. Maybe he's predicting that he's going to need that Pokemon later, but sending in the Mandibuzz, it probably was not on his list of expectations either.
Mandibuzz is one of the Pokemon that was really hoping to find that Primeape, and once the Primeape is now as low as it is, maybe Patoman's realizing it doesn't have the efficiency that he wants it to. He wants this Azumarill that came in to waste a lot of this energy on another bulky Pokemon, possibly getting a good farm down opportunity for the back Pokemon.
Yeah, they say you always have a plan until you get hit in the mouth, and I think Patoman here is trying to recover from the jabs that Zwiles has been throwing. Gonna switch to that Diggersby now. Zwiles manipulating that switch timer. He's the best in the world at it. He's gonna try to find an opening with it.
Going ahead and wanting to throw the Fire Punch here. It's going to be doing the more effective damage to that Mandibuzz, but Mandibuzz just continuing to go away. Both of them basically at 100 energy before throwing here.
This is fascinating to watch too, because Zwiles bringing in the Diggersby is fine, but he might actually allow this Mandibuzz to leave with energy or make a bigger impact than it would have against the Azumarill. So I'm not exactly sure what he's envisioning here, but he's got a win condition in mind.
Feels like a 1-2 punch potentially here. A lot of Fire Punches loaded up. The first one is not enough. Quick pivot out into that Marowak, catching now the Scorching Sands. This is a heavier hitting attack. This will be doing more damage. There's only 1 Protect Shield left on Patoman's side, and he uses it here.
Zwiles has leaned on this Diggersby all tournament long, 14-0 to get to this point before losing to Patoman, and he wants to add more wins to that column. Gonna go ahead and throw the Scorching Sands here. If it triggers a debuff, it will slow down the Shadow Kanto Marowak dramatically.
And now a quick pivot out, a combination play, as we call it. Scorching Sands going in for the #1 hit. Ice Beam going for the #2. Down goes the Shadow Kanto Marowak.
This is looking really tough for Patoman. He's got both of his Pokemon on life support, and they can't hang. Azumarill with the bubble. Azumarill might sweep, but Mandibuzz is going to come in here and do its very best.
Now, what we call a 3-ball flexors, while it's going out with all 3 of his Pokemon still left in that game. It looks a little bit like deja vu here. We got a 2-0 lead from the side of Zwiles, but if you guys were paying close attention earlier on, we know that Patoman was able to get that 3-0 against him to stay on the winner's side of the bracket, but Zwiles just needs 1 more game to get that bracket reset.
I'm sure the nerves on stage are high. I'm sure the hands are shaking, palms are sweaty, but you need to be certain to make the right calls and not get too far from that core strategy that took you to this point. Both of these trainers are in the grand finals. They make great calls, great team composition reads, and they know what they're doing, but you need to focus in and play your style. That's what I always say. Just be yourself. Patoman might be able to pull off that reverse sweep, but honestly, Amanda, it's going to be so difficult because Zwiles has all the momentum in the world right now.
Zwiles just needs 1 more game for that bracket reset, but again, we've been in this exact position before, and Patoman is not a trainer who will give up easily. He's a trainer that you can see on his face. He really wants this. He feels like he has something to prove, and what better place to prove it here on the grand stage.
Something we haven't seen as of late for Z's Wireless is that Charger Bug, and I'm wondering, because Paltoman keeps leaning on the Mandibuzz, is that Charger Bug going to come out to meet it, or is it a trap that Paltoman is setting? Maybe he wants that Charger Bug out there so he can put a hard counter onto it. But guess what, everybody? We're heading into game number 3. This could be match point for Z's Wireless. Trainers are locked in. Let's go to the field.
Oh, wow. If you're going to call it, let's really call it here. We got that Charger Bug landing exactly where it wants to. A quick pivot into that Shadow Drop-In, one of the best safe swaps we have currently in Pokemon Go, getting up to this crunch and actually throwing the crunch before the Charger Bug even throws an attack.
Yeah, I like this play a lot. I think Z's Wireless recognizes that Charger Bug needs time to build its stored energy. He's going to go ahead and throw this X-Scissor against the Drapion and try to force away Protect Shield. I think Paltoman wants control of Switch Advantage as well, so he's going to use that vital resource early on in this game.
Yeah, you saw the sprinkles, you heard the sounds, you saw the defense fall, and Z's Wireless gets out of there with this Charger Bug, coming in now with the Diggersby, but there's a lot of energy actually on this Drapion, and there's shields to hide behind. Those Scorching Sands can't knock out at this point. First Aqua Tail coming through.
I think the pacing is really the tail of the tape here, because that Diggersby needs additional time. Gonna go ahead and throw the Scorching Sands, double shielding now. Wait, is Paltoman trying to stall out the Switch Timer and make a swap? He's already got it.
He's got the Switch Timer, he's got the attacks, he's going ahead, and he's just keeping building energy, going for that swap, trying to catch, but at this point now the Mandibuzz is coming back in, and it is switch locked if Z's Wireless chooses to swap out himself.
This is so critical too, because Z's Wireless has seen the Mandibuzz, he's seen that Shadow Drapion, he needs to predict that third Pokemon in the back, because now he has the choice. Does he bring in the Charge Bug? Does he bring in the Azumarill? He's got 2 solid answers. He goes for the Azumarill here.
Azumarill and Charger Bug, both of these Pokemon does so well against this bulky flying and dark type Pokemon. Going for the Aerial Ace, the heavier hitting attack, but when I say heavy hitting, look how little damage that did to little Azumarill.
Barely leaves a scratch. Azumarill enjoys taking charge attacks. A lot of trainers use it as that cushion, that safety net, that damage sponge. We're going to see this Mandibuzz throw another Aerial Ace, but again, this just looks like a stalling tactic. I think Paltoman wants to get out of this matchup ASAP, and Swireless with his Switch Timer knowledge is a little bit off, and a great catch by Paltoman.
Paltoman doing everything he can to stay in this matchup, saying, Mandibuzz, you have to find a target here somewhere at some point, getting this play rough. As you can see, Corsola saying, that's okay, I'm just going to start charging up a little bit of energy here. I don't have any shields left, but this is going to be where it gets dangerous. Azumarill already has energy. Swireless has 2 shields to his name. We're going to see a lot more dancing around.
Look, Amanda, these Switch Timers are like dominoes. One after the other, they fall, and that allows Swireless to bring out the Diggersby into the glaring Corsola.
Diggersby has such a great matchup against Corsola here. Scorching Sands coming through, and it's barely enough, but look at this. He has an attack. He's not even going to throw last second throwing of that Power Gem.
Yeah, Power Gem, we know, is just going to bounce off of this Diggersby here. Not a ton of damage anticipated. Diggersby really finding its alignment, finding the matchup that it needed to find, and this quick attack farm down is brutal, but the combo play, here comes Paltoman.
2 shields now down to 1 shield on Zwilus' side. This Aqua Tail would be enough to knock out the Diggersby. I believe there's another one already loaded, going for that charge attack priority and getting that last shield. Where there was 2, there is now none, but there's still a lot of play left on the field.
Charge attack priority tie, which means that Shadow Drapion is snagged in the net of this Scorching Sands from the Diggersby. This will absolutely KO the Poison and Dark type, and Paltoman suddenly is looking to be in dire straits. He only has the Mandibuzz and the Glaring Corsola left.
Scorching it off of the field. The Mandibuzz could come back in. We do have that Corsola for potential sacrificial swap. This Mandibuzz does have a ton of energy. Azumarill coming back in to just sponge it all up here. First Aerial Ace coming through.
This is a real test. Remembering exactly how much the energy the Azumarill has, you need to throw this Aerial Ace. You need to apply damage as quickly as you possibly can. Paltoman coming in here. Does he time it correctly? No, the Ice Beam's already ready.
Ice Beam being able to connect down. No Protect Shields remaining. Mandibuzz is just kind of sitting in the side, stalling out here. Super effective damage. Not quite enough to take it down, but the bubble damage might do it.
Exactly right. Azumarill able to get the better of Paltoman, and Zwilus is 1 bubble away from resetting the bracket. He's back.
He is back. Zwilus says, okay, wait a minute. I was 2-0 up last time. Turns out I just needed to win that 3rd game to stay in. But at this point, you can see him giving a little bit of love to the crowd. We are going to have an epic grand finals.
I think it's so important to remember. We were talking about this in the lounge earlier, but having a loss, having a really difficult series loss in that winners finals, it doesn't have to be the end. You need to battle. You need to keep persevering, keep pushing yourself to write the final sentence of your story. And Zeus Wireless is doing his best to change the narrative and win here in London.
I like what you said a little bit earlier. Zeus Wireless is known for what we call reverse engineering. He takes a look at the top Pokemon that are in the meta, and he tries to find core breakers to these Pokemon, things that people might not expect to bring, and that's why we're seeing him play a little bit differently, a little bit more engagingly. Patoman is one of the trainers who's so well known within Europe. He is a trainer who, from the very beginning, people have feared him. They saw his name on that Go Battle League leaderboard, and from his very first tournament, he was top cutting.
Exactly. People knew about him before they even saw him. Let's take a look back at the first set of our grand finals. As a reminder to everyone, because Zeus Wireless won 3-0, that does reset this grand finals bracket and trigger a brand new set of 5. Whoever wins this next set of 5 is your 2025 EUIC champion.
What are you thinking about the team compositions that Patoman is playing against Zeus Wireless? I think he was in a position where he felt a little bit comfortable to try an experiment, right? If you kind of are in that winner's side, you can give a little bit more flexibility. You can try to do a little more risk-taking. But Zeus Wireless was very measured, saying, okay, I know exactly how I want to play this out.
This series revolves around Galarian Corsola. We saw it with Patoman playing it, leading it into Diggersby, getting really behind early on in this series, and you saw Patoman bringing the Mandibuzz, trying to snag Zeus Wireless's Galarian Corsola as well. If those two trainers can avoid that negative matchup, whoever does it the best is going to win this series and become our champion.
If we're looking at the team of Patoman there is a lot of bulk to the Pokemon. We have the Galarian Corsola. We saw how well it could take some hits. We see how well the Mandibuzz can even take super effective hits against the Azumarill. And we have the Azumarill itself being able to tank a lot. And then he has Pokemon that he's paired with it with that Shadow Drop-In that gets very fast to its charge attacks. And then also a Walrein, which can do a similar thing. Zeus Wireless is really into that Primate where it doesn't be able to take attacks very well, but it just starts packing a punch, and the more Rage Fist he puts through, the heavier that attack becomes.
These trainers have optimized and re-optimized over and over again, and you don't even see particular picks like the Shadow Walrein from Patoman or the Talonflame from Zeus Wireless. They don't see an opening for those picks in this series, but we might see them in the Grand Finals reset depending on how their opponent adjusts. So it's so important not only to play your game and maintain a balanced approach, but also to adapt, to evolve, to change, to adjust to what your opponent is trying to do as well. And I think that Patoman and his Psyduck are trying to give Wireless a headache here on stage, but he's got to win a few games to do that.
If you're looking at the Pokemon that they have been bringing these last couple times, Primate has been really key, I think, for Wireless, and Patoman has been trying to negate anything that that Primate can do by using the Mandibuzz, which has such a good matchup against it. It gets using a Galarian Corsola, but Zeus Wireless has been kind of one step ahead of him, noticing where the Galarian Corsola is going to be at and being able to get his Diggersby on it, noticing where that Mandibuzz is going to be, and even being able to get a Charge-a-Bug on it.
And you saw Patoman not even just double down, but also triple down on the Mandibuzz. He says, I know I'm going to find that Galarian Corsola. I know I'm going to get lined up against the Diggersby and make some headway, and Zeus Wireless just did not allow him to do it. So again, great offense, but also great defensive play and team building from Zeus Wireless.
So if you guys are just tuning in, we're in literally the grand finals of going on. This is a best of 5 matchup. The first best of 5 in the winners finals going to Patoman. The next one going to Zeus Wireless. And really, at this point, it is literally anyone's game. The score is back to 0-0. Our trainers are getting locked in. They're getting ready to go.
3 games, 3 battles, about 3.5 minutes each, but it will make all the world of difference. All right, everybody, we are locked in. We're ready for some games. This is our grand finals reset, EUIC 2025. Let's hear from Pato. Let's hear for Zeus Wireless.
Let's see the Pokemon on the field. A great lead this time for Patoman with the Azumarill. That though the Primate does pace very quickly, neither one of these attacks are going to be doing very much at the beginning.
Yeah, I think with the shields up, this is not that bad for that Primate, but I think controlling switch advantage has been the name of the game for Zeus Wireless. Again, trying to snag, trying to snare that Galarian Corsola on the opposing side. We also don't see much variety in the picks. No Shadow Walrein here in our Grand Finals reset. No Talonflame either.
No shield either, as the next Rage Fist is going to be able to connect. The third one is going to do more damage. Sometimes we also see Primates going for a close combat at this point because it is enough to knock out the Azumarill. Patoman going for the Ice Beam and still getting the shield off of the Primate because, again, what Primate puts in a punch it lacks in the bulk.
The swap here from Patoman to bring in the Shadow Drapion, a very unconventional pick. And oh my goodness, the bait from Z's Wireless. This could be the close combat. Patoman plays it safe.
Forcing a shield here, but if you notice, they're at that charge attack priority. I had to feature the Aqua Tail here at this point. We're gonna have to decide, am I gonna shield this up? And it looks like Z's Wireless is going to shield it up. He has a lot of energy still left on this Primeape.
If there's one thing we can count on, it's for Z's Wireless to give his shields to his fighting type Pokemon. But now there's only one shield remaining for Patoman. The close combat, firing this off here. Patoman double shields his Shadow Drapion.
Since Patoman swapped in at this point, he's forced to use a shield, but Z's Wireless can go ahead and swap out to clear his debuff if he wants to. Looks like he's just content to let it go down. No, still catching an Aqua Tail onto this Azumarill.
Insane, going up 2 more fast attacks before the catch. These trainers are in a synchronized dance, and the Aqua Tail is definitely what this Azumarill wanted to absorb. Switch Timer is up for Patoman as well, and he reaches for that Galarian Corsola.
Corsola is a great answer to the Azumarill, but there are no Protect Shields on the field for either one of these trainers. Play Rough is going to connect with the Galarian Corsola, and Patoman is going to have to take it.
Play Rough connecting into the Galarian Corsola. We talk about this matchup all weekend long. It's very close. These Pokemon are very bulky. They pace even at similar rates. The Nightshade is going to get that same type attack bonus. The Charge Type priority tie will go to that Ghost Type Galarian Corsola, and these trainers are just whittling each other down in this mid-game matchup.
Starting to throw a little bit of shade here at the Azumarill, saying, I know that you pace just as slow as I do. Next Play Rough coming through, but it won't be enough to knock out at this point, and there is still another Nightshade loaded.
Exactly right, Galarian Corsola. Oh, actually the switch. Z's Wireless reaches for the Diggersby, trying to nullify this damage from Patoman. Should he have thrown the Power Gem? Should he have swapped? I don't think his Switch Timer was ready.
He had to do something at point because, as you can see, his Switch Timer is ready now, and he wants to swap back out into the Azumarill. He's so close to an Ice Beam, but a Scorching Sands is almost loaded as well. Yeah. Throwing this before a Scorching Sands is really great for Patoman, because if the Scorching Sands got an attack debuff, this wouldn't have done as much damage.
Yeah, it's absolutely key to land that hard-hitting, super effective charge attack as soon as possible in the Diggersby matchup. Gonna see the Scorching Sands coming through here from Z's Wireless. He has leaned on this Diggersby all tournament long, and it's going to try to pull through for him here.
Super effective bubbles are doing it, but it's not doing it quick enough. These quick attacks are going to be able to throw right in time. Wonderful wherewithal from Z's Wireless, throwing right before that charge attack was available. I think he was hoping he was able to farm down. Not being able to do this Fire Punch is definitely enough.
KO onto the Pokemon. Only 2 weakened Pokemon are left for Patoman. That's Shadow Drapion and Galarian Corsola. He doesn't have many options, but he's got to choose. Comes in with a drive. It's got energy. Here comes Wireless with the swap.
Once again, catching an Aqua Tail onto this Azumarill. And once again, we're seeing Patoman actually undercharges. He wants to be able to get a little bit of farm, but actually just swapping into the Galarian Corsola, hoping that he can tank this better, hoping that he can get up to an attack. And guess what? Luck is on his side, able to get there, going to throw an attack at whatever comes back in.
It's astonishing he's able to get the farm down, but here comes Patoman with the Power Gem right into this Diggersby. This might actually be enough.
It wasn't enough earlier on, and missing a couple of bubbles here, not very effective, and it hangs on. This is actually great for Patoman here. They threw at the same time. The Fire Punch is going to be able to connect that Drapion, is going to be able to get to another attack. He's at an Aqua Tail here. He's going to be able to throw it at the Primeape.
Send Patoman your energy. His Shadow Drapion is able to keep him in this series. This is a game victory for Patoman on the left side of your screen with some of the best energy management I've ever seen and only 10 seconds to spare.
Drapion saying, you get an Aqua Tail and you get an Aqua Tail and one more Aqua Tail to boot to give me game number 1 in this grand finals.
I see you in the crowd. I see you, Pokemon trainers out there, putting your hands on your face, hiding, not even looking away, but you have to see the greatness that is deploying on screen. Patoman on the left side getting that game 1 victory, proving that he's still got plenty of fight here in London.
Z's Wireless did everything he could in that matchup. He caught 2 separate Aqua Tails onto the Azumarill. That does barely any damage at all. He even got that Diggersby on the Corsola, but Patoman says, no, I know what I'm doing this round. That Power Gem was barely not enough. That undercharge this time was perfect, and that game number 1 was his.
As that logo entails, international champion. That is what is on the line here in our grand finals reset. A maximum of 4 games left to go, but Patoman could end it all with 2 more wins.
2 more wins, and he gets that trophy that's in the center of the stage here. This is what all of the trainers are playing for. This is the thing, this is the glory, this is the title of European International Champion.
For all the marbles, as they say, our trainers getting locked in. One of them is already eager to start this game number 2. The other one taking just a few more moments to get their choices right. Visualizing win conditions, thinking about leads, thinking about positive scenarios and negative ones, trying to figure out how you can get into the mind of the person across the table from you and take victory from them.
The top 4 trainers of this event already have their qualifications for Worlds, but these 2 trainers are saying that is not enough. I want the title for my name, I want that prestige, and I am just a couple of plays away.
Here we go, ground types on the field. Game number 2, Pataman leads that Shadow Kanto Marowak into the Diggersby. I do think the Diggersby has a slight edge in the even shield situations, but let's see how this plays out.
If you want to talk about Pokemon that want to use up both of their shields, we've got Primeape on Zweilous' side, and we've got that Marowak on Pataman's side. Pataman with that Mudslap damage does a lot to basically any Pokemon. Diggersby just happens to be one of the bulky Pokemon that can take it better than others.
We've seen each of these Pokemon win Championship Series events this season and in past seasons as well. They are both incredibly vital picks for these teams. We're going to see another Scorching Sands come through, though, from the Diggersby, and this will actually chip down the Marowak quite a bit.
Chip it for real, because there's no Protect Shields used at that point. Gets an attack fall, too. I wonder if that will change the way Pataman wants to play it out. No, going up to basically 100 energy, throwing this, but since there was an attack debuff, it might not even be enough to knock out the Diggersby.
Back-to-back Bone Clubs on the Shadow Kanto Marowak, and looking for the swap now. Pataman wants to go for that Shadow Drapion, and he does, right into the Azumarill.
Going in for it now. The Poison Sting damage, this fast attack damage is the thing that's really putting pressure onto the Azumarill. Neither the Crunch nor the Aqua Tail do that much. The Crunch does have a chance to debuff. That's exactly what Pataman's going for. He's praying that he gets this here. No shield from the Azumarill.
Beautiful timing. I mean, mechanically flawless play by both of these trainers. Poison Sting does come through. Zweilous opting for the play rough, and a wise Protect Shield from Pataman to not take that damage from the Azumarill in this mid-game. Switch Timer is up for Zweilous. He can reach for the Primeape, but with all this energy on the Shadow Drapion, he would be insane to do that.
Going straight for another Crunch. It still is not quite enough to knock out, but the timers are a little bit misaligned at this point. He could be able to swap, or if Zweilous wants to, he's forced to now throw this other Crunch, and there's still no Protect Shield from Zweilous' side.
This is it, Amanda. All cards on the table. It's Primeape or it's nothing for Zweilous. He's got 2 Protect Shields, the Fighting type on the field. Let's see just how much rage it's got.
He's going for Aqua Tail number 1, getting shield number 1 from Zweilous' side, still punching away, getting these karate chops, and now we are almost up to a Rage Fist, letting it fly.
Gonna throw the Rage Fist here. Zweilous, no more swaps, no more reserve Pokemon available. It's all on the shoulders of this Pokemon. Now we see the Rage Fist connect. Shadow Drapion hangs on. Bone Club. Here comes Pataman trying to apply pressure. He's got to whittle down this Primeape, and the Bone Club comes through.
You see Zweilous not sure if he wants to shield at this point, wondering how much energy there is, but look how much damage that does. Mudslap just getting it nice and low. There's 1 Protect Shield left on Zweilous' side. God tries to come in with his, at this point, he's just trying to get the health down as low as possible on this Primeape.
Wow, hoping for a Shadow Wall Rain in the back. Pataman sends out the Azumarill instead and says, I'm going to take game 2. I'm going up in this series, and I'm not going away.
I think Pataman said, I really liked what you did in the winners finals and the grand finals, going up 2-0. I think I'm going to try it this time.
Yeah, why not? Why not try the shoe on the other foot, as they say? Our trainers are going to take a few moments to get locked in here. This is the most important game of the entire tournament for each of them. There have been thrilling victories, narrow defeats, and some landslides each way on the sides of the stage. But it's up to Pataman to lock in this game number 3 and win it all. And Zweilous has the reverse sweep. He has to pull a Pataman, if I may say, and take this right out from under his feet.
Earlier on in the winners finals, Zweilous was in this exact position when Pataman was able to kind of pull it out from underneath him. We'll have to see if Zweilous will be able to do the same, but I completely agree with you here, Will. The determination here, this is the big game. Pataman just needs 1 more win to call himself the champion. Zweilous, he's been reverse engineering this whole weekend. He's been not dropping any games until today. Will he be able to pick it back up? Will he get that momentum back on his side?
1 more yard, 1 more foot, even 1 more inch, It sounds so simple, but it's anything but. Z's Wireless is going to do his very best to fight his way back in this series. He says, I lost to Pataman earlier today. I am not repeating the same mistakes. I want to win this championship and bring it back to Germany.
If we look at what he ran, Pataman, earlier on in the first grand final set, we saw a lot of Mandibuzz. Mandibuzz seemed to be in his team almost every time, perhaps hoping to scare away the Primate. Unfortunately for him, not able to do so, landed on basically any Pokemon but the Primate. Now it seems like he's swapped over to that Kanto Marowak.
Yes,
what are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, absolutely. I think just finding different ways to apply pressure, and I think that the tail of the tape here is also leaving that Mandibuzz on the bench. We have not seen the glaring Corsola at all from Z's Wireless as of late, and I don't think he's going to bring it anytime soon. But guess what, Amanda? We are locked in. This could be the game that crowns your EUIC champion, everybody. Let's go.
Let's see what these two trainers want to bring into the fray. We're going to get them up and loaded here. We have that Shadow Marowak up against a Primate, and they are beginning to fight.
Absolutely. The signature picks of these two trainers are on the field. Primate is taking so much fast attack pressure from the Mud Slaps, just like it did in that game number 2. Z's Wireless throwing the Rage Fist to try to break up the mud.
Going ahead and just using that first Protect Shield because he's gaining a ton of energy. But guess what? 1-2 punch right away. First Rage Fist gets shielded. Second one actually doesn't, which is normally the reverse since this one will do more damage.
Yeah, a little bit interesting there, but Pataman knows this matchup inside and out. Gonna throw 3 more Mud Slaps and get the KO. All that energy down the drain.
A full farm down. Z's Wireless comes in with the Azumarill, hoping the bubble damage will do enough to knock out the Marowak before it gets off 2 charge attacks. And it looks like he is able to do so. Now in comes the Dropion to start putting in some work.
Yeah, exactly. Z's Wireless makes the swap into that Diggersby, but the Azumarill comes out. I gotta say, this is looking really, really grim for Z's Wireless at the mid game. Let's see if he can turn this around.
I've seen Z's Wireless lose the lead, lose the swap, and still win games, so I'm not counting anyone out at this point. But this Scorching Sands getting the attack ball is exactly what he needs.
Step by step, brick by brick, Scorching Sands debuff by Scorching Sands debuff. He needs to claw his way back into this matchup, and that was the first step to doing just that. Switch timer is almost up for Pataman. I think he's about 10 seconds or so displaced.
Diggersby now coming in with yet another Scorching Sands. He got 1 debuff, which did help him out before. I think he's hoping for another one at this point because still no Protect Shield used on Pataman's side. He only has 1 left. He knows he has a positive matchup against his Diggersby, and next Ice Beam coming through.
Incredible awareness by Pataman. Almost a 6th sense of sorts that he's able to predict when that switch timer is ready. Throw the Ice Beam early, and the swap and the combo play. Pataman applying so much pressure.
Going ahead and letting this Aqua Tail go and getting that last Protect Shield from Wireless' side. The switch timers are up now at this point, but the Scorching Sands is coming through. This is the heavy hitting attack. This would do so much damage to the Dropion, and Pataman uses his last shield as well.
Z's Wireless applying pressure of his own, swaps now into the Azumarill. Another attack drop, which might actually be the saving grace here for the Azumarill.
Going out for that crunch, saying, okay, if you're getting all the attack drops, can I at least get a crunch debuff one time or another? Coming through onto the Azumarill. You see, it doesn't do as much damage, and it's not very effective. Z's Wireless at a Play Rough.
Play Rough gonna deal some neutral damage here to the Poison and Dark type, but it hits hard. Azumarill looks cute, but it plays rough, taking that Shadow Dropion down into the red. Bubbles are adding up, but it's closing in on a crunch as well.
Going ahead and saving all of that energy, having a crunch stored for whatever comes in the back, but this means another Play Rough is already ready. You see how low of health Pataman's Azumarill is. He's gonna have to take this, but will it be able to hang on? No, it goes down. Dropion comes back in.
That was critical right there. The 1 HP, unable to survive that Azumarill KO from Z's Wireless. What kept him in this series and in this tournament?
We talked about it before. Z's Wireless swaps in his Diggersby. It gets countered by an Azumarill, and everyone thinks, ooh, this looks bleak for him. And now look at this. First point for him in the grand finals. He's looking for a comeback.
Z's Wireless, the reverse engineer, not just with team building and meta reading, but also with win conditions. He says, you know what? Maybe I prefer the negative start. Maybe I prefer to lose swap because I just want to show you how good I am at flipping everything on its head.
That was a very impactful game for this series. If Pataman would have been able to take that, we would have already had a champion. But because Z's Wireless took this, there's potential that we can go on even further. Let's look at this. This is Ice Beam is correctly shielded up from Z's Wireless before the Scorching Sands Sands. He ended up getting that attack debuff, making him not have to shield the next.
Exactly. The crunch coming through here. We talked a lot about debuffs on both sides, but those can really flip matchups. I think getting an early one with the Diggersby is what kept Zswilas in this game. Crunch connecting, Azumarill fainting, Play Rough connecting, and that was going to be enough to keep him in the tournament. Pataman shrugging. He says, I don't think I can hang on through this Play Rough, and he was right.
There's a lot going on between the body language of these two trainers. You can tell both of them are tense. Both of them know that there are big stakes on the line. They want to be called, you know what? They're actually already called champions. They want to be called an international champion, and this is a good start for Pataman. Lead a quick swap out into a Primate safe swap here. What are your thoughts on that, Will?
Yeah, instant pivot into the Primate. I guess Zswilas figures that Mandibuzz is staying home, so the worst they can possibly see would be the Azumarill, but he's going to stay in here. Pataman with the Shadow Kanto Marowak. He saw how much pressure he can apply, and he likes to carry energy, so he's going to throw a Mud Slap and then a Bone Club.
Last time we saw a full Mud Slap down. This time he said, I know I was already in first. I see you coming in. You're going to have to use your shield here, and that's exactly what Zswilas does. Another Rage Fist now coming through.
Yeah, ramping up this damage, ramping up the attack stat for the fighting type Primate here. It's going to do a lot, but we saw this in game number 2. This doesn't KO. This Shadow Kanto Marowak can't stay in here. Is it going to repeat? History repeats. Pataman gets the KO again.
It looks like he's going to go for a little bit of a different strategy. He has all this energy, and you see him tapping on that Dropion. That means he's going to try to swap immediately. No matter what comes in, it's going to be that Diggersby. A great call from Zswilas here, because that's a good matchup for the Diggersby.
Amanda, that's an insane call, but he actually pivots back into the Charge-a-Bug, which frees up the Azumarill. Pataman can't believe it. He says, why did you make that switch? Zswilas has a plan, but is it all going to get foiled in the end?
Crunch now coming through. Look how much that does. It does not get the debuff at this point, but the X-Scissor is loaded. Another Crunch coming through. This will knock out the Charge-a-Bug if Zswilas chooses to not shield it.
Exactly right. Crunch hits so hard, Drapion builds to it so quickly, and now it's up to Zswilas and his Diggersby. Pataman thinks he's got it, but let's find out.
Going ahead, going for another Scorching Sands. You see him looking up into the crowd. You see Zswilas giving a little bit of grin, saying, maybe don't shield.
Yeah, maybe let the Scorching Sands through, Pato. Give me one of those. He says, no way. I'm trying to become an international champion here.
You can see Aqua Tail going through, super effective damage to that Diggersby. Diggersby's trying to just get up a little bit of energy, but speaking of energy, we've got a full healthy Pokemon in the back line. We've got a charge attack priority tie, and we've already got ZZ clapping.
Whoa, I think he's got a sense. He knows what's in the back. Aqua Tail comes through here. Looks like a charge attack priority ties. Zswilas throws the Scorching Sands, but Pataman is still hanging on. I don't think he can believe what's about to happen.
Looks like it's going to be able to connect, but at this point it might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Pataman is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a tap. Look at it go. Give it up for Pataman.
Pataman, what an incredible rise of one of EU's best. He has so much passion, so much love for this game and for this community, and to win an international title, I can't even begin to express what he's feeling right now.
From the very beginning, from Pataman's very first tournament, he was making waves. He's been top cutting throughout the years. He's been a champion in his own right, but now he can call himself the 2025 European International Champion.
Pataman had such an incredible career, and it's just getting started. I remember in Barcelona when he lost that grand finals, he went off the stage and he hugged his parents in tears. He said, I can't believe I came up short. And guess what? He turned it all around in Gdansk, and then he came here, and I'm sure his parents are in the crowd ready to embrace him and tell him just how much they're proud of him.
His family has been going with to all of these different events. We see Pedro on the stage, ready to talk to Pataman, ready to see how emotional this man is, ready to see how much he was willing to be that champion.
I mean, honestly, Amanda, how can you give an interview after that? He must be just scrambling with emotions, but I really want to hear from the trainer himself. Let's toss it over to Pedro, aka Swagron, and your new champion, Europe.
Yeah, I'm getting emotional over here. I'm here with the Spanish prodigy, Pataman, unbelievable player, incredible person. Dude, congratulations. Any words?
I don't know how to say right now. Just that I'm gonna shout out all my family, my friends, and all people that have been supporting me this time. I really appreciate that. I love you all.
Dude, this crowd is amazing. You're gonna make me cry. You did amazing. You deserve everything. You've been playing so good for so long. You deserve this title. And now, I just wanna ask you one more thing before we go. Your parents have been with you, have been there with you for so many tournaments, so many different tournaments. And now you've won. What's next? What's next in your trophy? I mean, you've won an international with them. You won a regional with them. Are you gonna win worlds with them now?
I made that promise last year and I wasn't like in the mood, so right now I can promise I'll do my best to win this World Championship because it is my best goal, and I have, of course.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, here, the Spanish prodigy. One more round of applause, please. Now, we're going back to our casters for some final thoughts. That was strong.
Good, Amanda. I don't even know what to say.
There's absolutely incredible battles that we just saw there. We saw them from the beginning of Championship Sunday, playing in the winners finals. Zwei was up 2-0, and Patoman was able to reverse sweep in the actual grand finals. Patoman says, we're done playing around at this point. I'm just going to go ahead and take these three.
Yeah, took the gloves off, so to speak, right? But what an incredible story from Patoman, a young trainer that a lot of people have been looking up to because he's so talented. And to see him come now into Championship Sunday and actually reverse sweep to win that winner's side bracket, but then maybe stumble a little bit in the grand finals. It's just proof, Amanda, honestly. You can stumble, you just have to not let it turn into a fall. You need to recollect yourself, stay steady to the course, and trust in your own abilities and your fighting spirit, and Patoman did exactly that here in London.
This was the largest tournament for Pokemon Go to date. There is so many accolades. There's so many really good trainers here at the venue. Patoman is well known within the European community. You saw everyone going nuts for him in the crowd. You saw his family there. I really appreciate all of the love that the community has been given, but let's give credit to everyone that's been here. Let's go ahead and look at that winner's side of the bracket. Look at all of these different people he had to play through to get to the spot where he's at.
Yeah, I'm just kind of tracing back the line here. So Patoman started off his day number 2 by taking down the reigning LAIC champion Marto Galde. He also brought down Inadequates, Kofia, and several other very talented trainers along the path. But you know what? You can't stop until you have reached the final page of your story. And I'm sure Patoman is looking forward to leaving his signature in the history books for competitive Pokemon Go.
You know, he's a special champion. Now he's an international champion. We just heard him say it up on stage. I'm going to do my best to be the 2025 world champion, and we're going to have to say we're around to see it.
I hope chat clipped that moment because you're going to want to watch that back, and this is what we were hoping for as well, to see Patoman embraced by his friends, his community. I know so many of you are watching from home, but here in the venue, you can feel the love, the passion, the excitement, the support. Both of these trainers received enormous amounts of hype and energy from the crowd, but Patoman is moved to tears here as he takes the championship victory.
Yeah, there's so many really good things that we can say about this whole different event. We saw that winner's side bracket. We saw how many times players had to play against each other. See, Zwei was playing earlier on, 2-0 sweeping everyone up until Championship Sunday. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to take it all the way, but he did get that qualification for Worlds in Anaheim, California.
It's so ironic too, because our runner-up, Z's Wireless, he actually posted on socials and said, you know what, my goal for 2025 is to win a medal. And he only waited till February to knock that out. So he's got a few more months to play competitively, and I'm sure we will see him at Worlds. So if you enjoyed the reverse engineer, his pick of Charjabug and Talonflame in a meta that didn't really see it coming, we have even more treats down the road.
Yeah, and also we're gonna give a little view of the crowd back here, because I don't know, if it's focused on us, you can't see what's actually going on behind to see how much love and support is going on for Patoman after he won this event.
Exactly. You see so many friends. I mean, there's Palasha, there's Sanhurigo, there's Doombug97. Again, former champions, trainers who are at the top of their game. And look at Patso. He's going up. He's surfing.
He's surfing with the Psyduck in his hands, right? I mean, he's definitely, both of them are catching the waves.
Congratulations again to Patoman. It's just so exciting, Amanda, because a lot of trainers have a very stoic demeanor, right? You look at Z Swiles or even Lyle Jeffson in the North America region, and they don't give us much. Pato Man gives everything to every single game, to every single charge tag priority, every single swap. You can see it on his face. You can feel it in the crowd. He feeds off your energy, and so many of these other trainers do as well. So thank you all so much for supporting competitive Pokemon Go, and especially our grand finals here today.
Yeah, Z's Wireless, we talked about him a little bit earlier on. He did end up only dropping down to the loser side of the bracket earlier on today, but take a look at this gauntlet. Look at how many players are playing in the losers rounds for this EUIC. There's been so many players. Once again, our largest tournament to date.
Amanda, I know you just finished your point, but I would love to hear your insights on our third place finisher here from Belgium. He had an incredible tournament.
He had an absolutely incredible tournament, and I want to say a big shout out to Kafka. We were looking at actually the top 8, and I believe he was the only one of them who didn't have a championship under his belt. Look at this whole team here. Look how stacked all of these trainers have been.
Yeah, Pato Man with that smoldering look at the camera. That might be a future world champion photo there, so make sure to take note of that. Z's Wireless with his Sharpedo, and then of course our 3rd through 8th place. Like you said earlier, Amanda, so many former champions competing here at EUIC, the biggest tournament to date, the most stacked tournament to date, and they did not disappoint.
One person I want to actually call out on there was Nighttime Clasher, because he's the only NA person, because look at this, all EU trainers here. We've got Pato Man from Spain, we've got Z's Wireless from Germany, and we got Kopje from Belgium.
Yeah, like we were talking with Relic earlier, he wanted to see the EU do well. Well, guess what? Either way, we're going to have an EU champion this weekend, and Pato Man made his way to the top of the pile there, just furiously fighting his way through a gauntlet of some of EU's best.
And not only did they play for that prestige, they also played for these prizes and points. There were so many people in this tournament. First place going home with a nice chunk of change.
Yeah, $5,000 for first place, but look at what you earn for fighting onwards in the bracket. Even if you take that early winner's side bracket loss, being tied for 13th still nets you $600, which is great for traveling, for getting to, spending a little bit of money here on the side, or buying some food at our lovely concessions. Whatever you might spend it on, it's a great way to continue fighting. Great motivation, right?
Now, I know we kind of came in with a whirlwind into those grand finals, but now that they're over, we have a little bit of a time to relax. Any thoughts about this whole tournament so far for you, Speediest Chief?
Yeah, I think that when you look at the international championships throughout the year, we have LAIC first. That's going to be the calendar year where we start the new season. Then you've got EUIC in February, followed by NAIC towards the end of the season. This tournament is always like a temperature check, is what I like to call it, where trainers are still trying new things, they're being inventive, and I don't think there's any more inventive region than EU. These trainers give it their all to break the meta, to reverse engineer things, to find clever ways around what you expect, and that's exactly what we got here. Honestly, Amanda, coming into this event, so honored to work with the Pokemon Company. I had high hopes. This tournament met every single one of them and more.
I mean, I think you're taking the words right out of my mouth. This has been such an incredible tournament, and it's not over for Go, because we want to congratulate our winners. We're going to go kick it over to the stage for our trophy ceremony.
Thank you, Will of Amanda. Thank you, Will and Amanda. Pokemon Go never fails to bring the excitement. And this weekend was no exception. We're so thrilled to see our trainers create unforgettable memories here at the 2025 Pokemon European International Championships. On the road to Worlds, the top 4 competitors from this weekend, have earned automatic invitations to 2025 Worlds this August in Anaheim, California. So remember their names and their faces, because they have earned their place amongst the best. So now, let's take a moment to recognize our outstanding finalists. Starting by congratulating our 3rd place finalist, Kuvia! And now, we will congratulate our 2nd place finalist, Cici Wallace! And finally, everybody a huge round of applause for our 2025 Pokemon Go European International Champion, Patoman! Raise your trophies high in the air. And let's hear it one last time for our Pokemon Go European International finalists. With 2 international champions already being crowned, we are just beginning. We still have so much action in front of us, ahead of us. But before we continue with the action, I just want to say thank you to you, the viewer, for watching us at Pokemon.com/broadcast and for accompanying us throughout all weekend. Your support means everything. Up next is the turn of the Pokemon trading card game to take over the stage. Yeah. We are so excited to dive into Junior, Senior, and Masters Division to finally find out who will stand the tallest. So let's send it over to our incredible TCG casters to keep the momentum going.
Welcome everybody, my name is Amy and I'm back with Pablo to bring you guys the action for the juniors of the trading card game of our European International Championships.
I know, I'm very excited. We don't get to see the juniors and seniors too often, right, on the big stage. I know they're excited. I'm also very excited, Amy.
I am absolutely ecstatic. I'm reeling. I can't wait. A fantastic matchup awaits us, and I honestly could not be prouder. So I'm absolutely riveting for this action. It's going to be a good one. I think a match for the ages. About allegedly neither competitor has lost to the opposing deck previously, so it's going to be a real clash of the titans.
Yeah, it's going to be a decider match for both players, right? Do they continue that undefeated streak in the matchup, or do they finally catch one loss? And would be the worst time to catch it, right, in the finals. But I mean, both players have already made it so far, so deep in the tournament. What a time for them.
Right, and there has to be a winner. There's finally going to be a decision. They're going to have to bring out all of the stops. But clearly these two are an expert at their craft. They've been training, and well, we're gonna have a match and it's gonna be fantastic. So make sure your eyes are staying eagerly peeled for our competitors who will be along very soon. How do you feel about this matchup, Papa?
So, I mean, I feel like on paper, Lugia does have an advantage a little bit. It has that potential to 1KO those Dragapults depending on the build, right? But over on Dragapult side, can be very aggressive against those very key Archeops. So I think the early game is really going to dictate how the rest of the game plays out, because Lugia gets a strong setup, it can feel unstoppable. But if Dragapult gets that early Dragapult, then those damage counters really add up really quickly.
Absolutely. So let's have a little look at the format before we jump into things.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the Excel Centre here in London, UK. Pokemon TCG trainers have travelled from around the world to compete over a $500,000 prize pool, precious booster packs, and prestigious championship points. Points that will get them one step closer towards qualifying for Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. This tournament is a 3-day event that kicked off with Swiss rounds, where every match is a best-of-3 battle. Trainers who earned total match points to exceed the threshold for their division advanced to Day 2. On Day 2, trainers continued to face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advanced to Top Cut. After all Swiss rounds were completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, advanced into an asymmetrical Top Cut single elimination bracket until the final 2 players remained. Today, on Championship Sunday, our finalists from each division will face off and compete for the EUIC trophy and title of International Champion. Congratulations to all competitors who gained points towards Worlds 2025 this weekend. Our remaining trainers are ready to fight for the crown, so let's get our battles started.
And this is our Championship Sunday for the trading card game and the decks that will be featuring ever so soon in our juniors finals. Of course, we've mentioned Lugia V-Star Archeops versus Dragapult EX.
What a matchup. I think heading into this tournament, both decks are considered at the very top, right? I don't think there's one super dominant deck like we used to have with Regidrago, but Dragapult, as you can see, there's a lot of Dragapult at the very top.
Oh,
so perhaps it's trying to take Regidrago's crown.
Well, I mean, you know, it's a consistent deck. It's done very well during this tournament. What, 4 of our decks that we're going to see today are Dragapult, because as we go into the seniors, we're going to be a Dragapult mirror match. So we're going to be shooting the Dreepy all over the show and seeing who comes out on top. But I tell you what, a Dragapult EX is going to win the seniors.
Yeah, we're going to have at least one Dragapult champion, could have potentially 3, right? But one thing's for certain, there's going to be Dreepies flying all over London today.
Absolutely. And as we come to the pinnacle, we will go on to our Masters finals, of course. But what are they playing for, Pablo?
We are playing for $25,000 in the Masters division. Of course, second place walks away with $15,000. Or in the case of juniors and seniors, we're playing for $7,000 or $5,000. That's a lot of money if you're 10 years old.
10 years old. Can you imagine it? Wow. The amount of booster packs I would buy with that money would be crazy. But no, there's just as much to play for whether you're a junior, a senior, or a master. We've got points and prizes, of course. So looking at our juniors bracket, as they've been playing throughout the tournament, going through the top 8 through to semi-finals, and now we finally made it to the pinnacle of our international championships, the finals.
Yeah, we can see how Oliver made it past Adrian and Jose Cruz to make it all the way to the finals, and then Andreas had to go past Sojiro and Jake to get here. All these matches were 2-1, so you can see how tight these games were heading into the final. No easy path.
Not at all. They definitely had a tussle on their hands. Just goes to show how many talented juniors we have, and you better watch out for when they eventually come over to the Masters, because these guys are going to crush it.
Can't tell you, Amy, how many times I've played in a regional, gone up against a first-year master and gotten beaten like really badly. Just
right?
Like these kids are on a whole other level, and I think we have our players setting up and ready to go. Look at them. So cool to see the juniors on the big stage.
And they deserve it. They're fantastic players in their own right. And, you know, like you said, they crush it in all the local tournaments as well. We've got Andreas there on our right and Oliver on our left. We've got Oliver rocking our Lugia V-Star deck, and Andreas, he is rocking Dragapult today.
Yep, now looking at their accolades, Oliver has quite a few just this season. Dortmund regional champion, Stuttgart regional champion, Lille top 4, and Gdansk top 8. At Andreas, this is his first accolade, and what a result to have as your first one in your resume.
Absolutely amazing feat, and Andreas could go all the way. They are being coached currently by Drago, apparently, so I'm imagining they're looking upon this feeling very, very proud. And I do have to admit to everyone watching that Oliver is from my local store, and so I'm really excited to see him play after I taught him how to play the game back in 2022. So very excited to see how both of them do. They are both top of their game and look very ready. I would be so nervous if I were them. This is a huge tournament and a very big deal, and they're right at the tippity top. No matter who comes out of this a winner, they're both winners in my eyes.
They both look completely locked in, as if playing on the big stage was just another day in the office, you know? They seem completely unfazed by everything around them, and they're just focused on making sure they're playing their best.
Absolutely, as they should be. This is the Pokemon TCG European Championships 2025, and we're about to get started with the juniors finals. I wonder who will come out on top. If you're watching from home, which deck would you be gunning for?
I'm personally, I don't know. I feel like Dragapult, now that both players are set up and ready almost to go, I think we can talk a little bit more in detail about their list. Oliver does have that Regigigas, right, which immediately deals with those Dragapults, which are hard to power up, but Andreas's list is actually quite peculiar. There's a copy of Lost City, there's, I believe, 2 Crispin, so usually powering up a Dragapult can be a little tough, especially if you only have Sparkling Crystal, which is something we've seen a lot in the Masters division, but Andreas just really wants to make sure he has access to the 2 energies at the right time.
Absolutely, and you know, keeping that consistent flurry of attacks into Lugia can still be really tough. So both players looking raring and ready to go.
I think we had a couple mulligans to resolve before we get this match started. Now, Oliver does have a very peculiar Cinchino line that you were talking to me about earlier. Tell us a little bit about that, Amy.
So at our locals, we have a bit of a joke about the Cinchino line, saying the optimum Minccino Cinchino line is a 1-2 line, as we like to play the Thornton. And so it kind of feels like you don't need more than one, and then you don't risk starting a basic. But unfortunately, this can be the payback. If it gets stuck in the prize cards, then it will be unavailable. And that Wellspring Ogre-Pon also being in the prize cards can be really damaging to a match against Dragapult.
Yeah, that pressure to the bench can be super key. But for Andreas as well, he prized that Temple of Sinnoh, so he won't be able to deactivate that Legacy energy or that Mist energy to be able to place the damage counters wherever he wants. So both players having, I want to say, impactful enough prizes to where either of those cards, the Minccino or the Temple of Sinnoh, could end up dictating who ends up winning this game.
It really could. Those prize cards could be everything, but hopefully both players have a stellar plan to put into action once we get started. But honestly, I'm so excited. Will it change the entire turn of the battle to have those key pieces prized?
I mean, I think Oliver definitely will notice the lack of Minccino. Of course, you have Regigigas to deal with one Dragapult, but then dealing with another one when you don't have access to that one hit KO option can be very problematic. Now, we are getting our match started. We do have the Buddy Puffin for Andreas getting those Dreepies established. And over on Oliver's side, we have that very threatening Iron Hands.
Yeah, definitely one of the pinnacle Pokemon that you want in this match. So Iron Hands beginning our match against now a flurry of Dreepy have made it out thanks to Buddy Puffin. Buddy Puffin lets you search your deck and grab 2 Pokemon basics and put them on the bench. So we've got 2 Dreepy, which is fantastic start from Andreas. But I'm not seeing much else in the hand right now. We've got multiple Iono, but can't play a supporter on the first turn. So it's just passing over to Oliver now.
Yep. pretty decent setup. You can't ask for much more. I like how Andres just gets 3 3Ps down just in case. Probably not going to follow this up with a turn 2 Dragapult DX. You can maybe expect active 3P to go down. So want to be very careful and make sure you have enough 3Ps as backup. Now, for Oliver, though, that Jack being played immediately could be pretty good. If there's an Ultra Ball to go with it, you get your 2 Arceus into a discard pile right away. Or it could signify that maybe his hand is not too great. Now, I love this. Getting used to note-taking since you're this young, Amy. I started note-taking when I was 30 years old. So.
Oh, wow. Oliver's got a bit of a head start
Yeah,
on you.
for sure. And it's definitely something important, right? Like, it can help you make sure that you're not making a mistake when you were making a play based around a card that was priced, and all of a sudden you're stuck there being like, well, that's not going to work now. What do I do?
Absolutely. So we're going in with the Shaq. First of all, of course, the key part of Lugia gameplay is that on your first turn, we need a Lugia V in play, at least one, really fantastic. And we would like to get as many Archeops, optimally 2, into the discard pile ready for the next turn. So Lugia V doesn't do much on its own, but we absolutely need it in play for evolution next turn. And we want those Archeops in the discard pile. So hopefully Oliver, like you say, will find a way of hunting down those key pieces early on. But like you said, love this, taking his time on the first deck search to find out what's in the prize cards. Unfortunately, they're not great.
Unfortunately, yeah. That Ogerpon, the Minccino, even one Lugia could be an issue if he's not able to like get off to a strong head start. And now I think Andres has a very good possibility at any moment in the game to use a Dusknoir and be able to take down both Archeops. So it's going to be very important for Oliver to manage his energy very, very well and try to get as many as possible into play in case that play happens, which I think based on both players being in the finals, I'm sure they've both really prepared and tested this matchup in particular. So I'm sure they're both going to be very aware of that perilous play.
Very, very much so. Okay, our first evolution, Oliver is going for the Lugia V-Star, and our second one, an Archeops. That's the 2 evolutions of the Jacques, and then, oh, there's 1 Archeops in hand and an Ultra Ball, Pablo!
Yeah, this hand is actually super, super strong. Already having the Lugia V-Star, getting the 2 Archeops in the discard pile, and you know next turn, the Lugia is definitely not threatened whatsoever. So looking pretty well here for Oliver. Can't ask for better, I don't think.
No, honestly, this is kind of your ideal Lugia start. Oliver's hand is not looking bad from the get-go either, so continuing on throughout this game, looks like we're going to have a real good start and off to the races for both players. Both of their hands looking really strong, so I'd love to see both of them kind of pull the optimum strategy out of the bag and see 2 titans of the TCG in this finals.
Now, Andres does know that there's a Lugia V-Star in Oliver's hand right now, so this will make him even more likely to play the Iono that's in his hand right now. So that's going to be pretty good. But that Misagosa, it's going to help both players potentially. Oliver flips heads. That's amazing. Whatever he grabs, though, there's no Minccino or Ogerpon, both of which would be really, really good here.
Okay. Yeah, we're going for another Lugia V. Might not bench it though, might just keep that in our hand for later. Or like you say, possibly knowing that an Iono is on the cards, might be thinking, actually, I don't need that right now. If it goes to the bottom of my deck, that's a-okay. But overall, Oliver's hand looking really strong. Just checking the prize cards, look at that, looking at the notes already, and there we go. We've got that fantastic ace spec attached to Iron Hands, the Legacy Energy. It allows the Iron Hands to count as a single prize Pokemon. The opponent gets to take 1 fewer prize card when they knock it out, and it's a Rainbow Energy, so allows Iron Hands to use its Amp You Very Much attack.
All right, for Andres, I see that he has a Dracloak, he has a Dragapult, and he has the very crucial Sparkling Crystal in hand already. We're going to start with a Misagosa. That would have allowed to get Luminion and possibly get Arvin and actually get the turn 2 Dragapult going. However, it was a tail, so Andres just going to go for that Iono. I guess I missaw the Dracloak in hand.
Yeah, there was a lance, so there was a possibility at kind of using the lance there to get that really strong Dracloak draw engine going early, but gone for the INO, knowing that Oliver had exactly what he wanted in hand, having cherry-picked those cards earlier.
Now there's the first Dracloak. Wonder if Andres will try to utilize Body's Ichi Pollen at this point in time. I think it would be pretty decent to try to deny Oliver the possibility to search for the Lugia Vista, right? One Lugia Vista is now at the bottom. There's the Mesagosa, of course, but that is a coin flip. But if Andres uses Body here, then the only way to get it is with Mesagosa or having it naturally, because even the Jack is now gone. So that could be a decent way to try to slow down Oliver's amazing start so far.
Absolutely. It's an undeniably really strong start, and I think that is absolutely the core of the issue. So trying to disrupt Oliver in any way possible could really bring this together. But for now, we're going to nest ball for another really important puzzle piece of Andreas' strategy. He needs those Duskulls down. A Pokemon can only evolve once it's been on the field for at least one full turn. The Duskull doesn't do much on his own, but once he evolves, he is quite the cherry picker of different knockouts, so we'll be able to certainly make a bit of a mess of Oliver's board state.
Yeah, being able to combine those damage counters from Curse Blast with the damage counters from Phantom Dive can be quite deadly. Now, I think Andres, no energy attachment, only one Dracloak, has a pretty decent hand to follow this up. Now it's on Oliver to find that Lugia V-Star, and it's already in hand.
Oh, that was a devastating pass from Andreas. It's really going to slow him down. And Oliver got the heads on the Mesagosa. Again, that Mesagosa is putting in work for Oliver today and just not helping Andreas at all, which is exactly what you want from your stadium. You want it to help you and not your opponent. Stadiums can be used by either player if they have an effect that can do so, just like this one.
All right, we're going to see that Luminion for a very crucial boss's orders that indicates that the Lugia V-Star is already in hand. And I'm thinking, Amy, that Dracloak is going to be hitting the discard pile this turn.
I think you might be absolutely right as we see the rainbow boss's orders, Giovanni coming through. And I believe his bossy nature will mean that Dracloak absolutely will hit the discard pile, which will slow Andreas down massively. We've gone for the Summoning Star on Lugia V-Star that allows Oliver to get two Pokemon from his discard pile. They must be colorless Pokemon and put them straight on the bench. And we're activating those amazing abilities. Primal Turbo, he gets to search his deck for 2 special energy per Archeops and attach them to his Pokemon.
Preemptively benching that Regigigas and powering it up. Really well done by Oliver. Knows that Andres, in order to respond to this, it's going to be quite difficult to get Rare Candy Dusknoir, Rare Candy Dragapult, and the Sparkling Crystal, and an Energy, and a Counter Catcher. That's a lot of cards. So I'm pretty sure Oliver's feeling pretty confident here, and he went ahead and prioritized protecting the Iron Hands with the Mist Energy. However, we're going to see the knockout on the Duskull. This inadvertently prevents, or protects rather, the Archeops.
I love this. Amp you very much. Taking 2 prize cards off a simple Duskull is not only fantastic, but we did manage to get the Wellspring Ogerpon as well. Remembering that if Oliver chooses to discard the Wellspring Ogerpon, that Iron Hands, if it sticks around, can turn into a Wellspring Ogerpon with Thornton.
Right, immediately finding a nice stretcher off of their Recon Directive. We have the Dragapult, we have the Arvin as well, so we can go search for that Earthen Vessel to find us some energies. But I think Andres would really like to at least KO one of the Archeops here to protect his Dragapult as much as possible from that annoying Regigigas and its Jewel Breaker attack.
Absolutely. The Mesagosa success this time for Andreas as we get to search for any Pokemon. Looks like we're considering Pheasantipity, one of the strongest newer cards in our roster, where most decks play Pheasantipity nowadays because it's just that good. Its Flip the Script ability allows you to draw 3 cards if on the previous turn one of your Pokemon was knocked out. So it's not often used for the attack. We just want it on the bench for that really awesome ability.
That shows how Andres completely understands. He's trying to go, I'm guessing, for that knockout on at least one Archeops. Still needs a couple of pieces. Needs to either find an energy or find a counter catcher from this Flip the Script.
2. We need one more card. Ooh.
Oh, that's huge.
Oh, nice. For a Sealstone. And we have the Luminion already to be able to utilize it. So The Forest Seal Stone can only be attached to a V Pokemon. We've already got the Luminion in hand, but do we want to do it now? Because we've already got the supporter of choice in hand.
Yep, now we are missing a couple of pieces, right? We need the energy, we need the counter catcher, and we need the Sparkling Crystal if we're going to try to go after an Archeops or go after the Regigigas. So I think Andres is piecing this out and might commit hitting this Iron Hands for 200 damage and then getting immediately knocked out by the Regigigas would be pretty devastating.
It really would. But first up, we need that first piece of the puzzle. We need the energy, so Earthen Vessel is going to help us with that. We have to discard a card from our hand. Bye-bye Tatsugiri, which is a really awesome addition in this deck, I might add. Not very common in Dragapult decks, but I appreciate the consideration of its use in this deck to help find supporters. And we're allowed to go into our deck and grab 2 energy of different types. So going ahead, we can get the Psychic and the Fire energy that we need to make Dragapult kind of the strongest it can be.
Yeah, of course. Now, we did shuffle, so maybe we're not gonna go all in on this Luminion plus Forest Seal Stone to find the counter catcher. Seems like Andreas will be content to just utilize Phantom Dive on the active. There's the Sparkling Crystal, there's the energy, so Phantom Dive is ready to go. All the drip he's about to fly here in London.
Amazing. Sparkling Crystal, when the Terra Pokemon this card's attached to, uses an attack. The attack costs 1 energy fewer, so we can go ahead and use it for just the fire energy. Gonna go ahead and continue to, you know, keep that draw engine coming. We're gonna Ultra Ball 2 cards away for a Dracloak, making sure that Recon Directive stays in play. Where we evolved 1, we're gonna make another and keep the consistency of the deck alive.
Now we're gonna try and find that counter catcher perhaps off the Dracloak, or just having it established, as you mentioned, pretty key in case your Dragapult goes down. And when there's that Regigigas in play, it's likely it's gonna happen next turn. So we'll have to see. This could be a very big Recon Directive here, Amy.
Here we go. What's it gonna be? Oh dear, neither of those are what we want. Now there is still the option to play the Luminion and use the Forest Seal Stone. We could go further and get the counter catcher this turn, and it looks like it's very much being considered.
Yep, Andrea's really deciding on whether it's worth it or not. Because once you bench that Luminion, sure, you protect your Dragapult, but there could be another boss's orders, and all of a sudden, Oliver takes 3 prize cards with that amp you very much. So it's almost like a lose-lose situation, but you're gonna try and win this game. You know, the one thing you know is that Oliver had to play a Luminion last turn to find the boss, right? So maybe there is no boss's orders in Oliver's hand, but of course, there's still a Mesagosa that could find that second Luminion, but we're just gonna go for the Phantom Dive here.
I like this. I think, like you said, just playing the Luminion feels too risky at the moment. We can set up damage counters and mop up later. It's not imperative to go too vicious this early and risk kind of damaging yourself in the process. Okay, on to Oliver's turn. We're going to be looking at trying to get another Amp You Very Much on one of those smaller Pokemon, like we were saying earlier. We want to definitely take a 2-prize turn, and ideally not having to deal with Iron Hand's huge retreat cost would be better.
And Oliver did find that boss's orders, perhaps from the prize cards, perhaps the top deck, but did have that available. So good call on Andres to not bench that Luminion. And I think he might have to bench it anyways, because with the Recon Directive, he had to put the Crispin at the bottom of his deck. And if he wants to Phantom Dive, he's definitely going to need to do that.
That is very true. But if Oliver takes another 2 prize cards, taking 3 doesn't make too much of a difference to the prize map. So at that point, Andreas doesn't really mind. We're going to Amp You Very Much another Duskull. And Oliver very much assessing that those are the problem right here and doesn't want one of those to stay in play. Oliver down to 2 prizes. Andreas still on 6. But if any deck can take multiple prize cards in one turn, oh boy, is it Dragapult.
All right. Temple of Sinnoh being prized does prevent Andreas from potentially taking a multiple prize turn here by sending that Iron Hands to the bench. Does flip heads on the Mesagosa. Likely gonna see either another Duskull, perhaps another Dracloak, but I think Andreas needs to take advantage of the fact that there's no gift energy on their hands, although, actually, never mind. He needs to deal with that Regigigas right here, right now. Otherwise, the game's over next turn.
Absolutely. Evolving another Dreepy into Dracloak. So we've got 2 Recon Directive to use this turn and a Flip the Script. Andreas is going to be drawing so many cards. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards more that Andreas will see. So hopefully he'll be able to piece together a huge combo turn right now, attaching energy for turn onto Dracloak to ensure that those energy costs are always going to be adhered to.
Are we going to see that Luminous Sign for Iono? Are we going to see the Forest Seal Stone for the counter catcher? That Regigigas needs to be dealt with right now, Amy.
Absolutely it does, because it can one-hit KO a Dragapult. That single prize, Regigigas, can make all the difference. And so unfortunately, you're right, it needs to be dealt with. And even if some Archeops go down, Oliver has already made the preemptive decision to start loading it up with energy, getting it ready for the future.
Right, it's going to be one better than Iono. It's going to be Roxanne. I guess technically they get the same amount of cards than Iono at this point, so good enough. We're going to see that Roxanne. No shuffling to the bottom, so any cards that Oliver has right now can be redrawn. Sometimes that's good, sometimes that's not ideal. They might have the game-winning card there, but yeah, we're going to see what we get and then see if we can deal with that Regigigas.
I imagine the Forest Seal Stone might be attached first, then the Roxanne, and then we'll go on from there. Again, plenty of card draw after that as well. So the Roxanne now feels really great because we still have Flip the Script and Recon Directive available. So if Andreas does need more puzzle pieces after that, then we're live, we're all good, we are gaming. But realistically, just that counter catcher needed right now to progress the game further. But if Andreas can just solidify a hand where all of the pieces are together to make a follow-up turn, then we're grooving.
Yep, 2 cards. If the Regigigas goes down, it's gonna be an extra 5 thanks to that gift energy. Oliver down to 1 Boss's Orders, and I'm not seeing any way to counter that Mesagosa. There's no, oh, there is 1 Lost Vacuum. Temple of Sinnoh is still in the prizes, but Lost Vacuum is another piece we might want. Deny that Mesagosa and make Oliver really work for that Boss's Orders to potentially win the match.
Absolutely. Boss's Orders or Fortin might be able to help us out as well. We did take the Cinccino to hand. I don't know if we managed to get the Minccino. No, it's still in the prize cards. Okay. Let's have a looky which Pokemon Andreas is going to activate next. We've got the 2 Dracloaks still to go. We can look at 2 cards, put 1 into hand and 1 to the bottom of the deck. And we can do that per Dracloak. So we've got 1 more to go yet. Going ahead, or we're trying again. We're going another Duskull, surely at some point. I don't know if it'd be very wise to activate 1 at this point, but what's the harm in putting it down? The Dracloak could be taken out by Iron Hands regardless if it sticks around, which it's going to for at least 1 more turn if we target that Regigigas, which is really, really posing a huge threat to the entire outcome of the game at this point.
Yep. Gonna have to see what we commit to. I wish I could see Oliver's 2 cards in hand. Maybe he already has game in hand and he's just waiting patiently, but counter catcher is right there.
Yeah, Oliver's 2 cards in hand are not what he wants, I can tell you that. I did take a sneak peek. 1 is an energy, and I think the other was a supporter, but it wasn't quite what we wanted. Okay, yeah, we've gone ahead and we've counter captured.
We're gonna get some help from that gift energy, though. Where do we place the damage counters? Perhaps on the Archeops, perhaps piling them up on the minion. Can't place them on the Iron Hands thanks to that missed energy.
Okay, the other damage counters are going on that Lugia V-Star as we just figure out where those are gonna sit. Some contemplating going on while the damage counters are still being set. Okay, some on the Luminion as well, just soften that up a little bit more as well. And Oliver's going to draw those other cards, and we'll see if any of them help us along the way to really close this match out.
Yeah, and it's amazing that we get to draw those cards before we even need to commit to a promotion. I think I saw an Ultra Ball, Amy.
I'm pretty sure I saw an Ultra Ball, and then we can get the Luminion, and we can boss for the game. Iron Hands taking all of the prize cards in this match. My word.
Thank you very much. 3 times. Seems like a pretty good deal, right?
You know what? I think it does. And it's exactly what decks like Miraiden try and do as well. Of course, we're just double checking there using our Archeops. Ultra Ball there for the Luminion. Take the boss's orders. And we're going to take 3 Duskull with the Iron Hands. Ab you very much for game 1. Oliver takes the lead.
Who cares about Dragapult when you can just KO Duskull over and over and over? That amp you very much attack so powerful. We were talking about how the prizes would affect the Minccino and the Ogerpon. Turns out it was all about Iron Hands this time around.
It was all about Iron Hands. Talk about a handy card. One of the most ferocious 2 prize Pokemon in our format against those little single prize Pokemon with fewer than 120 HP, am I right? Oh, wow. That was certainly a battle. Oliver took a really defensive start and made every move count. That gift energy really giving us all that it was worth. And that just goes to show how some preemptive thinking can go a long way. Putting that gift energy on what Oliver knew was going to be the target. Let's take a look again.
First amp you very much of the game, taking down that Duskull, protecting his own Archeops, taking down that Duskull a second time after it was recovered. And then we did see Andres respawn, take down the Regigigas, which threatened the Dragapult, but that gift energy, Amy, just way too powerful and gifted that Luminion boss for that poor Duskull. Went with his friend to the discard pile.
My word. Duskull after Duskull after Duskull. Iron Hands really must like seeing those see the bench. And Oliver went for the Duskull rather than a Cloak. Just goes to show that he clearly knows which one deserves the amp you very much.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, usually you could argue that, okay, I'm going to take down the Dracloak. That likely becomes a Dragapult. I don't want my opponent to get Dragapult. But if they can't get Dragapult and Dusknoir, that could be worse for you. So if you deny the Dusknoir, even if they get the Dragapult, you can deal with that eventually. So really well done there by Oliver, prioritizing what he deemed the threat. And I would love to see Andres try to adapt here and try to always have 2 Duskull down so that he can access the Dusknoir at some point in the game.
Absolutely. I've got a couple of fun facts for you. Andreas was actually short of multiple top 8s this season and finally broke the curse. So if he goes all the way, this could have just been what he needed. And as for Oliver, he actually wanted to bring Hydreigon to this event, but his mum defeated him so many times in testing that he decided not to bring it after all. And I bet he's glad he did. Yeah, put those dragons down and now facing other dragons in the finals. Can you believe it?
I'm sure Andrea's very happy that this is the tournament that he got his break, right? He's in the finals. He's 1 game down, but he's already made it all this way. I'm sure if anyone can turn this around, it's him.
Absolutely. And like we say, undefeated into Lugia in best of 3 thus far. So we know he's got the skills to pull it off. Let's see if this game 2 can be a little bit different and whether that tussle is a little bit fairer.
Right, both players are getting set up here. I have to imagine Andres will choose to go second, even though Lugia wants to go first. Most of the time, just having a turn to play an item and a support to be able to search for those 3Bs with the buffins and potentially find technical machine evolution could be key, but Andres has another plan. Unfortunately starts the Luminion, but will get that body puffin to get going.
Absolutely. And just as Andreas checks the cards, let's take a look at the prize cards. Not looking too hot for Andreas with both Crispin in the prize cards, Super Rod, and the one of Dusknoir and a rare candy. That's not looking too hot to me.
That's definitely not ideal. It's going to make it so that taking down both Archeops in a single turn is going to be pretty much impossible. And now every energy counts, Amy. Andres will have no wiggle room and will really need to make use of that Sparkling Crystal and make sure there's another energy somewhere else so that he can get back-to-back Phantom Dives. Otherwise, he could be in trouble.
This could be spelling trouble all round. Neither player started with a Pokemon they want to put down in this matchup, though.
Yeah.
Obviously, Andreas with that Luminion, which can be knocked out for 3 prize cards by Iron Hands, but also Oliver starting with the Squawkabilly with only 160 HP can really easily be KO'd by a Dragapult. So Andreas going ahead and attaching an energy to that Luminion, knowing that it's going to need to retreat at some point soon. 2 Dreepy on the bench so far is a lovely start, but I don't know if we're going to be able to go much further than this, and it might just be a pass.
I wonder if Andres took note there that he has no access to Crispin, and he's just really prioritizing having the option to attach 4 Seal Stone to Aluminium instead of having to attach that rescue board to retreat. But we'll have to see. Now, Oliver, we talked about this in the beginning. The starting setup for both players will determine, right? And Oliver had a flawless setup last game. Can he do it back-to-back games, Amy?
Hopefully he can, but there is that Minccino again, really punishing Oliver for what our locals call the optimum Cinccino line. I've got to say, that is really adding insult to injury. But other than that, the prizes are looking a-okay with that Blood Moon Ursaluna being quite early on in the prizes. You only want it late game anyway. That feels like the perfect spot for an Ursaluna in my eyes.
Absolutely. The one energy you might really not want to prize is that Legacy energy, right? You play multiple copies of all the other energies, and since these Lugia decks are playing so many energies anyways, you have to expect that you're always going to have at least 1 or 2 prize, right? So this balance of prizes is definitely way better for Oliver than for Andreas, but yeah, let's not count anyone out now. That Minccino, though, I do want to touch upon it. There's usually a 1 in 10 chance of prizing any given card, right?
Absolutely.
So in a best of 3, it's like, okay, it happened once, it probably won't happen in the other 2 games. However, here we are with that 1 in 10 chance multiplying. Now we're seeing a 1 in 100 situation at this point.
Absolutely, and that's just variance.
Yeah.
It's going to happen at some point. So here we are in the finals of the juniors of the European International Championships 2025 with a 1 in 100 prize card.
I would love to know what's running through Oliver's mind right now, because like, are you frustrated at the Minccino? You're like, oh, well, I don't have that. Like, how does he deal with that, perhaps, inflection point in terms of like, okay, that could be a very key card. I don't have access to it. I don't know when I'll have access to it. So how do I adapt to this situation?
I think personally the nice thing about Lugia is its flexibility. The scary part is the setup. And once you're past that hurdle, it does feel a little bit easier. You're like, okay, I've done that. Now everything else is flexible. We've assessed that Regigigas is one of the other really big attackers into Dragapult. If that were prized as well, I'd be much more afraid. But right now, I know that Oliver has other ways that he can cope with those really high HP attackers. Going for the Luminion for the Jacques. Oh, because yeah, absolutely, we can Squawk and seize this hand because Squawkabilly was our starting card, meaning that we're going to see that flawless setup again. We did have to use more support Pokemon this time round, but we are going to see it, Pablo.
Amazing here for Oliver. I think this is something that you just mentioned, like having too many set of Pokemon can be counterintuitive, can come back to bite you later down the line, but perhaps those people that think, oh no, if I hadn't benched that Luminion, or if I hadn't used Squawkabilly, I wouldn't have lost that game. It's like perhaps you wouldn't have gotten to the point in the late game without those support Pokemon, right?
Absolutely.
So sometimes you just have to play them, go for it, and make sure that your aggression and your setup is so powerful that your opponent can't even focus on that and has to deal with your threats.
That's the thing. You need to guarantee your own setup over everything. Oliver doesn't know what's in Andrea's hand right now. It could be nothing. Andreas really couldn't do anything. So it's better to focus on what you're doing than what your opponent is doing, especially in a matchup like Lugia. You just need to focus on that setup. The 2 Archeops in the discard pile and the Lugia V on the bench are the most important things, hands down. It is paramount.
We're seeing double capturing Aroma coin flips. First Tails grabbing that Wellspring Ogerpon to threaten any Dreepies or Duskulls on the bench and multiple prizes. And then we're going to go ahead and grab yet another Archeops. We already have the Lugia V-Star in hand. can't ask for better for Oliver at this point, I don't think.
Not at all. And knowing that the threat of an INO might be on the way, you don't really want to take anything else than an Archeops. We'll thin it from the deck, absolutely, because then if Oliver does get INO'd, at least that Archeops that we don't need is on the bottom of the deck.
And we even have the Jet Energy.
Oh, wow.
Immediately bring up the Lugia to the active and with the win for an extra 3 cards. 3 Archeops in the discard pile on turn 1. That's every Lugia player's dream.
It's so windy in here, everyone. We've got 3 Archeops, 4 Archeops, in fact, I think that was, in the discard pile already at the beginning of the game. Cards that we just don't want in the deck anymore because we don't want to draw it off the top. It's a useless card from this point on. We don't need it. Brilliant setup from Oliver, really couldn't be any better. Hopefully Andreas will be able to respond and give us a real gritty battle now.
With no Duskull in play, that Lugia is completely protected. There's no way for Andreas to deal 220 damage. Can get to 200, right? With that Phantom Dive, start piling on the damage counters on the bench. But very well calculated by Oliver. You can see why he's undefeated so far in this matchup, and that technical machine evolution is probably a good indicator that Andreas's hand is not quite up to par.
Absolutely, and also assessing that they're not probably going to get a super meaningful knockout right now with not being able to gust either of the benched Pokemon who can get one-hit KO'd by a Dragapult. So Andreas going for the safe bet right now of making sure his Pokemon actually evolve. They need to get off the mark. These Dreepy need to get bigger.
They really do. We needed them bigger 1 turn earlier, but we're gonna see another Ultra Ball keeping that technical machine evolution. No Roxanne, no Dusclops. The other one is Prize, so that Duskull might even just be a distraction. Andreas probably aware at this point that one Candy's Prize, the other Dusclops not available, the Dusknoir is not available, so probably trying to be like, okay, yeah, here's the Duskull that you really don't want to see, because I really need to start getting my Dragapult set up and ready to go at the latest next turn. Now, if you're Oliver, which do you pick? You have both Iron Hands and Wellspring Ogerpon in your hand right now. Do you have a boss's orders to take down a Dracloak and the Duskull perhaps, or do you go for the 3 prize cards on the active Luminion?
I think it's a really difficult choice, honestly. I'm not sure which one I'd go for personally, but considering the Andreas kind of whole strategy at this point with making sure that his card draw is sustainable is those Dracloak, I would be tempted to say I would go for Wellspring Ogerpon here. Knowing the Luminion's probably staying in play as well, that gives you late game flexibility. Thornton is in the discard pile, so we will have to pick one and stick with it this game.
All right, Andreas will go ahead and use that technical machine evolution, get the 2 Dracloaks into play, and has an Iono, and has a Dragapult already ready to go. Now, we do know, however, that both Crispins are in the prize card, so Andreas might want to hold off on that Iono and try to find an Arven to establish the Sparkling Crystal. However, only choosing to evolve 1 Dracloak, maybe he missed that the other Dusclops was prized. I didn't notice which 2 Pokemon he signaled for the technical machine evolution, Amy.
No, I didn't either. So when you use technical machine evolution, you do have to signal before you check your deck to your opponent which 2 Pokemon you've selected for evolution. So if Andreas did select the Duskull, obviously that means he would fail that evolution as it's not in the deck. So that might have been what happened there, because you're right, I didn't catch which one he signaled. So Oliver's gone ahead and made that Lugia V-Star, and we've gone for Iron Hands. I think we're going to have a repeat of game 1 here. We're going to be amping you very much. And there we go, Summoning Star for 2 Archeops, going for the first, my word, first Archeops of game 2. Andreas, I like the call of putting Duskull down as like a distraction. Andreas knows that Oliver likes to go for those, so I don't dislike the Duskull on the bench right now. I think that's really clever, regardless of it not being able to evolve, unfortunately.
Such a stark contrast between Oliver's setup and Andreas. I feel like we're seeing Oliver running on full steam ahead and Andreas barely trying to hold on. No boss's orders this time around to combine with this Ampu very much, but Oliver at this point 3 prize cards ahead. This game is looking better and better for him each turn.
Really is. It is looking absolutely petrifying for Andreas. I wouldn't want to be staring down at that Iron Hands right now. 3 prize cards. Wow. And Iron Hands currently only counting as a single prize Pokemon. If Andreas does manage to deal with it, unfortunately, it will only grant 1 prize card in return. So his prize race is really going off to a great start for Oliver, taking 3 prize cards, and good prize cards are they.
Great top deck for Andreas, though. That Arvin means now we definitely can get a counter catcher plus the sparkling crystal guaranteed and take down perhaps an Arceus. By taking down an Arceus, we potentially protect our Dragapult from a Regigigas follow-up to this, but that Iron Hands, of course, still very menacing. And if we play Arvin, Oliver has a pretty huge hand, and we know that there's at least 1 Boss's Orders right there.
Absolutely. So there is still a chance of a comeback. The game is not over yet. It's only just begun. Honestly, no. We do have the Iono coming down, a great opportunity for a bit of disruption. Oliver took 3 prize cards, so he'll only get 3 cards from this Iono, and Andreas will get a full 6. So if there's anything that's going to stop Oliver at this point, it's going to be some heavy disruption.
Now, can Andreas find the Fire Energy? I see the Fire Energy immediately right there. That's very good news. We get the other Dracloak that we weren't able to find with that technical machine evolution. I do believe we still have 2 Recon directives to go, which is great, great news. Now, if Andreas is going to make a comeback, this is how.
Absolutely. If Andreas can establish some big Pokemon with huge HP, right now Oliver has nothing that can cope with that and a full bench. So if Andreas can come back, it's going to be by establishing this Dragapult and really making it work.
Flip the script gonna come online after those 3 prizes were taken. Andreas' hand will now be quite big after the Iono, so looking pretty good here.
Yeah, looking really nice. We've got the Forest Sealstone we can bank for later. Multiple energy to keep us going, which we've established could have been a problem in this game, but not looking like it's going to phase Andreas on this occasion. Other than that, I'm not seeing what else. We've got the, we've got the Night Stretcher and an Ultra Ball. We're going. And if we can establish a Sparkling Crystal, then this is going to be nice. We're going to get some really consistent gameplay, but I'm not sure if I'm Andreas, which Pokemon I'd be targeting first.
Now this, getting the Luminion into play again to utilize that Forest Sealstone to find that either a counter catcher or something along those lines like that would open up the possibility for Oliver to just win by knocking out that Luminion again. So I don't know if Andreas should be using it here. I think holding off for 1 turn, hitting into this Iron Hands and trying to appease the Temple of Sinnoh plus an Iono plus a counter catcher, that could be a game-winning play and a way to make a comeback in this match.
Absolutely. As we said, it's very far from over, and some clever plays from Andreas could really make all of the difference here. So we're getting that fire energy attached, so we're going to be able to start going with our Dragapult's Phantom Dive attack for 200 damage to the active Pokemon and 6 damage counters across Oliver's bench.
Right. Where do you place?
I like having the gift energy not proc at this time. Really nice as well. Putting Oliver down to 3 cards and choosing not to take a knockout actually benefits Andreas in this scenario. Biding his time and waiting. And we saw Natalie do that yesterday in the Masters division to great success. And so if Andreas can emulate that and choose when to take his knockouts to benefit him, that is going to be a game-winning strategy.
Oh, certainly. Not opening up a bench space. So cool. We saw it multiple times throughout both days of the tournament. That way your opponent doesn't get access to Aluminium for a boss or doesn't get access to our Regigigas to deal with your Dragapult. So even though Andreas had the possibility to get that Aluminium back and play that Forest Sealstone, choosing not to do it, choosing to be very patient, because right now that Ampy very much against the Dragapult is actually not as impactful as Oliver would like it to be. And 1 boss did go to the bottom of the deck. There's no way to search for one with Luminion, so if you don't have it in your hand, can't cost and take 2 prizes this turn.
Absolutely, and although Lugia does play 4 copies of Boss's Orders, it doesn't look like Oliver's got it in hand. Looks like it might just be an Ampu very much for this turn. Wow, 120 damage. Doesn't really do much to 320 HP's worth of Dragapult.
This is the first time we've seen Oliver attack with Iron Hands and not take 2 prizes, which is really,
right?
really saying something. Yeah, 2 or at least 2 prizes. Now, Andreas can now piece a much more powerful option here by grabbing that Luminion, getting that Temple of Sinnoh with the Forest Seal Stone, playing that Iono once again. I mean, perhaps you don't need to disrupt right now. Going for Counter Catcher, super, super key. But the key card here is Temple of Sinnoh. That's what we really need. And finding it, it's really only available with Luminion. But if we knock out the Iron Hands now, Luminion will not be giving 3 prize cards anymore.
Yeah, absolutely. It won't be giving 3 prize cards up. And, you know, that gift energy also won't work. And the ace spec won't work either. So Iron Hands would count for the full 2 prize cards that Andreas would definitely deserve for finally overcoming that huge Iron Hands, which has been such a thorn in his side for this entire battle, making sure that legacy energy isn't putting anything in between him and his prize cards would be fantastic.
Yep, there's the Luminion, there's the Luminous Sign. Pretty well planned here by Andreas. And yeah, that Temple of Sinnoh is doing work ×3, right? It's shutting down the gift, it's shutting down the mist, so damage counters can be placed, and it's shutting down the legacy. So many things going well now for Andreas. Gonna grab the Iono, not playing it yet. I imagine we want to at the very least attach that Forest Seal Stone, see what we get, because we do need 2 pieces this turn, I think. Counter Catcher, KO Archeops, and place the damage counters on the Iron Hands. That way there is no possibility of a Regigigas later down the line. But with 200 HP remaining, Lugia can take down the Dragapult next.
It's very, very true. And that would leave Oliver on 1 prize card. So Andreas still has a mountain to climb. But if anyone can do it, it is this soon-to-be possible champion Andreas, who is piloting Dragapult flawlessly thus far.
Right. I think I see an Arvin. I would love to see Andreas guarantee that Sparkling Crystal. He did Iono last turn. You know your opponent's hand might not be as spectacular, right? So you don't need to disrupt again. We're going to see that 6 brand new cards, though, which are always helpful, though.
Absolutely. 6 new cards are great, but knowing that Oliver didn't have the boss, giving him the option of more cards can be really risky.
All right, 6 new cards. I didn't see too much help. They put 1 card at the top. All right, it seems like it is the Counter Catcher. So at least that's one of the pieces. But
here we are. There's that famous Temple of Sinnoh, turning off the effects of Oliver's special energy. They will all count as basic colorless energy from here on in. As long as that temple stays in play, then there we go, brilliant. Then all of those energy are just colorless energy as far as anyone is concerned now.
All right, there's the Counter Catcher. Going for prizes, though, putting himself in a situation where 1 more Boss's Orders, knocking out the Squawkabilly, would win him the game. And he's going to take 4 prizes this turn. He knows Rare Candy, Dusknoir, and Dusclops, and even Crispin are prized. So this could be how Andreas wins the game with only 2 more attacks, this one and the next.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in 1 turn using Dragapult EX. 200 damage to that active Luminion, and then finishing up the rather squishy Iron Hands on the bench for a colossal knockout.
Amazingly done by Andreas, piecing out that potential comeback. Now I do see an Ultra Ball and a Boss's Orders in Oliver's hand, so if Oliver takes 2 prize cards this turn, Dusknoir will not be available to win the game against that Squawkabilly. I guess you could use it and then take us to a tiebreaker game.
Oh my goodness, wouldn't that be absolutely magical? I don't think I've seen a tiebreaker game in a finals in quite a long time. But let's see how this irons out without that Iron Hands. We're going to head and, attaching our first energy and using Archeops to get some more for our Lugia. But we're going to need more than the double turbo energy if we're going to make it, because Temple of Sinnoh means that energy is only counting as 1 right now. So Oliver does not actually. Oh, is there 3 energy or 4? It looks like
I think there's only 3 energy.
I think there's only 3 as well.
And so yeah, Oliver is attacking, choosing to discard Temple, but Oliver does not have enough energy. The attack has been declared, so.
There's another. Oh no, the other Primal Turbo was still available, so looks like we've been able to attach an energy with Primal Turbo before declaring an attack.
All right, it looked like it had been, but there we go.
There we are. We can't hear them. Just so that we know, we can't hear what's going on the table. So we managed to get the knockout on that Duskull for 1 more prize card, leaving the squishy Dragapult ready for taking later.
Prizes are tied. Counter Catcher is not live. I think the boss's orders was put at the bottom of the deck after that Iono. So Andres needs a way to shuffle the deck and needs to find that boss's orders to take down the Squawkabilly for game. Otherwise, the game will continue at this point because Oliver very smartly targeted that Duskull.
I like the Duskull play because although it may not have been a threat if Oliver had taken 2 prize cards, it's also not a threat if you just take it down. And it means that Andreas can't use Counter Catcher because he evens the prize race. So not getting too excited and going ahead is what is bringing Oliver to this finals, I imagine.
Yeah, that very calculated decision. You don't always have to take the maximum amount of prize cards you can each turn, right? Especially with those combat cards like Counter Catcher, like Iono, like Roxanne. Always important to keep the prize count in mind, not just the amount of prizes that you're taking with your attack.
Absolutely. Oliver knows he can take 2 prize cards next turn. Leaving this Dragapult with 200 HP has really helped him with that. But something he can control is when he takes his prize cards. We just need to take 6 in total to win. It's 4 all currently, and either side could piece together a victory. I think it's just a little bit of a discussion going on there, but we will see exactly what's going on.
Yeah, I think the judges are talking to the kids right now, so hopefully we get an update soon. All right, we are going to see the flip the script. We are going to find 2 cards to shuffle the deck because that boss's orders is at the very bottom of the deck, Amy.
Absolutely, and using cards just to shuffle your deck can be a really awesome strategy, especially with Iono being so prevalent. So we're going ahead and using Earthen Vessel to get 2 energy, but also shuffling the deck is fantastic because we still have Ardra Cloak, so we can recon Directive. Andreas is choosing to go for a Buddy Poffin, hoping to thin the deck a little further. Getting Badu out for the first time in this best of 3.
Definitely hasn't. There's been a lack of pollen in this finals match in particular. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot more of this Badu later down the line. But now it all comes down to this recon directive. Can Andreas find the boss's orders off of the Dracloak to win the game this turn?
Let's have a look. There's an oven and a sparkling crystal, I think. No. That's not quite going to be enough. We've already used our V-Star. Is there any other option? It doesn't look like there's a boss in hand. I think this could be it.
There's no boss in hand, so now it comes down to, does Oliver have a boss's orders in hand? And he did use one last turn to knock out Duskull, right? There it is at the very top of his discard pile. So does he have an Ultra Wall or a way to access a boss's orders this upcoming turn? Because now Andres doesn't even have a way to disrupt Oliver's hand. I think it all comes down to that Iono last turn, Amy, which put the boss at the bottom.
It really does. Andreas going for an attach for turn on the bench. Dragapult. Oliver staring down at this Dragapult. Lugia V-Star still has enough HP that Dragapult can't one-hit KO it right now. So Lugia would survive and continue to reign on. Oh my gosh, if I'm Andreas, I'm possibly wanting to move that Dragapult.
I think you actually don't even need a boss's orders. If you have a Nest Ball or an Ultra Ball for Regigigas could take down the healthy Dragapult if Andres retreats into that. Now, we're going to be grabbing the Counter Catcher, but because Duskull is no longer there, or because 2 prizes were not taken, that card cannot be played right now.
No, so it's just a case of thinning the deck a little bit more, making it easier for Andreas. If He does manage to get through this turn, but it's not looking too hot. We're going to retreat that Dragapult into the healthy Dragapult, making it much harder for Oliver because he is going to need to string together that combo with our Regigigas in order to take the victory now. But I believe you saw an Ultra Ball in the hand, Pablo.
There an Ultra Ball and an S Ball. I think there is one, so it could be a boss, could be a Regigigas, and Oliver could be getting closer to becoming the European International Champion.
This is so tense. Andreas just taking every moment to assess the situation, make sure that he's done everything in his power to set himself up for success. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia, and now Andreas' job is to choose which damage out of the 6 is going to go onto the benched Pokemon and exactly where all of that's going to sit. We're going to put it all on the Squawkabilly. Oliver draws for turn.
Okay, he's not even, there's the boss, there's the Luminion, so he has an Ultra Ball in the hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminion for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your UIC Juniors champion.
What an amazing game for both players. Andres was so close to making an amazing comeback. But Oliver, with those perfect setups in back-to-back games, piecing everything out perfectly, not activating counter catcher. If you told me this was a Masters Finals, I would have believed you, Amy. What an amazing match we just saw. Look at how happy Oliver is.
I'm crying. I'm so happy.
Oh, Amy.
I'm so happy for him. I can't believe it.
This is amazing. Both players played amazingly. I loved seeing this game, and Andreas was so close to taking us to a game 3. Never had access to that crucial toss around those prizes in game 2. Really played against him, but amazingly well done by both players. Let's take a look at what happened in the series. That poor Duskull kept hitting the discard ball over and over and over.
That Duskull really got bullied, the poor little thing. He didn't deserve that, but in the second game, of course, we saw that, unfortunately, Duskull wasn't too useful. But as we carried on, Ampu very muching those Duskull, obviously assessing the threat correctly there, and Oliver just managed to take all prize cards seamlessly.
And now I know we did talk about the Ampu very much, the prizes, the attacks by Lugia, but I want to say in game 2, it was all about Squawkabilly and Luminion, the combination of both Pokemon being able to find the Jack for the double Arceus and immediately discard them with the Squawkabilly. That was amazing. And then the Temple of Sinnoh almost gave Andres the perfect comeback possibility. Unfortunately, though, it just wasn't quite enough.
It really wasn't. Unfortunately, Lugia's attack has that secondary effect of being able to discard a stadium, so it stuck around long enough to deal with the Iron Hands, but not long enough for Oliver not to take an impressive win.
What an amazing game. And now...
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the big stage here at EUIC. I'm Adam Watson, joined by your champion, Oliver Cahill. Give it up, folks. Let's hear it. Lugia V-Star. A deck that nobody was really thinking of. It was too much Miraidon, too much Dragapult, but what was the decision process to settle on this deck?
Basically, after Miraidon won, we thought that lots of juniors don't really play it. And if they do, there'll be people from our locals, which we think we know how to work a matchup.
So you had a lot of training and practice just from your local competitive scene, and you used that to predict the meta. Now that you've got this gigantic win, what's the first thing on your mind? What's the first thing you're gonna do?
Just celebrate with my family.
I love to hear that. Another big round of applause for him, folks. So Oliver can celebrate with his locals and his family. Any final thoughts or shout outs I can get from you before I let you go to celebrate your big win?
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
Brilliant. Well said. Once more for Oliver Cahill, your EUIC champion. We're going to kick things back to the cast and guests and get our next batch of matches underway.
Hey, Thank you so much, Adam, and well done, Oliver. We're all so proud. No matter the result, everyone is a champion in our eyes. I'm so thrilled, but no matter what, even if Andreas had have won, I'd have been just utterly flabbergasted at such a fantastic result. Played it very well. We're all really proud.
I know, they both played so well. Oliver didn't miss a beat. Andres fell just a little bit behind. Had to play from behind both games. Almost made the perfect comeback. That recon directive for a boss service would have been so epic to see.
It really would have. It would have been awesome for it to have gone to a game 3.
Yeah.
They were both very talented players, and it would have been really awesome to have seen some more. But we are going to get to see some more Dragapult. Don't worry, Pablo. We're going to have a look at the seniors bracket now as we move on to crown our next champ.
Yep, we have our finalists, Gabriel Fernandez, a stranger to the finals against Nathan Osterkatz, but they did have to go through quite a crowd of talented players. Gabriel defeated Tristan, then defeated Kingsley to make it to the finals, and Nathan defeated Omar and Pedro in order to get here.
Absolutely, a very tough set of opponents, but as you said, Gabriel is no stranger to this circuit. 2-0ing both opponents there, where Nathan certainly had more of a struggle, but against some really amazing competitors. So you know what? I'm not surprised.
Yeah, both players are fantastic. They have multiple wins to their name, I do believe. Nathan won last year's NAIC, if I'm not mistaken. Gabriel has been a world champion and multiple IC and regional winner, as well as Nathan. So both players are essentially the final boss of seniors. I think whoever comes out here as the winner could really say, like, they're on top of the world.
I very much agree. And again, I'm very, very nervous of them coming into the Masters bracket. I can envisage me pairing one of them one day at an event and just be like, oh no, not you.
Yeah, for sure.
Both absolute champions already, but who's going to come out on top as our Pokemon International Championships Europe for 2025?
Now, Amy, I'm going to make a bold prediction and say that Dragapult is going to win this one.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I think Dracloak is going to win. I think Dracloak is going to take the final knockout. I don't know how that would happen, but I just want to be different, Pablo.
I mean, speaking of different, both of these players' lists are actually, despite being Dragapult decks, there are actually some significant differences, and especially over on Gabriel's side, there are quite a few innovations. There's a Defiance Vest, which is played as a tech card, makes the Dragapult that little bit sturdier, makes it survive perhaps an extra turn, but it very crucially makes it survive the Regigigas attack. So it's not going to factor into here for that specific situation, but minus 40 damage even protects something like Luminion from getting KO'd by a Phantom Dive.
So true, and you know, both of these players are experts at that craft. They've been testing a lot online, both having met as well at many events. And those testing moments online against lots of masters has helped them to refine these lists and make those interesting decisions about new cards.
Oh, certainly. These two players, I think, play online so much. And here they are, their accolades: Gabriel Fernandez, Yokohama World Champion, Honolulu World's Top 4, Sao Paulo LAIC Champion, and London EUIC Champion, whilst Nathan Osterkatz, Sacramento Regional Champion this season, New Orleans NAIC Champion last season, Columbus NAIC Junior Champion, and Frankfurt EUIC Junior Champion. So both players coming from the juniors division, now top senior division players as well, and you have to expect that when they hit Masters, they're going to be just as good.
Absolutely. You don't get to Yokohama World Champion without being quite the fantastic player, regardless of bracket. And NAIC champion, junior finalist from Frankfurt, Nathan and Gabriel have both been playing for many years now, and both absolute champions of their craft. You can see these two have fantastic accolades. This is a battle of titans.
Now, aside from their results, though, we can talk about their decks. As we can see, Nathan has a more traditional Dragapult deck featuring Dosmer, just as we saw from Andreas in the junior division. I'm not seeing anything too surprising in his list. other than the lack of Crispin, which I think is becoming a bit standard. However, over on Gabriel's side, there is no Dustmar, so no extra damage counters through Cursed Blast. There's going to be a bit more focus on Body. There's also Klefki as an option to slow down any Rotom draw or any Luminion use, or even the flip the script. However, Monkey Dory is making an appearance, so there is a copy of a Darkness Energy, and Monkey Dory could actually make Nathan's damage counters from Phantom Dive work against him.
Absolutely. So these decks are built very differently, both starring Dragapult as a primary attacking Pokemon, but actually when you look into the nitty-gritty of it, these are so different that this battle could really be a tussle. We've got Pokemon that disrupt so much in Gabriel's list. Will Nathan be able to overcome it with the extra damage? So this is kind of a battle between an offensive and a defensive stance with Dragapult, and I think that's what's going to make this a really entertaining battle.
Oh, for sure. And both players have played against each other at this very tournament already. I do believe Nathan was able to defeat Gabriel, so I don't know if that will sort of play some mind games into this. Nathan, will he be overconfident? Will nerves start piling up for Gabriel, or are both players just completely locked in? They've been here before, they've been against a top opponent before, and I don't know, they both seem like very calm. Once again, as if this was just another day in the office for them.
I think for these two, it very well feels like that. They probably test together, and, you know, this is probably an online occurrence quite often. So this time it's on a big stage, but normally I imagine this is done from the comfort of their own homes. So I'm sure that us and the crowd can make them feel very welcome, as well as we cheer on these fantastic competitors. Let's check out those prize cards, Pablo.
Goodness gracious, immediately both players having rough prizes. We see the Darkness Energy prize for Gabriel, so Monkey Dory will likely see no use whatsoever in this match. And over on Nathan's side, that Dusknoir, there's only one copy of that in his list, so we're not going to be seeing a lot of Curse Blast, so we might be seeing just a pure Dragapult on Dragapult battle with Dreepies flying all over the place, Amy.
It very well might be that way, but I'm sure both of these players have tricks up their sleeves galore, and I can't wait to see how they get around the various hurdles they're going to put in front of one another. But there we see the Handshake, and here we go! The battle begins!
We are getting started. Seems like Nathan is going first. I don't know if he chose to go first or if Gabriel won the coin flip and chose to go second. But starting Dreepy, starting Body Puffin in the end, in a mirror such as this one, you don't mind being the one to evolve first, but that Badoo being in the active spot right now does mean that Nathan has no possibility to get to a turn 2 Dragapult. So he's gonna have to do it the more traditional way, having to evolve through the Dracloaks.
I think that's a nice thing about the Badoo maybe being in the active to begin with, though. Nathan knows that he's going to have to make the use of his item cards now. It's now or never, or at very least until Badoo stops being so irritating with that itchy pollen. So looking through the deck with our first Buddy Puffin, searching 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less and placing them on our bench. We've gone for a Duskull and a Dreepy, and straight in with the Earthen Vessel, discarding another item card in the switch. Again, knowing that Badoo is going to lock that option away ever so soon. So absolutely, 1 Psychic and 1 Fire-type energy for Nathan to get started with those energy attachments as well, knowing that Gabriel won't be able to attack on the first turn either.
Having that 1 copy of Earthen Vessel in hand, honestly quite fortunate for Nathan. Attaching energy each turn when you only play 6 can be a little difficult. Neither player has access to Crispin throughout this game, so every energy will count for so much.
Absolutely. If anyone misses a beat in this battle, that's when the tide will change, and the tide of battle with that. So a Buddy Puffin as well as the first action on Gabriel's turn. Who would have thunk it?
Evening up things in terms of setup. Now, no Badoo inside for Nathan, and if Gabriel attacks with that itchy pollen, even finding Badoo to counteract your opponent's Badoo will be quite difficult with not being able to play Buddy Puffin, not being able to play Nest Ball. Now, you called it, Amy. We might see Dracloak take the first prize card here against that Badu.
Oh my goodness. Well, well, well. Look how the turns have tabled. Wow. We could see Dracloak make a meaningful attack. Who could have called it? Oh, goodness. Well, Badu might put in lots of work here, though, because like you say, Nathan's going to have to take the slow route, and Gabriel probably doesn't quite mind that.
Yep, not going to mind that too much. It would leave Nathan a little bit exposed, right? Both energies in the active spot, only to take a single prize card. If Gabriel was able to respond to that with his own Dragapult and eliminate those energies, that would definitely put him in the lead now. Both players know about each other's deck list. I'm sure Nathan, over the course of the games in Swiss rounds, probably has knowledge on the Monkey Dury, probably has knowledge on the Bloodrunner Saloon as well. So it's something that he might consider when going into the later stages of the game. But eventually he's going to realize that both cards are unavailable for Gabriel, the Darkness Energy and the Bloodrunner Saloon.
Absolutely. There'll be a point where those kind of mind games, that mental tug of war really comes into effect, where Nathan realizes, oh my gosh, Gabriel must not have access to those. That's great. I can be a bit riskier with my plays and kind of take chances, which is how you get to a stage like that.
Yeah, Gabriel already knows that and will play with that information, but Nathan is not able to know that until, I mean, he might never figure it out. At some point, I'm sure he will have that intuition. But another body puffin here for Gabriel. I think we're going to see all 4 Dreepy hit the board. Never mind, it's just going to be 3.
Just 3. That's how the Masters do it. That's how they do it. But no, 2 Buddy Puffin, you really could not ask for more. That is exactly what we want to see in an opening hand for a deck like Dragapult, where pretty much all of your Pokemon need to evolve to be effective. Going in with our Arven, finally with our first supporter of this best of 3. Oh, revealing that Defiance Vest, really nice and early, and an Earthen Vessel for the energy.
Now, if Gabriel eventually, not in this game, but in other games, has access to that Monkey Dury, the Defiance Band reducing the Phantom Dive damage from 200 to 160, and then using Monkey Dury to essentially heal your Dragapult by 30 damage would allow, no, it doesn't allow, no, it would allow Dragapult DX to survive 2 attacks. So if your Dragapult is 2-hit KOing your opponent's Dragapult, but their Dragapult is 3-hit KOing yours, you will definitely gain an advantage right there.
That is huge, and a huge compliment to Pokemon mathematics, and maybe why this, maybe why they've got this far in the tournament as well.
Now, we're not going to see that this game, as the Defiance Best was the card to hit the discard pile to get energies into play, but you can see how both players really prioritizing attaching that energy, and it seems like Nathan might not fully commit to attacking and KOing that, but you will decide to evolve that Dracloak on the bench and utilize its ability. It's not poisoned, right? It can't be poisoned on the bench. It's just marking that his ability has been used.
Absolutely. Recon Directive being one of the most impactful abilities in our meta, especially for this finals. Being able to look at those top 2 cards of the deck, choose 1 to put in your hand and 1 to the bottom, just gives real flexibility to the deck. Going for the another attach on the Dreepy, and attacking using Bite for 40 damage, chomping down on our Buddy Badu, and taking that out. So items will be available next turn for Nathan.
I love the spread of resources by Nathan. Commits the evolution to the bench, commits the energies to the active, and tells Gabriel, okay, if you knock out my energies, at least I get to keep my stage 1, and I can still attach an energy and the Sparkling Crystal and start using Phantom Dive. Now, in response, we're going to see lands for triple Dracloak, which is a solid indicator that perhaps Gabriel doesn't already have the pieces to get to the Dragapult, but wow, what a turn on first stamp. Triple Dracloak, Pheasantipity to flip the script. What a turn.
Wow, that was rapid, evolving all the Dreepy into Dracloak. Oh my gosh, and then using Unfair Stamp, because Nathan kind of, I guess, took the bait of knocking out that Badu, knowing that items need to be online to make some progress. Obviously, Gabriel was then able to respond, putting Nathan down to just 2 cards in hand, and Nathan only has 1 Dracloak to help with card draw next turn. So Gabriel has just filled that bench with useful Pokemon like Radiant Alakazam and Fezandipity, got a huge draw engine online and is playing the long game.
Crucially missing the fire energy though. Did find a psychic. That's not going to be enough to use that dragon headbutt for 70 damage. I still believe, Amy, we're going to see the Dracloak attack, not when I thought it would happen, but we need to find that fire energy to help us out.
We really do. Here's the flip the script. It could be big. I don't think I saw the glimpse of a fire energy, so we're still going to keep digging. That's not a fire energy either. Let's keep going. One more recon directive. No, let's keep going. Oh my gosh, we might miss it.
Yep, I don't see any fire energy available just now, so perhaps no KO. We're going to move one damage counter. Oh, it's already in the active. Couldn't tell that both energies were already attached, so that Dragon Headbutt will happen, and there's our first KO for Gabriel.
We did it! We did it, everyone! Dracloak took a knockout. Master of predictions, me. I can't be out here on the stage. I'm not a player, but I tell you what, I can make some mad predictions about Dracloaks.
Nathan only has 2 cards to work with, and that Recon Directive. I couldn't tell what he had in his hand. Ultra Ball and Boss. Ultra Ball could be good here to find Luminion, to find Iono perhaps, to try to find more pieces. Could also get Arven if we have a Dragapult, but we need the Earthen Vessel, which has been exhausted, so we need a Raw Energy and the Sparkling Crystal. We're just going to see a Lance. Now, Nathan is the one playing defensively, and Gabriel with a super, super strong setup. Triple Dracloak, ready to go into Dragapult, and ready to start wrecking Nathan's board.
Gabriel definitely looking like he has the advantage right now, but if Nathan manages to evolve into this Dragapult, which we're definitely going to thanks to Lance, we do have 320 HP to get through. So, you know, Gabriel is going to have to work really hard to damage through Nathan's board effectively.
That Fezandipity is definitely going to help Nathan stabilize a little bit more. He can still get an attack going. He can still establish his own Dragapult. So this draw with Fezandipity is going to be huge. And he still has access to Luminion V potentially. So big 3 cards here coming with the Flip the Script.
Here we go. Flip the Script allows us to draw 3 cards because a Pokemon was knocked out on our previous turn. I saw a fire energy. That's very good. Another Dreepy is excellent. The Sparkling Crystal as well. Everything's in hand.
Wow, what a response. That is the perfect cards found after a non-first time. Turns out it wasn't as unfair. And now both players having essentially perfect setups. What?
I can't believe that after a not so unfair Stampers, I think we need to go and scribble out on that one. We need to rename it entirely, like you say. Unfortunately for Gabriel, Nathan has come back and made quite the recovery and now has a very stable board state going forward to knock out this Dracloak and scatter some damage across Gabriel's board for later.
You know, we could even see Nathan have a sly smile right there, knowing he really drew well off of that Flip the Script. I really think Fezandipity is honoring its ability name because, wow, what a turn of events. Now, don't get me wrong. Gabriel already has a huge hand and has Flipped the Script and has 2 Recon Directives. So it's very likely that he's just going to get his own Phantom Dive activated right now.
Oh, okay. Monkey Dory is hitting the bench, so we're definitely looking forward to seeing that come around, but also just being there as a bit of a mind game as a threat to Nathan's board state is a nice feeling. Going for the Crispin there. Crispin lets us attach 1 energy from the deck and put the other in hand, so the other wasn't attached for turn, so that's fantastic. Crispin really was a fantastic addition to this deck recently, and I'm so glad to see him being used now, just in the perfect moment.
Yeah, I completely missed the 1 copy of Crispin in Gabriel's deck. I thought there wasn't any, but turns out it is available. We're gonna see the Dragapult response, so this game is completely haywire, Amy. Going
it's madness.
Like, with how both players started, I'm really surprised we're at this stage where we both have turn 3 Dragapult ready to go.
Honestly, it is fantastic, but I tell you what, I am a little bit worried for that bench Dreepy right now from Nathan, as we'll be able to use Radiant Alakazam to Painful Spoons the 1 damage counter on Dragapult, move it to the Dreepy and KO it, and we're going to counter catcher the Pheasantipity for, oh, we're going for the 2 prize cards. I like it, and taking Flip the Script offline after it was so impactful last turn.
Yeah, Gabriel had quite a few options there. Could have gone for the Dust Clubs and the 3P to get 2 prizes. That would have left the Pheasantipity there to draw. Now, by denying the Pheasantipity, it will once again limit Nathan's options. There's no more Drag Cloak in play right now. So, pretty well done, but that does mean there's still a very healthy Dragapult DX in play for Nathan.
Very much so, and that's the thing with the Dragapult mirror match, right? The Dragapults can't one-hit KO one another, so either you've got to find a way around that fact, or it really is a bit of a tussle between both players as they continue to spread damage counters around and just use Phantom Dive again and again until eventually someone goes down.
Now in this war of attrition, there's an opening for Nathan if he's able to find Dusknoir. Actually, I think Dusknoir is prized. If Dusknoir had been available, Nathan could have actually KO'd both the Dragapult and the Dragcloak on the bench. So that is one vulnerable spot in Gabriel's current setup. But I think Nathan only has 1 card in hand, so pulling that off might have been a bit difficult.
Maybe indeed. I like this removing the Pheasantipity from play just because it does really make the difference, like you say, from the Flip the Script, as Nathan won't be able to recover much. We don't have any card draws, so we are living in Top Deck City.
All right, Arven Energy, a Dragapult available. We can recandy into another Dragapult, right? Get an energy attachment down, and then in the end, if you end up having more Dragapults than your opponent, that seems like a good way to try to win this match. Now,
absolutely. That Arven was really nice. That has really saved the day a little bit, because otherwise the hand was not looking too great. But we do still have the Dragapult in the active, but it's obviously nice to make sure this Dreepy doesn't go down when it's so low on health.
Seems like Nathan has something else in mind, likely gonna try and recover the Pheasantipity. This does open up a possibility for Gabriel to win the game next turn by taking 3 prize cards.
Absolutely, 3 prize cards in 1 turn. Something Dragapult really specializes in.
Now Nathan, what is he going to try to piece out? Clearly he has a game plan, something that is different than protecting that Dreepy. Feels like he needs more help, perhaps looking for, I don't know, in order to disrupt Gabriel's huge hand. No, we're just gonna get that Dracloak into play.
Going for more card draw instead. I don't dislike this, but we've ended up with a counter catcher and an Iono. Counter catcher can be played, Iono not so. But definitely a tricky decision still, as Nathan still has a really small hand size, so maybe going for the Iono to repopulate that next turn. But I think we went with the counter catcher in the end.
Yeah, I think he kept the counter catcher this round. He really wish he could have kept both cards, right? They're both amazing. We do have the rescue board. Make sure that gets attached in case your hand gets disrupted. You don't want to redraw that over again. And we're just gonna see the Phantom Dive doing 200 damage to the active and taking down the Dracloak on the bench.
Yeah, knocking out that Dracloak again, just keeping Gabriel's board in check, because now we don't have any backups once this Dragapult falters. Okay, over to Gabriel's turn. We've got a really heavily damaged Dragapult in the active and nothing on the bench to evolve this turn. This could be the pivotal turning point that Nathan needed to disrupt Gabriel's gameplay, once having a really solid bench, but now only support Pokemon to be seen.
Yeah, Gabriel has focused so much on denying resources for Nathan. We see an attach being committed to the Monkey Dory at this point in time, which is very interesting to see. We could actually end up seeing a Mind Vent, and this game could end up coming down to a coin flip of confusion, Amy.
I love seeing status conditions at this stage of the game, showing that all of the different mechanics of the Pokemon TCG are worthwhile. Mind Vent can really change things up, so it's worth going for it and just pulling out all of the stops we've used. There we go. Alakazam to move the damage counters around on Nathan's board because we don't need quite so many on Natural Cloak to take a knockout this turn.
With Gabriel not being able to take 2 prizes here, he's gonna go ahead and make sure that the Dustclops is KO'd most likely this turn, or he's saving some damage as he only needs to place 6 on the Dracloak this time around to get a knockout. I feel like you need to deal with the active Dragapult. You will need to KO that over the course of 2 turns, and by preventing the Dusknoir, you prevent a possibility for a 3-prize turn for Nathan.
Absolutely. Prioritizing what's going to keep you in the game, definitely the most important thing right now, because the only way that Nathan can alter the damage that he's putting out each turn is to use those Dustclops. So we're going for, was that another Lance?
No, we're using an Ultra Ball, finding that Badu.
Okay.
Probably just trying to thin the deck before drawing off of that Fessendipity. We're gonna see an Iono. I mean, Nathan doesn't have a lot of cards so far. He's only used 1 Recon Directive last turn, so you know that he probably has 1 card that he kept, but you don't know how good it is. And Gabriel's hand is huge right now, so he will be putting a lot of resources to the bottom of the deck.
Absolutely. Going ahead and putting 2 energy back into the deck using Super Rod. They get shuffled back in so Gabriel can continue to make sure that energy is definitely part of this strategy, keeping on in there. Now, a large hand size can be good, but it also can be damaging because of the opportunity that you unlock with Radiant Alakazam being able to be used as an attacking Pokemon with these decks. So Gabriel using Iono kind of stabilizes his own hand whilst disrupting Nathan.
All right, Gabriel hasn't even established a single drip. He didn't want to open up the possibility for Nathan to win the game next turn with that Radiant Alakazam that you were mentioning. So this is gonna be a difficult situation for Gabriel. He will do 200 damage to his Dragapult, probably knock out the Dracloak. No, I think you have to knock out the Dustclops, but then you have to rely on Mind Bend. Yep, there's the Dustclops going down.
Well, it might come up to Lady Luck and coin flips on Confusion. It could be so risky when you're confused to attempt an attack, and it's not ideal for Dragapult to be retreating, so it might not be such a bad idea. I quite like kind of trying to disrupt and confuse quite literally your opponent and their Pokemon. We've gone and grabbed the Iono off the Dracloak's Recon Directive. A nice card to start with, but what's going to follow up for Nathan?
He has a Boss's Orders as well. There's no way to win the game in this particular turn, so Nathan might have to prioritize just that Oliver has.
That might trade.
We're up on the score. Seconds mimic you back in 20. This is going to be a 5.
Bloodrunner Saluna off the prize cards after taking that knockout, but I do believe he did not take it. If Bloodrunner Saluna was available, Gabriel would have had a very easy way to close out this game. But can we take a look at the prize cards to see if the Bloodrunner Saluna is still there? It is.
Oh no, that's very unlucky for Gabriel. So we aren't going to see that Blood Moon Ursaluna come out of hibernation just yet. Nathan still with the open opportunity to take this win by taking out the only Dragapult on Gabriel's board, and Monkey Dory left to try and fight out this battle.
All right, Dragapult goes down. I think we are about to see a Mind Bend if we can find an energy. No other options for Gabriel. Nathan wasn't able to establish another Dragapult, so he's gonna try his best to avoid that coin flip, but generally this game could come down to a coin flip, baby. I can't believe it.
I can't believe it either, but that is exactly what the Pokemon trading card game is all about. Unexpected twists and turns to create fantastic battles between strong Pokemon and even stronger trainers.
I wonder if Gabriel had attached energy to the Radiant Alakazam instead. If Nathan had 6 cards after taking the prize cards, maybe he would have been able to take a knockout that way. I don't know if he has that many. I don't think so, but yeah, I really think if we have an energy, we're gonna see a Mind Bend, and the game will come down
to confusion, or unless Gabriel still has 2 prize cards left. So if Nathan can find a Dust Clubs and put 5 damage counters on the Monkey Dory, that would be game.
It very much would be. Nathan looking like they are in a commanding position right now. Gabriel still needing to attach another energy. Doesn't look like he might even have it. Of course, we've got Darkness Energy still in the prize card, so we definitely can't use Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain ability. This is looking really scary. This could really come down to the wire.
2 cards, and can we find an energy? Doesn't seem like he did,
Doesn't look confident. We've got, okay, Counter Catcher trying to stall the game out a little bit. Can Nathan now retreat the Rotom? Just trying to use every single mechanic, every single stride that Gabriel can get to as he is behind on the prize card.
Turo wasn't 1 card!
Nathan takes the win with a huge Professor Turo scenario to take that Rotom back into his hand, allowing that final knockout for the final 1 prize card.
The last 2 prize cards for Gabriel were quite literally the best 2 cards Nathan could have hoped for. If Blood Nurse Luna was available, Gabriel could have had a very easy way to knock out the Dragapult. Or if he had access to that Darkness Energy beforehand, he could have sent a lot of those damage counters accumulating on his board over to Nathan's side to be able to take a prize card, or those 2 prize cards, much earlier. So very unfortunate circumstances for Gabriel. Feels like odds were always against him in this match.
Honestly, after Gabriel's setup, I was so confident. I was feeling really great for him. I thought, oh, surely Nathan can't bring this back. But Nathan just played so perfectly, and every single odd came out in his favor. Let's check out how that went one more time.
Saw that by taking down the Badu. Gabriel responded with almost a perfect hand. Triple Dracloak on first stamp. Pheasantipity, energy for attach, taking away Nathan's hand. You can see how glad he was recognizing that. That was pretty...
That was pretty skillful.
Yeah,
that was
pretty well
skillful.
done.
Honestly, that was perfect timing. Nathan then somehow made the flip of the script of the century. I'm calling it. You show me a better flip the script. I bet you that's the best one.
If you had asked Nathan which 3 cards he would like to draw, I'm pretty sure he would have chosen exactly those 3 cards. That was the perfect response that gave Nathan the lead, and then Gabriel set up because he didn't have that backup Dragapult established. He wasn't able to overcome, and it didn't end up coming down to Mindbend because there wasn't even an energy played. It all came down to that Professor Turo being the 1 card off of the Iono. So Nathan drawing pretty well off of those disruption cards so far.
That is a wow with a capital W, Pablo. Wow. Those top decks, the Pheasantipity, everything went Nathan's way, and we saw that aggression has overcome the defensive stance of Gabriel's deck thus far. But will Gabriel's defensive stance overcome the aggression of Nathan's Dusclops and Dusknoir on this occasion? We've seen offensive win game 1, can defensive come through and take game 2. Gabriel did everything he could to disrupt Nathan. Nathan still came through, but will the disruption stick in this game 2 of our Pokemon trading card game championships for Europe?
And this is where the pressure starts piling up, right? I think Gabriel should be confident that he really played that well. He got pretty good draws, and he honestly got pretty unlucky with the combination of the prize cards and Nathan's draw. Perfect draws off of the flip the script, to where if this game 2 plays out similarly, it's very likely he will come out the victor. However, Nathan must be feeling pretty good. Everything went his way, both against his opponent and for himself with those draws. So if it's your day to win the tournament, this game 1 really showed that.
Unfortunately, in this game 2, it seems unlikely we'll be flipping the script for a while, as Pheasantipity sits pretty in the prize cards, taking a back seat after such fantastic draws. Pheasantipity has decided it needs a rest.
Yeah, Pheasantipity gonna be living in the prize cards until the very end of the game. No extra cards for Nathan. That Dragapult and the energy could also prove to be crucial. We are playing only 2 copies of Dragapult DX in our deck for Nathan, so having access to only one, we do have night stretchers, a couple of
Usou
night
Arven,
stretchers available,
que
so
é
we
para
can continue
procurar
recovering. But sometimes
ferramentas Pokémon e colocar na parte de cima, né? Usou o puff de colega.
Simple turn for Nathan with just the Radiant Alakazam in the active and a touch of an energy and one Dreepy thanks to an S-Ball on the bench. We move on to Gabriel's turn, which hopefully will be a bit more fruitful for him with the Buddy Poffin.
And over in the prizes, we do see the on-first stamp right there, so we're not going to be disrupting heavily too much until the middle of the game. And that counter catcher at the very top could be crucial as well. These decks really love to disrupt and cost, mess with their opponent's setup, make sure they are taking down the right threat or attacking the right Pokemon, so not having access to that counter catcher throughout this game, having access to only one could actually be very crucial for him.
True. So we've gone for Arven, taking a Buddy Poffin for the Dreepy and the Badoo, assessing that Nathan's turn 1 was, well, quite lackluster. I think that is a good shout. And the other card off our Arven being our rescue board, so the Dreepy can hop on a little board and jump out of the active for free. No retreat cost involved.
Yeah, rescue board, very clutch for sure. Gives you a lot of maneuvering throughout the game.
Ver o que o Gabriel Fernandes vai fazer. Bora, Gabriel.
On your first turn will definitely prevent a quick Dragapult from Nathan.
Absolutely.
Tem que ganhar aqui, porque senão ferrou.
Will it be enough just to allow Gabriel to get a more solid footing in this game than last time? Slow Nathan right down and allow Gabriel to take this game by storm.
Being very thorough with the price.
Já pensou a final do VGC já aconteceu e eu tô aqui.
What he won't have access to. And this time around, I would love to see the Bloodrunner Saluna come into play and the Monkey Dury. Those are the two cards that really distinguish Gabriel's.
Ia ser muito engraçado se já tiver acontecido.
The rest of the Dragapults, honestly, Dragapult Dusknoir. So
Mas é Pokémon Champions Sunday. Então, tecnicamente é pra ainda vai rolar.
At the European International Championships.
Such a popular deck. I'm not surprised we're seeing lots in our finals. Of course, as predicted, going ahead and using that board to bring Dreamy back to the bench, attaching a fire-type energy to the other Dreamy is great foresight for the future, making sure that we're going to get a Dragapult powered up in time. Badoo into the active for an itchy pollen, so nasty, and giving 10 damage to our Radiant Alakazam, whilst also not allowing Nathan to play items on this turn.
Hey, if you had told me before we got this game started that we were going to see a bite, we were going to see a dragon headbutt, and we were going to see a mind ruler to deal with the first few prizes, I would not have believed you, but I think that's how Nathan is planning to deal with this Badoo and free up his setup.
Arven pra procurar a ferramenta Pokémon e colocar na mão dele, né? Em seguida, embaralha o deck.
That's exactly how our players have got to this point, is by being unpredictable, playing well, knowing their outs. And as we carry on with Nathan's turn, with an Arven, we get to take an item card and a tool card. The tool can be played, the Sparkling Crystal can be attached to a Pokemon. The item card will be unavailable until Badoo has stopped being quite so irritating with that itchy pollen.
Vamos ver agora como é que vai ser, né? Papilha. A nova papilha. Tá, energizou o Alakazam. Vai dar um dano. Ah não, ele vai usar habilidade? Vai trocar. Não, jogou o Boodle. Aí eu já tô acordado faz um tempo. Vocês que não estão aqui na live. Aliás, bom dia. E bom domingo.
Of this seniors finals, using Radiant Alakazam's Mind Ruler attack, which does 20 damage for each card in your opponent's hand. I think this is great.
Estamos aqui acompanhando, eu acho que é uma final, né? De TCG aqui. Esse Gabriel Fernandes, ele é BR, ele é jogador da Tuzi. Eu só sei dele por causa do Monta.
The characteristics of top players, right? It's like, yes, I'm playing a Dragapult deck. That doesn't mean I have to commit to attacking with Dragapult every single
revelar o maior segredo desse canal. Qual é? Até eu tô curioso pra saber qual é o maior segredo.
their optimal play or attacking the optimal Pokemon that they could is part of how you really make sure you're getting the most out of your cards and making sure you're planning to the best of your ability on how to win each game.
You're not wrong, Pablo. And as we continue with Gabriel's masterful comeback, Lumineon comes into play with our fantastic ability, Luminous Sign. On play, Gabriel gets to search his deck for one supporter Pokemon. Of course, there we go. We're getting the Lance play down for those Dracloak.
Pode pegar uma energia no deck. Evoluiu para Dracloak.
It's important to note that Gabriel does play 2 copies of Badoo, so if he really wishes, he could go into that and try to buy himself another turn, and I think he just drew it. Yep.
Fez anti-pitch? É, fez anti-pitch.
That would be quite fantastic, since we can't really take a knockout this turn. Maybe it's worth continuing Badoo's prowess. Yeah, he's going down. Let's go. We get to retreat thanks to rescue.
Tirou, colocou o Poodle na frente, é isso?
Is in the active once again. Itchy Pollen, 20 damage total now on Radiant Alexander. No more items.
10 de dano.
Items now. Nathan, of course, ready to deal with that, but if he's able to find a Dragapult and another energy, he would actually be able to start using Phantom Dive. However, with no item cards, that does seem quite difficult. Seems like he has a tough choice there of that Recon Directive between Rotom and
Tô parando o Marlon, o grupo do Zap onde tá eu, Marlon e Alexandre. Ah, então quer dizer que os 3 têm um grupo, beleza. Aí o plot, ó, o Zu. Salve, Zulio, bom dia, como é que você tá, cara? Vem contigo? Bom domingo desde já.
That is so true. Unfortunately, Radiant Alakazam can't quite stick out for that long.
No 3P drawn.
Oh no. And I don't think
Oh, Kisera é muito chato, tá? Porque Kisera faz com que você refaça a tua mão de novo o tempo todo.
He's not going to activate Flip the Script to not give Gabriel extra cards, but I think I see enough in his hand. I think he might be missing. He has an Orphan, so he might be missing either Dragapult or the Counter Catcher to pull this off, Amy.
Yeah, I think we're going to go for the Fire Energy there rather than Professor Turo.
Tá.
Or
it was the Professor Turo kept.
Turo.
There's a Dragapult, never mind. We have Arven for Counter Catcher.
Arven de novo? Tá, fez um Dragapult. Os 3 patetas estão no grupo só fazendo caos. Meu Deus do céu. Vocês corromperam o Marlon de vez então, né? Oi, Alexandre. Boa tarde. Como é que você tá? Quanto tempo, Alexandre? Bom domingo pra você, aliás. Tá, ele fez o Dragapult X. Usou a arma de captura. Não, não corrompeu não, né, Marlon? Até parece. Como é que você tá, Marlon? Como é que você tá, Marlon? E bom domingo pra você. Aliás, bom domingo pra todo mundo. Como é que vocês estão, gente? Como é que tá o domingo de vocês? Tamo vendo aqui, eu acho que é a final. Esse Gabriel Fernandes, ele é jogador da Tuzi, ele é brasileiro, né? Estamos torcendo aqui pra ele. Ele tá perdendo, mas vamos ver se ele vai conseguir ganhar. Agora recebo o Travazap, meu amigo. Epa, conseguiu pegar, boa. Tá, 5-5. Pera, ele usou ordem de chefia? Pokébola de ninho? Pera, deixa eu ver aqui direito. Ele usou ordem de chefia? Quer ver como funciona o TCG? Ih, Marlon. Difícil te explicar. Mas, vamos ver. Alguém conseguiria explicar pro Marlon? Basicamente, funciona assim. Resumindo, você vai colocar 6 cartas para comprar, 6 cartas prêmios. conforme o adversário vai derrotando o teu Pokémon da frente, né? Tanto o Pokémon que tá ali no ativo, que a gente chama na frente, a gente chama Pokémon ativo. Basicamente, se ele derrotar 6 vezes, né? E o adversário conseguir pegar os 6 prêmios que tá ali no banco, ele ganha o jogo. É isso, entendeu? Tá vendo que do lado da pontuação de cada um ali, né? Ali do lado do Nathan e do lado do Gabriel, tem 5 Pokébolinhas ali. É porque basicamente ambos já derrotaram um Pokémon de cada um e pegaram uma carta, que a gente chama de uma carta prêmio, entendeu? Ou seja, cada um tem 5. Conforme vão atacando e vão... Por exemplo, ó, o Gabriel tá com o Dragapult X na frente, enquanto o Nathan tá com o Charizard... O Charizard não, tá com a Alakazam Radiante. Se o Gabriel, que tá com o Dragapult, derrotar o Alakazam, ele comprar mais uma prêmio. Porém, se o Nathan derrotar o Dragapult do Gabriel, como é uma carta X e carta V valem por 2, ou seja, em vez de uma, o Nathan vai comprar 2 cartas. É isso, ô Marvel. E esse Alakazam Radiante já tá indo de bala, hein? Toma cuidado.
To re-establish JP on the board to continue to make this comeback.
Você é louco, não compensa. Eu fiz uma explicação da hora, o Marlon cagou e andou pra minha explicação.
Sparkling Crystal Ace Pack, all of those will be very welcome. And now it's on Gabriel's side. He has an advantage. He has the initiative. It's on him to make something happen.
Ah, ouviu. Então o que eu falei? Opa, salve Madara. Boa tarde, como é que você tá? Bem-vindo de volta e bom domingo pra você desde já, cara. Como é que você tá? Estamos aqui acompanhando, acho que a semifinal do TCG aqui. Eu tô esperando um VGC, mas até agora nada. Teve por enquanto já a final do Pokémon GO, né? As finais acho que as semifinais é a final do Pokémon GO, a final do Unite, agora a gente tá vendo do TCG. Tô bem demais de você. Cara, eu tô com sono ainda, acabei de acordar, sinceramente. Eu só acordei pra ver se tinha... pra tocar um pouco a live, né? Porque eu acabei deixando a live aberta e dormindo, mas acordei mesmo pra ver se esse negócio de acabar logo a live. Mas por enquanto nada. 6 horas de live já. Vamos ver. Ó, comprou mais 3. E o... Beleza. Ó, deu o melhor aqui pro Gabriel dessa vez. Esqueci de perguntar, o Wolf passou? Sim, Zurlin. Ficou Wolf e um Dylan. O Dylan passando foi muito da hora, tá? Quase caiu uma lagrimazinha. Foi muito da hora vendo o cara passar. Ele chorou, tá? Ele chorou, vendo que ele não acreditou. Pera, eu passei. Ele assinando o negócio, a mão dele tremendo, cara. Foi muito da hora de assistir, tá? Tô ligado, a final do Unite. A Luminous Game ganhou. Merecidamente, eles têm o segundo melhor player global. Se chama Overlord. Você tem que pegar 6 cartas e nocautear um Pokémon. Se comprar uma a mais, se o adversário não tiver mais cartas, você ganha. Quase isso. Basicamente, as cartas do lado da pontuação de cada um ali, ó, de 0 e 1 ali. Se o Gabriel conseguir pegar todas, ou o Nathan conseguir pegar todas, acabou. É isso. Vence o jogo quem conseguir pegar todas as cartas prêmio primeiro. É isso. E tem cartas e cartas aqui bem apelonas, né? Por exemplo, tem um Charizard X aqui, que ele bate, olha só como é roubado. Por exemplo, se seu adversário pegou 5 cartas Se seu adversário pegou 5 cartas, falta uma para ele. Falta uma para ele vencer o jogo. E ele bate 50. Ele bate 50 para cada carta prêmio que o seu adversário pegou. Sim. Imagina, bater 50 pontos de dano para cada carta prêmio que o teu adversário pegou. Ou seja, se o teu adversário pegou 5, ele tá batendo 300 de dano. Olha que quebrado. E é um Pokémon só e depois não é mais. Não. Se o Charizard estiver ativo, ele vai bater 300 até ele ser derrotado. Ou seja, nunca. Entendeu? Basicamente. Ó, o Gabriel. Eita, faltam 2 pro Gabriel. Vamos, Gabriel. Tá quase, vai. Tá quase pra empatar. Cara, a sorte do Nathan é que ele não tem nenhum Pokémon X na frente pra fazer ali. Se bem que eu acho que se o Gabriel trazer esse Rotom V pra frente, eu acho que ele ganha o jogo. Se ele tiver mais uma ordem de chefia e conseguir bater forte, é isso. Vamos ver. Ó, que nem por exemplo o Marlon, ali ó. O Dragapult, atualmente ele tá com uma energia psíquica e uma de fogo. Ou seja, se tu vê ali ó, ele tá batendo no Phantom Dive. O Phantom Dive bate 200. Então, qualquer carta ali na frente que tenha menos de 200 de vida ou até 200, cai ali pro ataque, entendeu? Ou seja, por exemplo agora, se nesse próximo turno o Nathan não tiver nenhuma ordem de chefia para trocar, é muito provável que esse Dracloak dele caia, entendeu? Ele tem um Duskull. O Duskull também é... O Duskull também é interessante, né? Porque, se eu não me engano, não sei se é o Duscloak ou o Dusknoir. A carta do Dusknoir, não sei se é Duskull ou Dusknoir. Essa carta é interessante ter no deck, por exemplo. Você coloca ele na frente, o teu Pokémon automaticamente é derrotado e o adversário pega uma prêmio. Mas você fala, pô, aí não compensa ter ela, beleza. Não, compensa sim, porque você comprou uma prêmio também. Ou seja, é uma carta meio que sui, entendeu? Mas vale a pena. Ó, o Nathan tinha a ordem de chefia, ó. Trocou o Dragapult X pelo não vi ali, ó.
Congratulations, bringing that back.
GG pro
Dragapult versus Dragapult, but a very different strategy. Defense
Pera, eu não
winning
entendi.
this
Eu
time.
disse que me
Will the defensive stance or the
mas foi o
offensive
Alexandre que falou, vamos aprofundar, entendi a explicação.
either of their favor for this game?
O Gabriel ganhou? Nice! Vamos! Falei lá no grupo que vão sair Pokémon que eu prometei, o Marlon teve um infarto. Eita, cuidado. Verdade que o Alexandre vamos acabar. Deck de Dragapult, é louco, compensa demais. Salve, mano Dragas, tudo bom? Bom dia, boa tarde e desde já bom domingo pra você. Como é que você tá, cara? Estamos aqui acompanhando aqui o jogo entre Nathan, eu acho que é argentino-americano, e o Gabriel, que é brasileiro, esse moleque aí da Tuzi. Ele é brasileiro. Simbora pro... Ah, não. Oh, deve ser muito da hora jogar, tá? Pô, bora colocar o Dragas no grupo. E você diz que eu corrompi, né, meninos? Eu acabei de ler o que você falou, Marlon. O Marlon tá tão...
opposite
Final
this
do
game
sênior.
as in game 1. Gabriel was the one who was in a commanding position the whole time, and Nathan had no help from the draw, from the disruption, missed the crucial pieces at the right time.
Você é louco, não compensa. Aí, Mano Dragas, estamos a 6 horas e 14 de live. A Lumiose foi campeão, Mano Dragas, no Unite. Passou aqui, tá? Abaixa o volume aí, tá alto. Meu medo é encarar o Gabriel na loja que eu jogo. Se estiver jogando um regional classificatório, a chance é muito alta de você enfrentar ele. Tá muito alto? Sério? Vou baixar um pouquinho aqui.
Goodness gracious, Amy, I am ecstatic for this game 3, and I think we have enough time to work time finishing.
Quem tá ganhando? Por enquanto tá 1 a 1, o Alexandre. O Gabriel acabou de empatar a partida. Não sei se é uma melhor de 3. Acredito que seja. Se for uma melhor de 3, é quem... Ah, não, é uma melhor de 5. É uma melhor de 5, Alexandre. E a vontade de jogar na Tuz é muito, só falta habilidade. Ô, louco, pô, mas isso aí adquire com o tempo, Mano Dragas. Limitei o rumo. Vou fazer você vir e vir o Shadow do Michael. Alexandre se corrompeu. Ô, Alexandre, ontem mostrou o orangutano santificado, Alexandre. Tu perdeu, pô. Ontem eu joguei de Dragapult, perdi 2, perdi uma e fiz um empate. Como assim, o deck de Dragapult ou Catnap? Não entendi. Droga, sim, pô. Ó, os prêmios, ok. Nossa, tem uma ordem de chefia nas prêmios. Ah lá, o Marlon. Na esquerda tá aparecendo as prêmios. Tá aparecendo as prêmios que é pro Gabriel resgatar. O Gabriel não sabe quais são. E vai mostrar dos Nathan, as prêmios do Nathan, provavelmente também.
Will be able to delay any sort of aggression by Gabriel. We could be seeing a Purdue war in this game. I mean, with both players playing it, it was to be expected.
Pelo que eu sei, só vai ordem no deck de uma ordem de deck no curso. Cara, eu acho que foi duas, tem 2 ou 3 nesse deck do Gabriel, o Mano Dragas.
Honestly, I applaud both players for being able to memorize this. I'd be writing it down because I don't think in this high pressure situation I'd be able to remember, even if I'd established what's in the prize cards. I think I'd be able to remember off the cuff. These are very stressful games. Although both players have been in this position previously, it of course is still very nerve-wracking.
Oh, it certainly is. I don't think like that feeling in the stomach.
É uma melhor de 5, tá, gente? Fora que esse Boodle atrapalha muito, ficar sem os aí tem complicado. Na verdade, Mano Dragas, esse é o intuito do Boodle. É uma carta muito quebrada, tá? É bem quebrada essa habilidade. Eu achei quebrada, pô. Às vezes eu imagino como seria se eu fosse pervertidos aí, tem tipo full restore no competitivo. Mas eu acho que tem o Zurli. Não tem, não sei se é full restore, mas... Ah, no caso do CDs do Unite, ele está usando uma lista diferente das padrões. Ele deve ter montado um próprio Mano Dragon, se pá.
Whoever attacks the other but you first does have a slight advantage, right? If you have a 3-hit KO situation of the
depois vou copiar. Então, depois volta no começo da live, na parte do TCG aqui, que deve mostrar o deck. Ó, usou o puffin de colega.
Try to avoid that or be a bit more aggressive with a bite here and there, right? Gabriel does have access to Monkey Durham.
Eu sei que tem Ivern pra caramba aqui, ó. Ivern.
So much more difficult.
Arven. Eu acho que é Arven, né? Arven.
That itchy pollen interaction right here, unless Nathan is able to utilize Curse Blast finally this game.
Aí, ó. E as da direita aí são as cartas prêmio que o Nathan tem para resgatar. Pokébola de ninho, Dusclops, fazendo de Peach. Mais uma bola de ninho, Kissera e Ordem de Chefia.
Living in the prize cards once again. At least it's made itself a little more accessible this time around. Boss's Orders and Iono at the bottom. Those are decent.
Ali tava a Iono, mas pra gente ficou como Kissera, tá? Aliás, eu não sei nem como é que tá as cartas dele. Você chega pra assistir a partida final do Mundial de Pokémon e aí os dois ficam só com o Pokémon. Eles têm 999 full stories e Max Revive na bag. E a luta vai durar 2 semanas. Então, né? Ah tá, agora eu entendi. Você quis dizer no VGC, então.
Both boards looking quite good. I think we might finally see both decks running at their full.
Deixa comigo, eu manjo nas cartinhas. Beleza. Não, eu queria saber se as cartas que o Gabriel Fernandes tá usando são brasileiras ou são americanas. Ó, Mukidori, né? Ele deixa... Acho que você pode pegar energia, né?
Absolutely perfect, giving that deck a good shuffle, and will be able to move damage around with Munkidori's Adrenabrain ability momentarily.
E ele tem um Lance também. O Lance eu acho que é pra acelerar a energia... Não, pera. Ou é pra acelerar a energia, ou é pra evoluir os dragões mais rápido. Para acelerar a energia dragão ou evoluir os dragões, né, mais rápido. Podem ser qualquer um, no modo standard, pode qualquer linguagem, menos japonês. Talvez chinês. O pessoal do porão tá fazendo uma guerra, eita.
Gabriel's Badoo into the lead of the Badoo
battle
for glory.
This is incredible to see now the damage from Badoo.
Esse Boodle vai dar uma carta prêmio já. Dois. Tá, nocauteou, pegou uma prêmio, é isso? São brasileiras? Ah, obrigado, Mano Dragon. Eita, pegou a Ordem de Chefia. Nossa, o Nathan pegou a Ordem de Chefia. Aqui ficou complicado. 2 gatos. Meu Deus do céu. Aqui ficou complicado pro Nathan, porque a Ordem de Chefia. Ah, mas ele pegou o Alakazam radiante aqui. Trocou o Boodle, né? Na verdade, o Boodle foi pro banco danificado, mas aí entrou o Drip. Aí Drip contra o Draclops.
Oh my word, we've seen fantastic draws from both players, but this feels like it's really taking the cake. We're going for those recon directives still.
Eu só não entendo por que tem esse negócio... O que é essa moeda que ele tá colocando em cima dos Pokémons, Mano Dragas? É a habilidade do Mukidori? De pingar dano? É isso? O ruim do Boodle é que ele só tem 30 de vida. Sim, mas o Mano Dragas, não sei se tu conhece o Monta. Conhece o Montalvão?
Has all the pieces in his hand right now. There's the Dragapult TX. Are we gonna see a double
pra marcar que está usando a habilidade. Ah, tá.
Or are we gonna see a double Dreepy knockout?
Wow, looks like we're going for the double Dreepy as Professor Turo's scenario.
Tá, o professor Turo, pesquisa de professor, né? Acredito que seja pesquisa de professor. Nem conhecer o cara, já falei com ele pessoalmente. Então, o Mano Draga, se tu for no canal dele, o último vídeo dele, se eu não me engano, o Montalvão do Pokémon, né? No caso, não o Montalvão, o Montalvão Talvão do Pokémon, se eu não me engano, o último vídeo dele foi um deck de Boodle. Que o Boodle acho que bate quase 180 de dano, pô, pra tu ter noção. Aí você diz, pô, o Boodle bater 180? É, pois é. Quase 180 de dano, pra tu ter noção.
In Gabriel's pocket, making sure to disrupt Nathan as much as humanly possible. What a play!
It feels like both times that
carimbo,
Nathan has
né?
aggressively immediately dealt with the itchy pollen, he's been heavily punished both times. Now he's gonna have 2 cards to work with, his top deck and a single Dreepy in play. Now, we did see him be completely fine in game 1 in that situation, but can he do it 2 games in a row?
I'm not sure. We're going to be living off that top deck one more time. We're going to have 3 cards total for Nathan to make this comeback because there's no card draw on board. So let's see if we can see what those 3 cards are. Oh, we've got a Dracloak at least. That's a handy card. That'll give us an extra.
1 more card potentially.
Tá, ele colocou o Dragapult, X. O Lindras. É a gatinha do... Mano, que nome é esse? Alicinha. Tava dormindo. Meu amigo.
Absolutely. Okay, popping the Defiance Vest, possibly on the Pheasantipity just to give it a little bit of extra wiggle room. But it only
o Pheasantipity tinha quebrado, tá? Não queria falar nada não, mas o Pheasantipity tinha quebrado.
In the prize cards, we're going to, yes, put some damage on that other Dreepy and take out 2. Budu,
Eita, levou 2.
Into the active as it has a free retreat cost, but also we might need to itchy pollen in the future.
Goodness gracious, now we're committed to the Dracloak, so no Dragapult.
Por enquanto o Gabriel tá na frente.
There is a counter catcher found, but there's no more Radiant Alakazam to be trapped. What can Nathan do here? Get another Dreepy into play with that Buddy Puffin and Itchy Pollen. Is that all?
It might well be. I mean, we've already used our rescue board. I suppose it's we could.
Vamos ver o que ele vai aprontar com esse Dragapult aí.
Hope that Gabriel doesn't have the energy in hand again to be able to
ferramenta de captura, né? Se alguém ganhar 3 já ganha. Eu acredito que sim, ô Mano Dragas. Acho que é uma melhor de 5, todas, entendeu? Na loja que eu jogo, os torneios são melhor de 3. Sim, mas como é final, ô Mano Dragas, como é final, tanto é que tá ali embaixo, ó. Senior Finals, entendeu? Acredito eu que por ser final é melhor de 5. Ai, fez anti-crit também. Ordem de fia, né, que ele usou, Tá, ele curou, fez anti-crit.
Played the buzzers first. He just found another energy in case he needs it.
Looks like that's definitely going to be a
Aliás, foi só uma curiosidade, Nondra Juega. Nossa, era Nondra Juega, né? Agora é Nondra Jueg. O louco, fui chamado de Jeg ao vivo. Tá. Nossa, mais duas o Gabriel ganha. GG. 2-1, vamos! Não, Mano Dragas, pelo visto é uma melhor de 3. O Gabriel ganhou. Caraca, que da hora! O Gabriel foi campeão, que da hora! Não, pera. Do Brasil! Caraca, mano, que da hora, cara! Deve ser mãe? Será que é a mãe dele? Ou é treinador alguma coisa? Mano, que da hora, cara! Caraca, que legal, cara. Pô. Legal que o mano da Tuzi foi campeão, cara. Que da hora. Até na comemoração. Eita. Mano, o Dragas foi de F. 2 vezes. Então, né? Caraca, mano, que da hora. O brasileiro foi campeão, cara. Que legal.
script.
We saw that dragon headbutt, we saw a bite.
2 vezes seguida, né não, pô? F pro Mano Dragas. Caraca, mano, que massa. Pô, agora que seja a final do VGC, por favor, que eu não aguento mais esperar. Cristal de parcialização, né? Cristal. O dia que criarem um torneio do Pocket, eu estarei lá. Pô, não é não, pô? Até eu. E falar nisso, Mano Dragas, não sei se tu chegou a ver... o Londres agora é Master do TCG. Eu não sou Master nem nada não. Queria eu entender mais. Queria eu entender. Eu acho muito da hora o TCG, pô. Eu queria um dia jogar. Ô, Mano Dragas, eu não sei se tu chegou a ver meu último vídeo de TCG. Montei um deck de Pauper. Ô, Mano Dragas, tu chegou a ver o meu vídeo de Pauper? O deck de Pauper, uma variação que eu fiz? Se tu não viu, depois tu vê lá. E eu tenho que fazer, ainda tenho que fazer o outro vídeo que eu quero. O Nindra Joelha agora é categoria Master do TCG. Pô, quem dera.
For Nathan, and Gabriel just found that really disruptive core of his deck so perfectly helpful, especially that unfair stamp which finally stuck.
Yeah, unfair stamp made all the difference. There was no sensitivity possibility for Nathan as it was priced, and that allowed Gabriel to close this out. You have him at the stage
que massa, mano.
For an interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to the big stage at EUIC. Adam Skarsgård-Watson here with our winner, our EUIC senior champion, Gabriel Fernandez. All right, let's see what he's got to say, folks. What's going through your head right now?
I just want to thank...
Ah, não vai travar agora não. Ah... Olha isso, mano, só porque foi o brasileiro que ganhou, cara. Mano, só porque foi o brasileiro que ganhou, cara, olha isso. Mano, só porque foi o brasileiro que ganhou. O que é o Wiki? É Europa International Championship, ou seja, Campeonato Internacional da Europa, o Marlon. Tava no X1 com o Alexandre. Quem ganhou? Ah, mano, que bosta, cara, olha isso, só porque foi o BR que, pô. Aí, pronto.
Are you so excited to just rub his face in it?
So, my brother got top 8 as well, and no surprise on the deck list because he played on stream. He did very well. Unfortunately, he lost, but I created this deck originally based off of Torque, but I changed so much, and the list just became better. They found a really good deck while I was testing.
Nem do Alexandre o consegue ganhar, que isso?
So, I brought it here, and it got me the dub.
And that is indeed a big dub, Gabriel. Congratulations once again. Give it up for him, folks. He found a deck he loved, saw the potential, brought it here fearlessly and won. And we are going to kick things back over to the desk after one more shout out.
Meta fight guide in 1 hour.
You heard it here first, folks. We're kicking it back over to the desk so we can kick off
Masters
deck.
Interessante. Jogaremos.
TCG game left for the weekend. We have the Masters final coming up right now with myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Alex Dow.
What
a couple of finals we've had already in the trading card game, and we still have the Masters division to come as well. And it's just so much to think about. We know obviously what.
Pelo que eu vi, tem mais uma.
Such an exciting game of the
é mais TCG, gente. É mais TCG. Não quero falar sobre isso. Depois que o Fred Side começou a ganhar, né? Eu vou ele mostrar depois a gente vai. Caraca, vai treinando, porque eu não sei como é que foi o teu time contra o Alexandre, mas também não sei como é que é o time do Alexandre, mas vai treinando, na final você pode usar meu time?
I'm excited. Yeah, I mean, one of the key things for us is actually trying to figure out exactly how both of our players actually ended up here in this final, in this European International Championship finals. Have a quick look at those brackets just to figure out that pathway for both of our players. It was incredible to see them make it all the way through.
Agora
at the very top, we had a fantastic top 8, but Ryuki Okada has had to overcome.
É mais TCG? Ryuki versus Natalie. Natalie, né? Pode ser Natalie ou Natalie. Top 8. Estou apenas esperando o decklist brotar na Limitelis. Limitelis que fala? Limite, eu acho, sei lá, não sei como é que fala. Desculpa, gente, eu não sei inglês, desculpa. É mais TCG? Deixa eu ver o que é isso aqui. O time dele é fácil de vencer. O problema é tiranitar que eu tive que usar o golpe de fada. Tá, então tu consegue passar pelo... Mas é que... É o Masters? Ah, tá, é o Masters do TCG, então, beleza. Então eu vou fazer o seguinte. Eu vou pegar um... Eu bem que avisei. Eu vou pegar um... Vou pegar meu almoço e já volto, chat. Enquanto isso, fiquem aí com a transmissão.
How this one comes around, we know there's a lot of tricks with Terrapagos, but we know that Dragapult is a naturally very, very strong deck. We saw it obviously win in seniors, it kind of had no choice, but it didn't stand up to Lugia in the juniors finals, couldn't quite get that extra step. So for Dragapult, is it 2 out of 3, or is it only winning the mirror?
Well, it's going to be one of the most interesting things because a player like Ryuki, who obviously has already won a regional championships here in Europe, but playing and piloting a Dragapult deck already, so he knows all those intricacies.
He's familiar, yeah.
So again, we've already spoken so many times about both of these players, in fact, just having that adaptability, that versatility to pick up different decks and pilot it to such a high level of standard. I mean, this is what makes this game so interesting.
Yeah, it really is, and I love that storyline where Ryuki comes to Dortmund Regionals, wins the whole thing with Dragapult, when Dragapult was not necessarily the best deck in the format. It was kind of there, but not really number one. Now Dragapult is number one in the format, and it is in the final, but not piloted by Ryuki, piloted by his opponent, Natalie, and he's gone up to Terrapagos Clorf, which... I mean, look, at this stage, I don't doubt anything Ryuki does because they've won 2 direct invites in Europe, and they are a Japanese player. They live in Tokyo. They are not from this region, but they've come over twice, and both times they've gone and taken that direct invite.
Yeah, it's an incredible feat. And I mean, in talking about incredible feats, prior to this European International Championships, both myself and Ross here, alongside our fellow casters, did make a number of predictions, and I think you're in a pretty good spot here because one of those cards is actually in the finals as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So here we see trainers' predictions. So Clorf Terrapagos, essentially, I said Precious Trolley. I said Precious Trolley was going to get the victory, and it is in the final. Whereas, you know, Amy actually went Badu, which is both of these players, but it seems like that's what we've got here for the trainer predictions.
Yeah, no, and it coincides with exactly who we think in this particular matchup, that Terrapagos Clorf deck, against that Dragapult, which of our players will be winning this TCG Masters final, because that's why you were kind of a bit more on Ryuki's side because of that card like Precious Trolley. But after all, Natalie did best. My main caster prediction was that Archaludon EX in the semi-finals, and so that's why I've gone with Natalie there, as we do get a chance to have a quick look at our players here. Natalie on the right-hand side and Ryuki on the left.
Yeah, we've got Ryuki, we've got Natalie, we've got Terapagos, we've got Dragapult, and if we have a look at some of their accomplishments there, start with Ryuki. We've got a top 32 in Perth this season, that Dortmund Championship this season, like we said, and then top 16s in the Fukuoka and Kyoto Champions Leagues in 2024. And as I've told you before, those tournaments like 5,000 players, that is huge, but it looks like we are heading down to the table here, getting to get ready for our Masters final of the European International Championships 2025. Yeah. And I'm seeing some prizes going down here.
We're going to get
2 Dreepy.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit tough to try and navigate as we get the chance to see Ryuki's prizes as well here. There's going to be some really sort of interesting sort of sequencing that's going to come out. One of those Badu's also currently prized on Ryuki's side. We know he plays 2 copies of. We've seen him on stream already. We know how important that Itchy Pollen can be in combination with that other card that's prized as well, Binding Mochi. But let's see how both these players are going to navigate this actual final.
Yeah, that Binding Mochi, there's 3 of them that can be played, and we were counting them in Ryuki's top 4 game. We spent the whole of that game counting the Binding Mochi, seeing how many were left, because, you know, that extra damage was such a big deal for getting so many of those KOs. There's a fist bump, ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, make some noise for your Masters Division final. Okay, so we start off with Ryuki and that lovely Monkey Dory, and Natalie with that Pheasantipity. And it looks like Ryuki is going to be taking our first turn.
Yeah, one of those very good things about not actually starting one of those Dreepies is actually having a Pokemon that can't be instantly knocked out from some of those tips and tricks that we've already mentioned and started talking about in Ryuki's deck. Those poisoned opportunities with that Pecharunt to try and take an easy KO and actually end the game sometimes on his first turn. But this is the opportunity to do that first deck search here and actually identify exactly what is available. Actually, hang on. This is actually...
Yeah, that double turbo. Yeah, I took a bit of a... what are we looking at?
The support has been played. Does that mean Natalie actually went first and it was just a pass back over?
Oh, if this is turn 1 for Ryuki after Natalie's had a turn, that is terrible. You're right. If Ryuki's playing a supporter, that means Natalie had a full turn where she did nothing. Oh, and that's already game 1. Ryuki's already won game 1. Natalie has nothing. Ryuki wins game 1. We're going to game 2 with less than 2 minutes taken off the clock.
Wow, incredible for a very, very first game. I started talking about the opportunity to poison a smaller HP Pokemon, but we didn't quite get the glimpse that actually Natalie was the one who went first and had that Pheasantipity EX in the active spot, fighting weak. And then that Clorf was just ready to go down in just that single quick turn, had everything already in that one hand.
Yeah, and I did wonder, I was like, why is Ryuki getting rid of a double turbo energy? That's a really useful resource, and the answer is because Clorf is a fighting type that hits Pheasantipity for weakness, and that whole turn happened so fast. I mean, Natalie's turn was literally just draw past. We didn't even see the turn happen. There come the Clorf hands. Oh, we got a minute. Can we get some more Clorf hands going in the crowd? I love seeing all of those Clorf hands. It makes me happy. But that's why Ryuki was willing to get rid of that double turbo energy, because you only need 1. He had a second, and like you say, Precious Trolley, get the Clorf and everything else, get that KO. There's my crab hands coming down.
Come on, let's make sure there's some noise also for Natalie here. She's a fantastic player. She's gone, who's going to be trying to turn this back around, of course. 1 game down, but we know Natalie's been in positions like this before. She's been a champion before as well, so she deserves every plaudits for even being here in the first place, and we'll be looking to try and turn this way back around on Ryuki.
Yeah, one of the top players in the game. That was just a very unfortunate thing. Right, I've been here since we started doing these EU streams in 2016. I've been here for, well, I'm in my 9th year doing this. I have never seen any game in any match end that quickly. I'm not talking about a final, I'm not talking about an IC, I mean any game in any tournament. I have never seen a 1 minute, 10-second game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. This is actually incredible sort of scenes to actually see what's happening here as our players are still setting up for game 2, of course. But just in the lead up and build up to this actual stream finals match here, just to let everyone know, Natalie actually has bested Clorf Terapagos twice during her run to the finals, whilst Ryuki's also 3-0 against Bolt, or Dragapult EX, I should say. So this really can go swings and roundabouts here, back and forth.
So the question is Ryuki really good against Dragapult? And, you know, this is just a Terrapagos exception. Or is Natalie's Dragapult really good against Clorf, and this is a Dragapult exception? One of these players is going to have their streak broken of being really good against the other decks. One of these players is the exception whereby their deck can go against it. But here we go into game 2. Natalie starts with Purdue. That is a much better starter. And Ryuki's got a Terrapagos in the active. And it looks like we are on Natalie for turn 1.
Yeah, it's going to be super important here as Natalie's just double checking what's in her hand. Does have Ultra Ball. Again, one of those scary things is leaving that very small HP Pokemon in the active spot. So we need to get something else going here as well, as there is that discard of that rescue board and the counter catcher for a chance for Natalie to have a little look through those prizes just as we bring them up for everyone to see as well.
One Dragapult, one Dracloak, not ideal, not the end of the world. Obviously, it's 4-4-3 line is generally standard. Yeah, that's what Natalie's playing here. And then there's that one Dusclops prize, but there are 2 in the deck, so nothing terrible in the prizes for Natalie there. She's going to be able to navigate this one okay. And I know we've seen it on the past 2 games, but just very quickly. Dragapult, you evolve up into Dragapult. You've got that attack that does 200 to the active while dropping 6 damage counters on the bench, and that fantastic Stage 1 Dracloak, which has got that recon directive ability, which draws extra cards. Generally speaking, you evolve up into Dragapult, you use Phantom Dive to do big damage and take extra prizes, and then we've got some other damage manipulations and Badoo shenanigans we can get to as we go further into the game.
Yeah, so Natalie Miller right now is just double checking what exactly she has available for the rest of this game. Remember, she's currently 1 game down after just 2 minutes, and we'll be looking to try and mount a massive comeback here. I believe there is a Dreepy also in hand, does have access now to the Rotom to help set up the board state, use that instant charge, draw cards up so that on future turns, we'll be able to start combating back at the Clorf Terrapagos deck.
Yeah, the player that goes first on their first turn is not allowed to play a supporter and not allowed to attack, so we use Rotom's instant charge to draw 3 cards, because if it's going to end your turn anyway, well, you couldn't do anything else, you might as well instant charge. And then we go over to Ryuki and their Terrapagos deck.
Yeah, one of those incredible decks, and something that we've seen in more recent times as well, especially combined with that Terrapagos EX and utilizing that Aereo Zero under depths here. So we do see the Ultra Ball discarding that Carmine and the Switch Cart, I believe, as well, as we get a chance for Ryuki to work out his prizes now. One of those Budgies again, one of those Binding Mochis. That Kieran's another potential switching out as well, or opportunity to deal more damage against EX Pokemon. So again, nothing too bad here, and there's an opportunity for Ryuki really just to start the initiative by getting all of those combo pieces.
And it's going to be, this is a game that's going to test our mathematical skills here, Alex, because what we basically got, we got that Terrapagos. It does 30 damage for each of your bench Pokemon. Generally, we use double turbo, so it's reduced by 20. Now, 220 damage is not enough to KO something big like a Dragapult. It doesn't do enough damage. But then we play around with poison. We use Binding Mochi, which does extra damage if you are poisoned. Radiant Hisuian Sneasler, that adds poison damage, and maybe even that Kieran, so we build up that damage much higher than normal. Right now, we've got ourselves Oranguru. When it's in the active, you search for any 2 Pokemon tool cards. That's a good thing.
Yeah, back order, a really, really useful ability within this sort of combo-based deck when you're having to piece together all of those.
Why is there energy on Oranguru?
Doesn't want to discard it away, maybe sort of just going through a different motion here. Remember, can trying to utilize that double turbo energy to retreat as well, because it does require 2 energies, maybe get into something like a Badoo himself, and maybe start locking out Natalie in this game initially, because it's just that one Dreepy.
Yeah, generally speaking, Oranguru, not a good attacker, and you only play 4 double turbo energy, and that really is what you use for both Terapagos or Clorf, which are your 2 attackers in the deck. But it was going to be discarded anyway. Here comes Precious Trolley, and we don't have Area 0 underdepths on the board right now, so only 3 extra bench Pokemon. One could actually be a Latias to allow you to free retreat, and it is, so you don't need the energy for retreating. Could we see Oranguru doing 130 damage at some point?
Maybe, but I'd like to think that there's going to be a retreat here, and then with Itchy Pollen and the Brute Bonnet Poison will actually be a potential knockout here into that opposing Badoo with the Poison, because it's 10 damage with Itchy Pollen, and then the Hisuian Sneasler allowing to tick over the damage counters from the Poison status checkup between turns.
And very important, as we pointed out on the stream yesterday, 10 damage was done and the KO happened with Poison, which means it happened during Pokemon checkup, which means Pheasantipiti's flip the script does not work. What does work, however, Lance, go get free Dragon Pokemon, and right now it is Dreepy time.
Yeah, it's one of those few cards we started to see in more recent tournaments, especially since the release of Prismatic Evolutions and, of course, that Badoo in that active position for Ryuki there, because the Lance is able to just be utilized to effectively utilize just like a Buddy Poffin, but you're actually just grabbing any of your Dragon-type Pokemon. And here we do see Natty just going for that Dreepy and double Dracloak, beginning to just start set up that board as well. Recon Directive now live with that fire energy attached Dracloak as well. So one goes to the hand, one goes to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, generally speaking, your ideal scenario is use stuff like Buddy Poffin on turn 1, you get all your Dreepy out, and then Lance will go and get you free Dracloak, and then you've got free Recon Directive, and then you're drawing a whole bunch of cards. The fact that Natalie's got 1 Dracloak on the board and nothing else tells you 2 things. But mostly it tells you she didn't get enough Dreepy out on turn 1. Not her fault, she didn't have the cards to do it. But it means, you know, even though this game is obviously going better than game 1, she's not getting the setup she would generally like. We see a second Dreepy, but the hand is like Arven, Duskull, there is another Dreepy. Okay, that's good, I like this.
Yeah, the one other thing is, maybe wouldn't want to have that Rotom V in the active spot, does elect to use Instant Charge, drawing 3 cards and ending your turn. Right now, with no Area 0 underdepths, there is no space for that Clorf to come down, of course, because that Rotom V is weak to fighting.
It is, but honestly, we see the double turbo coming down on the Terapagos here. If we see an Area 0 underdepths, I love this. Boss's orders on that Dreepy and a Binding Mochi on the Badoo. So Badoo actually does 50 damage here, and then the Poison kicks in, KO's Dreepy, Ryuki takes his second prize, and what's crucial here, once again, that KO came through with Poison. Pheasantipiti's flip the script does not work. And I know I keep saying it, but I keep saying it because it's a huge deal.
Yeah, it's one of the few things that I know Ryuki's very, very strong at right now, knowing when and each of one of those attacks alongside Poison will allow his opponent not to be able to activate flip the script. I know Ryuki's played against a friend of mine during Swiss rounds on that Friday, and he was perfectly showing exactly how to do it.
Yeah, it does it over and over again. There was one point on the stream yesterday. He actually took a KO with damage, not Poison, and it was a little bit surprising.
Yeah, it's one of those things I don't think either of us thought that in the TCG Masters final of the European International Competition here, would we see a Badoo take the first 2 prizes?
And Ryuki was doing this on stream yesterday. Ryuki's taking a bunch of prizes with Badoo because that Binding Mochi basically makes it Itchy Pollen for 50, and then the Poison comes in. You go up to 80 damage overall, and most things you're attacking have 60, 70 or 80 HP, so most of the time it is going to be the Poison that gets the KO. And, you know, Pheasantipiti, it's got an ability whereby you draw 3 cards if you had a Pokemon KO'd last turn. It means that you can get a benefit from having a Pokemon KO'd, but not if it was KO'd by Poison during Pokemon checkup. Here comes the Forest Seal Stone on the Rotom to search for any card, which I believe was that Dragapult,
And
now we're going to be seeing an attack. What you really want them to do on the bench, so you can KO with the damage counters from Phantom Dive. You don't actually want to do 200 to ever doing the active.
No, absolutely. You want to get true and maximum value from sort of the attacks that you're launching, especially with a deck when you're manipulating damage with that Phantom Dive. As we do see the first attack announced here from Natalie in this TCG Masters final. That Badu has gone down, and it looks like just kind of
Almoçando vendo TCG.
From Ryuki's side of board as the Oranguru goes to the active spot, has free retreat of course because of that Skyliner ability on the
Cara, tu usou o time do Marlon?
So a number of options here because that hand hasn't been disrupted at the same time.
No, here we go with that back order ability. An ability I had not remembered the name of that Oranguru ability coming into this weekend. It's going to be a long time before I forget it now. But here is the thing. Ryuki won game 1. They went up 2 prizes in game 2. They've not yet had to deal with a fresh Dragapult, and this is the challenge right now.
Alexandre. Cadê o Alexandre? Alexandre tá aí no chat?
Maybe a Kieran, I don't know. Let's see how high Ryuki can go. But remember, because you're up by a couple of prizes.
Cadê o Alexandre, gente? No chat, cadê ele?
It's not the end of the world if you don't get a one-hit KO. It would just be nice.
So we did see the Binding Mochi and the Forest Sealstone grab from that back order here. And there is a flip the script for 3 cards. And again, that Hisuian heavy ball coming down, making life a lot easier. When you've already had to search for those prizes, you get a chance to double check.
Alguém chama Alexandre rápido.
And when you're piloting a deck like this, the way Ryuki has been, you already know you've got it right. We've already said on stream before, we've had opportunities to try and search for prizes and actually struggled.
Mas também depois de tomar uma surra pra ele, né? Ganhou do cara depois de ter apanhado pra ele. Agora falta ganhar do Marlon.
Probably most wants of his prizes were at the top. So even just shuffling those prizes, putting that Kieran down a space, that is actually pretty nice because that extra damage could be a big deal. So, we're eyeing it up there.
Marlon, chama o Alexandre aí, alguém chama o Alexandre, pede pra ele vir aqui pro chat.
When Rotom works just as well. Now we retreat into that Terrapagos, and with the poison, an easy KO on Rotom. We haven't even seen Area 0 Underdepths yet. We don't even need it.
Yeah, Binding Mochi and then the Poison Ticker between turns, the status checker between turns has enabled the knockout on that Rodent V once again, Ross. Another sticky scenario for Natalie to find herself in and really backs up against the wall as Ryuki has taken 4 prizes now in this game 2 of this European International Championships.
Okay, so here's a nice little quiz for you, Alex. Was that KO taken by damage or was it taken by poison? Of course it was taken by poison. We had 130 damage plus a 40 for the Binding Mochi is 170, and then the poison came in and KO'd. Fezandipity does nothing. Natalie hasn't even benched Fezandipity in this game. It is in the deck list. Obviously it's in the deck list. She hasn't even benched it because it just never works in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. And even right now, having to think from Natalie's side of the board, Dragapult EX is actually dealing 200 damage with that. Right now, that Terrapagos EX in the active spot has 220. Even with a poison ticker, it's only going to go down to 10 HP remaining after the between turn status checker. It won't be enough, but
we saw this time and time again yesterday. The numbers work so well for Terrapagos here because you end up with 10 HP remaining.
Yeah, I mean, this will say, but there is the options of utilizing something like the Dusclops, but it's such a bit of a glass cannon right now because you're giving up a prize if you utilize Curse Blast. And when Ryuki's already down to 2 prizes, you don't really want to make it even easier for Ryuki to just boss his orders. One of those
Alexandre.
Pokemon.
Yeah, there's 3 copies of boss's orders in the deck.
Olha quem está entre nós, Alexandre. O orangotango santificado, Alexandre. Ele finalmente está entre nós.
On the field for Natalie for Ryuki to go and KO. If you use Dusclops, then anything, that Duskull, that
finalmente o orangotango santificado está entre nós, Alexandre.
That it really would just give game for Ryuki with a boss's
finalmente. Sim, ele está vivo, ele vive.
just trying to limit what Ryuki may have access to, especially when this is actually quite a difficult knockout.
Ele é real, chat. O orangotango certificado é real.
We've already mentioned that to Rapagos. Even with the poison status checker between turns, we'll still have 10 HP remaining. And that's just when it's Natalie has to start figuring out her game plan of taking.
Eu também achava que era só uma lenda, pô.
On a particular turn.
Mas depois de ontem eu vi que ele era real e agora finalmente ele apareceu aí pra vocês. Eu vi ele ontem, vocês estão vendo ele hoje. Alexandre, como você se sente perdendo pra um instante no competitivo? O Alexandre nem se pá, nem competitivo ele é, pensei que eu tinha mandado ele de baixo com Shibuya. Que isso? Agora a gente entende o sumiço dele.
Yeah, this is going to be really vital here. I'm really interested to find out what those two cards that Ryuki's been ionoed into.
É tudo graças ao Marlon. Se não fosse pelo Marlon, a gente teria visto ele antes. Meu Deus, o Wu e o Marlon foram vocês que por isso o motivo do sumiço dele?
One of the really cool, interesting interactions, if another double turbo energy is found, it does mean it doesn't have the reduction of the damage effect.
O ruim aqui é que se o Nathan perder aqui, conseguir levar, na verdade, ele leva 2 prêmios. GG.
But that only works if your opponent KO'd a Pokemon last turn. Natalie didn't. She put a lot of damage around the board.
Ele tomou uma flecha de fogo.
She wants to get the KOs, maybe poison onto the Terrapagos, maybe using Dusclops next turn. What do we see?
The stadium straight into hand with another double turbo energy as well. So that's
Lindras, eu achei que o orangotango certificado. É, achei. Ele era uma lenda africana, o orangotango certificado. Pois é, ele é real. Ele é real, Alexandre. Pô, se o Ryuki conseguir levar esse Dragapult, GG, tá? Ele pega as 2 prêmios que ele precisa e ganhou. Ele tá vivo ou não? Ele deve estar em grupo. Já volto.
We've got a Badoo coming in, and I like this. Ryuki saying, look, I don't need to muck about with all that. I'm going to block your items, and I'm just going to get the KO next turn.
GG?
Just kind of slowing the game down that little bit.
Foi ordem de chefia aqui, né, no caso.
A little bit more time. Does have double turbo energy, remember, in hand already, so that retreat of that Terrapagos EX having to
Lindras, ontem eu fiz um short, meu amigo, e a música do fundo ficou um pouco estranha. Eita, tá no teu canal, Alexandre? Depois, se tiver no teu canal, depois eu quero ver.
Prizes all in one go. We had the KO on the active. We had the KO on the bench. We had the KO with Dusclops. We had Natalie building up a fantastic turn. And I said a minute ago, I wouldn't
Depois eu vou dar uma olhada então. Ele deve estar na vila. Xuxa. Xuxa de não sei o que é. Eu vou levar o orangotango para fazer um show ao vivo do Michael Jackson. Ah, é Natalie mesmo, ó. É uma moça.
Find an opening, that chance, that one turn to allow you to take multiple prizes, and Natalie piloted that perfectly.
That was a masterfully set up game, and you know, we've been saying Natalie in her testing group, by all reports, they basically
found. E amanhã eu vou fazer especial de 30 inscritos. Nice, Alexandre, boa. 30. Boa.
Looking at every possible way to win. Natalie knows this matchup inside and out, and you can't win that.
Quando menos você perceber, você já tá com 1 milhão, hein? Olha, já pensou? 1 milhão de inscritos assim? Amanhã é segunda? É, amanhã é segunda. Amanhã volta tudo de novo. Eu não descansei direito esse final de semana. Por causa do internacional de Pokémon, meu sábado e domingo foi pro Beleléu. Alexandrita puxa o Hunter de Violet. O Foco Cast é melhor do que o game por causa do Levitate. Lá vem o Marlon de novo com esse assunto.
But both of our players here in good spirits. This is the final game of this TCG Masters European International Championships here. What's going to happen? I don't know which way it's going to go.
Tá 1-1, hein?
It could go either way. Both these players have been good in this matchup. Looks like we have a mulligan there from Natalie. And yeah, both players laughing, smiling. Very good spirits for Ryuki. Hoping for a little bit of luck coming in here.
Let's hear a cheer for Ryuki for this one final game, everyone. One more time. And then let's also hear one more cheer for Natalie as well. Let's get this game going. Come on.
This is a final TCG game of the entire weekend. Make some noise. And if you want to throw up trap hands,
palmas, chat.
I absolutely love this. I love this. I can't wait to watch this final game of Pokemon.
Just know, all you guys down the front of the crowd who are making the crowd hands at every opportunity, you are my favorites.
Tá, 70 e pouco já. Ah, Nidras, e o short de ontem eu fiz. Demorou um monte pra fazer. Só quando o meu amigo participou deu certo. Nossa. Bom, ainda bem que deu certo então. Nidras, o Marlon me mandou um vídeo do Wolf. E eu tava falando de... ele tava falando de Pokémon que são melhores a pré-evolução. E em segundo lugar no vídeo, o Wolf ficou a Clefairy que o Marlon tanto xingou. Vai entender, né? Ó, aí, Alexandre, o orangotango certificado.
Forest Sealstone comes out straight away. Obviously, that ancient booster energy capsule coming out as well. You're going to need that. Those are the obvious choices for back order. And you get to put it straight onto
orangotango certificado.
It's Precious Trolley getting all of your basic
Clefairy é boa mesmo. Não, ela é boa, pô. Zurlin, se tu pegar o confronto do Wolf ontem, qualquer confronto do Wolf, oxi! O cara ganhou? Mano, o cara ganhou, que eu acho que ela não tinha Pokémon. Nossa! Pera, deixa eu ver o que aconteceu aqui. Tá, pedra. Nossa, não veio o Pokémon. Caraca. Nossa, que falta de sorte, cara. Caraca, não veio o Pokémon pra mão dela, cara. Nossa, essa foi a vitória mais fácil que o cara teve.
She didn't really get a chance to play the game at all, but it does not just come down to the final. It is a deck building. It is every game you have played up to this point in the weekend. Ryuki, a very deserving champion. And Ryuki might live in Tokyo, but they are one of the best players in Europe. So let's go back to game one. Natalie starts with one basic Pokemon, and it is Clorf taking that KO nice and early in the game. And of course, Crabbands.
Continue suas frases do confronto do Wolf aí. Ah, tá. Enfim, se tu pegar o time do Wolf, ou Zurlin, ontem, tu vai ver, o Wolf tem uma Scream Tail e uma Gothitail. E aí você me pergunta, uma Scream Tail e uma Gothitail, o que raios esses Pokémon vão fazer? Volta o VOD de ontem, assiste a partida para você ver o quão doido e forte são esses dois Pokémon juntos. Ele é o rei do Perisong. Então, é por causa do Perisong mesmo. Cara, foi muito doido isso. Quando eu vi o que a Scream Tail faz, eu falei, caraca, mano. E com a A Gotitelli prendendo o pessoal em campo, não deixando trocar, deixando eles no taunt. Nossa! Wolf é o rei do competitivo. Vamos ver se ele vai ganhar, né? Eve e bom na mesma frase, cinema. Inclusive o Wolf, no meio do torneio da Europa, o cara postou um vídeo. Eita. Ele deixou programado, né, gente? Mas ok, entendi o que vocês quiseram dizer. Enfim, eu vou deixar minhas coisas. Eu vou deixar aqui os pratos lá na cozinha e eu já volto, beleza? Já volto.
I think everybody at home and in the audience here in London knows exactly what Ryuki is out for. The World Championship indeed. Is there anyone you'd like to give a special shout out here to on the stage in this big moment?
ご覧中の皆様も会場にいらっしゃる皆様もロンドンの皆様も次のゴール世界チャンピオンということでよく分かったかなと思うんですけれども感謝を伝えたい人いらっしゃいましたらこのマイクで届けてください。はい、一緒に練習してくれる、YouTube やってるハレーヌメンバーに、まずは感謝を伝えたいかなと思います。So I have a membership, or I actually have a channel in YouTube, and I would like to thank my members who's been testing with me, and especially the channel called Haru Enu Channel.
Thank you so much. This is a player with so much to prove, and he has indeed proven it here, folks. Make sure you keep up with him on social media. Follow his Pokemon journey. We're going to kick things over to the desk, though, so we can prepare for our awards ceremony. One more big hand for the EUIC champion. Back to you, casters.
Alex, we never actually got a proper chance to explain what happened. So, it is that Petulant card with the subjugating chains ability. When it's in the active, it puts 5 extra damage counters on for poison. So what essentially happened there was, we had the Oranguru searching out that Future Booster Energy Capsule. You then got all your basics for Precious Trolley. That was your Brute Bonnet with the capsule on. That allows you to poison both active. You then get your Zoviridian Asumian Sneasler adds 2 for poison, then you're up to 3. You put Petulant in the active, now you're up to 8. Latias gives free retreat, so you can get the Petulant in the active, and it's actually 8 damage counters from poison. That is why the Dreepy got KO'd before Natalie even got a turn. You're not allowed to attack turn 1 going first. You are allowed to use abilities, and that is exactly what happened. Ryuki streamed a bunch of abilities, and it all happened so fast, we didn't even really get a chance to explain it. So that is what happened. It was Petulant subjugating chains. Subjugating chains?
Yeah, you're correct.
Subjugating chains ability, and it's something we all talked about when we first saw the card. I did not think I was going to see it win an international championship, mind you.
No, absolutely. I mean, probably not even Claw, in all real honesty. But look, congratulations to Ryuki. Commiserations to Natalie. We didn't really see 3 full games, right? And the one game that we did see, Natalie was able to take it down, but that's just
gente,
how
o VGC já foi?
just
Ô, Nindra, pra você ter chance de andar no plano normal, você tem que deixar os estilos primitivos te dominarem, comprar cigarro e voltar sem tirador da pele e cozinhar arroz. Pera.
I said this right as we saw it. You did, you nailed it. We also saw, I mean, Natalie's face just as she benched the one Dreepy, she wasn't feeling too great about
Como assim, tirador da pele? Cozinhar arroz, tudo bem. Agora o resto eu não consigo fazer, não.
And it just fell in the right way at the right time. I think Oranguru V was basically all you needed because
Mano, e o VGC, gente? Não vai ter, não?
Which you can put onto Oranguru V to use, and then you get your Precious Trolley, which gets all of those basics I mentioned a minute ago, and then the only other thing you need is your Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to put on your Brute Bonnet, but oh wait, you get a second tool from back order, so you get that as well, and it literally was one back order.
Vai ter quando, pô?
You saw on on the screen there. And yeah, starting Orin Guru, it could not have been a better starter. But I need to point out, Ryuki's deck is built for this. We've seen a lot of decks this weekend, like Dragapult, Gardevoir, Archaludon, decks that are not built for cheeky wins. Ryuki's is. Sure, Terrapagos can't attack turn 1 going second, but Clorf can. Oh, absolutely. And you've got that subjugating chains, which I said, you're not playing your jungle stadium, so you're capping out at 80 damage. 80 with poison is enough to get a lot of KOs.
Não, porque ali tá a Wars Ceremony. Ou seja, cerimônia é Wars, né? Mas, sabe, só depois que eu VGC, ele já vai bater quase 8 horas de live.
Taking that giant, I think it was a 5-prize turn at the end of the game, but unfortunately, and it's partly bad luck on Natalie's part, absolutely. It's also partly because Ryuki built a deck that can do that. There are plenty of games where Natalie starts a lone tree, and her opponent goes, well, I can't KO that, let's get set up. Ryuki's playing a deck that can.
Yeah, I mean, we've already spoken about the versatility of both of these players, you know, piloting a...
Tô com 419 inscritos, gente. Cadê? Vamos chegar a 420? Se bater mais 12 horas de live, o YouTube nem... Porque se bater mais 12 horas de live, o YouTube nem deixa o VOD. É sério? É sério que ele não deixa 12 horas de live? Sabia disso não. Aqui, em teoria, não é pra essa live ter pego direitos autorais. Eu acho que não tocou nenhuma música, né? Oh, mas a Natalie deu muita falta de sorte, cara, na moral. Poxa, tadinha. Não ter Pokémon, cara, aí complicou.
Amount of basics, not like some other decks do, and sometimes you will have that lone basic star, and sometimes you will be up against a deck that can punish those lone basic stars.
Yeah, I can't imagine exactly how many times maybe Ryuki's done that across the weekend, but you know, to do it in the biggest final of his maybe Pokemon career so far. We know he plays in across the pond, across the seas over in Japan, where there's a field of over 5,000 players sometimes, but this is the biggest tournament that we've had thus far.
How long till Ryuki wins the Champions League? How long till Ryuki wins the World Championships? I'm not sure, but I'm seeing some silhouettes behind me on the stage, and I think that means it's time to crown our champion.
Quando vocês acham que o Wolf VGC ganha o Mundial de novo? Não sei. Tá tendo muita expectativa em cima dele. Eu quero ver como é que vai ser. O Pikachu.
Our trainers in the trading card game deeply appreciate your cheers and support, folks.
But now let's bring them
out for one final time to celebrate their achievements and award their trophies. Starting with the junior division, let's congratulate our trading card game junior finalist, Andreas Kadel.
Tá, congratulations to semifinalist Andrews. Pikachu sendo papel. Segundo lugar, né? Do juvenil aí. Sim, tem de criança, mano. Tem o campeonatinho das crianças.
Next in the senior division, congratulations to our trading card game senior finalist, Nathan Osterkatz.
Ele ficou em segundo, né? Beleza, fica contente. Aí, ô, BR aí, gente! Ó o BR aí, chat, vamos! É Brasil, pô! Fica se girando
in
a
the
massa.
Masters division.
Que deu
Let's
errado.
hear it from the Trading Card Game Masters finalist, Natalie Miller.
A vice-campeã. Poxa, que pena, cara, que ela tá triste, ó. Dá pra ver no rosto dela que ela tá triste, cara. Ó. Olha lá. A vontade dela de chorar, cara. Poxa, que triste, cara.
These are your 2025 Pokemon European International finalists.
Pikachu Pro pode ficar 2 meses no disco de Bonita, não entendi.
It's been an amazing journey celebrating these talented trainers, but we're not done yet. It's time to round out our
Bom, o BR ganhou,
Sunday
pô.
lineup
Aí
with
é
the
nice.
Pokemon video game, folks. The junior, senior, and masters divisions are all set and
Se
ready
tivesse
to
um
go.
troféu
So let's send it over
desse, eu
to our
guardaria com a
incredible
alma pelo
casters
resto da vida,
and
né?
keep
Não,
this show
ô Zuri?
rolling.
Pô. Ah, troféuzinho legal. O que que é isso aqui? Ah, é só de um campeonato de Pokémon, nada demais. Aê, até que enfim, pô. Oh, vamos. Nossa, a voz dos caras tá baixa, né? Esse não é o Pikachu, esse é o Piccolo. Vambora, eu venderia por $1. Tá doido? Esse troféu, além de não vender, se fosse vender, no mínimo uma casa no mínimo uma casa em Hollywood, pô. Eu, hein? Tá doido? Eu vim ver Paris Track, então, né? E Mimikyu análise. Então, o Mimikyu tá analisando tudo lá de trás, coitado. Só não tem microfone, mas ele tá falando com a gente.
There's some first times going on as well, so we're going to be getting a little bit more acquainted with both of our juniors in just a moment.
Let's take a look at how the format is going to be working.
Ai, mano, finalmente vai ser o VGC, pô. É meu Mimikyu ali? Será? Calma do Mimikyu. Que isso, Alexandre? O que houve? Foi assombrado por um aqui, ó. A parte mais legal do evento é essa aqui, ó. Pronto.
Both of them LAIC champions, Ismail 2025, Fabian 2024.
Essa é a parte mais legal do evento.
Their accomplishments. This will be their 8th time that they faced in major events. The current record is Ismail with 4 victories and
Professor Girafales, saudade de tudo. Então, né? Eu não sei se ele tava nas outras transmissões, Marcos. Não cheguei a ver. O Alexandre foi solado pelo meu... Ah, por isso que ele tem trauma. Por isso, ok. Entendi.
Also at the regional and local level events, so they're well versed in being able to play against each other, and it's the mind games that come into this. It's a little bit of the team matchups, but both of these trainers so well accomplished, and they're definitely going to give us just as good a show as any other of our trainers here have this weekend.
But before we take an even deeper dive, let's just remind everybody how
Do nada Papai Noel.
right now on Championships.
Ah, Pai Noel.
This is the 2025 European International Championships, broadcasting live from the XL
Eles vão
Center here in
explicar pela milionésima vez o porquê, né? Do formato, do campeonato, que não sei o que, a gente já tá cansado disso. E você, pela Reterine, né? É o traumatizado que foi traumatizado por outro traumatizado. Nossa! A turma lata! Oi pessoas, como vai o domingo? Tudo bom? Porque hoje vai ser o meu farm... O que? Vai ser farm o dia inteirinho? Enfim, boa tarde, King. Como é que você tá? Bom domingo pra você. Não entendi nada que você falou. Como assim? Hoje vai ser farm o dia inteirinho. E aí, gente, quem ganha? Wolf ou o Dylan? Mas, ô Nindras, a pergunta que fica é: você confia nos comentários editados? Alexandre, eu respondi essa sua pergunta lá no especial de 400 inscritos, tá aí no canal. Farm no Minecraft é oba, vamos! Só bora! Ah, ó, Júnior, Sênior e Masters. Vamos lá. Vai ter primeiro das criancinhas, depois do Sênior e o Wolf é o último. Wolf e o Dylan são os últimos. Vamos ver a final das criancinhas, chat. Vamos lá. Já vi. E quem perguntou sobre os Vaporos? Um tal de Caleb, o Alexandre. Eu estou ótimo. Hoje irei farmar moedas lá no United. Pro amor da minha vida. Pro amor da sua vida? Seria seu companheiro? Você vai entrar na conta dele e vai farmar grana pra ele, é isso?
Let's just remind ourselves, if you've just joined us, what is on the line for our trainers. Not just the direct invitations that they've already earned by getting to this stage of the competition, but that prize money that is up for grabs as well.
Então,
$5,000 on the line for our juniors and seniors.
Vai farmar pra Morena, pra Cremosa hoje? Ela joga Unite! Já prepara a aliança, King. Se joga Unite junto contigo é pra casar. Se joga o mesmo jogo que você é pra casar. Aí, chat, $15 mil, tá bom? Dá pra comprar uma paçoca, não dá? Aí, que Ismael foi bem, hein? Caraca, o Ismael ganhou todas de 2-0, esse mesmo? Deu o nome de Trick Room pro o que pode dar errado. Se é pra casar. Eu fiz as melhores perguntas, Alexandre. Eu tô namorando com ela faz uns 3 ou 4 meses. Ô, King, quando é que tu vai apresentar ela pra nós, pra jogar com nós, pô? Ela tem que jogar com nós. Ela tem que ver você rachando de rir na live, pô. Ela tem que ver isso, tá? Ela tem que ver você rachando de rir na live. Pegando o expresso lá pra estar. Aí do nada. O King lá, só o King, o resto do time brigando, o King junto comigo lá, passeando pelo mapa. Ai, mano. Minha amiga joga Roblox, então... Não, Alexandre, é amiga. Se fosse namorada, seria outra coisa. Eu falei namorada. Que bonita sua roupa. Que roupinha muito louca.
Our regional level and above events this season. Keep your eyes on that. And our trainers are getting ready to go on stage, Ben. And we have so much more information to share with you.
Amiga, Alexandre, pelo amor, então, né? Simbora! Olha que coisa fofa, gente. Olha isso, gente, que fofinho. Chat, vocês foram assim também, ó. Coisa fofinha. Ismael vem de Cavalo de Gelo, Among Us, Tuckle, Smirgle, Indy e o Iron Leaf, né, eu acho. E o Fabian vem de Cavalo Fantasma, Weezing, Doraemon, Oshifu, Indy e Iron Hand. Que fofos, mas a listinha mais. Nossa, essa frase fora de contexto, o Marlon é tão perigosa. Ela já te assiste, mas o Night dela demora a entrar. Mas toda live do Night que eu assisto, ela vem assistir também. Jogando Roblox, Monster Hunter e Mine. Mas por que ela não fala no chat, King? Pô, qual foi? Quer dizer que eu tô pagando vergonha. Além de eu estar pagando vergonha, você vendo eu pagar vergonha, eu tô pagando vergonha e ela também tá vendo? Poxa, aí não dá. Por que ela não mandou um oi no chat, pô? Iron Crow, isso mesmo, Iron Crow. Porque ela não socializa com nós. Nenhum dos dois tem incinerar. Gente, é um milagre. Ela tem que jogar com nós. Fala assim pra ela, ô King. Ó, eu abro live de Unite 7 horas sexta-feira. Fala pra ela, 5 horas, pra ela já tá com o Unite aberto. Que aí quando eu entrar em live, ela já vai poder entrar com nós, entendeu? Eu já canso de mandar as lives pra ela, mas não adianta. Pô, aí não dá. Eu me recuso. Quer dizer, um dos requisitos que eu tenho, que se meu chat tem namorada, o mínimo que eu quero é que a namorada do pessoal do meu chat me assista, tá? Eu vou forçar ela a jogar nessa sexta. Faz ela jogar com nós, pô. Fala pra ela que a gente não cobra gameplay. A não ser o Murilo e o Mano Dragas. Eles cobram gameplay, mas a gente não. Não vê as lives do Londres. Aí é pra atrair e terminar. Que isso? Não fala besteira não, pô. Eruption, Earth Power, Helping Hand e Protect. Não, o que eu mais gostei do Fabian é que ele tá trazendo o Galarian Easy. Galarian Easy. O Easy, ele é muito forte. Galarian, então... Mas vamos ver, cara, eu tô curioso pra ver o Júnior aqui. Indidi de Rock Helmet, o Marlon, olha isso. Uma tá com de Seed Psíquica e a outra tá com Rock Helmet. Que fofinho.
Slow and fast, and that's really something that comes down to all of those support options that Ismail has to be able to set up the trick room, and Fabian's going to have to find a way through and get things going a little bit speedier. Charlie,
e começa o jogo! Cavalo de gelo e Indidi contra cavalo fantasma aí. O Chifu. Londres, porque eles estão usando tudo em Indidi. Focar o dano, enfim, focar o dano pra eles, né? E é isso. Redicionamento. Ai, caraca, eu não sei falar essa palavra. Bosta. Pra redirecionar o dano pra Indidi. É isso. Além do terreno pra bater forte, eu acho. Terreno psíquico também. Só a Indidi do Ismael. A do Fabian é Rock Helmet, pelo que eu vi. Terra Astal do Chifu. Ou Terra Estelar. Terra Estela, né? No Chifu. Estera no cavalo, será? Terra fogo no cavalo? Doido? Tô desenhando a Alcide mascarada dela aqui agora. Oh, que da hora! Então vou ficar quieto aqui, beleza. Se quiser postar depois lá no Discord, ou King, pra nós ver.
Resisted anymore by this Calyrex Shadow. What a read there for Fabian. And it's going to be the surging strikes coming out from Ursa Rapid Strike, redirected into the Indidi here. There's no Rocky Helmet, no recoil damage with this third surging strike.
Tchau, Indidi. Tá. Nossa, aí, não foi nem programado, tá? Eu falei do Discord e o bot. Sim, agora temos um Discord. Meu Deus, não quero nem falar o que eu li. Não quero nem falar o que eu li, o que o King falou. Como assim? Turco vai ativar o sol, né? Beleza.
Eruption going to be doing more damage than more HP
Detect.
that Torkoal has, but Fabian knows that he's got to get through this trick room.
Nossa, double protect. Eu entendi uma outra coisa ainda. Nossa, então tu tá com a mente poluída, hein, Alexandre?
Bouncing off those protect shields, and of course Calyrex going to be able to follow up in just a moment, but no
damage
going to be coming out from it whatsoever.
Mascarada, sim. Pra namorada dele, que eu entendi.
The more likely Protect is to fail. This is unlikely to be an option Fabian has on successive turns. He's either going to have to risk taking big damage from this choice-based Torkoal in the sun, or have to switch something out. At least you've got the Earthfu resisting fire-type moves.
And ice-type moves as well. That could be really big
Tá,
here. You
tirou o
definitely don't
cavalo.
want to lose your Calyrex, especially with the power of that expanding force and the psychic surge that the Indeedee set up before. Galarian Weezing, though, switching off
Tá,
all of
tirou
those abilities except for
as
Calyrex's.
habilidades de erupção.
Already on the field, the Weezing is coming into a
Quase! Caraca, o Chico quase que cai. Alexandre, doutor Charizard. Usa Hit Wave, FHC, Ice Slash, Fireball, Pale Move, Fast Step, Raven,
bolstering the physical attack of this Calyrex. It might be a
Speed
terrifying
e
trainers, but it's going to be
Modo
snowballing.
And
Meu
it's
Deus,
going to be
Alexandre
getting
é o
that
segundo.
easy KO there on the Urshifu. That is
E a
the terror
habilidade Blaze.
option
Caraca,
down
mano.
there for Fabian Ishmael, putting themselves
Mano,
on the front
que
foot
dano
here.
foi esse do
Really,
Torkoal?
really strong to be able to take this game, but of course
Solar
there are two
Power.
Pokemon still in the back for Fabian, and we're going to be seeing what they are. Calyrex,
Cavalo.
the first one.
And the second, Iron Hands joining the field. Front
Iron
foot
Hands.
or front hoof bend on either side of the field, either would apply. The Iron Hands ordinarily coming in, threatening that fake out pressure, but the Psychic Train on the field blocking that. So the fact that the Torkoal can't protect doesn't matter here.
And Torkoal still at full HP. That means the
Beleza.
eruption is going to be doing maximum damage
Essa
now.
minha
The chilling
tartaruga
ray boost has
querida.
come out. Calyrex is able to protect itself, but Iron Hands is susceptible to an attack. First, we're going to see the eruption. This is how these Trick Room
Será que
teams
leva
really
Iron
like to
Hands?
operate, getting as much damage while you're in Trick Room as
Nossa,
possible.
que dano.
Massive into the Iron Hands. That Pokemon cannot protect. It's holding the assault vest. There's the wild charge.
Meu Deus, o cavalo sobreviveu, gente.
This is an absolutely huge turn for Ismail here. High horsepower.
Caraca! Mano, que cavalo é esse?
Calyrex is going up to 2 stages of increased special attack, effectively doubling its damage here. Now this Calyrex is staring it down.
Mano,
Calyrex
GG
and
aqui, não é não?
both of them are able to attack, but we're still in Trick Room, so this Calyrex is not going to have to...
Protect. Esse é o cavalo favorito? É, o cavalo de gelo é sensacional, cara.
Into the Calyrex Shadow Rider's favor. It's going to be the fastest thing on the field, but does it have enough gas in the tank? Has this horse been fed well enough in order to withstand the onslaught Ismail is providing?
Tem um Didi já ganhou, mas os dois têm Didi, Marlon. Só que o Fabian não trouxe, né?
The terrain has left the field. There is no Indeedee left to reset it up. So the expanding force is only going to be single target now. But what is going to hit both of these Pokemon is a big Astral Barrage. If this Calyrex on Fabian's side gets some boost, gets to steam,
Ele não desistiu aqui, será?
Calyrex on Ishmael's side was trying to do all the way through Trick Room.
Here comes that shiny Amoonguss.
Tá.
A big Astral Barrage boosted by the Life Orb, connecting down into Ismail's side of the field.
Okay,
The
okay.
Amoonguss takes it.
Big KO there for the Calyrex, and Calyrex on Fabian's side is getting its special attack boosted from that Grimnay ability.
Tá, já vimos que o cavalo de gelo é mais devagar. Pois é algo que os grandes músculos inteligentes altas não podem superar. Nossa, e o português foi pro espaço nessa frase, né? Já volta, beleza, Alexandre.
This could have been the tables entirely flipped for Fabian, just like that switch.
O legal é que não dá pra entender um ataque que tá ali.
Ismail has done so well. Are his Pokemon going to be able to hang on?
Astral Barrage.
Clattering down into Torkoal and Amoonguss.
Que? Mano, o Fabian ainda virou. Mano, o Fabian virou ainda.
Like it was lost, taking him one step closer to taking this final.
Mano, que foi isso? Caraca, o moleque tava só com o cavalo fantasma, ele levou todo mundo.
Fabian has a little bit of an uphill battle, but he's just proved that he can do it.
I cannot emphasize enough how crucial that double protect was coming out from Fabian.
Aí, viu, Marlon? Quis falar, tem Didi, já ganhou, ó. O moleque que trouxe um Didi perdeu. Vai, meu cavalinho fantasma. Ah, muito Maria vai fazer pra você, hein, Marlon. Cavalo de gelo tava ganhando. Ai, meu cavalo favorito. Aí o cavalinho fantasma ganhou. Vai, meu cavalinho fantasma. Filho da mãe. Shadow Sneak só esse cavalo fantasma? Não sei não, hein,
the attacks, the Calyrex went for its terror. It was able to get that trick room up, and look at this damage that came out from the eruption. Turn after turn after turn, but it was that double protect that allowed Fabian a chance in this match.
Ganhou o Fabian, o Zurlin. Tá 1-0 pro Fabian. O moleque do cavalo fantasma. Zurlin, ele tava só com o cavalo fantasma e o outro garotinho tava com 4 pokémons ainda, de pé. Ele levou os 4 só com... Não, pera. Não, ele tava com 3 ainda. Ele levou os 3 do molequinho do cavalo de gelo. Bora, segundo jogo. Cavalo fantasma Shifu. Cavalo de gelo e Smeagol. O Smeagol, ó. Cavalo brabo apenas. Não é possível que você tá mentindo pra mim. Tô falando a verdade aqui, ó. Vou até voltar aqui pra tu ver, ó. Ó, aqui ó, ele tá só com o cavalo fantasma, ó, e o outro tá com o cavalo de gelo, ó, cavalo de gelo, Turtle e o Among Us, ó, ele tá com 3 pokémons, ó, vou até passar rápido aqui pra tu ver, ó, Astral Rage, levou a Among Us, né, ou levou o cavalo, ele trouxe o Turtle, ó, ele trouxe o Turtle de volta, Sol em campo, o carinha do cavalo de gelo tentou atacar, ele deu a Astral Rage, levou e ganhou, GG. Como? Desse jeito que eu te mostrei. Agora voltamos aqui pra batalha aqui. Shadow Sneak o cavalo for Terra normal. O tá esquecendo que tem Terra, né, nesse meta. Que foi isso? Exatamente, o poder do cavalo fantasma se passa. Não, mas aí é você que tem que pensar, pô. Não adianta nada você querer tudo por escrito, detalhadinho, direitinho, e você não montar a estratégia, pô. Tá, colocou o Weezing pra dormir. Caramba, as crianças têm paciência pra fazer Shiny Hunt. Eu não teria. Oh, mas no Scarlet Violet, Zuli, é tão fácil fazer Shiny Hunt, pô. É tão fácil fazer. O Terra era pro Miraidon, o Terra fada. É tão fácil fazer Raiding ou Shiny Hunt no Scarlet Violet. Os bichos aparecem de monte muito fácil. Basta fazer os sanduíches. Ou eles só usaram cheat? Não pode. Qualquer Pokémon cheatado aqui, ele automaticamente é desclassificado a pessoa. Eles sabem por um código, eles sabem uma manha aí pra saber se o Pokémon é legítimo dos jogos ou se é de alguma hack ruim, ou alguma coisa, entendeu? Opa, salve do Sul. Obra minhas obras. O cara do cavalo fantasma beijou um boneco de dia. Ele tem um boneco de dia, eu não vi. Gente, se o cavalo tá teralizado de fogo, mesmo sendo de gelo, dá pra falar que é um cavalo de fogo? Esse é o bonequinho dele? Eu não vi. Olha, então. Cavalo de fogo congelado. Então, né?
nasty plot as well on the way through, then maybe or a little bit of a way to boost yourself up with
Dá pra falar que é cavalo de fogo. Ah, então, é um cavalo de fogo.
yourself in a good position when Trick Room expires, but that is what the name of the game is here. This Urshifu as well, let's not forget, is getting closer and closer to waking up.
Cheeky Astral Barrages are my favorite kind of Astral Barrage, Ben, but it's going to be
beleza, deixou já dois dormindo.
into the Urshifu Rapid Strike now. It was protecting on the previous turn, far more vulnerable to that here.
Lá
The
está o
Glacial Lance will be
Lance,
connecting
né? Lá
into
está o
that
Lance.
slot as well. One advantage for Fabian here is that you're going to burn that man.
Que o Urshifu sobreviveu?
Urshifu going faster under normal conditions, therefore last in this
Cavalo preto versus cavalo branco. Não, cavalo roxo. O Marlon, é cavalo roxo. Caraca, agora que eu vi que o Mimikyu eu aprendi voltando a brincar. Cadê o Sleep Cloud? Não existe? Como assim, Júlio? Que Sleep Cloud? Eu, hein? Você tirou o Calyrex Shadow e vai colocar o... Tem mesmo? O Easy. Oh, mas tá os dois que estão dormindo em campo. Forma já tá dormindo. Lindra cego. O Lindra cego, ele é cego até no insônia. Meu Deus, Alexandre. Preferi não ter lido essa que você falou. Que só pode um Pokémon de cada ficar dormindo. E eu, Júlio, inventou essa regra aí, é?
Trick Room, there it is. The dimensions have now returned to normal. Now we saw before that this Calyrex was able to do more than 50% damage to the Amoonguss with an Astral Barrage, but it also has access to that
Vamos ver. Será que o Astral Barrage leva aqui? Ó, o Weezing tem que acordar pra atacar. E ele tem que torcer pro Astral Barrage e levar pelo menos a Amoonguss aqui. No showdown é assim. Mas a gente não tá no showdown, a gente tá no VGC, o Júlio.
Have the Smeagol lurking in the back if you're Ismail. Timing when to click Wide Guard could be crucial too. Neutralizing gas once more.
Colocar o Iron Hand? É o Iron Hand. É um Iron Hand Shine.
Iron Hand is coming in fresh face.
Rage, vamos ver.
Is it going to be enough to secure either knockout here? No!
Tá, levou.
Amoonguss hangs on with 9 HP.
Look at that, getting a spore off onto this
Pera, levou não? Pera, sobreviveram? Tá, Trick Room, ok. Mano, sobreviveu com quanto de vida ali? Caraca, com 9 de vida.
If the Iron Hands goes for an attack into the Calyrex, the Amoonguss puts it to sleep. It's not going to act whatsoever. If the Iron Hands goes for a fake out into the Amoonguss to stop that from happening, then the Calyrex could be putting on some glacial lances.
Emerging from its shell will be the Torkoal setting the sun up on the field. That did so much damage in that game 1. That's the fake out going into the Amoonguss. It's going to be enough to take it out, and a little bit of chip damage from the Rocky Helmet too. But this gives Ismail a free switching back to something slower that's in the back, like that Calyrex Ice Rider.
This is so
clever, not even taking the risk that the Calyrex, even though that it was going for its guaranteed turn of sleep.
E a Anônima tá viva? Deve estar escondida aí no chat, o Alexandre. Deve estar aí, mas não deve ter falado nada ainda. Ela tem dessas de ficar aqui no chat e não falar, então... Vamos ver. Ó, o Ismael tá com o Trick Room a favor dele, hein? Ou seja, a chance do Torkoal atacar primeiro é muito fácil. É certa. Ah tá, mas o cavalo acordou e conseguiu dar Protect, ok. Mas o Weezing cai aqui, se pá. Cai não? Deixa eu ver se eu acho que o Weezing cai. É, caiu. Só que o cavalo tá mais um agora, hein? O cavalo de gelo tá mais um agora, hein?
in and offer some fake out support. Now, this Torkoal on Ishmael's side does not carry protect, it's carrying the choice specs, and so it's not going to be able to protect itself. We know that Smeagol's in the back, that means there's no psychic terrain to boot, to block the fake out whatsoever, and it might be that this Calyrex has found a way to weave in an attack, especially since it was Torkoal that was able to pick up the knockout on that Weezing and not the Calyrex.
That's right, it hasn't begun its snowballing journey quite yet, but it's time for Torkoal to retire and Smeagol to hit the field.
É o Hariyama do futuro, eu diria. Mangá de Pokémon é lindo demais. Fake out. Lindra, sabia que um dia eu tava vendo uma live e a Dina da live deixou o moderador, depois nunca mais vai aparecer na live dela. Dina? Quem é Dina, o Alexandre? O mangá, o Red é um Ash. Nossa, Dream Punch levou.
Super effective, of course. That Smeagol is down and out. It's now all down to Calyrex and the Torkoal.
But Calyrex and Torkoal do have what it takes to be able to try and knock out this Calyrex, but the Calyrex targeting it down, just going for that high horsepower.
And it brings the Iron Hand down to roughly a third of its HP, and that puts it in range of a KO from something like Glacial Lance.
Por que ele foi cortado?
Is carrying the assault vest, and of course it is. Even it's not known for being able to take those special attacks so well. So there is an opportunity here for Ishmael to get an attack off.
Isso me lembrou de torneio da Dreamworks com um Zard e um Pikachu. Uma proteção no time. Ash 2.0. Trava Rage. Nossa, sobreviveu. GG, Fabian ganhou aqui.
Heading into this next turn, staring down two very threatening opponents.
One Pokemon standing between
Fabian ganhou, GG. Acho que ele é horrível no competitivo. Mas não sei, eu sei que o outro é bom. Que da hora. Mano, isso que é mais da hora, os dois se abraçando ali, cara, olha lá. Você vê que mesmo na derrota os molequinhos tem espírito competitivo, isso que é da hora, cara. Olha lá. Ele tá sem acreditar lá, tá chorando, ó. Mano, que massa, cara. Ah, bonequinho da NTD, ó. Que massa, cara. É, molequinho, você só vai levar uns milhõezinhos de dólares aí pra casa, nada demais. Pô, que tristeza, hein, gente? Os caras não levam o Wildguard, caso tenha os cavalos. Marlon, tem... Varia muito, cara. Não adianta você falar, ah, faltou tal ataque, faltou tal ataque. Se tem uma coisa que eu aprendi vendo esse pouquinho de competitivo aí, é que pitaco a gente pode até achar que pode dar pitaco na build no negócio dos outros. Mas quem melhor pra saber se é viável ou não é a pessoa. É a estratégia da pessoa que tá ali. Então não adianta você falar, ah, faltou o Wildguard. Beleza, pra você faltou o Wildguard, né, o Wildguard. Mas pra pessoa, ela tá pouco se lixando pro Wildguard. Ela montou uma estratégia e ela vai usar a estratégia sem o Wildguard, entendeu? É aquilo. Queria ver o Lindras no Mundial, quem sabe um dia, quem sabe um dia, a gente pode trabalhar isso aí. Lindras no jogo de Round 6, eu jogo no Roblox, eu venci de novo jogo. Nice, Alexandre. Se eu tivesse o Scarlet ou Violet, as DLCs, eu conseguisse zerar até o regional de Fortaleza, talvez eu conseguiria estar lá pra jogar, entendeu? Se um dia eu fosse para um torneio, eu levava uma pelúcia do Zard. Imagina, o Zuni no palco lá, aí a câmera foca nele e é ele, mostrando o Zard assim, pega o Zard e mostra. Vai ser engraçado. Tá, gente, falta mais uma batalha pra tão esperada batalha, hein? Agora essa foi a Júnior, né? Agora tem a Sênior, né? E vamos lá, porque Kinder, você é louco, tu vai ser solado. Nunca viu eu jogando, o Marlon? Já tá me subestimando assim, pô?
Fabian Musikan, congratulations! You just won the event. How are you feeling?
Herzlichen Glückwunsch, du hast die UFC gewonnen. Wie fühlst du dich?
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'm feeling super relieved because I was very nervous.
Marlon está duvidando do potencial de um idoso. Obrigado. Eu não sei se eu agradeço ou se eu te bato.
Du hast ja schon mal gegen Ismail gespielt. Warst du bereit für den Kampf oder warst du sehr aufgeregt?
Ich war bereit, weil ich habe ja schon mal gegen ihn
Mano, olha a voz do garotinho, gente, que doido.
Aber wir sind halt auch Freunde und deswegen.
Não, ele gosta de brincar com o perigo, Alexandre. Deixa ele. Aí eu vou entrar no showdown. Vou ser ultra mega blaster forte e vou humilhar ele no showdown. E é isso. Peraí que eu já volto, chat.
Like, what you're thinking? Were you excited when you saw that?
Als du das Doppelschutzschild im Game 1 bekommen hast, warst du aufgeregt? Hast du dich gefreut?
Nach dem Doppelprotect wusste ich, dass ich gewonnen habe, weil ich beide killen konnte und deswegen, ja.
Yes, I knew when I got the double protect that I won the game, so I was very excited about that.
A big moment and big congratulations yet again. Is there anyone out there you want to thank you? Any shout-outs that you have?
Wem möchtest du Danke sagen?
Ich will meinem Trainer Dominik danken und auch meinem Guardian Malte.
I want to thank Dominic and Mate.
Congratulations once again. Give it up, everyone, for Fabian, your VGC Junior Champion. Two more champions to crown on the day. Seniors is up next. Back over to our casters for that.
Huge congratulations to Fabian there, and again, congratulations to Ismail. Really, really tough matchup. When you're going up against such heavy offense in Trick Room, it's a strategy that instills fear in my heart, Ben.
Definitely.
Always.
Especially when you're playing a team that's mostly focused on being fast and being offensive. If that script has been flipped and you're on the back foot there, you're not the one that's going first. Usually you've got to sacrifice having a little bit of bulk or maybe having a little bit of power to be able to have that speed investment. These Trick Room centered Pokemon like Torkoal and Calyrex Ice Rider, to a point, they don't need to invest so much in their speed training to be able to do anything. So they're really powerful. They can take a lot of hits, but then in the Trick Room environment, they can go first as well. You get absolutely everything.
Well, that's one of our VG finals down already, trainers. 2 to go. Now, we turn our attention to the seniors. What was their path through this EUIC this weekend? It's going to be Ian Larson of the US going up against Louis Fonvier from France, running teams that we are slightly more familiar with. And once more, keep your eyes on these names, trainers. Pietro Silva might be one that you recognize there as well.
Definitely, there's a lot of good names here. Ian was able to win 2-1 in his top 8, going into 2-0 in the semi-finals to make it to the finals. Louis, on the other hand, 2-0 clean sweep through from top 8, so definitely on form there going through this Top Cut bracket.
In fact, in the final Swiss round, Ian was able to beat Louis. Louis at that point was at 7-0. This was Louis' only loss through the tournament. Let's see if that's a record that these trainers are able to keep up.
Now, one other thing about Louis, he was undefeated up to that point where these two trainers, where Ian and Louis were able to play and Ian was able to come out on top. But also, if we look back at recent tournaments that they've been competing in, the Gdansk Regional Championship, the Stuttgart Regional Championship and the Birmingham Regional Championship, Louis was able to win all of those events in a row.
Louis on an absolute tear this season, and let's see if they can keep it up with another consecutive win. Such recent achievements, and there they are, those teams on screen. This, for Louis, is the San Antonio Regional winning team. In fact, Louis was running this before Justin Tan and Shilian Tang were doing so themselves. Ian Larson, that's a team that we've seen piloted by Joseph Ugarte over this past weekend, and a slightly different take on things. That Ditto is going to be so fun.
It could be really game-changing in this matchup. We'll have to see whether or not Ian decides to bring it, but look at that, Ian, the Portland Regional Champion, but also getting some great results in the online challenges, showing us that they have the proficiency to play in best of 3 open team sheet, but closed team sheet best of 1, and that really sets the stage of how good of a trainer that Ian is.
As they get settled on the stage, I'd love to see a Glalie coming out, as that plushie was showing us there, but no, it's time to take a deeper dive into the Pokemon that Ian has on their team. There is that Ditto now with the imposter ability. It will instantly transform, we see you there, Ian, into its opponent on the other side of the field that's directly facing it, copying all of their stat boosts. Many things are the same. The PP is not, the HP is not either, but in the right position, it can turn games around. Volcarona, not a Pokemon we commonly see in this format either. Same can be said for the Grimmsnarl.
Grimmsnarl is really good in this team composition. It's able to set up those reflect and light screens for 8 turns because of that light clay, but also making sure that the Volcarona has the space to be able to set up its Quiver Dances. And one of the nice things when it's playing up against a Calyrex Shadow Rider is you can get those Quiver Dances going up, and then the Calyrex Shadow Rider has to get their boost. Then Ditto comes in and copies it with its imposter ability and the focus sash that really does change up.
Lots of different game states. In many ways, Ditto is the second restricted Pokemon on Ian's team, and it's going to be fascinating to see if Ian is bringing it to the game, whether or not we can get our 3 restricted Pokemon on the field at the same time.
It takes a really skilled trainer to run a Ditto team. Ian's first top cut in a restricted meta as well, so showing their flexibility to be able to adapt to any meta they may choose, and adaptability is certainly the name of the game, what with that Ditto, but also with the Trick Room or Tailwind mode over on Louis Fonvier's side of the field.
The ability to go fast or slow is a really powerful combination to have in a team, and it takes a master to be able to work out whether or not to go for the fast mode, whether or not to go for the slow mode.
Lando, Urshifu de água, Ortopão de fogo e Rorymoon.
Rorymoon with Terra Flying and booster energy and acrobatics, they all synergize together so nicely. Acrobatics gets the boost when its item is lost, and of course the booster energy goes off as soon as Rorymoon hits the field. Then Terra Flying bolstering the power of that flying type move as well as completely switching up its weaknesses that will retain a weakness to ice.
This team has so many good supportive options on it, not just the taunt on the Urshifu that's been doing so much work in the Masters Division over this weekend, but also you've got that double redirection with Amoonguss and Ogerpon Half-Flame, Grass-type Pokemon doing really well in this format. And look at this, we said it earlier, Louis has won 3 consecutive EU regionals on his way to EUIC. This could be the 4th in a row.
It would be absolutely unprecedented right here.
Tirando esse, acabou esse jogo, finalmente vamos ver quem é o campeão lá.
Certainly a lot more focused than that. Adorable Pikachu on the desk there. Here are Louis' friends and family keeping their fingers crossed. Let's see how this match is about to unfold. I'm sure they are beyond proud of Louis.
Amigo e a família do Louis.
And the same it can be said for Ian's friends and family.
This is what it all comes down to. We're on Championship Sunday here. We're getting into our seniors finals. These trainers look locked in and ready to get this match underway.
Glalie, legal.
About to get into our seniors finals. Now, Ben, if you're looking at this matchup, what are the key things to consider?
You know, I think it really comes down in the early game to the Miraidon being able to get some damage down. It's going to be one of the fastest Pokemon in this matchup, and it's really got to be taken advantage of for Ian. Now, the question for me is whether Louis is going for that fast or slow mode. He does have the option. Roaring Moon, with his booster energy speed boost, would be able to be faster than a Miraidon, get the Tailwind set up, allow Louis' Pokemon to get into a good position, but equally, there's that redirection connection with Amoongus and Calyrex Ice Rider, and we saw that already in the juniors finals. That strategy is equally valid here for Louis.
Do you prefer your vehicles motorized or not? Do you prefer the Miraidon or do you prefer the Calyrex Ice Rider? Let's see which restricted comes out on top here. Of course, Calyrex Shadow Rider has already done it. Will its Frosty brother join it in our EUIC Champions roster? Let's hit the field, trainers.
Urshifu e Miraidon contra Lando e Orkepon.
Miraidon and Urshifu versus Landorus and Okamon Heartflame.
And the Miraidon's going to put pressure on the board immediately there, but likely in front of this Landorus going to be wanting to get out of there as quickly as possible. Now, it's not guaranteed that a Volt Switch will be able to land into the Ogerpon because it can go straight for a spiky shield. But of course, if you do that, you're allowing the Urshifu on Ian's side to be able to get a Surging Strikes going. Now, neither of these Pokemon want to take it, but if these are like Justin's team from San Antonio, then this Ogerpon will be made to be able to take this Surging Strikes.
And of course, with Landorus, it has the Terra Water, but do you really want to go for that?
Alguém sabe dizer se o Miraidon e o Coraidon já ganhou versão Shiny? Se eles já liberaram versões Shiny do Coraidon e do Miraidon? E dos Guardiões da Ruína? Eita, o Gepon foi de vala já.
It couldn't be a more explosive start to kick off our video game senior finals.
And this Urshifu's going to get a chance to get a Surging Strike. We're going to get a double KO here.
Nossa.
That's one strike. You don't even need the third. That's two strikes. That is Landorus already down. Ian immediately on the front foot.
Eita, que esse Ian veio forte, hein? Queria falar nada não, mas esse Ian veio forte.
And has two Pokemon in the back. Louis has to work out a way to come back into this match with only their two Pokemon. Of course, Ian has used that Draco Meteor from the Miraidon. It's not going to be as powerful as it could be, but this Urshifu is still putting on so much pressure, especially with its Mystic Water as well. You know, if you're Ian, you're probably pretty happy to just land Draco Meteor after Draco Meteor, even if it's not doing as much damage as when you first use it. You're conditioning Louis to have to knock out that Miraidon.
Agora qual? Agora é o Sênior, o Zuri, é a final Sênior. Entre o americano Ian Larson e o francês, eu acho, Louis Fontivielle, entendeu? Por enquanto tá dando boa pro Ian, porque o Ian já levou 2. Lindas, é normal o celular pegar fogo? Não. Porque ele provavelmente deve estar em alguma superfície por muito tempo, então o ar do próprio telefone não circula, ou ele está com muita coisa aberta, entendeu? Ah, mas eu só tô com a live aberta. Se você for em todas as guias que você está aberta, né, nesse botãozinho aqui do seu telefone, ó, igual o meu, você deve ter 300 mil guias abertas, provavelmente. Entendeu? É isso. Então tenta fechar bastante, tenta fechar todas as guias, ô Alexandre, e deixa só a da, no caso da live aberta, entendeu? Ele trouxe o dito,
It's going to mean that even if Urshifu on Ian's side is slower or faster in Trick Room than Louis, it's going to be able to get at least one more Glacier Lance, potentially two or more off onto Ian's side, and that's what Ian really needs. Louis really needs to set up this reverse sweep.
Are Urshifu and Calyrex Ice Rider going to have what it takes? Oh, it's a switch out from Ian's Miraidon. What's coming in from the back? Oh, there it is, trainers. Here it is. The Ditto. If there's one way Ian might be able to claim their footing back in this game, it's by transforming into Louis Restricted. You got two restricted Pokemon essentially now. If you're Ian, what's going to go down in this turn? The Terastallization, and it's going to be heading right into Louis. Urshifu rapid strike here, going for his Terra Water.
And this combination of Mystic Water and
Tá,
Terra
o tipo de
Water
água,
Surging Strikes
ok.
really does make the difference. It does way more damage than maybe
High
a lot of
horsepower,
traders would be expecting.
beleza,
The highest
não foi
horsepower
tão
coming into the
forte.
Urshifu. It is Louis Urshifu
Double
that is
strike.
going first. The Surging Strikes follow up into the Urshifu.
Into the Urshifu and not that Calyrex
Dois.
Ice Rider slot. Looks like the Urshifu on the inside of the field is going to be able to hang on.
Tá,
And it's going to be
ok.
able to respond in kind with a Surging Strikes of its own. And now Ian setting up the board position to be able to try to knock out this
Tá.
Calyrex Ice Rider on the next turn. Here's the first Surging Strikes. Here's the second one.
Lembra
They
que meu
always
outro
get that
celular,
critical
acho
hit.
que
And
vou
the
instalar
Calyrex
e
is
ficar
hanging
filho da
on
luz.
by a sliver.
Sério? Já tem um tempo que eu não... Eu até trouxe algumas semanas atrás o evento da tinta, mas eu não tenho jogado muito não. Eu tenho só jogado no Pokémon mesmo, Alexandre.
Ready to threaten a KO, getting a chilling nade boost.
And of course there is Aquajet on Ian's Urshifu, so he's able to go for that into Calyrex on Louis' side and pick up an easy KO there. Of course with the unseen fist ability, the Aquajet will go through any protect.
Quando alguém me fica e for fazer os lendários de Galar, os caras meteram louco. É, dane-se o balanceamento. Então, né?
Unless this Ditto goes first.
No, it will be the Ditto going for the Glacial Lance. It's going to be enough to secure the
Tá,
knockout to
levou...
Louis Calyrex there.
Tá,
It's going to get his
ok.
chilling nade boost. It's just Louis
Agora só tem o Urshifu.
And Urshifu is going to have to knock out
Ele
all of the
mais.
Pokemon on Ian's side, but it can only target one Pokemon
Não,
at a time.
responda aí, como tá o... Vamos tá comentar essa coisa, tá fugindo do louco. Que isso, gente?
Probably KO into Ditto here, even though the Calyrex was able to hold on Louis' side. Ditto doesn't copy the HP stats. So
Marlon, quarta-feira tu pode me ensinar como pegar a roupinha de lava pro bombo de lava? Eu acho que eu vou lá pra parte da lava lá ver se tem alguma coisa, já que eu liberei ele. Agora eu posso explorar um pouco mais, porque eu tenho como passar pelos lugares, né? Nindras, um dia eu pesquisei o que é criptomoeda. Não pesquise, Alexandre, não faça isso. Não se corrompa desse jeito. Protect, tá, só tem um Shifu. Por isso não usou full play. O dito como Calyrex vai usar o quê? Ele falou 1-0 pro Yankee, esse pai.
On Louis' side and then pick up an easy KO with any of its electric type moves.
Will this be the little Urshifu that could? Of course, the Miraidon in the back for Ian has gone for its fairy type terrestrialization. It's no longer resisting those surging strikes. Foul play, really nice damage. Is this Glacial Lance going to be enough to secure game one for Ian? Yeah, it is. That's going to be Ian.
GG, 1-0 pro Ian. Eu fiquei curioso. Eu pesquisei. Isso não é culpa minha. Isso é culpa do Round 6, segunda temporada.
One step closer, one hoof closer, as we were saying before. Ian playing that game so well. It really did come down to that turn one of that match. Such an explosive turn one, but Louis did so well to bring it back. Losing two Pokemon on your side of the field for free in turn one is not really what most of our strategies are revolving around in the video game. But Louis found an option. If there is a way for Louis to get
Perdeu muita coisa? Não, só os molequinhos ganhando, né? Acho que um molequinho ganhou ali. Aí agora tá tendo a final da Sênior, né? Teve a final do Júnior, agora tá na final do Sênior. Aí quem ganhar daqui, aí sim, a gente vai ver o Wolf e o Dylan se enfrentando. Quem ganhar aqui ganha o Sênior e o Masters é entre o Dylan e o Wolf, que é daqui a pouco.
One thing that these trainers have learned though is the Urshifu on Ian's side is pretty speedy, and the Landorus that Louis trained has been trained to be slower than it, so it was able to go first. Now Urshifu is able to be knocked out by a Landorus with the life
Opa, o
with the sheer
Glalie tá em
force
pé.
boost on Earth power, so that turn could have gone completely differently depending on how these trainers had trained their Pokemon. As it stands, I think we'll see a big switch up here from Louis trying to go for another strategy there, because they know
E começa o jogo 2. Orgepon e Cavalo de Gelo, Miraidon e Urshifu. Faz o L, mano. Eba!
And now this is a completely different environment that these trainers are playing in. Ian won't be
Pikachu
able to get a
dormindo
double knockout here.
Pikachu dormindo, mó paz. Né? Ele tá, pô, por que tu me trouxe aqui, cara? Eu tô com fome, deixa eu dormir. Ele tá assim mesmo.
Put him on the front foot a little bit sooner, and with one more Pokemon at his disposal.
One more Pokemon, but is that one more Pokemon going to be enough to secure the game here? Ian taking their time to decide where to target. The Miraidon threatening so much damage here, but again, the Acompanhando could soak up some of that electricity. Miraidon threatens so much on the field that even not very effective moves can look like they deal neutral damage.
And these trainers are taking their time here to work out exactly how they're going to be locking in. But one thing's for sure, we're going to be starting off with a terrestrialization on the Miraidon.
Miraidon going for its Terra Fairy once again. Is this going
Tá, será que o Miraidon vai conseguir levar de novo? Vamos ver. Tá, o Orgepon do Follow Me.
Let's hope that it has enough gas in the tank to see it through. This time one.
Dracometer. Caraca, o Orgepon desviou do ataque.
It's going to be easily enough to soak up the damage coming out from Urshifu. It's going to remain on the field.
Look at that defense training on the
Meu amigo, o Orgepon desviou do Dracometer do Miraidon. Nossa, essa segunda rodada começou bem.
Now the Trick Room is twisting the dimensions. Ogapon, with its grass type coverage, is going to be able to do a lot of damage to the Urshifu. And of course, we have that Glacial Lance now in play. The one thing that's different though is this Miraidon doesn't have a special attack drop, so if you're not able to knock it out this turn, if you're Louis, you've got to be really worried about whether or not Draco Meteor is going to connect yet again.
Such a powerful move, but not a perfect one. Nothing is as Glacial Lance
explicativo, fique sabendo que a busca é bem conhecida nos livros da internet. Eita, o Miraidon caiu.
Terrestrialization option down for Ian. Louis saying no. I am here at the EUIC Senior Finals, and I'm in business. Another surging strikes connected down into that half flame Pokemon. It's going to be enough to secure the knockout this time.
Pelo menos o Orgepon ele leva.
Calyrex didn't get the knockout, so
Pior que
didn't get its
mascarada já foi muito boa, viu? Então, todo começo de meta é assim, Zuri. Todo começo de meta, todo Pokémon, qualquer Pokémon é maravilhoso. Pô, Garganaco, gente. Tinha uma época que Garganaco era o Incineroar e o Vilabom do time. Não podia faltar Garganaco. Aí lançou os lendários, aí permitiu os lendários, permitiu os paradoxos e já era o Pokémon normal.
Louis once again on the front foot in this game because of course with Urshifu again you hit right through those screens, you set them up, but the critical hits just ignore it.
And that's going to mean that the Urshifus are going to be damaging their respective
depois que você libera os lendários e sei lá a versão especial do jogo, né? Pokémon especiais do jogo, todo Pokémon normal que não é tão forte normalmente no meta é esquecido. Não vai deixar ele sair. Você não é um gato, você é um Magikarp, você tem como frente. Era a fada no cavalo de gelo. Na minha época, os caras usavam Tatsugiri e Dondoso nesse jogo. Então, pô, era Tatsugiri e Dondoso, era o golfinho lá, era Garganaco. Bem-vindo de volta, Alexandre.
Glacial Lance going into this protect and into the Grimmsnarl. Let's see how much damage this is getting off. Just less than 50%, but there's going to be a follow-up. The surging strikes coming in. Critical hitting through that reflect.
It's not very effective damage, but every little bit of chip adds up, trainers, and it softens up the Pokemon on the inside of the field for potentially a double KO coming in future turns from the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Era Flamengo, então, pô, era um monte de Pokémon da hora. Baxcalibur. Mas aí entrou, aí falou, não, vamos liberar os paradoxos e os lendários. Acabou, duvido, não aparece mais. Os únicos que sobreviveram a esse meta de paradoxo e lendário foi Rillaboom, foi Rillaboom, Incineroar e Dito. O resto tudo erraram de aparecer. Agora, Rillaboom, Incineroar e Dito são os que mais aparecem, foram os únicos que aparecem de Pokémon assim. Que aparecem constantemente, né, no caso.
And will be maintaining its ice and psychic type there, but will be getting that chilling ability there. Glacial Lance coming in, putting a lot of damage on Urshifu and Ditto really hanging on, but it is this surging strikes that's going to
tem o Among Us também, isso, 4. Então é Rillaboom, Incineroar, Dito e Among Us. Pronto, os 4.
It's going to be Ian losing the Urshifu down to just 2 Pokemon, Grimmsnarl and Calyrex Ice Rider.
Sabe uma coisa que eu tenho vontade de fazer? Eu não sei se todo mundo aqui gosta de jogar Minecraft, mas no Minecraft... Não, eu disse lendário, que não é lendário, Então só esses 4. O Incicote aparece raramente, é mais fácil ter Incineroar e Rillaboom do que o Incicote. Mas o Incicote não fica atrás não, dá pra considerar e não ao mesmo tempo. Não, eu acho que o Shifu é mítico, né? Acho que é mítico. Até porque o Shifu é um Pokémon normal, né, mano? Então, o Shifu é mítico, eu não sei se ele é lendário ou é mítico, eu acho que ele é mítico.
Here comes another Glacial Lance. His Pokemon softened up. You've got to reflect on, though, the Ditto is going to be able to hang on here.
Twisted Dimensions now returning to normal, so the effect of that Thunder Wave will be paramount in this position. Now Grimmsnarl gets to go for it.
O Shifu, eu acho que ele é mítico, se eu não me engano. É um lendário? Obrigado, King, obrigado. Aí, ó. King, informações aí. Tudo que é lendário, tudo que é lendário e mítico de Galar já foi quebrado em alguma época no competitivo. Então. E se Paulo Louis conseguiu empatar aqui, hein? Queira falar nada não. É, o Louis conseguiu empatar aqui, 1 a 1.
Showing why they've been on such a tear the past few events and not wanting it to
end here. King, você tá aí no chat. Você conseguiria... Já é o Wolf, ainda não. Quando for Wolf, você vai ver na tela. Calma. Oh, eu imaturo. Nasceu de 6 meses? Ô King, você que manja dos negócios. Qual é a diferença de lendário e mítico? Você sabe me dizer? Que eu nunca lembro qual é a diferença. Lembra, quando eu conseguir produtos, eu vou comprar uma camisa de Sprigatito. Nossa! Esse aí é fã do Sprigatito mesmo, hein? Enfim, deixa eu continuar. Vocês, eu não sei se o pessoal aqui, questão de lore e de poder, tá? Mas assim, uma coisa fácil para lembrar, assim, que visualmente, talvez, dê pra diferenciar. Mítico é que já foi considerado uma lenda. Não, exatamente, o Marlon.
Not copying the HP stat of the opposing Calyrex Ice Rider. It is just crucial in terms of softening up the Ditto all the more.
Uma lenda que não existiu. Não, se é uma lenda que não existiu, então não é considerado uma lenda. Lendário, o próprio nome tem. Tanto é que você não tem nenhum... Eu acho que você não tem nenhum ponto de mítico. Você tem ponto de lendário. Enfim, deixa eu terminar meu raciocínio. Quem aqui jogaria Minecraft? Deixa eu só ver aqui. Quem aqui jogaria ou joga Minecraft? Eu acho. Mas Arceus é mítico, né? Lendário, eu acho. Tá, beleza.
the Miraidon. So the Miraidon putting a lot of pressure on with that Draco Meteor, as it's done game after game after game. It can go for its Terra Fairy, as it's been going for the safe.
Míticos são literalmente mais fortes, tanto que nessa categoria tem a Feudo do Pokémon, Silvally é um lendário, que é uma cópia feita pelos humanos, assim como o Mewtwo. Marlon, tá, King, o Silvally, ele é uma cópia, ele é um lendário, ele é um lendário que é a cópia feita, o Silvally, ele é referência de algum Pokémon? Será que é uma tentativa de criar o Arceus? É isso? Tá, então só o Marlon. Então só o Marlon e o Wu jogariam Minecraft? Jogam Minecraft? Isso vale a cópia de Arceus. Ah, por isso. Tá, só o Wu e o Marlon.
And the Grimsnarl could have been following up with a foul play there. Louis wanting to not fall foul of that whatsoever.
Também lembra? Tá, 3, ok. Tá, tem quantas pessoas no chat? Tá, 3 de 5 pessoas, beleza. Comigo são 4 pessoas. Alguém aqui já jogou o mod Pixelmon?
It can drop down the damage of that Landorus coming in and mean that Miraidon isn't quite under as much threat.
Of course, the Miraidon is really threatened in this position because it cannot protect. You can switch something in from the back if you're in, but then you're taking a huge amount of damage there. Do you really want to lose your
Pixelmon é um mod de Pokémon no Minecraft. Imagina eu fazer um servidor de Pixelmon pra gente jogar. Pixelmon não tem pra celular, eu jogo no celular. Não, tem sim, pô. Pixelmon Brasil, pai. Pixelmon Brasil tem pra telefone. E em falar nisso, falando no Pixelmon Brasil, gente, eles atualizaram pra nona geração. Ou seja, eita, o Grimsnarl caiu. Ou seja, dá pra jogar na nona geração. Dá pra jogar na nona geração pelo telefone lá, pelo Pixelmon Brasil. Dito? Sim, Zorlin, Dito é quebrado, pô. Falei de novo o Pokémon Unite. Olha, o Alexandre voltou pro Pokémon Unite.
Restricted on the field, but no trick room. Now this Miraidon that's come in can go for its big electric type attacks into the Calyrex.
Se tu procurar na Play Store, o teu telefone Android ou
to the Landorus, but you have got a Calyrex on your side of the field as well. It's super effective ice
type. O telefone Android ou iOS? Porque eu já joguei, eu tinha Piratina, mas perdi minha conta. Tu não lembra o teu e-mail não, ô King? Se tu lembrar teu e-mail, tu consegue recuperar, pô.
Landorus is just going to be scouting out what Ian's deciding here. Just a double protect here for Louis. This Miraidon now, whatever move it chooses, it's going to be locked into it. Electro Drift into the Calyrex Ice Rider. Holding the choice specs, it would have to switch out and back into reset the move it's locked
o teu telefone, ele é Android ou iOS? Android ou iPhone?
A situation where Calyrex is in front of it because it's going to be susceptible to a Glacial Lance, and it's going to be very difficult to guarantee the knockout into Calyrex, the ditto on Ian's side of the field.
Machado, não confundi Android, tá. Se você pesquisar na Play Store por Pixelmon Brasil, eles têm um aplicativo próprio. Aí você consegue jogar, se eu não me engano. Lando com Terra normal? Não Terra água? Ok.
The first time we've seen it do this in this 3-game thriller. It's going to be resisting those Glacial Lances here. Electro Rift though, going right down into Louis Calyrex Ice Rider in the electric terrain. Oh my goodness gracious! One hit KO! It's enough for the one hit KO! One hit KO's left, right and center. Now this Landorus is
Se o Lando cair, acabou.
It's going to be susceptible. There's going to be no trick room going up.
Se o Lando cair aqui, acabou.
Hangs on, it's not a one hit KO. It feels fresh saying that one.
Nossa, fase. Bom, vou voltar a colorir para tirar o do meu desenho, mas estarei assistindo. Beleza, Kim.
Super effective onto that Landorus is going to be able to pick up the KO, but Urshifu is coming in for Louis to save the day. It's got access to Aquajet, and with Miraidon at only 20 hit points, it's going to be able to pick up a KO with its priority moves before the Miraidon is going to be able to act.
Does Ian switch something out? Do you take
Melhor
the
tá
KO
o
then?
mas tem que chamar o Brasil atualizou pra mamadinha, mas eu não sou produtor só pro VIP. Sim, eu tô ligado, Alexandre. É o VIP que estão testando. O boneco do Londres falando sozinho, parece que ele tá narrando, é ele. Mas é, pô, sou eu que tô narrando. A voz que vocês estão ouvindo minha é da cabeça de vocês, pô. Mas na verdade quem tá narrando o jogo ali sou eu ali, ó, pô.
But it is staring down towards types. Here comes a big earth power from the Landorus. Ditto able to hang on through that. Responding high horsepower into Louis Urshifu takes it really wide, quite well.
Okay, it's all down to what this
Se pá, o Louis ganhou aqui, tá? Não queria falar nada não.
Urshifu is able to outspeed the Landorus on Louis' side. The Landorus has taken
Se pá, GG pro Louis, o Ian começou bem, mas aqui eu acho que ele perdeu.
But it's not going to be able to resist a close combat in this situation. It's not going to be able to protect itself either.
And you soften yourself up if you go for the close combat. You
drop your defenses. Exatamente, o close combat. GG. O Ian ganhou. Ian ganhou. Caraca, o Ian ganhou, mano. Como assim, velho? Pera, calma lá. Calma. Tá. Ok. Nossa, o Shifu contra o Shifu. Mindra Glory. Calma, vamos lá. Vamos ver quem vai ganhar aqui. É batalha de Shifu. Aquajet. Close Combat? Não compensa dar Close Combat. Tem que ser Swift Strike mesmo. Swift Strike. E torcer pro crítico ser bem alto. Tô torcendo pro Shifu. Nossa, Marlon. Que engraçado você. Tá. Esse terceiro tem que... Tá, GG. Se pá é GG pro Ian. Se pá é GG pro Ian. Tô torcendo pro narrador.
This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
Ian playing this game very, very well this end.
GG pro Ian, se pá. Nossa, calma. GG. Ian campeão. Nossa, a cara do Luiz, tadinho. O cara ficou desolado ali. Perdemos? Não, o Shifu ganhou, pô. Você não tava torcendo pro Shifu? O Shifu ganhou.
Joining the lofty ranks of so many international champions before them. And wow, Ben, I mean, it's what the crowd wants to see, a 3-game set. I'm sure it's not what our trainers wanted to see on stage.
Aí o Shifu ganhou. É, pô. O Shifu ganhou, agora qual? Preparem-se, vai começar um jogo que todos nós viemos assistir. Sim, estamos aí há 3 dias seguidos, acordando 5h45 da manhã, abrindo live, na verdade, 5h45 da manhã, pra finalmente esse momento chegar, Zuri. Finalmente. Bora. Embora. Enquanto isso eu vou encher minha garrafa, vou pegar o carro e já volto, chat.
Coming halfway across the globe to the UK and claiming that championship title, something Ian was dreaming of. Well, my friend, dreams have become a reality. And wow, just playing so decisively and confidently, going for those Draco Meteors, knowing they can miss. It didn't work out in Game 2, but Games 1 and 3, huge turns.
Absolutely, I mean, that is the name of the game. You know that you've got Draco Meteor on your roster. You know the risks associated with clicking that button. But seeing Ian use proves it game after game after game. We saw it in game 1, we saw it missing game 2. Here it is in game 3, getting that one-hit knockout on the Ogre-Pod.
And reducing its special attack by 2 stages didn't matter in the slightest. You're able to switch it out and back in. Well then, Ben, we've had our juniors finals, we've had our seniors finals. I really want to hear from our EUIC senior division champion on stage with Sierra. Everybody in the venue, please give it up for Ian Lawson.
Huge congratulations to Ian Larson, your EUIC champion here in the seniors division. What an incredible match, insane series, and you're the champion now. How are you feeling? What's going through your head?
I'm just in shock. I mean, I don't know what to say.
Just got to take a moment to really let that sink in. Champion here in front of this huge crowd. That series 2, I mean, the first game, you take this really strong lead. The second one bounced back. So what are you then thinking heading into this game 3 in such an important match?
I really hope I don't miss my Draco Meteor.
And you didn't, and that made so much difference. Now, talking about that end game, Urshifu versus Urshifu, that was so intense. Were you nervous? Did you think that you had it locked?
I was pretty sure I had it locked up, but I had to like recenter myself, make sure I didn't like mess it up. Because I know I could just like make a mistake and then maybe I would be able to lose. But I knew my Urshifu was faster, so it was pretty safe to go for that.
No mistakes, a clean win at the end, and now champion. And I want to give you the opportunity for any thanks, for any shout outs that you have here.
Thank you to my parents. Thank you to my coach. Thank you to my coach, Azulay. Thank you to Joey Gartier for building this team. I just stole it. Thanks to like all my friends at home, like both with who know about Pokemon a lot and who don't, and thanks to like the Discords I'm in, especially the Minnesota Mammoth Lines Discord. Yeah, I think that's it.
Congratulations once again, everyone. Another round of applause for your senior champion here in EUIC. I'll let you go, be able to celebrate with your family and your friends. But as for us, we have one more match here on the horizon to be ending off your championship Sunday. The Masters Division, a historic match here on the horizon between Wolfglick and Dill Yeomans. If you please come up to the stage. This crowd going absolutely crazy for you. The hometown hero now in the finals. How are you feeling going into this?
Você, nos primórdios daqui, de quando você chegou, Zuni, você tava assim, pô. Você tava com uma foto de muita coisa. Aí o Dylan aí, cara. Ele tá emocionado até agora, pô.
Bill, best of luck. Believe it.
Let's go, Dylan.
Wolfglick. The list of accomplishments that you have is a mile long. You're back here in the finals of an IC after all these years with this Paratrap team that you're known for. What's going through your mind?
Pior que eu comecei com a falta de transferência na semana antes do vazamento.
Aren't we all ready, trainers, to kick off this Masters final? Let's keep that loud. Let's get our trainers to their seats.
Ué, tu não tava ansioso pela batalha do Wolf? Ou agora tá torcendo pro Dylan? Tu é contraditório mesmo, hein?
Masters, let's send it back over to you. Let's get this started.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Well, it's about time to get started.
Cara, por mais que assim, eu não tô torcendo pra ninguém, na verdade. Mas eu estou deveras curioso pra ver se o Wolf é isso tudo que o Marlon fala, principalmente numa final e no Mundial, que eu quero ver. E eu quero ver até a capacidade do Wolf não, do Dylan aqui, entendeu? É porque é difícil, assim, a gente viu ontem que o Dylan, o jeito que ele ficou, cara, não sei se o Zurlin viu, não sei quem não viu, mas depois que o Dylan ganhou ontem e foi pra final, ele chorou e ele tava tremendo assim no negócio dele. Foi muito doido, cara, ver. A cena foi muito da hora de ver. Vai o Wolf, você é o Brownie do competitivo? E ferrou então, o Brownie pera, qual Brawley? O Brawley do Pokémon ou o Brawley do Dragon Ball? Se for o Brawley do Dragon Ball, beleza. Se for do Pokémon, ferrou. É só tacar um Pokémon fada ou um lutador que acaba com ele. O que ganhou o torneio. Pô, mais um dia normal. Vai Dylan. Vamos ver. Do Dragon Ball, então beleza. Vamos lá. Wolf vem de Coraidon, Among Us, Incineroar, Splintail, Gottele e Fluttermane, enquanto o Dylan vem de Miraidon, Farigiraf, Incineroar, Urshifu, Iron Threads e Iron Hands. O único que eu tô torcendo pro Dylan, eu tô torcendo por um espetáculo, por uma batalha legal. Quem ganhar daqui eu vou ficar feliz. Eu queria que os dois ganhassem, sinceramente. Mas quem ganhar daqui eu vou ficar feliz. Coraidon versus Miraidon? Não sei se talvez. Porque, prevendo um pouco do Wolf, talvez ele traga Coraidon, Incineroar, Splintail e a Gottele, enquanto o Dylan vai trazer o Miraidon, Iron Threads, o Iron Hands e o Urshifu, se pá, entendeu? Acho que eles vão trazer esses Pokémon. E o Wolf tá com um Gastrodon na mão. Ele tá segurando um Gastrodon ali na foto.
However, taking a look at this matchup, I feel like it's a little bit risky to bring that combination. It may not be coming to this final.
Yeah, it's very difficult, especially that Perish
Lembrando
and
que
Perish trap, because you've got the Urshifu on the opposite side
imagina
of the field.
só ele não traz Iron Thread. É bem provável dele não trazer o Marlon. Tem igual o Wolf. Eu tô torcendo pra ele trazer esse Splintail e a Gottele, mas é bem provável que ele não traga, entendeu? Também. Ele pode trazer talvez no jogo 2, não no jogo 1. É sempre assim, ele varia muito. Caraca aí, chat, não sei se vocês repararam, mas até o último jogo, o número de pessoas na live da Pokémon Company estava baixo. Foi chegar essa final, olha só, tem 14 mil pessoas assistindo essa final agora. Deveria estar o quê? Na faixa dos 8, 9 mil? Tá nos 14 mil.
Specs on Dill's side, but I think the Incineroar on Dill's side of the field probably gives Wolf a little bit more trouble with that Intimidator because of the physical attackers that he will be leaning
Não sei.
That's the thing, the
Acho que
really
não.
does not want to be unintimidated. We saw how devastating
Acho que não. Acho que só não pega no... Todo mundo ama o Wolf e o Dylan. Não, pô, baita de uma final essa aqui. Não faço ideia, o Júnior. É um negócio que eu não sei.
To his opponent in the form of Dill with this Miraidon team.
Yeah, the Miraidon, we've seen it have success at the World Championships last year in Honolulu, and it is back again for this
Aí, ó, tá aí o time do... Tá aí o time do Dylan aí pra vocês. Por que tá Dill? Se o nome dele é Dylan.
So much damage, it's such a scary Pokemon. The thing that Wolf can do is try and scout it out, see what it is going to lock into, and then go from there. But you do give it a little bit of room, you give a partner a little bit of room, it might be too much. We saw Dill come out yesterday and
Ah, detalhe, tá? Faria girafe de Electric Seed, tá? O apelido dele? Zil. Ok. Mas Dylan não tem. Mas o Dylan não tem fantasma. Então, é isso que eu não entendi. Por que vocês falaram de. Você falou do Shadow Tag não funcionar em fantasma. Ou seja, funciona em qualquer um do time do Dylan ali. Então, nem adianta. Lembrando que é MD3 também, tá, chat? Então, precisa de fazer 2-0 ou 2-1 aqui. Marlon, quanto tu acha que vai ser? 2-0 pro Wolf? Chat, quanto vocês acham que vai ser? 2-0, 2-1? 2-0 pro Wolf, 2-0 pro Dylan, 2-1 pro Wolf, 2-1 pro Dylan. Eu não tinha olhado pro time. O e Iron Hand é bom, não sei. Eu acho que vai ser 2-1. Agora pra quem eu não sei. Ó, tem um Incineroar ali atrás. Olha isso aqui, gente. Olha pra plateia. Ó, eu vou ver se eu consigo pausar pra mostrar pra vocês, ó. Gente, tem um Incineroar aqui. Olha isso. Tem um Incineroar aqui do nada na plateia.
And because of the sash, you have to kind of double up into that slot. And this sort of team that Dill's got, it's very reactive.
Mano, tem um Incineroar na plateia. O quê? É, tinha um Incineroar ali na plateia. Do nada, aleatório.
It can be enough to turn the tide and start a momentum swing for you.
Tiveram tá análise. Então, simbora, gente. Vamos lá. Nervos à flor da pele. E o Wolf anotando tudo. Alerta de Furry. Que isso? Aí não. Simbora, chat. Vai começar o jogo que a gente tava esperando. De um lado, Wolf trouxe Coraidon e Fluttermane. Do outro, Dylan trouxe Urshifu e Incineroar. Let's go! Agente secreta anônima junto com o Mimikyu. Então, né? É a anônima que tá lá. Incineroar é tipo, é hoje que você aprende a gostar de mim, Wolf. Não, mas ele trouxe, pô. Mas, olha lá, ele trouxe Incineroar. Então é Coraidon, Fluttermane, Among Us e Incineroar, o time do Wolf. A Anônima foi fazer um vlog lá. Ela só foi dar uma passadinha. Uma passadinha rapidinha lá em Londres, nada demais. Ela foi fazer a cobertura pra gente, entendeu? Aqui pro canal. Ele trouxe, mas a ideia... Mas ele odeia Incineroar? Sério? Não sabia disso. Que doido, não sabia disso não. Ah, é Coraidon com Terra de Fogo, tá, chat? Take out, ok. Ok. Coraidon não vai conseguir bater, né? Caraca, eu não sabia. Por que ele não gosta de Incineroar? Ele acha ruim? Pra vocês verem, né? Como às vezes o que a gente não gosta é necessário pra certas estratégias, né?
Close combat boosted by that life orb, boosted by the sun. It is going to be threatened even though the Intimidate's dropped onto that Pokemon. There is the threat of a potential target into that slot. Hasn't got protect.
Ele acha feio, provavelmente? Ah, tá. Podia ter qualquer motivo do mundo. Ah, ele é fraco, talvez? Não é bom nisso, não é bom daquilo? Não, ele é feio. Ah, ok. Aumentou a... Dois Incineroar? Sim. O Incineroar é do Dylan e o outro é do Wolf. Terra no... Hã? Terra no Incineroar? Terra Ghost, ok. Terra Ghost é previsível aqui. Ele deve dar o Parent Shot aqui, será? Detect, ok.
from the Urshifu, wants to preserve that sash, didn't want to lose it to that fake out as the close combat is targeted into that slot. Not want to risk it into the Incineroar. Really smart play here from Wolf, but the U-turn coming out, the pivot is in action. The Incineroar able to get off the field and allow Dill to get something else on. Maybe the Miraidon is going to come onto the field, get that electric terrain set up. Between that and the Urshifu with that Sucker Punch in particular, you can get around the speed boost on that Fluttermane, pressure that sash, terrestrialize it, a lot of pressure onto the
Será que ele quer
Quaidon.
acertar a Trick Room aqui? Acho que ele quer acertar a Trick Room. Ah, chat, não estranhe se vocês estiverem ouvindo um barulho de prato de fundo. Aqui chegou uma dobradinha pra mim. Nossa, muito bom. Eu gosto muito de dobradinha.
Yeah, it could be, and I think that's the one thing you have to worry about. Do you commit though if you're Wolf into that Farigiraf with a double target, maybe terrestrialize, go for the Flare Blades, go for that Moonblast into the Farigiraf, hope that it is enough to get it, especially because the Electric Seed hasn't been activated. Now you are seeing a pivot, the Intimidate coming back onto the field. That's going to be pretty important onto that Cryo in particular because it is now at -2. So
ela
those
dubla
combats,
num
those
canalzinho lá.
blitzes aren't going to be hitting anywhere
Tô
near as
ficando
hard
sem
as
ar,
they would be
amigo. Eita,
at neutral
calma.
damage.
Respira. Ele vai esmurrar o Urshifu. Close Combat, Shadow Ball. Nossa! Tá, não foi crítico. Cry Blitz, ok. Vou Incineroar no caso. Tá, eu vou Incineroar.
Yeah, we see the double up into that slot, really smart as well, saying, well,
Mas ela falou, eu só não lembro. Quando ela brotar aí, pede pra ela, pergunta pra ela. Ela não deve brotar hoje, mas quando ela brotar aí, não sei, talvez amanhã, você pergunta pra ela. Ela já falou uma vez, só que eu não lembro qual é.
In a really nice, comfy position. We know that there is the Urshifu in the back. It will be able to come in, of course, and it's going to underspeed or outspeed in the Trick Room. This Fluttermane and the Crydon. The thing is now, though, the Fluttermane has got its sash broke, so it's going to be susceptible to be knocked out by a Wicked Blow. Crydon is taking a lot of damage as well, and you think, is it going to be in range of a close combat? It's going to be very close anyway, and at -2, you might want to start to rethink keeping it out on the field. Is it worth trying to switch something else in, maybe like that Incineroar here to soak up a dog, Wicked Blow, a dog type attack, and drop an Intimidate onto that Urshifu.
That's the thing, you don't even need the Sucker Punch anymore. That Urshifu, I think, is going to be sitting very pretty in the Trick Room for now. It's also been able to shake off that Intimidate by switching out, so unless Wolf wants to bring that back in, moves like the Sucker Punch or the Close Combat, I think would be obviously the more optimal one here, will be able to hit with full force. The damage coming through from the Psychic is going to put Crydon in range from anything that Urshifu wants to throw at it in the following turns, but Fluttermane is the target, and catching critical hit gets the KO, and Wolf goes down a Pokemon.
Yeah, taking full advantage of this Trick Room. We see the Wicked Blood is able to pick up the Fluttermane.
Nossa, o Urshifu sobreviveu!
You know, the one thing that is keeping that Urshifu on the field is that focus sash movement. Dill was able to keep that intact. We saw it switch out earlier to come back onto the field when the Trick Room's up. Now able to stick around and pressure with even a Sucker Punch or another Wicked Blow, depending on what comes in for Wolf.
It's obviously unfortunate for the Fluttermane, but even if you protect thanks to Unseen Fist, it was going to take that damage from Wicked Blow anyway. And at least with the KO, the trade-off is you've got your movement in Trick Room. This Pokemon is perfect for this.
Yeah, it is perfect because it's going to underspeed everything it threatens with Spore. You have to be careful though, because if the Miraidon's lurking in the back for Dill, it comes in, it will set that electric terrain.
Nossa, o Urshifu sobreviveu de vida. Ah, Fox 7. Eu tinha esquecido que é o Urshifu de Fox 7, mano.
Isn't a bad idea. There is the protect possibility coming out from that play, or maybe even the switch. So even getting damage onto
a minha reação foi engraçada.
Can be useful. The Crydon, of course, is going to be at risk if picked up by the Psychic. So maybe a switch there into the Incineroar now.
Muito bom, na moral.
In all accounts, it keeps your Crydon around for later on when the Trick Room is gone, and it allows you to drop an Intimidate. You have the immunity to the Psychic, and you're able to
tira o Coraidon, Wolf, tira o Coraidon. Se bem que se tem uma coisa que eu entendi que o Wolf faz, ô Marlon, ele não tem dó de sacrificar esse Coraidon, sabia? Ele não tem dó de sacrificar ele, não.
when Trick Room is over, but also critically reset
Mas
those
só porque eu falei, ele trocou.
earlier. The Incineroar is able to join on Wolf's side now, however. The Intimidate not really going to be able to do anything here, and you can't fake out in the next turn either, thanks to the Frigoraph being on the field.
Yeah, good call there, and the Sludge Bomb just going into that Frigoraph. Wanted to just get some damage off, and then
eu quero que essa partida acabe logo, porque eu quero pegar mais um pouco.
Chipping away at that side of the field. The sunlight has faded now, so the 5 turns have gone, and in turn we're seeing the electric train hit the field. Like you say, no fake out from the Incineroar as long as that Frigoraph, the armor tail, is active on the field. So the Incineroar not in the greatest spot to be able to slow that Miraidon down. You do have Amoonguss with that Rage Powder though.
Eu priorizava a Farigiraf, porque a Farigiraf é uma ameaça por causa do Trick Room.
It could be enough to pick up the knockout, and then if the electric drift is selected, it will be redirected into the Incineroar, and we know how powerful that Choice Specs Electro Drift can be under the electric terrain. Wolf doesn't have a way to get rid of that
ela é uma ameaça por causa do Trick Room.
So you're going to have to contend with it. Why we're seeing a
Protect.
Yes, wise defensive play here on the Incineroar, just trying to give it some longevity on the field. As Amoonguss can follow it with another Sludge Bomb.
Pega Poison.
You can see it's really doing negligible damage, whereas the Psychics are stacking up.
Nossa.
Amoonguss so close to being KO'd here. The special defense is going to drop. I don't think there's really any relevance here. Electro Drift was going into the Protect though, so Amoonguss is able to hang around. Obviously it has that regenerator ability, so if Wolf does want to switch it out, it can get some HP back, but then you're going to be exposing your Koraidon. He doesn't want to do that either.
No, definitely not, and there is this almost pin situation here where if you want to activate that regenerability, you're going to be bringing in your Koraidon. It's going to be weak to the Psychic. It's an easy choice for Dill to go for the Psychic into that slot, so you either pick up the Amoonguss now and then force the Miraidon in, the Koraidon in the next turn, but the Incineroar is a sitting duck right now.
Seria bom se ele conseguisse acertar Spore no Miraidon, né? Ele caía, mas pelo menos ele acertava Spore no Miraidon.
I really don't feel like Amoonguss and Incineroar, even if they were able to get the double up and bypass the Psychic, would be able to get the KO on the Miraidon, and we know that it is Choice Specs locked into that Electro Drift. It's going to be devastating no matter which target it falls into. Having a little look at the selection, Amoonguss playing defensively, just going for the Protect, wants to try and ensure that there will be 2 remaining Pokemon in the next turn as Incineroar tries for the double but fails. Dill is now free to go for all the damage that they want on this turn.
Protect no Incineroar.
Amoonguss was just trying to get the knockout there, but instead now the Miraidon free to target down this Incineroar with the Electro Drift.
Eu esqueci desse detalhe. Nossa, o Incineroar foi de bala.
Really well played from Dill. Wolf in the worst position there with the Trick Room still active, not able to reposition, but the Trick Room does end. You can see why that double Protect from the Incineroar would have been so useful there. It would have
ele tem Nossa, ferrou aqui esse par. Ele tem que acertar crítico nessa girafa e torcer para acertar o Miraidon também no crítico. Bem-vindo de volta, Alexandre.
It can put a bit of pressure on, but he's going to be relying on that close combat here, and you can't forget about the Frigoraph. Yes, you can use the Rage Powder for 1 turn, use the Amoonguss as a sponge, sacrifice that, put all your eggs in one basket with that Koraidon to try and pick up a knockout on this Miraidon.
The issue, however, is if the Amoonguss goes down, then it's just Koraidon against the remaining Pokemon on Dill's side of the field. Even if you're able to get a KO now, you can't even go for the Flare Blitz thanks to the recoil. That's going to be able to KO the Koraidon in return, so it's kind of limited to the options that it can go for. Yes, the sun is in the sky, so you're going to be able to apply a little bit of pressure there.
Fazer isso, tá, protegeu o Amoonguss, ok.
Just goes for a Protect, says Koraidon, you're on your own, you've got to carry this on your own back. And
tá,
it goes for the close combat, that target's down into the Miraidon.
Ai, GG pro Dylan, esse par. GG pro Dylan. 1-0 Dylan aqui.
At this point, thanks to the low HP, it's got a Miraidon clear to go for the Electric Drift once again and KO its counterpart.
Yeah, that's some really good information. I think Wolf kind of knew the outcome of this match coming into this turn, knowing that even if I do attack, I'm going to take Life Orb recoil damage, and I don't have enough health to kill the remaining Pokemon. So I think using the information wisely to see how much this close combat does into the Miraidon. Let's see if I can pick up a knockout, because if I can take that information into game 2.
Eu falei que ia ser 2-1. Agora pra quem?
Playing a great first game here, locking out most options that Wolf had there, really pinning him in, especially with the straight returns in play.
Pro Wolf ganhar aqui, ele tinha que acertar o Miraidon e a girafa errar totalmente. Se a girafa erra e o Wolf leva o Miraidon, tinha alguma chance do Wolf conseguir levar a girafa na próxima, mas a chance é muito baixa.
Terrestrialization as well of the Incineroar, I think, although it didn't really pay off in that turn, I think it gives Dill
the
the ability to bring
como
it back in, pretty freely after that. We are seeing a helping hand from the Ferg.
Pera.
Going a little bit over the top to get this Amoonguss and close this game one up.
Tá,
As you see
ok.
the Electro Drift into the little mushroom, and it will be enough to close
É,
this
GG.
up. Dill taking game
1-0 pro Dilo.
Not just a helping hand, but a round of applause for the game one that goes to Dill. One game away. You'll say
Vou colocar aqui pra carregar chat, eu vou pegar mais um pouco e eu já volto.
European international
Mais um pouco
champion,
aqui.
but Wolfblick has been in situations like this before. He has so much wisdom and experience and will have taken knowledge from that game one. And is it possible he can adapt it and push to a game three?
Yeah, of course. I mean, if there's any player that can do it, it is going to be Wolf. I think he learned a lot from the speed interactions for one in that last game, knowing that the Crydon likely does, even maybe he suspected it, does outspeed the Miraidon. It can't pick up the knockout, or it's very close to picking up the knockout onto that Miraidon with the close combat, especially under Intimidated, as long as the sun's up with the Life Orb. So something like the combination of that Flutter Main, Icy Wind, close combat could be a real play in being able to get rid of that threat if you find yourself in a similar situation going into game two. Like we were saying, looking at the replay, the terrestrialization, the ghost typing on that Incineroar allows it to then switch in, because I think it's risky switching the Incineroar back in to drop an Intimidate, because I think with the Life Orb, with the sun in the sky, it is going to be still susceptible to going down to a close combat, even at -1. So the ghost typing just gives you that complete alleviation. Obviously, you have to worry about the Flare Blitz then, but it might be a little bit easier with a Dragon type in the back end switching around a Flare Blitz than it is the close combat.
Very true, and also something that was difficult for Wolf to deal with was that Urshifu that was on the field. Just applying so much pressure with the Wicked Blows that can obviously bypass the Intimidates that the Incineroar was bringing to the field, as well as applying so much pressure with the Sucker Punch to that Flutter Mane. Wolf's Flutter Mane is a key piece in his team, being able to go for the Icy Wind to lower the speed of something like Iron Treads maybe came to the field and got its Quark Drive boost. At the same time, moves like Moonblast and Shadow Ball can deal a significant amount of damage, so being able to kind of neutralize it straight away and force it to play defensively was wonderful. And even if Wolf is able to get damage on the Urshifu, you have to double up into it thanks to that Focus Sash, and that does not give you room for error.
Yeah, that's the problem. I think we saw in that first game as well. The Flutter Mane does have the Focus Sash, so you would say it's got that little blanket of security for itself, but unfortunately that was broken earlier in the game, where Dill was really quite careful about protecting that Urshifu, getting it off the field as soon as possible, and the way that they managed to engineer the Trick Room was masterfully done. We are getting into game two. Give it up for our trainers here in London for the game two in this Masters final.
It's the same leads coming out here from Wolf, the Flutter Mane and the Koraidon, but a little change up here on Dill's side of the field. You got the Frigoraph and the Incineroar. This looks primed to try and get Trick Room set up here, Lee.
Yeah, the Trick Room that we've got here is a really good option once again. It's coming a little bit earlier in the game. You've got that Intimidate initially dropping down, and the possibility as well of the Incineroar going for that Ghost Terror type, because you want to try and remove it, right? But you're going to have to deal with that Fake Out first. The Koraidon is in a really awkward position. Do you maybe get it off the field now, maybe try and get the Amoonguss onto the field a little bit sooner to try and utilize that, and utilize as well that Flutter Mane to try and just get damage onto that Frigoraph while you've still got it on the field active. It's immune to the Fake Out, might have a free turn
Agora
here.
complicou pro Wolf, hein? E agora, será que vem a estratégia do Starstone? Ou acabou pro Wolf?
Going for the terrestrialization. It is going to take the Fake Out, however, it's not going to be able to move and show off its prowess. However, Flutter Mane can get that Moonblast off. It goes into the
Lembrando, tá, chat, se eu não me engano, tanto o Wolf quanto o Dillon já estão classificados para o Mundial, tá?
Speedy Pokemon on the field, not happy with this.
Yeah, this is better though. I think the
Essa final aqui é mais para definição de primeiro e segundo, premiação e eu acho que por burocracia, eu acho. Lindras, como tá o save no Pokémon Yellow? Pokémon Yellow? Como assim? Eu não tenho save de Pokémon Yellow.
Has taken a lot of damage from that Moonblast. Another one will put it in range for something like a Sludge Bomb, but preserving it quite smartly wants to keep that Sash intact for later on this game. And Incineroar, a great option to bring back onto the field for Wolf.
Yes, could easily have been tempting to go for the Psychic and the Flare Blitz. The Incineroar on Dill's side may be able to capitalize on the sun being in the sky, but instead goes for the knockoff, removes the Life Ball from the Koraidon, so it's going to be dealing even less damage going forward. The close combat going down to that Incineroar, though it is
mas eu tô treinando. Ué, já começou o segundo jogo? Eita, já começou o segundo jogo. Vamos lá, cara.
Gonna get a free pivot out. This is a really great use of that move And we're going to see that Miraidon hit the
Sim,
field. It's
é o
going to
Red.
activate that
É o
electric
preto e branco,
terrain.
Pokémon
It's not
Red.
only going to activate the
Não
hit
Fire
on
Red, é o
engine,
Red.
but it's going to activate the electric seed on the Farigiraf. Give that
Eita, já
further
começou
defensive boost to
com...
this Pokemon and make
Já
it even
começou
more
com o
difficult for
Wolf
this Cryon.
levando...
Now it has lost that life orb to pick up the knockout.
Tendo
The
que fazer
sun's
o
still
Dylan
in effect,
trocar.
but it is in a really awkward spot because yes, you do have Incineroar on the field. You do have Fake Out, but oh, wait a minute. The Armor Tail is in effect by the Farigiraf. It is going to block that. So you're in a pretty tricky situation. You haven't really got anything that you're going to be able to remove the Miraidon. It's easy able to lock into that Electro Drift and pick up either of these targets now.
I don't know what was bigger, the roar from the Farigiraf or the roar from the crowd when we saw that animation come through. A beautiful play, synergetically bringing the Miraidon in, giving Farigiraf even more defensive capability. It's really shutting down the
eu não
pressure
tenho
that
jogado
Cryon
não,
was
faz
exerting
uma
early on
cota
in
que eu
this
não
game.
jogo.
Farigiraf's
Eu tenho
kind
que...
of done its job here. It's
Eu tenho
able
que
to get
treinar
out,
os
bring the
Pokémon
Iron
do
Hands
Soul
to the field.
Silver
This is another
pra fazer a
Pokemon that
revanche
really
contra
wants to become
o...
a European champion.
Pra fazer a
It has got its
revanche
Hard
contra
Drive
o
boosted, its attack
Elite
is
4.
raised. It's now going to be able to apply a lot of pressure going forward. Cryon just playing
Vocês
defensively
sabem
here, knowing that it
qual
has to
nível que
rethink going
é
forward into these next couple of turns.
que Elite
Incineroar
4 fica
does
na
at least manage to
revanche,
get the
se é
polling
nível
shot down onto the
70?
opposing Miraidon. This is going to lower its special attack and mean that it's not maybe going to be able to get these KOs that Dill so desperately wants.
É nível 50, nível 70, porque eu não faço ideia. Não sou Silver, tá? É, pelo visto não teremos Goodtail e Springtail não não ainda. 46? Tu ainda vai fazer revanche dele de força? Sim, vou fazer, pô. Tem que finalizar o Soul Silver lá, né, pô. Tem que fazer o vídeo pra finalizar.
Pokemon that you want next to. Maybe the switch up is something with redirection, and you can try and utilize that. You do have to be careful though. The fake out from the Iron Hands into that Amoonguss at least this next turn.
Yes, the Iron Hands can obviously go for that fake out, but if you're maybe thinking that the Koraidon could switch out, you could almost
Nem tem
capitalize on
revanche
that.
da
Try and
na
get
Liga
some
do
damage
Red,
out on the
eles
board
ficam
because it's
nos
not like
mesmos
the
decks.
Amoonguss can
Não,
swap
não é no
the
Red
electric
não,
play,
o
and that's
Silver.
really where Amoonguss
É no
can
Soul
be
Silver.
devastating in a trick room situation.
78?
So in a way, it's almost
Tá,
like Dill is
beleza.
completely
Então eu posso colocar no 78 todo mundo lá.
offensive if they want to.
Eu precisava saber qual era o nível que o pessoal ficava. Nossa, do nada a câmera deu um zoom no brilho do chão. Olha que brilho bonito.
Maybe sacrifice things to get through these turns of Trick Room, which is going to be imperative to getting that Koraidon back on the field, wipe those Intimidates clean, and start stacking up the damage.
You also have to consider that Farigiraf is in the back for when Trick Room expires. Maybe it can get that set up again. Amoonguss is going to be the target of that fake out as Miraidon goes for the Volt Switch, shaking things up on the board today. Incineroar going to be able to take that reasonably well, but it is now in a vulnerable position for something from the Iron Hands going forward. If Iron Hands wants to go for something like a Drain Punch, that is going to be dealing a significant amount of damage. And with Incineroar coming back onto the field for Dill, fake out is once again in play. It might be that Amoonguss is going to be unable to move now.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It has been flinched this turn. It's going to potentially flinch this next turn. And Wolfle though has got the active fake out. Can't really go for it because it's so easy to switch that Incineroar out
Pra que
again.
serve o fake out? O fake out, é um ataque de prioridade que ele só funciona no primeiro turno, onde você dá um tapa, basicamente um tapa no oponente e flincha ele. Como assim flincha? Você não deixa ele atacar. No caso, como você, assim que você entra, no primeiro turno que você entrar, você dá fake out, você bate no oponente, ele fica sem atacar. E só funciona no primeiro, beleza? Ele deve estar debuffando esse Miraidon ao máximo. Sim, sim.
Onto that imposing Incineroar. Always nice to see Amoonguss get a KO from time to time.
Yeah, really nice play there. The sunlight is
Acabou o
ending
sol.
now and the dimensions
Só
turn back to normal.
o tempo voltou ao normal, o terreno elétrico está em campo ainda. É bom. É um ataque bom. É um ataque estratégico. Se você for mais rápido que o oponente, vale a pena você ter fake out, porque você inibe de tomar um dano, entendeu? É um daninho, tipo assim, o cara tem 200 de vida, o cara vai ficar com 198, por exemplo. Por exemplo, tá? Mas é um dano minúsculo? Mas pelo menos tu impede o cara de atacar. É um dano a menos que você recebe, entendeu? Por isso que o pessoal usa tanto fake out no Incineroar, sim. Por causa que quando ele entra, ele dá Intimidate, ou seja, ele já abaixa o ataque do oponente. E aí ele dá um fake out
and get some damage on the board. The Iron Hands
E aí isso ainda mais complica
providing
pro pessoal
redirectional
também.
support, leaving the Incineroar completely exposed to the follow-up from the Rider, and it's going to be that voltage once again. We know it's going to be able to get the knockout. Incineroar has been felt, and Dill has the
Tá
utility to
azedando
pivot
pro
in
Wolf
the
aqui, hein,
Frigga in the
Marro?
back once again.
Yeah, and we do see that pivot in and out. It doesn't want to stick around on the field and commit to anything. It just wants to use that move to get the little bits of damage it needs to onto the field and allow that Frigga back onto the field. Because now you've got the option, right? If you're the Frigga, you haven't taken that much damage. It depends what comes back in onto the field. If it is the Crydon now, it has got that active, so the Flare Blitz would be a threat into the Frigga. It has used that electric seed as well, so it's switched out, undone that defensive boost.
Que Lucario exatamente? Porque tem dois Lucarios, né? Tem um Lucario que veio da live do Mano Dragas, mas esse daí já tem um tempo que não aparece, porque como ele fala besteira, então se ele tentar falar um A aqui na live, o pessoal já dá timeout nele, então ele nem fala nada. E o outro Lucario que eu conheço é o Daniel, mas o Daniel ele tá moderando a live do Frid. Ele não aparece muito aqui. É aquele da live do Mano Dragas? É, ele não tem aparecido aqui não, já tem um bom tempo, o Alexandre. Nem lembro a última vez que ele apareceu aqui. Ele viu que não tem aqui ele não pode ser tóxico, então ele só não vem mais pra cá, eu acho. Ele gostava muito de ficar fazendo graça, né? Então eu falo, ó, para com isso, cara, não quis ouvir.
Yeah, it has, and you can see the difference it makes not having that life orb. The Amoonguss being able to be a really valuable member of the team here, just protecting that Crydon, and it can do it again here because
me responde uma coisa aqui, ô Marro. Qual é a vantagem dele ficar debuffando tanto a defesa do Coraidon aqui? Porque o que o Wolf faz com esse Coraidon é brincadeira, cara.
Because these defense drops are going to start to stack up, and the Crydon only has so much tank in the gas.
O Lucario era um só que pior, não. O é um grão de areia comparado ao que o Lucario fazia. Ó, ele tá menos 2 de defesa aqui.
Yeah, the Amoonguss is so pivotal here. We do see
that. Dá muito dano, né? Okay.
From the Iron Hands, boosted by that Quark Drive. It is enough to pick up the little mushroom and pull Dill back into this game. But the one thing, the trump card, Wolf still has is the Focus Sash and that Fluttermane. It is going to be able to come back onto the field, and it will pressure that Iron Hands with super effective damage into that slot with a Moonblast, and maybe even a double up there. We know there's no protect on that slot, so you could go for it. But doing that allows the Trick Room to be set up once again. But again, even if it does, as long as you can get rid of that Iron Hands, Trick Room doesn't matter too much because the Farigiraf hasn't got the offensive output like the other options that Dill had access to.
And it doesn't have the defensive capability to protect either. So if Wolf just wants to double up into the Farigiraf, deny a Trick Room here, yes, Iron Hands might be able to get the KO onto the Coraidon, but as you mentioned, the Focus Sash is in place, so it's not going to have the range to get the Fluttermane on this turn. The Terrestrialization is still in the back pocket for Dill, though. They're able to go for the poison Terrestrialization on this Iron Hands. That's going to resist this close combat. It's going to resist any fairy type moves that the Fluttermane wants to throw its way. So this is a beautiful play. The Shadow Ball, however, is the target going down into this Iron Hands. Only does a minimal amount of damage thanks to the Assault Vest on there. Really paying off, but the special defense is a nice little touch. Flare Blitz in the sun with the Terrifier, though, is going to come down into this Iron Hands. Is that enough? Yes!
It's a huge knockout from
That's a KO, bringing down the Iron Hands, pulling Wolf right back into this game.
The Poison, não sei, deve ser alguma tipagem que é efetiva contra o Pokémon que cautera o Iron Hands, provavelmente.
Into the Iron Hand slot, a really smart terrestrialization from Dill there to try and get around the threat of the close combat, the Moonblast that would be so detrimental. Wolf seeing through that. I need to get Chip onto that slot. Go for the Shadow Ball instead. It wasn't super effective. It didn't do that much damage, but it did enough to set up the Flare Blitz.
Será que é 1-1 pro Wolf aqui? Vamos ver. Que ainda tem chance dele levar esse Coraidon. O problema é a Farigiraf apanhar pra Fluttermane. Começou a complicar? Não. Já tá complicado. Ou a Farigiraf leva e torce pra Fluttermane errar, ou aqui acabou.
if you can KO that Assault Vest Iron Hands that also couldn't protect. It was a prime target for that knockout. Koraidon playing defensively in this turn. Fluttermane too, just trying to burn through one of these turns. Maybe buy Wolf a little bit more time to think ahead to game 3.
Yeah, and there's no harm in doing this at all. You could go out on the all offensive now, but yeah, why need to take all the time you need here?
Aqui acabou, eu acho que acabou pro Dylan. Aqui é 1-1. Eu falei que ia ser 2-1, agora pra quem?
But then again, you've still got to attack into the Fluttermane. How many sidekicks is it going to take to remove that? And we know that it's only going to take 2 Moonblasts to get rid of the Ferrograph, where you can go for the Moonblast now, put it into range, then the next turn go for the Protect. It's going to have the Psychic into you. That leaves you enough room to get that final Moonblast off for this matchup. But more importantly, like we've always talked about, you can take your time setting up what you think about for game 3 once this game is tied up.
Yes, Fluttermane does have incredible special defense, but sitting very pretty on the field. Really nice from Wolf to preserve it from the very beginning of this turn. And now reveal it at the end to clean up this match. The helping hand unfortunately isn't there. There is a round of applause from the crowd for both our trainers as they go into game 3.
Teremos terceiro jogo.
And now there is one game
dá uma agonia que os caras demoram muito pra escolher os golpes, né? Pior que no Zurri, os caras estão pensando, pô, a estratégia dos caras. Então assim, tem que entender o lado dos caras. É, Nindras tá... Desde quando a live tá on, estamos em live há 9 horas e 10 minutos, o Alexandre, pra você ter noção. O Wolf deu aquela análise na jogada do Kana do round 1.
You could see though that Dill was doing everything they could to neutralize this Koraidon. The Intimidates were there, the knockoff was there to remove the life orb, and this was an incredible turn where Incineroar was able to hang on.
Terceiro e decisivo pro jogo, hein? Simbora. Quem vai ganhar? Dylan ou Wolf deu a análise igual o Incineroar da plateia. Então, né? É, ele tá anotando tudo ali. Ele falou, ah, tá. Levou até não sei quanto de vida, fez não sei o que, não sei o que, ah, não sei o que, não sei o que. Você é louco, Nindras? Por que você é louco, Alexandre?
Extra pressure with a sludge bomb here and there to chip away at opposing Pokemon so Koraidon could finish up with the knockout later on in the match was really masterfully played. We really are seeing 2 incredible Pokemon trainers at work here.
Yeah, we are, and it all comes down to this third game and what both players can do. Can Wolf overcome the Ferrograph threat?
É agora ou nunca, chat. Tudo depende desse jogo, não tem mais como fugir. Olha o Miraidon de pelúcia, que da hora. É agora, chat. Vamos para o... Ó, Dylan de um lado, Wolf do outro. Agora não tem mais volta, chat. 1-1 para cada lado. Terceiro e último jogo, chat. Quem ganhar aqui é campeão do Internacional da Europa, hein? De Londres. Então...
I mean, Iron Hands is definitely the more traditional trick Pokemon in that scenario, but as we saw with the speed interactions with the Koraidon on the Fluttermane, for example,
todos se segurem aí nas suas cadeiras, peguem seus lanchinhos, porque agora é hora do cinema, chat. Apenas um vai vencer. Será que vai ser o Dylan? Será que vai ser o Wolf? O que vocês acham? Quem vocês acham que vai ser? E simbora, chat, pro terceiro e último jogo! Wolf veio de Koraidon e Fluttermane, enquanto Dylan veio de Urshifu e Incineroar. Hoje é o ano dos lobos, vamos ver. Vamos ver, vamos ver. Simbora. Quem ganhar daqui se consagra campeão do Internacional de Londres. Vamos lá. É, o Dylan não trouxe a Sprintail nem a Gottitelle. Ah, eu tô triste. Fake out no Koraidon, ok. Um blast no Urshifu. Nossa, o Sash aí, ó. O Sash salvando o Urshifu.
coming through from it either here. Coridon, as you can see,
Coridon ficou fechado. Close Combat. Muito dano no Coridon.
but it's now going to be very vulnerable going forward. Not going to be as safe to go for those flare blitzes in the future.
No, you think a nice play as well. You shut down that slot, you go for it, because even if it protects
Flame
you,
charge
get
no...
the attack into that Pokemon. And now you still have the Sucker Punch that you can go for into the Fluttermane. Not going to be enough.
Gente, qual é a tipagem do Coridon, quem sabe?
You could go for the double up maybe with your Incineroar, but doing that's kind of dangerous because you're risking leaving that Coridon alone. The Sucker Punch is not going to be enough to pick that up, especially when it's not terrestrialized. It is down to -1, so maybe that's a slot that you could say,
Pokémon competitivo existe desde quando? Eu acho que desde... Eu acho que desde Black and White, eu acho. Não, é desde 97 isso, obrigado. Só que era Pokémon Stadium, eram jogos meio... Não eram jogos de Pokémon em si, tanto é que o primeiro competitivo de Pokémon, se eu não me engano, foi Foi Black and White, gente? Dragão e lutador, Império de Fogo. Ah, ele é dragão e lutador, tá, obrigado. E o Miraidon é dragão e elétrico, né? Nintendo tinha organizado um torneio no Red Bull mesmo. Ah, isso. Não, mas torneio mesmo foi só foi no Nova, não é? Tá, o Shifu foi de vala, Blitz, Coridon foi embora. O Incineroar deve ter tomado recoil, né? Ou não? Tomou.
Big trade here. The Urshifu essentially has been traded for the Coridon here. I don't know if Wolf will be happy with that. The trade of the
Sim, era 3v3, isso mesmo.
One of the regular Pokemon. I don't call Urshifu too often a regular
Lindras, tu vai conseguir reagir a mais um campeonato desse Pokémon? Acho que sim, Alexandre. Ainda mais que o próximo é só em março. Acho que é dia 21 de março. E o próximo é em Fortaleza, é aqui no Brasil. Então, assim, vai ficar mais fácil de assistir, entendeu?
Now the Incineroar is the Ghost Terrestrialization. It is going to be susceptible to Shadow Ball. It's super effective, so you can utilize maybe your Incineroar if it is faster than your Incineroar on Dill's side to go for a Shadow Ball, flare blitz into that slot, knowing that there is no protect on the Incineroar on Dill's side. The problem doing that though is again you're putting all your eggs in one basket. Concentrating on that side of the field to remove a target, and you leave that Farigiraf open to get a Trick Room up, which if there are Miraidons in the back, it can come in, it will underspeed that Psychic Dazzling Gleam or a Psychic.
Em teoria, o Fake Out não deveria pegar, já que o Incineroar é fantasma agora, né? Por causa do Terra. Lindras, que ano tu nasceu? Um dia eu revelo isso pra vocês, Alexandre. Um dia eu revelo uma lorezinha pra vocês. Eu lembro que o Fake Out não funciona. Eu lembro que o Fake Out não funciona em Dark.
Now the Ghost Incineroar is no longer there, does about a third of damage, but gets a special defense drop. That could be nice going into the following turns. Incineroar using the sun in the sky to do a little bit more damage to Miraidon, but it is able to hang on. The bulk that has been invested into this Pokemon is paying off dividends in this final as Farigiraf turns the Trick Room on once again.
Yeah, there's the Trick Room, and now that Miraidon is slower than the Fluttermane, not slower than the Incineroar, but we've already seen the damage from that Flare Blitz in the sun.
Não sou tão antigo assim não, tá? Para com isso.
And return with an Electro Drift into either that Fluttermane or the Incineroar to pick up a knockout. The one thing that Wolf has though is access to protect, so you've got to guess the target right if you are Dill. Maybe one of these Pokemon is going to protect, but which one is it going to be? It's going to be the Fluttermane or maybe the Incineroar, expecting the
porque como o Incineroar estava terrorizado em fantasma, achei que eu fiquei nessa dúvida no caso, né? Tá, a Farigiraf saiu. O Incineroar vai entrar pra
intimidate down onto the Incineroar to do even less damage if Flare Blitz has been locked in to try and get the knockout on the Miraidon. Fluttermane is going to be the defensive choice here for Wolf, wants to keep it on the field, so just protecting it from anything the Miraidon can throw its way. Incineroar does indeed go for that parting shot. That's going to reset the Intimidate as well. A really nice
só se você tiver com itemzinho de cachecol ou acho que se você tiver uma habilidade e casaquinho. Se você ou tiver o casaquinho ou se você tiver a habilidade. Eu não lembro a habilidade, mas eu sei que o casaco ele muda. Na verdade não sei se ele tem habilidade que não deixa intimidate. Ah, é isso mesmo. Tipo, peraí, eu acho que é um... Agora eu não lembro se é o casaco ou se é o amuleto que tira o intimidate. Mas, por exemplo, isso, Inner Force, obrigado, Júlio. E o que o Marlon falou, é verdade. Por exemplo, o neutralize de gas do Weezy não deixa intimidate. Se eu não me engano.
Especially right now with the sun up, that flare blitz has become very, very threatening to the point where it could be enough to pick up the knockout, maybe forcing that zero back up the field. You don't want to do that. You want to utilize the Flutterman. You're going to have to go for that translation, and it could be the difference between being able to take a flare blitz, take a sidekick, especially with the dogs that can get that immunity, and that Farigiraf becomes no problem at all.
I think you called that beautifully there, Lee. This is such a great defensive play from the Amoonguss. The helping hand once again coming through from Farigiraf to help out that Incineroar as Amoonguss draws in the attacks with the Rage Powder. So it will be protecting the Fluttermane on this turn from whatever devastating damage in this form. The Flare Blitz, the Incineroar wants to deal out his
competitivo é confuso em geral. Eu sou o tipo de pessoa que mesmo anotando as coisas fica difícil de lembrar. É questão de costume e questão de decorar, cara. Quando você decora, entendeu? Eu mesmo também não sei, então de vez em quando eu dou umas moladas aqui. Nossa! Voltou, King, bem-vindo de volta. Esse jogo tá tiro, pancada e bomba. Realmente, Zuri, tá mesmo. Mano, só sobrou Farigiraf e Coraidon, ou Miraidon, pro Dylan. E só sobrou Incineroar e Fluttermane pro Wolf. É agora ou nunca, chat? Quem acertar forte aqui já tá com o pé na vitória.
Disappeared. So the speed drops. It'll be interesting to see if the Fluttermane, with that lower speed now, can underspeed the Miraidon in the Trick Room. Because if it can, then it can obviously get rid of it with a Moonblast. But if it still can't, it depends on the build of the Miraidon, of course. If it is one of these slower, bulkier build Miraidons like we've seen pick up in trends, it will still be open to go for an Electro Drift into whatever target it wants.
I'm on the edge of my seat here. It all comes down to these last Pokemon remaining on the field and how these speed interactions are going to play. It is a choice specs Miraidon, so we know it has no utility to be able to protect. Farigiraf goes for the Psychic. This is going to break the focus on the Fluttermane, and if the Miraidon is able to move first, it's going to be able to get the knockout. Incineroar can go for the Flare Blitz here into Miraidon.
Nossa, o Miraidon não caiu. Não, pegou Burn. Eita, pegou Burn. Meu amigo.
Here we go, which is it into the Fluttermane, and it is going to be enough to pick up the Fluttermane and take Dill one step closer to winning this championship.
That special defense drop coming in clutch for Dill.
Meus amigos.
Such a monumental turn in this grand final. Incineroar now facing down against the Miraidon and the Farigiraf, but it's a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, it's looking really difficult here. The burn does help, so you can protect maybe with Incineroar. Try and get that double protect off, because if you can get through. Let the burn tick down on that Miraidon and get rid of it. That might be a way out, because then the Incineroar beats the Farigiraf. It only has Psychic, and that would be easy enough for Incineroar to do. So let's see if that is what we're going to see play out here. It's going to
come right down to it. Não sei, cara, porque pode acontecer tudo.
Oh, it is the Miraidon that takes it down. So it is going to be knocking it out. Incineroar, because of the Trick Room still up, could have went for the Flare Blitz into Miraidon, pick it up, knock it out, and now it locks the game. So Incineroar is able to close this out with Farigiraf's only option, able to go for the
Psychic. Pera, como é que o Miraidon caiu como aqui?
I can't believe what I'm just seeing. Farigiraf here in a position where Wolflick is able
Meu amigo, que jogaço, gente, que jogaço foi esse? Nossa!
European International Champion.
Gente, eu falei pra vocês que ia ser 2-1.
Wolflick Pokemon Trainers.
Absolutely incredible.
Caraca, mano, que jogaço, meu amigo. O Wolf ganhou o Wolf ganhou o Quem perdeu foi o Dylan.
International Championship
Pô, mas o Dylan ganhou. O Dylan jogou pra caramba, tá?
But the trick room really backfiring in the end. That one turn left was able to be enough where the Flare Blitz could have taken down the Miraidon, and even if the Protector come out, the burn might have been enough anyway, and the Farigiraf only having that Psychic would have been stuck to do any damage at all. Wolf identifying the win con and taking this championship.
Gente, é uma coisa que eu não entendi. Como é que o negócio caiu? Peraí.
It is going to be knocking it easy enough for Incineroar to do, so let's see if that is what we're going to see play out here. It's going to come right down to it though. We are going to see just a Psychic come out from... Oh, it is into the easy enough for Incineroar. You can get through.
A Farigiraf usou psíquico. Ela errou? Foi isso?
Beats the Farigiraf. It only has Psychic, and that would be easy enough for Incineroar to do. So let's see if that is what we're going to see play out here. It's going to come right down to it though. We are going to see just a Psychic come out from... Oh, it is into the Miraidon, it takes it down. So
eu não entendi como é que o... Como é que o Miraidon caiu aqui. Não, eu tô ligado que ele ficou burn. Beleza. Beleza. Mas aqui eu não entendi o que aconteceu. Electrodrift, beleza. Levou. Levou a Fluttermane, ok. Ok. Mas aí aparece, tá? O oponente está queimado. E aí?
Yeah, it's looking really difficult here. The burn does help, so you can protect maybe with Incineroar. Try and get that double protect off, because if you can get through. Let the burn take down on that Miraidon and get rid of it. That might be a way out, because then...
Pera, a Farigiraf ficou confusa?
Only has Psychic, and that would be easy enough for Incineroar to do. So let's see if that is what we're going to see play out here. It's going to come right down to it, though. We are going to see just a Psychic come out from...
Oh, o
it is into the Miraidon, it takes it down.
Meu
so it is going to win the
amigo!
entire thing.
Caraca, nossa!
I mean, what you're able to accomplish as a player is
caraca,
truly
nossa.
inspiring time and time again.
É, foi isso. A batalha foi... Cara, gente, que batalha foi essa, na moral? Ô, Marlon, você pode até falar que o Wolf foi isso, foi aquilo. Mas o Dylan jogou bem pra caramba, tá? Essa daqui tava... Se não fosse pelo Burn, o Dylan ia ganhar isso aqui, tá? O Dylan tinha a vitória na mão. É o que eu falei. Tudo podia acontecer. E assim ele consegue ganhar o regional 10 vezes. Sim, cara, o Dylan jogou pra caramba, tá, gente? Não dá pra desmerecer o Dylan, não. Ele mereceu estar na final e ele quase ganhou esse campeonato, tá? Se não fosse pelo Burn... Se não fosse pelo Burn, o Dylan teria ganho isso aqui, tá? Com certeza.
By kind of combining this Life Orb Koraidon with my favorite strategy of Perish Trap, it just worked in this incredible way. And so I thought, I've already qualified. I know this is a really weird team. Nobody's used anything like this, but I don't know. I want to give it a shot. If I can't do it, who can?
I mean, you said it better than anyone else could here. And I want to talk about this series because going into this matchup looks a little difficult. So I want to know your thoughts and your preparation heading into that.
So when I saw the matchup last night, I went, and then I was like, well, maybe it's not that bad. And my friends, Aaron Zhang and Marcus Hamann, they were like, oh, Wolf, you're really tired.
Salvou o Wolf de jeito ali. E o fato da Farigiraf ficar confusa e acertar o Miraidon, cara, foi triste ali, cara. Tanto que o Dylan só largou o fone e falou: acabou aqui pra mim, é isso. Tem roteiro malevolente pra ele. Caraca, mano, que isso? Pô. Não, mas tá bom, teremos Dylan no Mundial também, pô. Não se preocupa não, teremos Dylan no Mundial, pô. Se pá, o Dylan vai estar no Mundial, com certeza. Ele e o Wolf estão garantidos, se pá. Marlon fez o pix pros roteiristas. Não é não, pô? Verdade.
Game 3 end game, where to find advantage, the moment you know that you won.
When I saw the Electro Drift targeting Fluttermane, that was the moment. The turn before where I lost Amoonguss, I was like, oh wait, that wasn't good. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. But Dylan just really had me on the
Então é isso, chat.
Is that the expression? I don't know.
Vocês queriam aí, ó. Roteiro venceu. Wolf campeão. Vai ganhar só uns 15 mil dólares, só pouquinha coisa. Dá pra comprar uma paçoca aqui na barraquinha aqui da esquina, né? Dá pra comprar uma aguinha de coco também. E ainda sobra um troquinho pro pão. Então...
And then real quick too, I know yesterday after your matches, you mentioned to our staff there was a secret about the team.
Tinha a torcida maior, então. Ganhou? Não, pior que não, ô Zuru. Pelo menos ali no evento tinha muita gente torcendo pro Dylan. Entendeu?
But I mean, I feel like now is as good a time as any. So many of you know that my last official live event was the
Tanto é que o Dylan tinha meio que uma torcida organizada ali, pô. Não sei se tu viu. Tu não deve ter visto, né, no caso. É, o foi de baixo. Calado por baixo.
Japanese and Korean players could earn invitations to nationals. But what was weird is that at the end of the tournament, the player in first was a player that nobody knew. They actually couldn't even find the person who it was. It was this mysterious player. And so this is actually all 3 major wins in a 3-month period for me as I won the Global Challenge last month.
What a crazy reveal. What a crazy string of events runs that is. And I mean, I want to let you go celebrate. Final chance, final shoutouts, final words.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people. I've already mentioned Marcus and Aaron who like stayed up late and
eu queria ter visto, eu queria que ele tivesse usado na final, ia ser legal.
Also my in-person squad here, Dr. Aaron Trailer, Yuki, Brendan.
Opa, salve Limão, boa tarde, como é que você tá, cara? Estamos aqui finalizando aqui a live e acompanhando o regional de Pokémon aqui. Mas aqui 200 no Pix não resolve. Eita, acabamos de ver a final aqui épica do VGC entre Wolf e Dylan. Foi uma baita de uma batalha. Eu acertei o resultado, né? Falei que ia ser 2-1. Que isso? Lá ele.
When he saw like that I was in the finals and that everybody else had left, he said, you know what? I've got work tomorrow, but I'm moving my flight till 6:30 tomorrow. So Billa, thank you especially. Yeah.
A real one. Thank you so much, Wolf. One last incineroar of applause, everyone, for Wolf Glick, your EUIC champion.
Eita, do nada ruivo, né? No caso, ruivo não, ruivo. Vamos, Gold. Vamos atrás do meu Gold. Atrás do
Not only is he our international champion, but he's just been unmasked as the winner of the global challenge as well. Is there anything this Pokemon trainer cannot do?
I mean, yeah, it's just incredible. You know, one accomplishment after another. It doesn't surprise me though. I just think Wolf is just an incredible person, incredible player, so humble in victory as well. And what a way to finish this amazing tournament, you know. It really couldn't have been written any better. We can have a recap with the Masters top 8 bracket and the journey that Wolf has taken to get to this stage
and become current 2025 champion. Eu acho que sim, Júlio. Acredito eu que tanto o Dylan quanto o Wolf, eles já estão classificados. Mimikyu ali no meio é o verdadeiro Ghost, né? Não, King. Podem tirar essas duas pessoas ali. O Dylan deu um split? Sério? Por isso que ele... Nossa! Foi por isso então que o Pisaki foi no Miraidon? É isso? Ele ficou nervoso. Sim, o Mimikyu é o único que não é pica-clone. O Mimikyu é o verdadeiro narrador. Não, o verdadeiro narrador sou eu, Júnior. Tá vendo? Eu me mexendo aí, ó. Nossa, que Betson, hein? Como é que tu sabe que ele deu um split, o Marlon? O Wolf falou?
with that one remaining turn of Trick Room there.
Incineroar is indeed a champion, and a champion of my heart always, but I concur with our winner here that Dill Yeomans is a name that is going to be out there in the future. Definitely a trainer to keep on your radars in the next couple of tournaments, and they played incredibly well, putting the Iron Treads on the map. Yes, it wasn't in the grand finals, but we were able to see it do tremendous damage in that top cut, and was a fantastic play.
E assim ficou, gente, o top 8, ó. Wolf em primeiro, Dylan em segundo, Yosuke em terceiro, Taran em quarto, Gavi em quinto, Joseph em sexto, o Grant em sétimo e o Theotime em oitavo.
Third place, Taran really showing amazing use of the Miraidon, of that Ogopon as well. And you can go down, we even got a Kyogre in there. We've got a lot of Miraidons not quite able to get over the line. The Scarlet players out there are going to be happy that for once the better Pokemon is one.
Well, Koraidon, I think, was a Pokemon that a lot of trainers were trying to get work, but there was just so many more
Eu acredito que esses 8 aí, gente, estejam classificados para o Mundial, tá? Eu acho que esses 8 vão para o Mundial, tá?
Shadow Rider, and for all those Shadow Rider believers out there, has been able to make it to top 8, but it's still trying to claw its way up to a top finish once again.
Yeah, still got a little bit of work to do for you Shadow Riders out there, but I think that this tournament in particular, we've really seen it kind of take
Agora é só esperar a premiação e é isso, chat.
We know it's got a lot of potential, but I think we're getting closer to the point where it might start to make some waves in future.
Parabéns ao Fabian, o Ian e o Wolf.
In the juniors, we've got Fabian. In the seniors, we got Ian, and then in the masters, we've just been able to crown Wolf as our European international champions.
And I know we've crowned all our champions today from all the games that have been here at EUIC, but I have to say, rounding it out with these 3 incredible champions on the video game side of things, I couldn't ask for a better way to end Championship Sunday. Incredible to be able to say that in 2025, these are our champions this year.
Yeah, it's just amazing, really, and not only going to go away with the trophy, with just
Falou, King, obrigadão por ter colado aí, cara. Bom restinho de domingo aí pra você. E manda lá, pô, depois lá no grupo o desenho pra nós ver. Aí, gente, o verdadeiro narrador dessa bodega aí, ó. Pronto. Tá aí, ó. Não, tiraram o narrador, que bosta.
The action of Championship Sunday is gradually
ele já ganhou 10 regionais. Caraca, pouquinho.
exciting news and updates to share with you all during our exciting closing ceremonies.
Pikachu.
But first, let's take a moment
Pikachu
to celebrate the wonderful finalists here that we have at EUIC 2025. First up in the juniors division, we have our VGC finalist, Ismael Ogi.
Tava escrevendo o roteiro por baixo do disfarce. Entendi. Ele tá indo aonde, meu querido?
And a round of applause and congratulations to our video game junior champion, Fabian Verzicant.
Oxi. Ué?
All right, early flights, but we're going to go ahead and start celebrating here in our seniors division. Next up, our video game senior finalist, Louis Bombier.
Eu tava escrevendo o roteiro por baixo do espaço. O pior do Londres. Gente, é o meu pior, eu tô falando, é sério. Ué, o moleque não apareceu, pô?
For our video game senior champion, Ian Larson.
Ué, gente, o garotinho não apareceu, não?
Finally, in the Masters division, congratulations to the video game Masters finalist, Dill Yeomans!
Não, porque apareceu um molequinho na tela, mas não apareceu ele ali?
For none other than the video game Masters champion, Wolf Black!
Wolf Black! Gold. Aí, ó.
Trainers, thank you so much for all of the unforgettable matches this weekend. If you and May, please step backstage with the tournament admins.
E aí, Mindro? Salve, Gabriel. Chegando no finalzinho da live, pô.
2025, we have some exciting news and updates to share with you all.
Oh, we certainly do, Sierra.
Chegou no finalzinho da live, cara.
Competitors battling it out all weekend to rise to the top, but that only tells a fraction of their story. These
Hoje
trainers
o Wolf
put in
tá aí,
work
sim.
day in,
O Wolf
day
foi
out,
campeão, Gabriel.
month after month,
Ele
year
foi
after
campeão do
year,
Internacional aqui de Londres.
the Pokemon World Championships.
Perdeu uma baita de uma batalha, Gabriel.
We released a docu-series called The Road.
Olha a Anônima aí. Boa tarde, Anônima. Como é que você tá? Um beijo, Anônima. Como é que você tá, Anônima? Mais um, sim.
Trading card game. Next up in the spotlight.
O Marlon falou que foi o 10º dele.
Championships.
Is really difficult.
Big Lick is your 2016 Pokemon World Champion.
Winning Worlds, it's something that I
Deixa eu
tried
adivinhar.
in 15
A
years
Anônima
of playing.
tava aqui esse tempo todo? Não sei.
The most amount of pressure. I'm so nervous.
It doesn't get any more intense than this.
Worlds is everything. You earn your place to be
Pensei que era o 9º. O Marlon falou que é o 10º. Apenas falo nada. Então, chat, se eu falar pra vocês que a Anônima tá aqui desde 5 e pouca da manhã, vocês não acreditam?
Pokemon Video Game Championships is coming soon, and
Enfim,
we're
GG.
so excited to learn the stories of some of the prominent players and casters here in the Pokemon community. Check out Pokemon.com for more information and stay tuned to the official YouTube channel to see the series launch in March 2025.
Now then, trainers,
Então,
as we
né?
know, August we'll see the Pokemon World Championships in Anaheim, California. Who's excited? I thought so. That sounds about right. Sounds about right. What a thrill it was to announce the date and location at last year's Worlds in Honolulu. Time to ratchet your hype up a notch because we can now exclusively reveal the trailer for Worlds 2020.
A Anônima é seu retorno, lindas? De 15 a 17 de agosto. É isso? É, 15 a 17 de agosto. Pokémon World International. Desde as 5 aí, ó, tá vendo? E vocês ainda dizem que o Marlon é o meu moderador que mais fica aqui. Em agosto? Sim, é em agosto o Mundial, o Zurni. Vai ser lá em New Orleans, eu acho. Pokémon Go ainda existe? Sim, pô. Teve até premiação de Pokémon Go aqui, pô. Teve final aí. Acho que teve finais, eu acho. Teve de TCG, Gabriel. Um brasileiro ganhou. Inclusive um Gabriel mesmo, se eu não me engano. Calado.
All right, well, the Road to Worlds Video Game Championships is coming in March, and wow, the world's interest spectator information is coming soon. What a better way to close off UIC.
Sarah, I don't think there could be a better way, frankly.
And with that, we have now officially
O Marlon é o
ended
queridinho
2
do
of our
Londres.
3 international events this season.
Gente, eu não tenho meu favorito não. Ó, América do Norte agora. Internacional, junho. De 13 a 15, né? De 13 a 15 de junho. Então, ó, a próxima cidade é Vancouver. Então é Vancouver, Atlanta.
Coming up next month, March 7th to 9th.
And here in Europe, our next event
Tá.
will be in Stockholm, Sweden, March
Ok, é de cada lugar,
You can catch all of the excitement at our brand new webpage, Pokemon.com/broadcasts, do make sure to give us a follow on Twitch and YouTube as well, where you can keep up to date with our videos on demand of our events as well.
É o canal da
Of course,
lenda.
as those all
Tanto de
important go
bosta que o
live
Marlon já fez, o
notifications.
Nindra passou pano. Eu não passo pano pra nada, não. O que é o cara que mais ganhou o torneio, né? Não sei, Zurni, o Marlon deve saber.
Who have made possible a superlative European International Championships this weekend. I know you're making noise already, but please give them an even more massive round of applause.
As well, a massive shout out to the Pokemon communities across Pokemon Unite, Pokemon Go, the Pokemon Trading Card game, and the Pokemon video game. Your love for these games is what makes all of this possible. And with that, the road to Worlds in Anaheim continues, and we hope that you continue to tune in for the rest of the season to watch your heroes compete, to see who's going to be the best. Thank you all for tuning in. Take care and see you soon, trainers.
É isso, chat. Tivemos a Lumiosity ganhando. O Mundial do ano passado foi cinema puro. Ó, a Lumiosity ganhou no Unite. No Júnior, esse molequinho aí ganhou. No Sênior foi o brasileiro, né, o Gabriel. O Gabriel Fernandes. E no Masters foi esse molequinho aí. Esse jogo em específico, gente, foi mó injusto, porque a garota, a Nathalie tava ganhando de 1-0, esse moleque empatou. No terceiro jogo, ela não tinha carta de Pokémon pra colocar, ela perdeu porque ela não tinha. Ela só tinha um Pokémon ela só tinha um Pokémon na frente, ela não tinha Pokémon na mão dela, aí ela perdeu. Nossa, foi muito bad isso aí, cara. Aí teve essa luta, né? Aí teve agora o do Dilo. Fofo. Porque no Unite, nas partidas tem gente que pega o time roxo e não o time laranja. Que a gente sempre pega o time roxo. Não sei, deve ser aleatório. E é isso, chat. Acabamos aqui. Deixa eu só ver aqui. Finalmente acabou. Finalmente acabou, chat. Agora a gente vai fazer o seguinte. Peraí. A gente vai entrar aqui no negócio da Pokémon aqui. Vamos ver se tem algum próximo aqui. Não. Tá. Ok. Acho que depende da visão de quem tá jogando. Ok. Vamos dar uma olhadinha aqui no negócio aqui. Pelo que parece. Vamos ver aqui. Acho que tá pra cá pra baixo. Nossa, peraí. Dá uma olhada. Calendário. Aqui? Deixa eu ver. Acho que é essa aqui. Lindras. Falou, Lindras. Cuidado com o Alexandre e o Marlon. Eles são gays e querem você. Que isso, gente? Falou o cara que tava incentivando os negócios aí, né? Tá, vamos lá. Aqui. Deixa eu ver. Setembro, 2025. Vamos lá. Tá. Vamos lá, chat. Segundo o site aqui, de 7 a 9 de março, o próximo vai ser em Vancouver, né? É isso? Aqui, ó, Vancouver. Eles querem o seu corpinho, descuidado. Aí é Vancouver. Aí maio. Tá. Não, peraí. Deixa eu ver aqui se tem. Ó, 17. Aí vai ser em, né? Esse aqui. Latinoamérica. Tem, deixa eu ver. 2024, 2025. Deixa eu ver 2025. Ó, dia 8 e 9 tem. Dia 8 e 9 tem aqui Fortaleza, tá? Não sei se vai dar pra ver, eu acho que eles não vão passar. Mas eu acho que de evento mesmo vai ser esse daqui dia 27. Esse aqui, ó. Esse, de 7 a 9 em Vancouver. E, deixa eu ver... E 22 e 23 de março. Se pá, os próximos. Mas, do mais, chat, é isso. Vou ficando por aqui com a live depois de... Peraí, deixa eu ver quanto é o tempo de live aqui. Ver quanto tempo de live tem. Rapidinho, chat. Depois de quase 10 horas de live, finalmente, né? Claro que eu vou finalizar a live. Não é do meu calibre fazer live domingo, pô. Já vou finalizar a live mesmo. Ó, 9 horas e 50 de live. Enfim, chat. Obrigadão pela companhia. Obrigadão por todo mundo que colou aí. Obrigado, obrigado, Anônima. Obrigado, Marlon. Obrigado, Zurlin. Obrigado, King. Obrigado, Gabriel. Obrigado a todo mundo que passou aqui na live, gente. Agradeço demais. Nos vemos amanhã, né? Nos vemos amanhã. Cara, você tá ao vivo há 1 milhão de anos. Pois é, Zurlin. Galera, nos vemos amanhã, 7 horas com Pokémon. Amanhã estamos de volta com o horário normal, né? Mas enfim, brigadão, gente. Brigadão por todo mundo que colou. E é isso, chat. Eu vou ficando por aqui. Uma boa tarde um bom restinho de domingo pra vocês. Uma boa tarde de domingo pra vocês. E é isso, gente. Falou e fui. Tchau, chat. Falou.